Chapter 1, She Should Wake Up. When Rong Ci arrived at the airport in Country A, it was already past 9 o'clock due to delays. Today was her birthday. Upon opening her phone, she was greeted with a flurry of birthday wishes from colleagues and friends. However, there was not a single message from Feng Tingshen. Her smile faded. By the time she reached the villa, it was already past 10. Aunt Lu, upon seeing her, was taken aback. "Madam, you. What brings you here? Where are Tingshen and Xian? The master hasn't returned yet. The young lady is playing in her room." Rong Ci handed her luggage to Aunt Lu and ascended the stairs, discovering her daughter, clad in a little pajama set, intently seated at a small table, absorbed in some activity. Completely oblivious to anyone entering the room, Xian, Feng Jing Xian turned her head upon hearing her name, joyfully exclaiming, "Mommy." Then she quickly resumed her task. Rong Ci approached and embraced her, planting a kiss on her cheek, only to be gently pushed away. "Mommy, I'm busy." It had been 2 months since she last saw her daughter, and she longed for her presence, desiring to shower her with affection and converse. Noticing her daughter's focus, she refrained from disrupting her enthusiasm. "Are you making a shell necklace, Xian? Yes." Feng Jingzhen's interest peaked. She continued, "In a week, it will be Aunt Wu's birthday. This is a gift from Daddy and me. We polished these shells meticulously with tools. Aren't they beautiful?" Rong Ci's throat tightened, and before she could respond, she heard her daughter, still facing away, happily proclaim, "Daddy even ordered other gifts for Aunt Wu, tomorrow." Rong Ci's heart sank, and she could no longer contain herself. Xian. "Do you remember Mommy's birthday? What?" Feng Jing Xian glanced at her, then returned her focus to the beads, complaining, "Mommy, don't talk to me. The order of the beads is all messed up." Releasing her hold, Rong Ci fell silent. She stood there for a long while, but her daughter didn't look up at her. Pressing her lips together, she ultimately left the room without uttering another word. Upon seeing her, Aunt Lu remarked, "Madam, I called the master earlier. He said he has matters to attend to tonight and asked you to rest." "I understand." Rong Ci replied, her mind lingering on her daughter's earlier words. She hesitated before dialing Feng Tingshen's number. After a considerable wait, the call connected, but his voice was indifferent. "I have business. We can talk tomorrow." "Who is it so late?" It was Lin Wu's voice. Rong Ci tightened her grip on her phone. "Nothing." Before she could respond, Feng Tingshen hung up. They had not seen each other for 2 or 3 months, and she had made the effort to come to Country A, yet he didn't even rush home to see her. Even a simple phone call, he lacked the patience to let her finish speaking. After years of marriage, he had always treated her this way: cold, distant, impatient. She had grown accustomed to it. In the past, she would have called him back, patiently inquiring about his whereabouts and if he could return for a moment. Perhaps it was fatigue that made her lose the desire to do so today. The next morning, she contemplated and decided to call Feng Tingshen again. With a time difference of about 17 or 18 hours between Country A and her home country, today was still her birthday in Country A. Her visit was not only to reunite with her husband and daughter but also to fulfill her wish that they could share a meal together on this special day. However, Feng Tingshen did not answer the call. After a long wait, he finally replied with a message, "Is there something? Rong Ci, do you have time for lunch? Let's take Xian and have a meal together?" "Understood, let me know the address once it's decided." Rong Ci, "Okay." After that, Feng Tingshen fell silent again. He had forgotten her birthday. Although she had mentally prepared for this, a wave of disappointment washed over her. After completing her morning routine, she descended the stairs and heard her daughter's voice with Aunt Lu downstairs. Yes, Mommy, unhappy? I promised Daddy I'd go to the beach with Aunt Wu tomorrow. If Mommy comes along, it might be awkward. And Mommy is so mean, always scolding Aunt Wu. Auntie, you mustn't say that. Madam is your mother, and such words may hurt her feelings. I know, but Daddy and I like Aunt Wu more. Can't I have Aunt Wu as my mommy? Rong Ci could no longer discern what Aunt Lu was saying. She had raised her daughter single-handedly, yet in recent years, their bond had grown stronger, leading her daughter to become more attached to Feng Tingshen. Last year, when he came to Country A for business, her daughter insisted on accompanying him. Rong Ci was reluctant but wished for her daughter's happiness, thus she agreed. But now, Rong Ci stood frozen, her complexion pale, unable to move for a long moment. She had come to Country A to spend more time with her daughter. It seemed now that such intentions were unnecessary. Returning to her room, she repacked the gifts she had brought from her home country back into her suitcase. Moments later, Aunt Lu called to inform her that she had taken the child out to play and that she could reach her if needed. Sitting on the bed, Rong Xi felt an overwhelming emptiness. She had abandoned her work to come here, only to find that no one truly needed her. Her arrival felt like a cruel jest. After a long time, she stepped outside, aimlessly wandering in this strange yet familiar land. As noon approached, she remembered her lunch appointment with Feng Tingshen. Just as she hesitated about whether to return home and pick up her daughter, she suddenly received a message from Feng Tingshen. "I have important matters at noon lunches." Cancelled. Rong Xi stared at the message, devoid of surprise. She had grown accustomed to this in Feng Tingshen's world, whether it be business or social gatherings, everything took precedence over her as his wife. He would whimsically cancel their plans without a thought, never considering her feelings. Was she disappointed? Perhaps in the past, but now she felt numb, unable to register any emotion. Rong Xi felt even more lost. She had come with excitement, yet received nothing but indifference from both her husband and daughter. Unconsciously, she found herself driving to the restaurant she had frequented with Feng Tingshen in the past. Just as she was about to enter, she spotted Feng Tingshen, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxian all together inside the restaurant. Lin Wu was affectionately seated beside her daughter, chatting with Feng Tingshen while playfully engaging with the little girl. Her daughter giggled, swinging her legs, happily sharing pastries that Lin Wu had bitten into. Feng Tingshen smiled as he served them both, his gaze fixated solely on Lin Wu, as if only she existed in his world. This was the business Feng Tingshen had mentioned. This was the daughter she had brought into this world after months of hardship. Rong Xi smiled bitterly as she stood there, watching. After a while, she turned away and left. Upon returning to the villa, Rong Xi prepared a divorce agreement. He had been the dream of her youth, yet he had never truly seen her. Had it not been for that fateful night and the pressure from his grandfather, he would never have married her. In her naivety, she once believed that through hard work, she could earn a day where he would finally notice her. Reality had dealt her a harsh blow. It had been nearly 7 years. It was time for her to wake up. Placing the divorce agreement into an envelope, she instructed Aunt Lu to deliver it to Feng Tingshen. Subsequently, Rong Xi dragged her suitcase to the car and instructed the driver. To the airport. Chapter 2, Madam packs her belongings to return home. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Feng Tingshen and his daughter returned home. Feng Jingxian clutched the hem of her father's garment, her disembarking movement languid and slow. With her mother present, she had no desire to return home that night. However, Aunt Wu informed her that her mother had come specifically to accompany her and her father, and if they did not return, her mother would feel disheartened. Her father echoed that if they did not return that night, her mother would surely accompany them on their outing the following day. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Yet, a twinge of worry lingered in her mind, and she murmured, "Father, what if mother insists on joining us tomorrow?" "That won't happen," Feng Tingshen replied with unwavering certainty. Throughout their years of marriage, Rong Xi had always sought opportunities to spend more time with him. Nevertheless, she was sensible enough to know that if he expressed disapproval, she would not dare to provoke his displeasure. In Feng Jingzhen's recollections, Rong Xi had always been obedient to Feng Tingshen's wishes. Since he asserted it would not occur, she found solace in his words. Gradually, her worries dissipated, and her spirits lifted. She bounded through the door, cheerfully announcing to Aunt Lu her intention to take a bath. "Very well, very well." Aunt Lu responded promptly, remembering Rong Xi's instructions. She handed an envelope to Feng Tingshen. "Sir, this is for you from Madam." Feng Tingshen accepted it, casually inquiring, "Where is she?" Madam left for her home this afternoon." "Did you not know?" Feng Tingshen halted his ascent up the stairs, turning back to inquire, "She has left?" Yes. Why had Rong Xi suddenly traveled to country A? Feng Tingshen had not afforded her the opportunity to explain, nor did he show any concern. The news of her departure did not particularly weigh on his mind. Feng Jingxian felt a pang of surprise. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of disappointment washed over her. She had been thinking that if her mother did not accompany her and her father on their outing, it would still be pleasant to have her by their side that evening. Moreover, while working on shell polishing, her hands would easily ache, and she had hoped her mother could assist her in completing the task. It had been several months since Feng Tingshen and Rong Xi had seen each other. Now, as Rong Xi made a rare visit, she had not even caught a glimpse of him. Remembering the troubled expression on her face when she departed, Aunt Lu felt compelled to comment, "Sir, Madam seemed rather upset when she left, almost as if she were angry." Initially, Aunt Lu had assumed Rong Xi was in a hurry to return home. Now, realizing that Feng Tingshen was entirely unaware of her departure, she sensed something was amiss. Angry, Rong Si had always presented a patient and accommodating demeanor in front of him. Was it possible she could feel anger too? Feng Tingshan smiled dismissively at this notion, offering Aunt Lu a vague response before proceeding upstairs. Upon entering his room, he prepared to open the letter from Rong Si, but just then, Lin Wu's call came through. He answered, tossing the envelope aside and stepping out of the room. Moments later, the envelope slipped from the edge of the bed and fell to the floor. That evening, Feng Tingshan did not return home. The following morning, as Aunt Lu came to clean, she spotted the envelope on the floor and recognized it as the one Rong Si had asked her to deliver to Feng Tingshan. Assuming he had already read it, she casually placed it in a nearby cabinet. Rong Si disembarked from her flight and headed straight upstairs to unpack her belongings. After 6 years, her home still contained a significant number of her items. Yet, she only took a few outfits, 2 sets of daily essentials, and some of her professional books. Since their marriage, Feng Tingshan had consistently provided living expenses for her and their daughter, depositing funds into 2 separate accounts, one for her and one for their daughter. However, Rong Si had grown accustomed to using her own card for expenditures. She had never touched her daughter's account. Moreover, her affection for Feng Tingshan compelled her to purchase suitable clothing, shoes, cufflinks, and ties for him whenever she went shopping. As for herself, due to work commitments, her daily expenses were modest. Her heart and mind were devoted to her husband and daughter, desiring to provide them with the best. Consequently, the majority of the living expenses Feng Tingshan provided were spent on them. Given this situation, her account should have dwindled to a meager sum. However, over the past year, as their daughter had primarily resided with Feng Tingshan in Country A, opportunities to buy things for them had diminished significantly. Surprisingly, she still found over 30,000 left in her account. While Feng Tingshan might not regard this amount as noteworthy, it was a considerable sum for her. Since it was her rightful money, Rong Si did not hesitate to transfer the funds. Leaving the 2 cards behind, she departed without a backward glance, dragging her luggage along. She owned a modest apartment not far from her workplace, just over 100 square meters. 4 years prior, she had purchased it to support a friend who had run away from home, but she had never lived there until now. The apartment had been maintained by a cleaning service, so it was not dirty. A simple tidying would suffice for her to move in. Exhausted after a long day, Rong Si washed up and retired to her room around 10 o'clock that night. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. The jarring sound of the alarm clock jolted her awake from her dreams. Startled, her mind briefly blanked. Once she regained her senses, she realized it was 1 o'clock in the morning, approximately 7 o'clock in the morning in Country A, where Feng Tingshan and their daughter resided. Feng Tingshan and their daughter typically had breakfast around this time. Ever since their daughter had gone to Country A with Feng Tingshan, she had established a routine of calling her daughter at this hour. However, due to her exhausting work schedule, she had developed a habit of going to bed early, fearing she would miss the opportunity to speak with her daughter. Thus, she had set this alarm. Initially, their daughter had struggled to adjust and missed her mother dearly, often longing to call her. Yet, as time passed and her stay in Country A extended, the once strong attachment diminished into mere indifference and impatience during their phone conversations. In truth, the alarm had long lost its necessity. It was her reluctance to let go that kept it in place. With this realization, Rong Si managed a wry smile. After hesitating for a moment, she deleted the alarm and turned off her phone, returning to sleep. Meanwhile, Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian had nearly finished their breakfast. Although Feng Tingshan recognized that Rong Si typically called their daughter at this time, he was not home every day and did not dwell on it. Noticing that Rong Si had not called that day, he registered it but did not give it much thought. After finishing breakfast, he headed upstairs to change his clothes. Feng Jingxian felt that her mother had become increasingly verbose and less inclined to converse with her. Given that Rong Si had yet to call, she suspected her mother might be preoccupied with something. Her dark eyes darted as she grabbed her backpack and dashed towards the door. Aunt Lu, seeing this, hurried after her. "Miss, it's still early, you can leave later." Feng Jingxian paid no heed, joyfully sprinting towards the card. It was a rare occasion that her mother had missed her regular call. She was determined to seize the moment. If she did not leave now, and her mother called later, she would have to chat with her, which she was not keen on doing. After their marriage, Rong Si had joined the Feng Corporation, initially motivated by her feelings for Feng Tingshan. Now that she intended to divorce, she saw no reason to remain at the company. The next morning, upon arriving at the office, she handed her resignation letter to Jiangxia. Chapter 3, No More Calls. Jiangxia, one of Feng Tingshan's closest aides, was taken aback by her resignation letter. He was one of the few within the company privy to the relationship between Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan. Those acquainted with Feng Tingshan knew that his affections did not lie with Rong Ci. He remained aloof after their marriage, rarely returning home. In an attempt to get closer to Feng Tingshan, Rong Ci had chosen to work at Feng's group, initially aiming to become his personal secretary. However, Feng Tingshan refused. And even the chairman's intervention couldn't sway him. Ultimately, Rong Ci settled for a position in the secretarial department, becoming one of Feng Tingshan's many ordinary secretaries. Initially, Jiangzhe had worried that Rong Ci's presence would disrupt the department, but his fears proved unfounded. While she did use her position to approach Feng Tingshan, she was mindful of timing and never overstepped. Instead, perhaps to impress Feng Tingshan, Rong Ci was diligent and capable, adhering to company regulations during her pregnancy, maternity leave, and other times, never seeking special treatment. Over the years, she rose to become the head of the secretarial team. Jiangzhe had witnessed Rong Ci's feelings for Feng Tingshan firsthand and never imagined she would resign, nor did he believe she would willingly do so. Her resignation likely stemmed from an unknown event between her and Feng Tingshan, leading to his order for her to resign. Although her competence was regrettable to lose, Jiangzhe maintained his professionalism, stating, "I've received your resignation letter and will arrange for a replacement as soon as possible." "All right," Rong Ci replied, returning to her workstation. After a while, Jiangzhe reported to Feng Tingshan online. During the conversation, he recalled Rong Ci's resignation. "By the way, President Feng." Regarding although he had told Rong Ci that he would arrange for a replacement promptly, he wanted to gauge Feng Tingshan's intentions regarding her departure date. If Feng Tingshan wanted her gone by the next day, he would make the arrangements. However, he remembered Feng Tingshan's earlier instruction to handle all matters concerning Rong Ci within the company according to regulations, without special reporting or interference. Indeed, over the years, Feng Tingshan had never inquired about Rong Ci's affairs within the company, treating her like a stranger whenever they met. Despite Rong Ci's outstanding performance, when they considered promoting her a couple of years prior, they had cautiously mentioned it to Feng Tingshan, anticipating his disapproval. At the time, Feng Tingshan had frowned, reiterating impatiently that he would not interfere and that they should follow protocol, instructing them not to ask him about Rong Ci's matters in the company again. Seeing Jiangzhe's hesitation, Feng Tingshan frowned. "What is it?" Jiangzhe snapped back to attention, replying, "Nothing." Since Feng Tingshan was aware of Rong Ci's resignation but hadn't brought it up, it indicated its insignificance to him. He should proceed as usual, following company regulations. With that, Jiangzhe remained silent. Feng Tingshan ended the video call. "What are you thinking about?" At noon, a colleague tapped Rong Ci on the shoulder. Rong Ci came back to her senses, smiling and shaking her head. "Nothing." "Aren't you calling your daughter today?" "No, not today." She usually called her daughter twice a day. Once at 1 in the morning and again around noon. Her colleagues in the office were aware of this, but they didn't know that her daughter's father was their company's big boss. After work, Rong Ci went to the market to buy some groceries and a few green plants for her home. After dinner, she searched for information about the Technology Expo online. After reading, she made a phone call. "Can you reserve a ticket for me for next month's Technology Expo?" "Are you sure?" a cold voice asked. "You've asked me to reserve tickets the last 2 times, but you never showed up, wasting tickets that many people dream of having." The annual Domestic Technology Expo was a major event in the tech industry, and tickets were not easily obtained. Their company had also received several exhibition slots, and many of their elites wanted to attend. To them, each slot was precious. "If I don't attend this time either, I won't ask you again in the future." The other side hung up without a word. Rong Ci knew that meant he had agreed. She smiled. In fact, she hadn't mentioned that she wanted to return to the company. As a company partner, she had chosen to marry and have children when the company was just starting out. Fading out of the company and focusing on her family, completely disrupting their company's development plans, causing them to miss many opportunities. Everyone was both angry and annoyed with her. Over the years, they basically hadn't been in contact much. It was true that she wanted to return to the company, but her focus had been on her family since her marriage. She had been out of the circle for too long. She was worried that if she went back to the company without any preparation, she wouldn't be able to keep up with their pace. So, she planned to spend some time gaining an in-depth understanding of the current state of the industry before making concrete plans. In the following days, Rong Ci focused on her work during office hours and her own affairs after work. She didn't actively contact her daughter or phone Tingshan. Of course, they didn't contact her either. She wasn't surprised by this, because long before half a year ago, contacting them had become a one-sided arrangement. They were just passively accepting it. In a country, Feng Jingxin had now developed the habit of calling Lin Wu every morning after waking up. This day, after waking up, she immediately called Lin Wu as usual. But before she had talked to Lin Wu for long, she started crying. Because Lin Wu had told her a piece of bad news. Aunt Wu was going back to China. Feng Jingxin was very sad. After talking to Lin Wu, she immediately called Feng Tingshan. Dad, do you know about this? In the office, Feng Tingshan was flipping through documents. I know. When did you know? For a while now. Daddy, you're bad. Feng Jingxin hugged her little pink pig doll sadly and cried nonstop. Why didn't you tell me? I can't bear to part with Aunt Wu, and I don't want to study here anymore without Aunt Wu. I want to go back to China, boo-hoo. Feng Tingshan said in a flat tone, it's already being taken care of. Feng Jingxin didn't understand. What do you mean? We're going back to China next week. Chapter 4, Preparing for divorce. Feng Jingxin sprang up from her bed, exclaiming, really? Yes. Then why didn't Aunt Wu tell me just now? The matter has just become clear, I haven't informed her yet. Feng Jingxin was filled with excitement. Daddy, please don't tell Aunt Wu about this yet. When we return to the country, let's surprise her, shall we? Alright. Daddy, you're the best. I love you so much. After hanging up the phone, Feng Jingxin remained overjoyed, singing and dancing on her bed. However, a moment later, she suddenly remembered Rong Ci. For the past few days, her mood had been exceptionally buoyant since her mother had not called her. In fact, to avoid speaking with her mother, she had deliberately left early and placed her phone far away or turned it off after school. After 2 days, concerned that her mother might get angry if she found out, she ceased this behavior. To her surprise, her mother had not called her at all during this time. Initially, she thought her mother must have discovered her intentional avoidance of her calls. But then she reasoned that, based on previous experiences, if her mother knew she had done something wrong, she would have promptly asked her to correct it rather than remain silent in anger. After all, in her mother's eyes, she was the most important person, her mother loved her dearly, and she could not believe her mother would truly withhold calls out of anger. Reflecting on this, Feng Jingxin found herself suddenly missing Rong Ci. It was the first time in many days that she had thought of him. Unable to resist, she called Rong Ci. However, as soon as she dialed, she remembered that although she would soon see Aunt Wu after returning home, her mother would undoubtedly find ways to prevent her from meeting Aunt Wu. She could no longer enjoy the freedom of visiting Aunt Wu whenever she pleased. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her mood soured once again. On the domestic front, it was midnight. Rong Ci was already asleep, having been awakened by Feng Jingxin's call. As she prepared to answer upon seeing Feng Jingxin's name, the call was abruptly cut off in anger. Although Rong Ci had relinquished custody of Feng Jingxin in the divorce agreement with Feng Tingshan, Feng Jingxin remained her daughter, and she felt a sense of responsibility towards her. Concerned that something might be wrong when she saw the call and then its sudden termination, she quickly returned the call. Feng Jingxin noticed the incoming call but turned her face away, refusing to answer. Growing more anxious, Rong Ci immediately dialed the landline at the villa. Aunt Lu answered promptly. After listening to Rong Ci, she assured the young lady should be fine. She went to bed late last night and is just waking up now. I'll check on her and call you back shortly. Relieved by Aunt Lu's words, Rong Ci replied, thank you, I appreciate it. By the time Aunt Lu reached the upstairs bathroom, Feng Jingxin was already washing up. After explaining the situation, she noticed Feng Jingxin brushing her teeth and, while rinsing her mouth, lied, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Aunt Lu, convinced, left to call Rong Ci back. Feng Jingxin, watching the exchange, huffed softly, her mood slightly improving. Listening to Aunt Lu's reassurances, Rong Ci felt a sense of relief. However, having been abruptly awakened, She struggled to fall back asleep and awoke the next day feeling somewhat disoriented for work. The envelope containing the divorce agreement that Rong Ci had prepared for Feng Tingshen had not crossed his mind since he received Lin Wu's call. On the day of their return, Feng Tingshen placed the final document into his briefcase. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, he descended the stairs. All set, let's depart. The long Lincoln limousine swiftly left the villa, heading towards the airport. Rong Ci was unaware of Feng Tingshen's return to the country. No one had informed her. It had been half a month since she moved out of the villa. During this time, she gradually became accustomed to and even cherished the tranquility and leisure of living alone. On this weekend, she awoke a bit later than usual. After washing up and opening the curtains to let in the sunlight, she stretched, watered her plants, and was about to prepare a simple breakfast when the doorbell rang. It was Mrs. Fong, her neighbor from across the hall. "Miss Rong, I hope I haven't disturbed you." Rong Ci replied gently, "Not at all, I was already awake." "That's good to hear. These are freshly made buns and dumplings from our kitchen this morning, just for you to try." "Thank you, that's so kind of you." "Not at all. If it weren't for you saving my tea the other day, I can't imagine what might have happened. I've been meaning to express my gratitude. But my husband and I have both been so busy with work. It was simply a small act of kindness, you're too generous." After exchanging pleasantries, Mrs. Fong departed. Rong Ci returned to her room, enjoying her breakfast while studying an AI algorithm mechanism she had been researching. In the afternoon, a notification about T University's centennial celebration popped up on her phone. Stopping in her tracks, she checked the date and realized it was indeed T University's birthday. She browsed online and discovered numerous trending topics regarding the centennial celebration. The heightened interest in T University's centennial celebration, aside from being the country's top university, was due to the many distinguished alumni invited back for the first centenary celebration. These honored alumni were notable figures in various fields. Rong Ci glanced through several familiar faces appearing on the screen, and her hand trembled as memories of her time at university flooded back. Her heart suddenly felt chaotic. Had she not entered marriage immediately after her undergraduate studies, perhaps she too would have been among those honored alumni invited back to participate in the ceremony. Closing her laptop, she hesitated for a moment before driving to T University. By the time she arrived, it was already afternoon. Many esteemed guests had already departed. Yet the campus was still bustling with activity. Wandering aimlessly through the campus, she found herself at the familiar laboratory building when a familiar voice called out to her. "Xiao Ci?" 20 minutes later, in a tea house outside T University, Yu Mashuan poured her a cup of tea. "How have you been lately?" Rong Ci cradled her cup, her gaze downcast with a faint smile. "Pretty well, though. I'm preparing for a divorce." Yu Mashuan was taken aback by her response. Pausing for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry." "That's all right. What are your plans next? Are you considering returning to the company?" "I do have that intention, but..." Uncertain of her reservations, Yu Mashuan earnestly responded, "Xiao Ci, the company needs you. You have a stake in it, and I hope you can return to lead." I. Seeing Yu Mashuan's serious demeanor, Rong Ci felt a weight of unspoken struggles. It wasn't that she didn't want to, rather. The field of AI had evolved rapidly during her 6-year absence. Even if she returned now, she feared she would struggle to keep pace with the advancements, let alone lead others at the forefront of the industry as she once had. Chapter 5, The lady has left for business. It had indeed been several years since Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci had last met. Yet, even in their brief encounters, Yu Mashuan could discern that the present Rong Ci was a far cry from the spirited woman of yesteryears. The thought of the once vibrant Rong Ci filled him with a sense of disbelief that the word inferiority would one day be associated with her. He was not well versed in the intricacies of her marriage to Feng Tingshen, but he possessed a modicum of understanding. Harboring suspicions yet refraining from voicing them, he earnestly remarked, "It matters not if you lag behind for a moment, your abilities and talents are unparalleled by ordinary geniuses. Xiao Ci. As long as you still possess the heart to tread this path, it is never too late to begin anew. Do not forget. You were the most esteemed student in my teaching career." Listening to him, Rong Ci chuckled softly. If the teacher were to hear such words, he would likely scoff. claiming I am merely selecting a tall figure among a group of short ones. As she reminisced about her eloquent yet sharp-tongued mentor, her smile waned slightly. I saw in the news that he is attending the celebration as well. Is he doing well? Quite well, except for the fact that his students who frequently embarrass him, tend to appear before him unannounced, which he finds rather irksome. Rong Xi laughed. Her heart involuntarily drifting back to the days when she was pressed to compose papers under her mentor's guidance. Come back, Xiao Xi, Yu Mashuan urged. Tightening her grip on the teacup, Rong Xi inhaled deeply before nodding, all right. She had delved into the realm of artificial intelligence from a young age. Genuinely passionate about the field. However, her love for Feng Tingshen had led her to forsake her aspirations for nearly 7 years. Now, having been away for so long, she knew it would take considerable time to catch up, yet she firmly believed that with effort, everything was still within reach. Yu Mashuan inquired. When do you plan to return? The current work requires a handover, and it may be a while longer, she replied. That's fine, there is no rush. Since you can return, waiting a little longer is inconsequential. After conversing for a while, Yu Mashuan glanced at the time and said. My subordinates have introduced me to a genius in algorithms, who has reportedly just returned to the country. We have a meeting scheduled. Since you're here, why not accompany me to meet him? Rong Xi shook her head. I am unfamiliar with your subordinates, perhaps another time. Very well. As Yu Mashuan departed, Rong Xi noticed Feng Tingshen's sister, Feng Tinglin, approaching her. She had also seen her in the news but had not anticipated encountering her here. Hello, Tinglin. She greeted. Feng Tinglin, frowning, scrutinized her without responding. What brings you here? Today is T University's anniversary, I came to take a look. Without Rong Xi mentioning it, Feng Tinglin seemed to have forgotten that she too was an alumnus of T University. However, aside from the faculty and students, most attendees today were invited honorary alumni. What business did an unknown like Rong Xi have in mingling among them? Never mind. As long as she refrained from speaking ill of the Feng family, Feng Tinglin could hardly be bothered by her presence. With that thought, Feng Tinglin bluntly stated her purpose. Xiaoming has expressed a desire to taste your cooking again. Later, I will have someone send him over to you and Tingshen. Xiaoming was Feng Tinglin's son, slightly older than Feng Jingxian. Due to their tumultuous marriage, Feng Tinglin had been preoccupied with work in recent years, leaving her son largely unattended. Now that he had become increasingly rebellious, she found it challenging to manage him. Knowing her son enjoyed her cooking, she had taken to sending him over to Rong Xi and Feng Tingshen whenever she had the opportunity. Aside from the matriarch, no one in the Feng family truly valued Rong Xi. The adolescent was the most adept at mimicking behavior. Although Xiaoming relished her culinary skills, he looked down upon Rong Xi as his aunt, treating her more like a servant. Previously, out of affection for Feng Tingshen, Rong Xi had made every effort to accommodate Feng Tinglin's child, overlooking the boy's disrespectful demeanor. However, as both she and Feng Tingshen prepared for divorce, she no longer wished to endure such indignities for his sake. Thus, she resolutely declined, I'm sorry, Tinglin, but I am unavailable tomorrow. As she intended to return to her professional domain, she would devote her time to substantive matters. Regardless of Feng Tingshen or Feng Tinglin, once divorced, she intended to sever ties with them entirely. She would no longer squander her time on them. Feng Tinglin was taken aback by Rong Xi's refusal. After all, in the past, she had often lowered herself to please the Feng family for Feng Tingshen's sake. Nevertheless, Feng Tinglin did not dwell on it. Having never been turned away by Rong Xi before, she assumed there must be a valid reason for her refusal. Believing Rong Xi would not forego the opportunity to ingratiate herself otherwise. Still, she felt somewhat displeased. Tingshen and Xian are currently not with you. What pressing matters could you possibly have? Rong Xi could not help but chuckle bitterly within. Over the years, she had forsaken her identity, centering her life around Feng Tingshen and their daughter, constantly revolving around them. Receiving such a remark from Feng Tinglin was indeed not unjustified. However, she resolved not to continue in such a manner. Just as she was about to speak, a few individuals approached them. Miss Feng. They evidently sought Feng Tinglin. Upon seeing Rong Ci, they appraised her before inquiring, "Miss Feng, who is this?" Feng Tinglin did not introduce Rong Ci as her sister-in-law, only stating in a frosty tone, "A friend." Oh, a friend. They were also returning to T University for the celebration and held respectable statuses. Seeing Feng Tinglin encounter acquaintances, they presumed she was in the company of someone significant. Now, witnessing her indifferent demeanor towards Rong Ci, apart from a few who admired her beauty and could not help but glance at her long, fair legs, the others offered her no further attention. They quickly surrounded Feng Tinglin and soon departed. Feng Tinglin's refusal to acknowledge her sister-in-law's status would have upset Rong Ci in the past. But now she felt indifferent. After Feng Tinglin left, she gathered her belongings and turned to leave. That night, shortly after 10 o'clock, Feng Tingshen and Feng Jingxian's flight arrived punctually at the airport. By the time they reached home, it was nearing dawn. Feng Jingxian had already fallen asleep before even returning home. Carrying Feng Jingxian upstairs, Feng Tingshen noticed the master bedroom door ajar. But the room was shrouded in darkness. After placing Feng Jingxian in her room, he returned to the master suite, switched on the dim lights, and cast a glance at the bed. Emptiness greeted him. Rong Ci was not there. At that moment, the housekeeper conveniently brought his luggage upstairs. Feng Tingshen loosened his tie and inquired, "Where is she?" "The lady has gone on a business trip," the housekeeper replied promptly. Half a month prior, as Rong Ci packed her belongings to leave, he had been absent. The other servants in the villa mentioned that she had departed with her luggage, presumably for a business trip. Strangely enough, Rong Ci had seldom traveled for work in the past. Even when she did, it typically lasted only 2 or 3 days. Yet this time, she had been away for half a month without returning. Feng Tingshen responded with a sound of acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. Chapter 6, Who allowed you to come here? The next day, when Feng Tingshen arrived at the company, he unexpectedly encountered Rong Ci. Unbeknownst to Rong Ci, both Feng Tingshen and Feng Jingxin had returned to the country. Startled by this unexpected meeting, Rong Ci halted in her tracks. Upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng Tingshen's eyes, yet he merely assumed that she had just returned from a business trip and did not dwell on it further. Maintaining a stoic expression, he treated her like a stranger, coldly bypassing her before turning to enter the building. In the past, the news of his sudden return would have filled Rong Ci with immense joy. In such a scenario, even if she could not throw herself into his arms, she would have been elated, her eyes shining with excitement as she gazed at him, and she would have greeted him with a cheerful good morning, despite his aloofness. However, now, after catching a glimpse of his handsome visage, she averted her gaze, her face devoid of the previous thrill and delight. Yet, Feng Tingshen remained oblivious to her feelings and departed ahead of her. Watching the man's composed silhouette, Rong Ci pondered when he had returned. But since he was back in the country, the matter of divorce should soon be on the agenda, should it not? Having resolved to divorce, she refrained from contemplating Feng Tingshen further and, upon returning to her workstation, promptly immersed herself in her tasks. Half an hour later, Jiangzhe called to instruct her to prepare 2 cups of coffee for Feng Tingshen's office. Initially, in her efforts to win Feng Tingshen's affection, she had learned that he enjoyed coffee, dedicating much thought to mastering the craft. Her diligence bore fruit. After savoring her brewed coffee, Feng Tingshen insisted on consuming only what she made, whether at home or in the office. When she discovered that he had genuinely developed a fondness for her coffee, she felt a surge of excitement, believing it to be the first step towards success. In reality, she had underestimated the extent of his indifference and wariness towards her. Indeed, he relished her coffee, but that was all. His demeanor towards her remained cold and distant. Thus, whenever he craved her coffee, he would typically instruct Jiangzhe to contact her, and once she had prepared it, it would be Jiangzhe who fetched it. He afforded her no opportunity to draw near. Only on occasions when Jiangzhe and the others were unavailable did she get the chance to personally deliver coffee to his office. This time, however, from Jiangzhe's tone, it seemed she was to take the coffee directly to Feng Tingshen. After preparing the coffee, Rong Ci placed it on a tray and made her way to Feng Tingshen's office. The door was ajar. As she approached, ready to politely knock, she caught sight of Lin Wu seated on Feng Tingshen's lap, the two seemingly engaged in a kiss. Rong Si's steps faltered, and her complexion turned pale. Upon noticing her, Lin Wu hurriedly dismounted from Feng Tingshan's lap. Feng Tingshan's expression soured as he coldly uttered, "Who allowed you to come here?" Rong Si tightened her grip on the tray. "I came to bring you coffee." Just then, Feng Tingshan's other personal secretary, Qing Yuan, happened to arrive. He was aware of the relationship between Rong Si and Feng Tingshan. He remarked, "This is rather pointless." Although Qing Yuan did not speak directly, Rong Si suddenly grasped the implication behind his words. He believed she was aware that Lin Wu was in the company and had appeared under the pretext of delivering coffee to disrupt the interaction between Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. Judging by Feng Tingshan's expression, he seemed to share this sentiment. In the past, she might have indeed acted in such a manner. But now, as she was on the verge of divorce, how could she possibly engage in such antics? Yet, they offered her no opportunity for explanation. Qing Yuan's voice turned cold. "Please leave at once." With tears welling in her eyes, Rong Si's hand trembled slightly as she held the tray, causing coffee to spill onto her fingers, scalding her with pain. Despite the discomfort, she turned silently and walked away. However, after taking only a few steps, Feng Tingshan's voice resounded from the office. "If this happens again, you need not come to the company anymore." She had already resigned. Even without this incident, she would leave the company as soon as a replacement was found. Yet, she was acutely aware that no one here cared about her situation. Speaking up would hold no significance. Remaining silent, she turned and exited with the tray. Before leaving, she overheard Lin Wu soothing Feng Tingshan, "It's all right, Tingshan. I don't think she meant any harm, you shouldn't stay angry." Rong Si discarded the coffee, rinsed her burnt fingers under the tap, and adeptly retrieved ointment from her bag to tend to her injury. Although her culinary skills had vastly improved, and her coffee brewing was commendable, the truth was that before marrying Feng Tingshan, she had been utterly inept at household chores, cooking, and had never even tasted coffee. Yet, after their marriage, for the sake of Feng Tingshan and their child, she had learned everything. She had dedicated countless hours to mastering these skills, transforming from a novice to a near expert. The struggles she endured remained known only to her. As for the ointment in her bag, what mother wound tea habitually carries some for minor injuries? However, since Feng Jingxin and Feng Tingshan had gone to Country A, her supply of ointment had seen little use. Fortunately, it had not yet expired. After treating her wound, Rong Si suppressed the piercing pain in her heart and returned to her workstation to continue her duties. Just as she finished organizing her documents, she suddenly overheard someone exclaim, "I heard the president has a girlfriend visiting the company." "A girlfriend? The president has a girlfriend now? Who is she? What's her background? Is she beautiful?" While the specifics of her background were unclear, the receptionist downstairs mentioned that she also hailed from a wealthy family and was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an impressive demeanor. As the two colleagues chatted, upon noticing Rong Si standing up and recalling that they needed to head downstairs for a meeting with her, they quickly fell silent, exchanging awkward smiles as they came over. "Let us focus on work first, we can gossip later." Rong Si understood that they were referring to Lin Wu as Feng Tingshan's girlfriend. However, she displayed no emotion on her face, turning to leave the office alongside her colleagues as they entered the elevator. After exiting the elevator, as they made their way toward the meeting room, they encountered Lin Wu accompanied by 4 high-ranking executives, who approached them. The executives surrounded Lin Wu, their expressions cautious, ingratiating, and eager to please. Lin Wu, clad in designer attire, radiated the elegance of a wealthy heiress with every gesture. "I truly appreciate the managers accompanying me for a tour of the company. It's quite a labor," she remarked with a smile. Her words were courteous, yet she carried herself as if she were the future matriarch of the company, blending politeness with a hint of aloofness, treating the managers as though they were her subordinates. The managers responded with forced smiles, "Given your relationship with the president, we are merely fulfilling our duties. You are too kind, Miss Lin." "Indeed, indeed," they chimed in, and upon spotting Rong Si and her colleagues emerging from the elevator, even though they instinctively parted to avoid blocking their path, the manager's brows furrowed upon seeing them. What manner of walking is this? What if we bump into Miss Lin? Truly, they have no sense of decorum. Chapter 7, Returning home together. Rong Si's two colleagues, while discreetly stealing glances at Lin Wu. Took a few steps back and pressed themselves against the wall. Lin Wu noticed Rong Ci but quickly averted her gaze, clearly dismissing her presence. Before being enveloped by several managers as they entered the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, Rong Ci's colleagues exhaled in relief and immediately began to gossip excitedly. That must be President Feng's girlfriend, right? Wow, she's stunning. She's draped in designer labels, she must be quite expensive. No wonder she exudes such confidence and poise. Her aura is so distinct from ours. Absolutely. What do you think, Rong Ci? They whispered, turning to her. Rong Ci lowered her eyes and replied coolly, indeed. In truth, Lin Wu was her father's illegitimate daughter. Perhaps labeling her as such was not entirely accurate. After all, when Lin Wu was 8 years old, her father chose to divorce her mother to prevent them from suffering, subsequently marrying Lin Wu's mother. Following the divorce, Lin Wu lived with her mentally unstable mother, under the care of her grandmother and uncle. Over the years, while her uncle's business dwindled, the Lin family's fortunes flourished. It was said that in an attempt to compensate for Lin Wu's childhood grievances, her father spared no expense in providing her with the best upbringing. Lin Wu, in turn, excelled remarkably. Thus, the former illegitimate child had transformed into a legitimate heiress of a prominent family. After over a decade of being a daughter of privilege, her aristocratic demeanor now surpassed even that of her true-born counterparts. Rong Ci had believed that after their childhood, she and Lin Wu would never cross paths again. Yet, fate seemed to favor Lin Wu particularly. She and Feng Tingshen had been childhood sweethearts, but no matter how hard Rong Ci tried, she could not capture his attention. However, upon seeing Lin Wu for the first time, he was utterly smitten. Rong Ci, are you all right? Her two colleagues noticed her pale complexion and expressed concern. Rong Ci snapped back to reality, I'm fine. She was on the verge of divorce from Feng Tingshen, and his affections for anyone else would no longer concern her. That day, she refrained from dwelling on the relationship between Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu. She worked late, not finishing until nearly 9 o'clock. As she wrapped up her tasks, her phone rang. It was her best friend, Chu Zilan. Upon answering, she learned that Chu Zilan had overindulged and needed her to pick her up from a restaurant. Rong Ci hastily completed her work, grabbed her car keys, and departed the office. 20 minutes later, she arrived at her destination. As she stepped out of the car and made her way toward the entrance, a little girl emerged from the parking lot. Seeing the girl's distinct profile, Rong Ci halted in her tracks. Xin? Shouldn't she be studying in country A? How could she? Did she accompany Feng Tingshen back to the country? Although her position did not grant her access to confidential company documents, she knew that Feng Tingshen's expansion efforts in country A were far from complete. She had assumed his return was merely temporary for business matters. She never anticipated that their daughter had also returned. Uncertain of when exactly they had come back, she deduced that since she had seen Feng Tingshen that morning, they must have arrived the previous day. Yet, her daughter had not called her at all to inform her of their return. With that thought, Rong Ci tightened her grip on her bag and quietly followed the cheerful little figure. As she reached the corner of the lobby, Lin Wu and several of Feng Tingshen's friends appeared at the end of the corridor. Rong Ci instinctively stepped aside, only to hear her daughter joyfully exclaim, Aunt Wu, before dashing forward to embrace Lin Wu. Rong Ci took a seat on a nearby sofa, turning her back to them and using the greenery and chair backs to conceal herself. Xin, you're back in the country? Lin Wu exclaimed. Yes. I returned because of Aunt Wu. Daddy and I missed you so much that he finished his work early to bring me back. We made sure to return a day before your birthday so we wouldn't miss it. This necklace is handmade by Daddy and me for you, Aunt Wu. Happy birthday. Wow. You and Daddy made this? It must have taken a lot of effort. You're amazing, Xin. I love it, thank you. I'm so glad you like it, Aunt Wu. Xin snuggled against Lin Wu. I missed you so much, Aunt Wu. If I couldn't call you every day, I would have found it impossible to stay in country A these past few days. I missed you too, Xin. At that moment, a familiar sound of footsteps caught Rong Ci's attention. It was Feng Tingshen. Even without seeing him, she could recognize his gait. Having waited for him daily throughout their 6 or 7 years of marriage. His footsteps mirrored his personality, unhurried, steady, and composed. Even in the company of close friends. He maintained his calm demeanor, as if nothing could disrupt his tranquility. She had once believed that nothing in this world could unsettle him. But now Lin Wu's presence seemed to create an exception. Before she could contemplate the past further, her heart dropped as she heard her daughter call out, "Daddy." Feng Tingshan's friends greeted him warmly in return. "Happy birthday," he said to Lin Wu. "Thank you," she replied with a smile. "Daddy. Didn't you prepare other birthday gifts for Aunt Wu? Hurry and give them to her." The atmosphere suddenly quieted, and then one of Feng Tingshan's friends chuckled. Playfully pinching Xinxin's cheek, "That gift was meant for Aunt Wu privately, I'm sure your father will present it to her later." Laughter ensued among the others. But then Feng Tingshan interjected, "It has already been given." "What? When?" Xinxin pouted, "Daddy, you met with Aunt Wu without me again." Feng Tingshan's friends burst into laughter. Rong Ci recalled Lin Wu's visit to Feng's group that morning. It was likely then that he had given the gift. Lin Wu, blushing slightly, suggested, "Let us not linger here, let us head upstairs." As their footsteps faded, Rong Ci felt her mind blank. A sharp pain gripped her heart. And it was only after a prolonged moment that she regained her senses and silently entered the elevator, heading upstairs to assist her friend. Chu Zilan and Lin Wu were dining in a private room on the same floor. As Rong Ci helped Chu Zilan into the elevator, Feng Tingshan's friend, Qi Yuming, paused momentarily. Chapter 8. "There's no need for that," he replied. Those around him inquired, "What's wrong? You seem to have spotted someone familiar." They had grown up alongside Feng Tingshan and were aware of Rong Ci's affection for him. Truth be told, Rong Ci was indeed beautiful, quietly so, but lacked any distinctive traits, rendering her not the type that Feng Tingshan favored. He maintained a respectful distance from her, and they held little regard for Rong Ci. Their encounters with her were infrequent, and they seldom bothered to greet her. In truth, her visage had grown somewhat hazy in his memory, leaving him uncertain if he had truly seen her. Nevertheless, even if it were indeed Rong Ci, he did not take it to heart. He said little more and turned to return to the private room. Rong Ci did not notice Qi Yuming. After leaving the hotel, she escorted the person back to Chu Zilan's residence, where she stayed that night to care for her. When Chu Zilan awoke and saw Rong Ci there, she expressed her gratitude with a hug, saying, "Thank you for your hard work last night. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Rong Ci had already prepared breakfast and gently patted her head, urging her, "Get up and wash up. Breakfast will get cold." Chu Zilan clung to her, burying her face against Rong Ci's waist, reluctant to let go. "Xiao Ci, you smell so nice and soft. It's so comforting to hold you." After Chu Zilan finished washing up, she saw the delicious breakfast Rong Ci had prepared and felt immensely happy. Genuinely thinking that whoever married Rong Ci would be incredibly fortunate. However, considering Rong Ci's marriage to Feng Tingshan, she feared Rong Ci might be hurt and refrained from voicing her thoughts. She sat down, eating breakfast while fiddling with her phone. But soon, her expression changed. And she could not help but ask Rong Ci, "Has Feng Tingshan returned to the country?" "Yes," Rong Ci replied. Chu Zilan handed her the phone. Rong Ci glanced at it and discovered it was a post from Qi Yuming, a friend of Feng Tingshan. He had shared several photos from their gathering the previous night. The caption read, "Happy birthday to the beautiful birthday star." Although it was meant to celebrate Lin Wu's birthday, 4 or 5 pictures prominently featured Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu together. Particularly striking was a photo of the two of them cutting the cake with the same crystal knife. As for Feng Jingxin, she was conspicuously absent from the shots, likely to avoid the disapproval of the Feng family elders, given that Feng's grandmother and her grandmother were friends. The tension between their mothers had long been an issue, and Feng's grandmother had never favored Lin Wu. If she were to discover that Feng Tingshan allowed Feng Jingxin to grow close to Lin Wu, she would likely be very displeased. To an outsider, the photos might suggest that Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were indeed a couple. But it was clear that this birthday celebration was specially arranged by Feng Tingshan for Lin Wu. The memory of her own birthday a fortnight ago and the coldness she had endured made Rong Ci avert her gaze. Chu Zilan looked at her with concern. "Xiao Ci. It's fine, their affairs are no longer my concern, Rong Ci replied, returning the phone to her. I filed for divorce from Feng Tingshan. What? Chu Xilan was taken aback. You initiated the divorce? Yes. Previously, Chu Xilan had not harbored any ill feelings towards Feng Tingshan. On the contrary, she had admired him greatly and had even felt a fluttering of affection for him. It was simply that Feng Tingshan was exceptionally gifted. Graduating from a top university before turning 18, he quickly established his own tech company and secured several patents, an impressive feat yet. Feng Tingshan was rumored to have graduated from university at the tender age of 13. Shortly after, he pursued further studies abroad, and upon his return, had already founded multiple successful companies, all of which went public, all before he turned 20. His enterprises spanned technology, pharmaceuticals, entertainment, and tourism. In the following years, he seamlessly took over the Feng Group, elevating it to new heights without breaking a sweat. In social circles, anyone who mentioned Feng Tingshan would invariably sing his praises. Moreover, he was strikingly handsome. Thus, it did not surprise Chu Xilan that a talent like Rong Ci would fall for someone of Feng Tingshan's caliber. However, Feng Tingshan's indifference towards those he did not favor was indeed ruthless. Reflecting on the years of misunderstanding and the disdain with which he treated Rong Ci's earnest affections, she felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her. Chu Xilan had always observed the depth of Rong Ci's love for Feng Tingshan. Over the years, she had urged Rong Ci to consider divorce, but Rong Ci had merely shaken her head in silence. Therefore, she was genuinely astonished that Rong Ci had chosen to initiate the divorce herself. Unable to finish her breakfast, she looked at Rong Ci with concern. What happened? What could lead you, who have steadfastly loved Feng Tingshan, to seek a divorce? I know something significant must have transpired. Rong Ci pondered for a moment before replying. It's not that monumental, perhaps just a culmination of disappointments that made me weary and prompted me to seek a divorce. Chu Xilan understood Rong Ci's character. Once she made a decision, even if she might not entirely let go of Feng Tingshan at that moment, she would not easily change her mind. She was sincere in her resolve. Chu Xilan embraced Rong Ci, reassuring her, it's all right, a divorce could be a blessing in disguise. Yes. After breakfast, Rong Ci departed from Chu Xilan's residence and headed to work. Although she and Feng Tingshan worked at the same place, they had never commuted together, each leaving at staggered times. Furthermore, he was always on guard around her. There were times when they would not even cross paths for a month in the office. Now that she had moved out, however, they had coincidentally encountered each other twice in 2 days. Today, Feng Tingshan looked just as dashing as ever, tall and composed, and as usual, his coldness became more pronounced whenever he saw her. Like the day before, he merely cast her a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze. Rong Ci lowered her eyes and, as before, softly addressed him, President Feng, only stepping into the company after he had walked away. She was uncertain whether Lin Wu was at the office today. She didn't take care either and instead focused quietly on her work. At noon, her grandmother called. Xiao Ci, a lamb has been sent over from X City. The weather is turning cold, and you should come home for dinner tonight. I've asked someone to prepare a whole lamb feast for you. Hearing her grandmother's kind voice warmed Rong Ci's heart. Alright, I'll head back after work. Aside from the morning, Rong Ci did not encounter Feng Tingshan again that day. As she was packing up her things, preparing to leave promptly, Qing Yuan approached with a document that required her urgent attention. Rong Ci paused, though he claimed it was urgent. A quick glance at the contents revealed it was not something that needed immediate action. In the past, she would have accepted it with a smile, promising to complete it as soon as possible to avoid special treatment. But today, she felt no inclination to strive for perfection, especially when it concerned Feng Tingshan. Moreover, she was fatigued. All she desired was to return home early to spend time with her grandmother, not to work overtime. Previously, she had aimed to cultivate good relations with the private secretaries around Feng Tingshan. But now, that seemed unnecessary. Furthermore, Qing Yuan had unjustly accused her the previous day, and she was not in the mood to act as if nothing had happened. She looked at Qing Yuan and coldly stated, I want to be handling this task. I'm leaving for the day. Chapter 9, She was not at home. Qing Yuan's expression darkened as he felt that Rong Ci was taking advantage of her status to act with arrogance. Secretary Rong. Please correct your work attitude. Do you think this is your home? Rong Ci, still holding her bag, maintained her stance. If you are dissatisfied, you may dismiss me right now. He was aware that she had submitted her resignation after accompanying Feng Tingshen to Country A. Although he enjoyed Feng Tingshen's trust, the company was not solely under his control. He did not possess the authority to simply order Rong Ci to leave. Moreover, Rong Ci had a respectable standing with old Madame Feng. If she reported him, he was certain that, despite Feng Tingshen's protection, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. Rong Ci ignored him and walked past him. Qing Yuan's face turned green with anger as he exited the secretary's office. Jiangja noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired, "What happened?" Qing Yuan recounted the events. Jiangja was taken aback. Typically, he interacted more with Rong Ci and had some understanding of her character. He could not help but remark, "This doesn't seem like something Rong Ci would do." Could there be a misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding, the situation unfolded just as I described. In my opinion, Rong Ci is indeed using her status to act differently than before. She is not as commendable as you usually claim. Jiangja paused, contemplating. Perhaps she is about to resign and has begun to slack off? Yet, Rong Ci had been quite diligent in her work lately, showing no signs of change. At that moment, Feng Tingshen approached from a distance. What is going on? It's about Secretary Rong. She left work before completing her tasks. If you are dissatisfied, simply follow the proper procedure to dismiss her. It was clear that Feng Tingshen was indifferent to the matter. Jiangja and Qing Yuan exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. It was not that they perceived Feng Tingshen's attitude towards Rong Ci as excessively cold, rather, it seemed he was entirely unaware that she had already submitted her resignation. Wasn't it his intention for her to resign? Had they misunderstood? Just as they were about to speak, Feng Tingshen's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Wu. He bypassed them, heading towards the elevator while answering the call. "I am off work now. I'll be there shortly." Jiangja and Qing Yuan exchanged looks of confusion. Perhaps President Feng simply forgot? There was indeed a possibility of that. Considering Feng Tingshen had always been indifferent to matters concerning Rong Ci. Meanwhile, Feng Jingxin shared a close bond with old Madame Rong. Whenever Feng Jingxin was at home, Rong Ci would usually bring her daughter along when returning to the Rong family. However, despite Feng Jingxin's return to the country, she had not called Rong Ci even once in several days, yet she was in constant contact with Lin Wu, expressing her longing after just a few days apart. Given the circumstances, there was no need for Rong Ci to force matters. Furthermore, with Feng Jingxin and Lin Wu's close relationship, old Madame Rong would undoubtedly be furious if she found out. Thus, upon returning to the Rong family, even with Feng Jingxin back in the country, Rong Ci did not go to Feng Tingshen to pick her up but instead returned to the Rong family alone. The traffic was congested. And by the time Rong Ci arrived home, it was already past 6 in the evening. Upon seeing her, old Madame Rong paused, her smile faltering as she gently touched her face. "You've lost weight." Rong Ci's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she replied, "I've been busy with work lately." The old lady sighed, "No matter how busy you are, you must take care of your meals." "I understand, Grandma, I will be mindful of it." Rong Ci settled beside the old lady, resting her head on her shoulder to absorb some warmth. Noticing that the lamb stew was nearly ready, the old lady instructed someone to serve her a bowl of soup to warm her up. As Rong Ci listened to her grandmother's caring words, tears welled in her eyes. But she quickly stifled her emotions, fearing that if the old lady learned of her troubles, she would worry. "Aunt, haven't they returned from their trip yet?" "Not yet. They are enjoying themselves and plan to stay for another week." "What about Uncle? Does he have any engagements tonight?" "Your uncle heard you were back and cancelled his engagements. He said he would come home to have dinner with us. He should be back soon." Just as they finished speaking, Rong Changxing returned home. Upon seeing Rong Ci, he smiled and exclaimed, "Little Ci is back." But his expression quickly shifted to concern. "Why have you lost weight? Haven't you been eating well?" Rong Ci smiled. "I was too busy before. I'll make sure to eat more later. Rong Chongqing sighed and, when dinner was served, insisted on piling her plate with meat. While he commented on her weight loss, Rong Ci noticed he too appeared worn and haggard. Although she had not joined Rong Corporation, she was aware that the company was struggling, and her uncle was overwhelmed with responsibilities yet unable to revitalize the business. Over the years, had it not been for Feng Tingshan's support on a few projects, Rong Corporation would not have reached such a dire state. However, apart from old Madame Rong's firm insistence on those two occasions, Feng Tingshan had never offered assistance. Rong Ci thought to herself that if it weren't for old Madame Rong's presence, given Feng Tingshan's misunderstandings towards her, he would not only refuse to help but might even seek to undermine Rong Corporation. With that thought, she managed a bitter smile. The delicious flavor of the lamb momentarily lost on her. Aware of her predicament, even when assistance was needed, Rong Chongqing had never suggested she seek help from Feng Tingshan. After dinner, while old Madame Rong dozed off, Rong Ci handed her uncle a card containing 70 million. Little Ci, you don't need to. I have no use for it, please take it. Rong Ci returned the card to him. This is all I can offer, I am unable to assist in other ways. She had always excelled in her studies. And while she could engage in research and development, she seemed ill-suited for business. Fortunately, years ago, she had secured several patents in artificial intelligence. And the tech company she co-founded with Umo Sun and others still provided her with dividends yearly. Even without exerting effort, she could receive a substantial amount. Rong Chongqing felt ashamed. You have already supported me many times, yet the company remains still struggling. It is my lack of ability. It is entirely normal for a company to require significant investment during a transition. Please do not feel overwhelmed. Thinking back to her meeting with Umo Sun, she recalled his parting words, the AI field is developing rapidly. With your former development skills and my operational expertise, had you not married back then, our company might now be valued at several hundred billion, easily becoming a leader in this sector. Fortunately, there is still vast potential in AI development. And we still have opportunities. I hope you can return soon. If she could regain her former skills upon returning to the company, she would help it thrive and provide her uncle with even more financial support. When Feng Tingshan arrived home, it was already past 10 in the evening. Feng Jingxin rubbed her eyes and greeted, Daddy, you're back? Yes, he replied coolly, if you're tired, go to bed. I know, good night, Daddy. Good night. Feng Jingxin went upstairs to sleep, while Feng Tingshan took the water the butler offered and, after drinking, also ascended. The bedroom remained shrouded in darkness, seemingly unoccupied. Feng Tingshan paused and turned on the light, confirming that indeed, no one was there. Chapter 10, noticing her transformation however, he did not dwell on it. Considering that Rong Ci might have returned to the Rong family. As he entered the bathroom, a sudden thought crossed his mind. In the past, whenever Rong Ci went back to the Rong family, she would always take Feng Jingxin with her. Yet today, it was unusual for her to have not brought their daughter along. Could it be that she had not returned to the Rong family? Or perhaps something had occurred there? The words of Qing Yuan echoed in his mind from earlier that afternoon, and Feng Tingshan felt certain of it. He paused momentarily but decided not to pursue the matter further. The next morning, while having breakfast, Feng Tingshan informed Feng Jingxin, the enrollment procedures have been completed. You will report to school tomorrow morning. Got it, Feng Jingxin replied, scrunching her little nose. Daddy, can you take me to school tomorrow? I may not have the time. All right. Feng Jingxin's eyes sparkled with an idea, and she cheerfully said, then I'll call Aunt Lin Wu to take me to school. Before Feng Tingshan could respond, his phone rang. It was a call from the old residence. When he answered, the voice of old Madame Feng greeted him. I heard you returned to the country? Yes. Did Xinqing come back with you? She did. I've missed her so much after such a long time. Please bring her back for dinner with you and Rong Ci tonight. Understood. The old lady inquired again, where is Rong Ci? Let me speak with her. She isn't here. How could she not be here at this hour? She must have gone back to the Rong family. Must have? Do you not know where your wife has gone, as her husband? Feng Tingshan fell silent. Old Madame Feng sighed, finally quieting down. At this moment, Feng Tingshan's tone softened slightly, yet he changed the subject. Have you eaten? I'm full. Feng Tingshan chuckled, continuing his breakfast in an orderly manner. The old lady knew that her grandson had always been resolute in his opinions. Given the current state of his marriage with Rong Ci, Feng Tingshan had already made considerable concessions. With his character, even if it were for his own good, she could not push too hard. With this thought, she sighed. Fine, I have nothing more to say to you, humph. Alright, see you tonight. Humph. The old lady hung up in frustration. Initially, Feng Jingxin had not paid much attention to the conversation, but after catching a few words, her curiosity piqued, and she asked. Daddy, who was that? Your great-grandmother. Recalling the old lady's words, Feng Tingshan dialed Rong Ci's number, saying, Grandma wants us to come back for dinner tonight. Old Madame Feng was very fond of Feng Jingxin, and she adored her great-grandmother as well. Hearing this, Feng Jingxin replied happily, Great. I haven't seen great-grandmother in so long, I've missed her. Feng Tingshan acknowledged her response with a sound. At this moment, Rong Ci was also enjoying her breakfast at the Rong family home. Upon seeing Feng Tingshan's call, she hesitated for a moment. The surprise and joy she once felt at his calls had faded. After a brief pause, she answered, Hello. Grandma wants us to come back for dinner tonight. Rong Ci replied. Alright, I understand. You can pick up the child tonight. Rong Ci was reluctant to return to his side. Moreover, even if she were to pick up their daughter herself, it was uncertain whether Feng Jingxin would be delighted. Why should she put herself in a difficult position? Let the driver take her, I'll drive over after work. During rush hour, it was indeed the most convenient option. However, Rong Ci had always taken pleasure in personally handling matters concerning Feng Jingxin, never finding them bothersome. Hearing her say this surprised Feng Tingshan. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it, considering it a trivial matter unworthy of concern. Understood. After concluding the call, he hung up. This time, Feng Jingxin understood who was on the other end of the phone. Is it Mommy? Yes. So, does that mean Mommy will come back with us to great-grandmother's? Yes. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin reflexively frowned, not because she did not want to see her mother, but because she had not seen her in a long time. In fact, it had been over half a month since her mother had last contacted her. In truth, she missed her mother a little. However, knowing that her mother would be returning tonight meant that she would likely not be able to accompany Aunt Wu to school tomorrow. She had been particularly happy when she learned her mother would be on a business trip, as it allowed her to spend more time with Aunt Wu. After all, once her mother returned, she would not have the opportunity to see Aunt Wu as often. Thus, she had been hoping her mother would stay away a bit longer. To her surprise, her mother was returning after only 2 days. Since her mother was back, it was certain that she would not allow Aunt Wu to accompany her to school tomorrow. As for Aunt Wu's racing competition tomorrow night, if her mother found out, she would undoubtedly forbid her from attending. Thinking of this, her mood instantly soured. Moreover, she had already told Aunt Wu that she would be taking her to school in the morning, and Aunt Wu had agreed. What should she do? Feng Jingxin felt completely dejected. Daddy. Feng Tingshan glanced over. What is it? While she could ask her father to convince her mother to let Aunt Wu accompany her to school, she knew that if her mother heard it, it could very well lead to an argument between them. It was so frustrating. Feng Jingxin lost her appetite for breakfast. However, she could relent for tomorrow's school trip and allow her mother to take her. But she was determined to attend Aunt Wu's racing competition tomorrow night no matter what. With this in mind, she pleaded with Feng Tingshan, but you promised I could go with you to watch Aunt Wu's race tomorrow night. If Mommy finds out, she will definitely not let me go, so we can't let her know. If Mommy asks about it tomorrow, can you help me cover for it? Understood. With Feng Tingshan's assurance, Feng Jingxin's mood improved slightly. After a while, Feng Tingshan finished his breakfast and left the house. When Rong Ci arrived at the company today, she did not encounter Feng Tingshan again. During lunch, old Madame Feng called, inviting her to have lunch with her at Yan Hao, which was located just a few minutes' walk from Fengshe Group. As Rong Ci left the company and reached the corner near Yan Hao, she overheard someone saying, Tingshan, if it weren't for your help just now, I would have struggled to secure this contract. I truly appreciate it. This familiar voice made Rong Ci halt in her tracks. Peeking around the corner, she was taken aback to see her biological father, Lin Lihai, standing there. At that moment, Feng Tingshan spoke, "Uncle, you are too kind." Rong Ci's hand slowly formed a fist. She could tell that Feng Tingshan's tone was gentler than usual. Generally, those who received such treatment from him were people he valued. Yet, she did not believe that Feng Tingshan valued Lin Lihai because of her. Feng Tingshan helping Lin Lihai could not possibly stem from her influence. After all, since Lin Lihai divorced her mother, she had rarely seen him. Lin Lihai only acknowledged Lin Wu as his daughter. The father-daughter bond between her and Lin Lihai had long since faded. As expected, Lin Lihai continued, "Wu Wu is here alone. And both her mother and I are quite worried. Please take care of her more in the future." Chapter 11, No matter the matchmaking. It proves futile. As Rong Ci listened, she couldn't help but smile. Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan had only become acquainted after her marriage to him. Lin Wu was aware of her relationship with Feng Tingshan. And she found it hard to believe that Lin Lihai was oblivious to the fact that Feng Tingshan was the husband of his other daughter. He certainly knew. Yet, he shamelessly persisted in trying to matchmake Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan. This clearly illustrated the extent of his indifference towards her as a daughter. Feng Tingshan acquiesced, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Rong Ci observed him waiting for Lin Lihai to enter the car before departing herself. Given Feng Tingshan's current stature, such a gesture was typically reserved for a select few elders of the Feng family. However, it was evident that he held Lin Lihai in high regard simply because he was Lin Wu's father. Reflecting on this, she recalled how Feng Tingshan had exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor during his encounters with her grandmother and uncle. Despite her cautious attempts to seek his assistance regarding her uncle in the past, he had never shown a willingness to help. Yet, his attitude towards Lin Wu was starkly different, revealing the profound distinction between love and indifference. Before long, Feng Tingshan left as well. After a considerable time, Rong Ci turned and entered the banquet hall. In the afternoon, after work, she returned home to collect the gifts she had prepared for the Feng family elders before driving to the Feng ancestral residence. The old residence was situated near the outskirts of the capital, surrounded by picturesque mountains and serene waters, making it an ideal abode for the elderly. Its only drawback was its distance from the city center. After a drive of an hour and a half, she finally arrived at the old house. Upon parking, she could hear her daughter Feng Jingxian's cheerful laughter before she even stepped inside. Facing the entrance, Grandma Feng was the first to notice her and immediately beamed. "Xiao Ci is here. Come, sit with Grandma." However, it was only Grandma Feng who wore a smile. Feng Tingshan's mother, her mother-in-law, along with Feng Tinglin and her son, had their smiles fade upon seeing her. Rong Ci noticed this but no longer cared as she once did. She pretended not to see and smiled as she handed the gifts to the approaching butler before walking towards Grandma Feng. "Grandma." "Oh dear," Grandma Feng exclaimed joyfully, pulling Rong Ci down to sit beside her, but soon her expression turned serious. "Why have you lost so much weight? Is Feng Tingshan bullying you?" Rong Ci lowered her gaze and shook her head. "No, I've just been quite busy lately." This statement was half-truth. Feng Tingshan had not bullied her. Yet her mood was often influenced by him. Furthermore, for the past half-month, she had dedicated her evenings after work to studying artificial intelligence, often researching until the early hours of the morning. This was a contributing factor to her weight loss. Before Grandma Feng could respond, Feng Tinglin snickered. "With that kind of talk, anyone would think your job is of utmost importance, as if the entire Feng group couldn't function without you." Sang Qian, Feng Tingshan's mother, sat nearby, exuding an air of elegant sophistication. She sipped her tea and coldly remarked, "If you find working at the Feng group too taxing, you might as well resign. After all, no one is begging you to work there." Feng Tinglin laughed. "Isn't that the truth? I fear someone might be reluctant." Grandma Feng, unable to bear others disparaging Rong Ci, was about to speak, but Rong Ci interjected, "I have already submitted my resignation. Once I complete the handover, I will leave the Feng group." At this revelation, both Sang Qian and Feng Tinglin were momentarily taken aback. Grandma Feng frowned. "Xiao Ci, is your mother here?" Feng Jingxian had just taken the elevator to the second floor and was now descending, her face lighting up upon seeing Rong Ci. Having not been in contact for over half a month, she interrupted Grandma Feng, rushing into Rong Ci's embrace. "Mom." Rong Ci paused, gently hugging her back and murmuring a response, but said nothing further. Grandma Feng did not wish for Rong Ci to leave the phone group. Yet with Feng Jingxian present, she decided not to pursue the earlier topic and instead smiled at Rong Ci. "Xiao Ci. It's been a while since I've enjoyed the tea you brew, would you make a couple of cups for Grandma?" Rong Ci had grown up by Grandma Feng's side, possessing both the patience and talent for tea artistry over the years, so this was certainly not a problem, though dinner was approaching. Feng Tinglin, who preferred coffee over tea, interjected dismissively, "Yes, but let us wait until Ting Shen and Ting Yi return, then we can eat." No sooner had she finished speaking than Feng Tingshen walked in. After greeting Grandma Feng and saying Qian, he cast a glance at Rong Ci and quickly averted his gaze, choosing instead to sit on a single sofa away from her. Feng Jingxian, seeing her father, immediately left Rong Ci's embrace and dashed over. "Daddy." Feng Tingshen replied, giving her a brief hug. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Tingyi arrived. Much younger than Feng Tinglin and Feng Tingshen, he was still a minor, full of sunshine and cheerfulness. Upon entering, he playfully leaped over the armrest of the sofa and settled down, grinning. "Is everyone waiting for me?" Feng Tinglin playfully tapped his head. "Indeed. We've all been waiting with empty stomachs." Feng Tingshen, typically reserved and taciturn, contrasted with Feng Tinglin's fiery temperament, while Feng Tingyi was the family's joy, maintaining a closer bond with his parents. His arrival brought noticeable smiles to Sang Qian's previously aloof demeanor, and Grandma Feng appeared more cheerful. Sensing it was getting late and everyone was hungry, she instructed the staff to commence dinner. With a total of 9 people, they proceeded to the small dining hall for the meal. As they took their seats, the arrangement was Grandma Feng, Feng Tingshen, Feng Jingxian, and Rong Ci. Grandma Feng smiled and beckoned to Feng Jingxian. Xing, switch seats with your father so that he can sit with your mother." Grandma Feng tirelessly endeavored to bring Rong Ci and Feng Tingshen closer. The others were accustomed to this dynamic and regarded her efforts as futile. After all, despite her relentless matchmaking over the years, Feng Tingshen's attitude towards Rong Ci had remained unchanged. Recognizing the futility of Grandma Feng's efforts, Feng Tinglin scoffed and, uninterested in intervening, simply found a seat. Although Feng Tingshen disapproved of Grandma Feng's arrangement, he typically refrained from contradicting her unless it was a significant matter. Thus, he remained silent, tacitly accepting the situation. Rong Ci did not share the previous delight in Grandma Feng's matchmaking. Her expression was subdued, but when she looked at Grandma Feng, her smile was gentle. "It's all right, Grandma, let us sit like this." Chapter 12, Is Rong Ci here, not wanting to return to her room? Grandma Feng felt somewhat helpless, believing that Rong Ci's lack of assertiveness and her overly accommodating nature towards Feng Tingshen had caused her to miss numerous opportunities, resulting in their stagnant relationship over the years. However, since Rong Ci had expressed her wishes, she did not press the issue further. As dinner commenced, everyone engaged in conversation while dining, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Rong Ci rarely spoke, quietly focusing on her meal. Over the course of more than 10 minutes since Feng Tingshen's arrival, the couple had exchanged not a single word. Nor had there been any form of communication between them. This had become the norm in their marriage, something everyone had grown accustomed to without it raising any eyebrows. When Feng Jingxian wanted something to eat, she used to rely on Rong Ci's attentiveness, but now she had grown used to asking Feng Tingshen for assistance. However, when she desired prawns, she instinctively looked towards Rong Ci, recalling how she would usually peel the shells for both her and Feng Tingshen during their meals. "Mom, I want to eat prawns." Rong Ci contemplated divorce, unwilling to contest Feng Tingshen for custody of Feng Jingxian. Nevertheless, Feng Jingxian remained her daughter, and she felt both a duty and a responsibility to care for her and fulfill her needs as best as she could. Thus, when Feng Jingxian requested her to peel shrimp, Rong Ci readily replied, "Of course." She set down her chopsticks and began to peel the shrimp. The elderly matriarch observed her hands and suddenly paused, exclaiming, "Xiao Ci, where is your ring?" Upon her words, everyone, including Feng Tingshen, turned their gaze towards Rong Si's hand. Despite the frigid atmosphere of their marriage, she had consistently worn the wedding ring that the matriarch had prepared for them. In stark contrast, Feng Tingshen had never donned his. The ring that belonged to him was likely discarded somewhere unknown. Over the years, Rong Si had worn her ring everywhere, reluctant to part with it. Everyone had grown accustomed to it, even as Feng Tinglin frequently mocked her for it. Today, however, she had forgotten to wear her wedding ring, but initially, no one noticed. After all, no one typically scrutinized her hands. Had it not been for the matriarch's comment, others might not have recognized the absence. Rong Si's hand paused ever so slightly as she peeled the shrimp, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "I left it at home in my haste this morning." In truth, she had removed the ring when preparing the divorce agreement, placing it in an envelope alongside the document. However, since she and Feng Tingshen had not yet officially divorced, and she was acutely aware that the matriarch would never approve of their separation, she refrained from disclosing the truth. The matriarch chuckled and said, "Oh, I see." After that, they resumed their meal as usual. Following dinner, they migrated to the living room to enjoy fruit and desserts while chatting. The matriarch was intent on reconciling Rong Si and Feng Tingshen, insisting they sit together. Feng Tingshen continued to avoid making eye contact with Rong Si. Although she did not wish to sit beside him, she felt compelled to oblige the matriarch and took a seat next to him. This was the first time in months they had sat so closely. Rong Si could distinctly detect the familiar, subtle scent of his cologne. Yet, she remained indifferent, quietly savoring her fruit pudding, showing no inclination to engage him in conversation. The matriarch, however, appeared pleased and remarked as she observed them, "What a perfect match." One was strikingly handsome, while the other was quiet, gentle, and exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, they were well matched in appearance alone. In terms of other qualities, however, Rong Si felt she fell short. Nevertheless, the matriarch's delight was evident. And although Feng Tinglin and Sang Qian were less impressed, they refrained from dampening the matriarch's spirits. That evening, as per the matriarch's wishes, they stayed overnight at the old residence. At around 8 o'clock, Feng Tingshen and the matriarch retreated to the study to discuss business matters. Feng Jingxian tugged at Rong Si's hand, expressing her desire to shower and sleep. Rong Si accompanied her upstairs to assist with her bath. Sitting in the small bathtub, Feng Jingxian cautiously inquired, "Mom, are you busy tomorrow morning?" Although she could concede and allow her mother to accompany her to school, she secretly hoped that Aunt Wu Wu would be the one to do so. Thus, she wished for her mother to be unavailable. Rong Si shook her head and replied, "Not busy, why?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxian's little mouth formed a disappointed pout as she said, "It's nothing." They both remained silent on the topic. After her bath, Rong Si gently dried her hair. Just as she finished, Feng Jingxian declared her intention to sleep. Noticing her daughter fixated on her phone, Rong Si remarked, "You can look for a while, but you need to sleep soon, alright?" Got it. Since her mother was free tomorrow, she felt compelled to discuss this with Aunt Wu Wu. Concerned that Lin Wu might feel hurt or disheartened upon learning this, Feng Jingxian pondered how best to approach the subject with her. Growing increasingly annoyed by her mother's chatter, she pushed her out of the room, saying, "Mom, you should go. I'll turn off my phone and sleep after 9:30. Feng Jingxian was indeed disciplined in this regard. After wishing her good night, Rong Si left the room. Immediately, Feng Jingxian shut the door and locked it. As Rong Si took her first step, she distinctly heard the sound of the door locking. She did not believe her daughter was guarding against others, but rather that she was likely concealing something from her. Once the door was secured, Feng Jingxian hurried back to her phone, opening WeChat to message Lin Wu, "Aunt Wu Wu." The content of their conversation remained unknown to Rong Si. She did not dwell on it, nor did she wish to. Turning away, she returned to her room. The matriarch frequently invited her back for meals, and over the years, she had accumulated quite a few personal items there. She selected a set of pajamas and headed to the bathroom for a shower. After washing up, she settled into her usual side of the bed. Noticing the time was still early, she picked up the book she had previously stowed in her bag and began to read quietly. Time passed, and as her eyes began to tire, she closed the book and glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 11:30. Yet, Feng Tingshen had yet to return. In truth, even if he had once believed she had plotted against him, by the third year of their marriage, the atmosphere between them had improved, albeit slowly. However, shortly thereafter, Lin Wu entered the picture. He fell in love with Lin Wu and began to distance himself from her. Since then, he had scarcely touched her. Thus, she was left wondering whether he had chosen not to return to their room that late or was simply preoccupied with other matters. Lost in thought, Rong Xi unconsciously left the bedroom and descended the stairs. At that moment, a voice echoed from nearby. Everyone else had retired, yet she remained awake, seemingly unwilling to return to her room. Chapter 13. Lin Wu indeed possesses the allure to captivate you, remarked Feng Tinglin's voice. Rong Xi turned her gaze towards the source, revealing Feng Tinglin and Feng Tingshen. She paused momentarily. Feng Tingshen, smoking a cigarette, offered no response. The distance was considerable, and with Feng Tingshen positioned against the light, Rong Xi could not discern the expression on his face. Feng Tinglin continued, I can actually comprehend your feelings. I've encountered Lin Wu a few times and heard she is only 25 yet has already earned a doctorate from a top-tier global university. It seems she manages her family's business quite adeptly, is strikingly beautiful, and her temperament is both wild and difficult to tame. Her brilliance and radiance are attributes that most women lack. She certainly has the capital to attract you. However, her origins are not particularly illustrious. Tingshen, have you thought this through? Feng Tingshen replied, I am well aware of the type of woman I desire. Yet, Feng Tinglin frowned. Although she held no regard for Rong Xi, she equally dismissed Lin Wu. She contemplated saying something but, upon noticing the displeasure in Feng Tingshen's eyes, decided against it. Such a protective stance, I can't utter a word without consequence. I'll refrain from speaking further. Rong Xi listened, her hands clenched, her cheeks stinging from the night breeze. A bitter smile crossed her face, and she lost interest in continuing to eavesdrop, turning to leave. Just as she departed, Feng Tinglin recalled something. By the way, I heard from Rong Xi that she submitted her resignation and plans to leave the company? Feng Tingshen replied, the day before yesterday afternoon. I heard from Qing Yuan that she made a mistake, and he was quite upset. I instructed him to follow company protocol and dismiss her. Feng Tinglin scoffed, I see. When she mentioned this matter, her tone suggested she was resigning voluntarily. I thought as much with her clingy nature, how could she bear to resign on her own? Turns out she was actually dismissed. How amusing. Feng Tingshen did not engage further, appearing indifferent to the situation. Rong Xi ascended to the second floor, preparing to return to her room when she nearly collided with Feng Tingyi, who was descending the stairs. Both were startled. Once they regained their composure, Feng Tingyi was the first to apologize, expressing concern, sister-in-law, are you all right? Feng Tingyi was the only family member, aside from the matriarch, who treated her kindly. Rong Xi shook her head with a smile, I'm fine. When Rong Xi married Feng Tingshen, Feng Tingyi was still quite young and unaware of many matters. Over the years, he had always perceived Rong Xi as beautiful and gentle. After their marriage, she never initiated quarrels with his brother, consistently demonstrating patience towards him. Had his future wife possessed such qualities, he would undoubtedly treat her with utmost kindness. Thus, even after growing up and understanding the complexities of their relationship, he still held affection for Rong Xi. Noticing that Rong Xi appeared somewhat disheartened, likely due to his brother, he scratched his head and sincerely said, sister-in-law, you are so wonderful, my brother will surely recognize that in the future. Please don't be too upset. Rong Xi paused, hesitant to explain their impending divorce, and smiled. Thank you, Ting Yi. I'm going downstairs for a drink, it's getting late. You should rest early. Rong Xi smiled, all right, good night. Upon returning to her room, she turned off the main lights and switched on the bedside lamp before lying down. Shortly thereafter, she heard Feng Tingshen's footsteps as he entered the bedroom. Rong Xi opened her eyes. Feng Tingshen also looked at her, their gazes meeting. Rong Xi regarded him thoughtfully. In the past, she would have eagerly risen to hang up his discarded suit, delightedly fetched his sleepwear, and drawn his bath, yet now she had no intention of getting out of bed and instead slowly closed her eyes. Although Feng Tingshan was indifferent towards Rong Ci and regarded her usual attentiveness with disdain, he could not help but notice the stark contrast in her demeanor. He was somewhat taken aback but assumed she was merely sulking and dismissed her unusual behavior. He didn't even care to inquire about the reason behind her sulkiness. Coldly stating, "The enrollment procedures for Xian have been completed, you will take her to school tomorrow morning." Rong Ci replied, "Understood." Feng Tingshan said nothing further, turning to rummage through the wardrobe for clothes in preparation for a shower. This was his attitude towards her. Rong Ci watched his retreating figure, contemplating their divorce and feeling an urge to inquire about when they could obtain the divorce certificate. However, Feng Tingshan was indeed preoccupied, and given his nature, if he had handled the necessary formalities, he would contact her without her prompting. After all, he was the one who truly desired the divorce. It was precisely for this reason that during the past half-month, she had quietly awaited his news without once urging him. At that moment, Feng Tingshan's phone rang. Rong Ci observed as he answered the call, noting that his hello sounded markedly different from when he spoke with her. His tone was gentle. Rong Ci immediately surmised that the caller was Lin Wu. As she contemplated this, she could not discern what was said on the other end. But Feng Tingshan released his grip on the wardrobe and stated, "I'll head over now." Without looking back, he swiftly exited the room. Rong Ci watched him leave without calling out to him. A moment later, she heard the sound of a car departing. Feng Tingshan had left the old residence. Rong Ci closed her eyes, calmly turning off the light and settling down to sleep. The following morning, due to the need to accompany Feng Jingxin to school, Rong Ci awoke around 6 o'clock. The room was empty. Feng Tingshan had not returned after leaving the previous night. Rong Ci had grown indifferent to this. Checking the time and realizing Feng Jingxin had yet to rise, she went to wake her. The door to Feng Jingxin's room was locked. Rong Ci had no choice but to knock. After a considerable wait, Feng Jingxin finally emerged to open the door. Upon seeing Rong Ci, Feng Jingxin pouted, displeased, and said, "Mom, why are you knocking so loudly? It's giving me a headache." The previous night, she had confided in Aunt Wu about her situation. Although Aunt Wu had insisted that since her mother was indeed her mother, it was only right for her to take her to school, she had sounded so dejected that Feng Jingxin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She spent the night plagued by nightmares. Now, being awakened by Rong Ci only worsened her mood. Rong Ci, observing her daughter's displeasure, remained unperturbed and calmly replied, "The school is quite far. If you don't get up now, we will be late." Since it was not Lin Wu taking her to school, Feng Jingxin was reluctant to attend. She huffed softly, remaining silent. However, despite her stubbornness, she understood that she could not afford to be obstinate regarding school. She lay on the bed, sulking, "I understand." After a moment of silence, she turned to Rong Ci, "Mom, can you help me squeeze the toothpaste?" Rong Ci replied, "Of course." After entering the bathroom, Feng Jingxin picked up her phone and sent a good morning message to Lin Wu before entering the bathroom herself to brush her teeth with the toothbrush Rong Ci had prepared for her. As Rong Ci prepared a warm towel and handed it to her for drying her face, Feng Jingxin opened the wardrobe and inquired, "Which outfit should I wear?" Feng Jingxin glanced and replied, "Mom, I can change my clothes myself, you can head out first." Rong Ci closed the wardrobe door, "All right." After Rong Ci exited, Feng Jingxin pulled out the outfit she had specifically brought from home yesterday. It was a super cool camouflage suit that Aunt Wu had chosen for her. Today, she would wear this outfit to cheer on Aunt Wu. Chapter 14, Mother, do you not realize you are quite annoying? Thinking of the thrilling car race scheduled for tonight and the chance to see the dazzling Aunt Wu, Feng Jingxin felt a surge of happiness. After changing into her outfit, she picked up her phone to check for messages. Soon, a frown creased her brow. In the past, Aunt Wu would promptly respond to her messages, but today, even after she had finished her morning routine, there was still no reply. Could it be that Aunt Wu was upset? With this thought in mind, she hurriedly messaged Lin Wu, "Aunt Wu, what's wrong? Are you angry? Aunt Wu, you know I don't want my mother to take me to school. I prefer you, please don't be angry, okay?" After a considerable amount of time, there was still no response from Lin Wu. As Rong Xi finished gathering her things, she approached Feng Jingxin. Xin? Are you ready? It's time to go downstairs for breakfast. The lack of a reply from Lin Wu only heightened Feng Jingxin's anxiety, and in response to Rong Xi's urging, she impatiently exclaimed, I know. Mother. Could you please refrain from talking so much? It's quite bothersome, you know? With that, she stormed off, grabbing her backpack as she descended the stairs. Rong Xi observed her closely, following silently behind, noting that the outfit Feng Jingxin wore was unfamiliar. She had always prepared Feng Jingxin's clothing, consulting her preferences to ensure they aligned with her taste. However, since Feng Jingxin had accompanied Feng Tingshan to a country, her aesthetic had transformed. It was rumored that this change was a result of her engaging in rock climbing and skateboarding with Lin Wu. Lin Wu was not only academically talented but also had a plethora of hobbies, embodying an exceptionally radiant and charismatic modern woman. She excelled in skateboarding, rock climbing, paragliding, and more, which made Feng Jingxin idolize her to the extent of altering her own preferences. Although Rong Xi felt a twinge of sadness over Feng Jingxin's closeness to Lin Wu, she had never voiced her concerns, recognizing that these were her daughter's choices. Over the past 2 years, she had even purchased clothes tailored to Feng Jingxin's current tastes. Yet, the new clothes she bought were barely glanced at by Feng Jingxin, who now exclusively wore outfits selected by Lin Wu. Seeing the attire Feng Jingxin donned, Rong Xi almost instantly deduced the reason behind it. But she chose not to inquire further, pretending to be oblivious as they made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found that Feng Tinglin and the others had yet to awaken. However, the old lady was already up. Little Xi and Xin, you're awake so early. Rong Xi smiled, yes, good morning, Grandma. Feng Jingxin, in a sullen mood, mumbled a greeting, good morning, great-grandma. The old lady observed, Xin, are you feeling unhappy? What's the matter? Silence enveloped Feng Jingxin, she had no desire to speak. The butler, having heard Rong Xi knocking on Feng Jingxin's door, chimed in. She probably woke up grumpy, having been called out of sleep. The old lady chuckled at this and then inquired, where is Tingshan? Is he still in bed? Rong Xi maintained her composure, replying, Tingshan went out last night for some matters. The old lady's expression darkened immediately, she quickly guessed the situation. However, with children present, she refrained from admonishing Feng Tingshan in their presence. After breakfast, as they prepared to leave, Feng Jingxin realized she had forgotten something and dashed upstairs to retrieve it while Rong Xi waited downstairs. At that moment, Feng Jingxin's phone buzzed with a new message. Rong Xi caught sight of the notification labeled Kiss Aunt Wu Wu. She paused momentarily. Although Feng Jingxin was still young, since acquiring her phone, Rong Xi had always respected her privacy and never snooped. However, upon glimpsing the contents of the message from Lin Wu, she understood why Feng Jingxin had been irritable that morning. She quickly skimmed through their chat history and discovered that Feng Jingxin habitually messaged Lin Wu every morning to wish her a good day. Their conversations were frequent and lengthy. As she heard the elevator doors opening, Rong Xi nonchalantly returned the phone to its original place, feigning ignorance. When Feng Jingxin retrieved her phone and saw that Lin Wu had indeed replied, saying she couldn't bear to be angry and had not responded earlier because she was still waking up, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Rong Xi, walking ahead, glanced back slightly, instantly discerning the source of Feng Jingxin's joy. Immersed in her delight, Feng Jingxin failed to notice Rong Xi's backward glance. Once they got into the car, she settled in the back seat, resuming her conversation with Lin Wu. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance at Rong Xi to see if she was paying attention. And upon noticing that Rong Xi was solely focused on driving, she felt relieved. However, as the journey to school was lengthy, their conversation dwindled after half an hour. By this time, Feng Jingxin's mood had brightened considerably, and she felt inclined to engage with Rong Xi. Mother, do you have any free time this afternoon? Rong Xi, without turning her head, replied, what's the matter? Feng Jingxin coyly evaded a direct answer, just tell me. Things have been busy lately, I have no time. Why? Feng Jingxin beamed, oh, it's nothing. Given that her mother was unlikely to make a special trip to pick her up after school, It meant she could go directly to find Aunt Wu Wu without worrying about being discovered by her mother. How delightful. Upon arriving at school, Rong Ci accompanied Feng Jingxin to speak with her homeroom teacher before following her into the classroom. Suddenly, a sweet, high-pitched voice called out, "Sister Rong." Rong Ci paused, and a tiny figure rushed into her embrace. Fearing the child might fall, she quickly bent down to catch her. When the child looked up, Rong Ci recognized her instantly. It was Tian Tian, the neighbor's child she had rescued from a near dog bite a few days prior. Tian Tian, the little girl, with her two adorable pigtails and a cherubic smile, looked particularly innocent. Rong Ci instinctively softened her voice and smiled. "Tian Tian, you're here for school too." Before Rong Ci could finish her sentence, Feng Jingxin gave the little girl a hard shove. Rong Ci quickly caught the child before she hit the ground, asking, "Tian Tian, are you okay?" Tian Tian shook her head, holding back tears as she looked at Feng Jingxin in confusion. "Why did you push me?" Initially, Feng Jingxin didn't react. But upon seeing how familiar Tian Tian appeared with Rong Ci, and noticing Rong Ci still held her, her expression darkened. Witnessing Tian Tian's imminent tears, she scoffed, "So delicate. All pink and soft, ugly, and disgusting." Chapter 15, You steal away to dine without me. Tian Tian, with her sweet and lovely appearance befitting her age, was someone whom everyone couldn't help but want to embrace and kiss. She was utterly charming, never associated with anything unattractive or unpleasant. Growing up, she had always received compliments. But this was the first time someone spoke ill of her. Instantly, Tian Tian felt a wave of sadness and burst into tears, clinging tightly to Rong Ci. Rong Ci hurriedly embraced her, soothing her. "No, Tian Tian, you are not at all unpleasant. In fact, you are beautiful and adorable. Don't you believe that about yourself?" Upon hearing this, Tian Tian's spirits lifted slightly, yet before she could speak, Feng Jingxin, noticing Rong Ci still holding Tian Tian and praising her beauty, immediately felt a surge of emotion and exclaimed, I don't like you anymore. I don't want you to be my mom." With that, she attempted to run away. Rong Ci quickly reached out to hold her back. The hurtful words were unexpected, although Feng Jingxin was upset. She didn't wish to embarrass her in front of others. She embraced her, kissing her gently. "All right, don't be angry." Feng Jingxin was still very upset. But seeing Rong Ci kiss her eased her anger somewhat, transforming it into a sense of grievance as she suddenly cried out, "Then you mustn't hold her or say she's cute anymore." Rong Ci finally understood the root of her displeasure. It turned out she was feeling jealous. Although she claimed not to want Rong Ci as her mother anymore, the sight of someone else vying for her attention was intolerable. This struck Rong Ci as somewhat amusing. She didn't agree to Feng Jingxin's demand but kissed her again, comforting her emotions, and gently distanced both children from the crowd. Seizing the moment, Feng Jingxin squeezed Tian Tian out of Rong Ci's embrace. Tian Tian, with her gentle temperament, adored Rong Ci but did not harbor the same possessive feelings. Moreover, she found Feng Jingxin somewhat intimidating. Rong Ci, holding Feng Jingxin, spoke softly, Xin, Mommy understands that you want to appear tough, but everyone has different tastes. While you may prefer your cool self, there are also those who cherish a sweet and lovely demeanor. You cannot disparage others for their preferences. We must respect everyone's tastes. You understand this, don't you?" Rong Ci knew that her daughter was remarkably intelligent. What she said might be lost on other children, but Feng Jingxin would grasp it. Indeed, Feng Jingxin understood, recognizing her words were misguided. Yet, she simply could not bear to see Rong Ci being affectionate towards other children. She pouted, remaining silent. Rong Ci gently ruffled her hair and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "It's all right to make mistakes, what matters is correcting them. But you must not speak ill of others like that in the future, understood?" Seeing Rong Ci's unwavering kindness, Feng Jingxin's mood lightened, and she leaned against her. Nodding, "I understand." Rong Ci smiled, kissed her cheek, then turned to Tian Tian. "Tian Tian, this is Xin, my daughter. She has realized her mistake, will you forgive her?" Although Tian Tian was a bit intimidated by Feng Jingxin, she adored Rong Ci and obediently nodded, "Yes, I will." "Thank you, Tian Tian," Rong Ci smiled. Then looked at her daughter, Xin, "What should you say?" Feng Jingxin, lifting her head from Rong Si's embrace, replied, I'm sorry. Tian Tian shyly smiled, it's okay. With matters finally resolved, Rong Si sighed in relief and led both children to the classroom. The homeroom teacher took Tian Tian away. And Rong Si crouched down to look at her daughter, gently saying, all right, it's all settled. Shall we go into the classroom now? Feng Jingxin, unfazed by the earlier spectacle of her pushing and scolding, was not the type to shy away from situations. She had never been a timid child. Nor did she care about how others perceived her. Suddenly, she felt reluctant to let go of Rong Si. Mommy. Yes? Rong Si replied, returning the embrace. I want. She suddenly realized it had been a long time since she had eaten Rong Si's cooking and felt a pang of nostalgia. Yet, as the words formed on her lips, she remembered she was supposed to attend Lin Wu's competition that evening. Her eyes flickered, and she released Rong Si. It's nothing. Mommy's cooking was something she could have whenever she wished, but Lin Wu's competition was a rare event. Without hesitation, she chose to prioritize Lin Wu. All right. Let us head in quickly so the teacher isn't kept waiting. Okay. Feng Jingxin finally let go, but just before entering the classroom, she couldn't help but look back and say, Mommy, remember to call me at noon. Rong Si agreed, sure. With that assurance, Feng Jingxin confidently entered the classroom. Rong Si watched her stand proudly on stage, introducing herself before taking her seat, then waved goodbye and left for work at the phone group. Upon arriving at the company, she did not see Feng Tingshan but found Jiang bringing someone to her workstation. This is Su Hua, who will be taking over your position. Su Hua was stunning, adorned in designer attire. She scrutinized Rong Si for a moment, finding her to be both graceful and beautiful, though she concealed her appraisal, extending her hand warmly. Hello. Rong Jia, I'm Su Hua. I look forward to working with you in the coming days. Rong Si shook her hand, you're too kind. I graduated from T University, just completed my Master's in June. Rong Jia, which school did you attend? You graduated just this year? Rong Si mused. It seemed unusual for someone with little work experience to take over her role. However, perhaps Su Hua possessed exceptional qualities. For instance, despite the number of master's graduates in the office, she had still become their team leader. Contemplating this, Rong Si gently interrupted Su Hua, Miss Su. We have a meeting shortly, let us discuss work matters first. Su Hua playfully exclaimed, oh dear, I nearly forgot about the important stuff. Let us focus on work. As they made their way to the meeting, Su Hua lowered her voice and asked, Rong Jia, I heard that President Feng is particularly handsome, is that true? Rong Si replied honestly, yes. Su Hua expressed her excitement, hearing you say that makes me even more eager to meet President Feng. It's a pity that Secretary Jiang mentioned he won TB in the office today. President Feng won TB in the office today? That was news to Rong Si. However, it was understandable, with multiple businesses under his name, he wouldn't be present at the phone group every day. At noon, Su Hua insisted on dragging her to the cafeteria. After collecting their meals, Rong Si picked up her phone to call Feng Jingxin. Su Hua teased, calling your boyfriend? No. I'm calling my daughter. Your daughter? Are you married? Yes. Meanwhile, on the other end, Feng Jingxin was video calling Lin Wu, with Feng Tingshan also present. Feng Jingxin, pouting, looked at them, you two are sneaking off to eat without me. Well, Xin, you have school. After you finish, Auntie will personally pick you up. And we can all have dinner together, alright? That sounds better. Feng Jingxin glanced at Feng Tingshan, who had just served Lin Wu a dish. Then asked, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll have someone prepare it in advance. Chapter 16. It is indeed understandable that Feng Tingshan is captivated by her. Feng Jingxian felt a glimmer of happiness as she eagerly shared her favorite foods. Feng Tingshan listened attentively by her side. Once she finished, Lin Wu complimented the outfit Feng Jingxian was wearing. The attire you have on is truly beautiful and suits you perfectly. Is that so? Feng Jingxian inquired. Lin Wu responded with a smile, absolutely. She then asked, how was your day at school? Did you get along well with your classmates? Their conversation flowed effortlessly. filled with joy, while Feng Tingshan remained mostly silent, methodically enjoying his meal with a knife and fork. An unsuspecting waiter observed them and assumed they were a happy family, casting an envious glance at Lin Wu. At that moment, Feng Jingxian noticed a video call from Rong Ci. It was a call she had requested earlier that morning. However, she was thoroughly engrossed in her conversation with Lin Wu and hesitated to end it. Earlier that day, seeing Rong Ci holding other children had made her feel discontent. Yet, during class, the teacher had reassured her that parents love their children the most, and every child is unique in their mother's heart, irreplaceable by any other. This thought offered her comfort. Noticing her delay in answering, Rong Ci grew concerned and contacted the homeroom teacher. The teacher, situated in the children's lounge, chuckled upon learning of Rong Ci's call. Rest assured, she is perfectly fine, engaged in a video chat with her father and what seems to be an aunt. I will let her know not to worry. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci realized Feng Jingxian was enjoying a video call with Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan. Likely during their meal together. She gently said, "It's fine, let them talk, I won't disturb them." After hanging up, Rong Ci sent Feng Jingxian a message inquiring about her day at school, whether she had made new friends, and what she had for lunch. Reminding her to listen to the teacher and rest well when the time came. More than 10 minutes later, Feng Jingxian responded with a voice note, "Got it, Mom. I will sleep well." In the afternoon, after spending the day with Su Hua, Rong Ci found her to be cheerful, sociable, and quite competent in her work. Around 6 in the evening, as Rong Ci was preparing to leave for home, Su Hua approached her, offering to treat her to dinner as a token of gratitude for her guidance that day. "This is part of my job, there's no need for such formality, Secretary Su," Rong Ci replied. Just as Su Hua attempted to persuade her further, Rong Ci's phone rang. It was her mother-in-law, Sang Qian. Upon seeing the call, Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback. Sang Qian had always looked down on her, often ignoring her, and over the years, the instances of communication could be counted on one hand. With confusion, Rong Ci answered the call, "Mom?" Sang Qian wasted no time, commanding, "Tingyi has been secretly racing cars lately, and I'm quite worried. I'll send you the address shortly, please bring him back." Without a further word, she hung up. Moments later, she texted an address to Rong Ci, which led to a racetrack in the suburbs. Apologizing to Su Hua, Rong Ci said, "I'm afraid I have urgent business to attend to, I must leave." Over an hour later, she arrived at the destination. The racetrack was vast and bustling with activity, the noise overwhelming. Unable to reach Feng Tingyi by phone, she began searching for him. After nearly 20 minutes of searching, she finally spotted him. Feng Tingyi was astonished upon seeing her. "Sister-in-law? What are you doing here?" Rong Ci explained her purpose. He raised his hand in a vow. "Today is my goddess S, Asia's #1 female racer, CC, first race back in the country, and I cannot miss it. I promise I will return home after the race, and I won't cause any trouble. So please, sister-in-law, just go home." Before Rong Ci could respond, the crowd erupted in excitement, shouting CC's name. "Is my goddess about to appear?" Hearing the commotion, Feng Tingyi completely disregarded Rong Ci, enthusiastically joining the other spectators in their cheers while eagerly scanning the starting line with binoculars. His face was alight with fervor and excitement. Rong Ci, having not yet dined, decided to stay and watch the race with him, realizing that given his enthusiasm and the surrounding noise, he would not hear her regardless. After a while, Feng Tingyi handed her the binoculars, urging her, "Sister-in-law, look at my goddess. Number 38. The one in the red racing suit. She's incredibly sexy and wild." Although Rong Ci had no interest in racing, she humorously accepted the binoculars. Upon glancing through them, she froze. Lin Wu. CC was Lin Wu? She had heard that Lin Wu was skilled in extreme sports, but she had no idea she also raced cars, and so adeptly that she captivated so many young admirers. At that moment, Lin Wu, clad in a dark red racing outfit, exuded elegance and allure, her figure both striking and graceful, evoking an irresistible gaze. Rong Ci adjusted the binoculars and inadvertently caught sight of Feng Tingshan in the opposite stands. He, too, appeared mesmerized by Lin Wu, watching her intently. Rong Ci tightened her grip on the binoculars. Just then, the race was about to commence, and Feng Ting eagerly reclaimed the binoculars. Rong Ci remained focused on Feng Tingshen, aware that not only he, but also Feng Jingxian and several of Feng Tingshen's close friends were present. All likely there to support Lin Wu. As several racing cars zoomed past, cheers erupted from the crowd. Feng Tingyi took another look through the binoculars, excitedly handing them back to Rong Ci, sister-in-law. Look. My goddess drives boldly yet steadily, it's so cool. Rong Ci accepted them again and soon spotted Lin Wu, who skillfully seized the moment to make an audacious overtake on a sharp turn. The audience was collectively stunned by her daring maneuver, gasping in admiration. Having never paid attention to racing before, Rong Ci found herself equally captivated by Lin Wu's boldness, her breath caught in awe. In that moment, she realized that it was indeed reasonable for Feng Tingshen to be enchanted by her. Chapter 17. Regrettably, her brother is not fond of her. Yet, Rong Ci noticed that even the composed and aloof Feng Tingshen displayed an unmistakable expression of admiration and astonishment at this moment. Feng Jingxin and Qi Yuming leaped from their seats as the competition reached a fever pitch. Feng Tingyi reclaimed the binoculars, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Feng Tingshen and the others, as his attention remained solely on Lin Wu. As the contest paused briefly, Lin Wu stood in first place. Rong Ci requested the binoculars from Feng Tingyi, who was elated. Sister-in-law, you two have been captivated by my goddess, haven't you? I always said, regardless of gender, no one could resist her charm. Rong Ci smiled gently, averting her gaze, pondering a call to Feng Tingshen. She was curious about his reaction upon seeing her name on his phone. Most likely, he would dismiss the call immediately, as had been his customary behavior towards her. After contemplating this, she felt the call unnecessary and dismissed the thought. Yet, viewing it as a final attempt, she ultimately dialed Feng Tingshen's number. Then turned her attention back to the binoculars. She witnessed Feng Tingshen glance at her incoming call, and without hesitation, he disconnected, returning his focus to Lin Wu, whose presence consumed his gaze. Rong Ci took a deep breath and smiled, returning the binoculars to Feng Tingyi. For the remainder of the competition, she refrained from watching and ignored Feng Tingshen. The event concluded with Lin Wu taking first place. Feng Tingyi was ecstatic, eager to chase after her for an autograph. However, they were informed that CC, a scion of a prestigious family and a graduate PhD, merely indulged in racing as a hobby, eschewing fanfare and rarely granting autographs. Thus, obtaining her signature seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, this was a private race. And while chances for an autograph were typically higher, the exclusive racer's passage barred their entry. As Feng Tingyi and his friends lamented, they learned that Lin Wu had already departed with her companions to celebrate. Sang Qian had called to hasten their departure, and Rong Ci declined Feng Tingyi's request to join his friends, preparing to escort him back. Before leaving, Rong Ci visited the restroom. Exiting, she collided with someone. Apologies, they both said in unison, stepping back. Upon looking up, she froze. He Changbai, another close friend of Feng Tingshen. He recognized her as well, and his already cold demeanor became even more frigid. Rong Ci noted this change. She had known Feng Tingshen since she was 10. While he and He Changbai had grown up together, sharing a close bond. They had attended school together, played together, and collaborated on projects as they matured, frequently gathering. Regardless of their history or her marital status, Feng Tingshen had always kept her at a distance from his circle. Consequently, despite their acquaintance spanning over a decade, she and He Changbai had never been more than mere nodding acquaintances. Yet, shortly after meeting Lin Wu, he had introduced her to his circle, celebrating her birthday and attending her races. Rumor had it that Lin Wu had grown quite close to He Changbai and his friends, to the extent that even in Feng Tingshen's absence, they included her in gatherings. He Changbai and his companions had begun to treat her as one of their own. Perhaps this was why, in recent years, their demeanor towards her had grown increasingly distant. Previously, she had sought to foster a relationship with them, but they had looked down upon her, affording her no opportunity. Though she maintained her dignity, offering polite greetings when necessary, she often received indifference or scorn in return. This time, Rong Ci resolved to remain silent, passing by He Changbai without a word. However, he broke the silence. Miss Rong, are you interested in racing as well? His tone was icy. Rong Ci. Acutely aware of his insinuation, that he suspected her presence was to follow Feng Tingshen, turned to him, her voice cold. What do you mean to imply? He Changbai showed no shame at having his thoughts perceived, simply stating, I merely find it curious that someone like you would take an interest in racing. Someone like me? Rong Ci met his gaze. Mr. He, are we well acquainted? Do you truly know me? She pressed, since you believe you understand me so well. Perhaps you could enlighten me on what someone like me entails? To He Changbai, Rong Ci had always appeared composed and gentle, perhaps even shy. However, he perceived this as a mere faade, believing her to be deeply calculating. Otherwise she would not have resorted to such unscrupulous methods to win Feng Tingshen's affection years ago. Yet, after the fact, she maintained an innocent guise, never admitting her involvement in that scandal. He Changbai remained silent, merely observing her. He found no need to comment on her demeanor, nor did he deem it worthy of disdain. However, he noted a shift in her attitude. Today, her demeanor was somewhat different from their previous encounters, as if a mask had been cast aside. Yet, it was not entirely so, for her eyes were cold, sharp, and clear, laced with a hint of irony, as if mocking his self-righteous belief that he had discerned her character and had thus rendered judgment from a moral high ground. Rong Ci paid no mind to He Changbai's opinions, redirecting her gaze and departing. Sang Qian had arranged for Feng Tingyi to rent a room near the school. It was now 11 o'clock at night as Rong Ci escorted him back. Still growing. Feng Tingyi had eaten dinner but was already feeling hungry again. Sister-in-law, the late-night snacks over there are quite delightful, allow me to treat you, he proposed. Rong Ci, having not had dinner yet and craving something warm to fill her stomach, agreed. As they settled down, her stomach growled. Feng Tingyi paused, suddenly realizing, sister-in-law, you haven't had dinner? Indeed, she replied. He immediately felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, it's all my fault. It's quite all right. I wasn't hungry before, she reassured him. Feng Tingyi gazed at her gentle smile, feeling a pang of discomfort. He genuinely thought her to be exceptionally kind. Yet regrettably, his brother did not share the same sentiment. Chapter 18, she even gave up on Feng Tingshen when Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu returned home after celebrating with Lin Wu. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. The housekeeper, noticing that Feng Tingshen had only just returned with Feng Jingxin, inquired with concern, why are you so late? Feng Tingshen merely responded with a noncommittal sound and said little more. After escorting Feng Jingxin to her room, he returned to his own, switched on the lights, and finding Rong Ci absent, asked the housekeeper, is she not back tonight? Madam? No, she isn't. Feng Tingshen was taken aback. It seemed Rong Ci had been returning home less frequently in recent days. Such a pattern of staying out was unusual. Could something significant have occurred in the Rong family? The following day, Feng Jingxin was exuberantly enjoying her time with Lin Wu. Upon waking in the morning, her face radiated joy, feeling content. She recalled Rong Ci and hurriedly ran towards the master bedroom with her stuffed doll, exclaiming, Mommy! Mommy! The door to the master bedroom was ajar. Yet no one was in sight. Feng Jingxin's expression fell, just as Feng Tingshen emerged from the walk-in closet, dressed. She eagerly asked, Daddy, where's Mommy? Feng Tingshen, leisurely fastening his tie, replied casually, she's not at home. Not at home? Why not? You can ask her yourself. Okay. Feng Jingxin picked up her phone and dialed Rong Ci. Having just returned from a run, Rong Ci answered the call without hesitation, but before she could speak, Feng Jingxin chimed in, Mommy. Where are you? Rong Ci did not respond immediately, prompting Feng Jingxin to ask, what's the matter, xin? Do you need something from Mommy? Aside from Chu's Island, no one knew her current residence. She was currently relishing her solitary life and did not wish to be disturbed. Thus, she had no intention of revealing her whereabouts to Feng Jingxin. With the call on speaker, Feng Jingxin nestled on the bed shared by Rong Ci and Feng Tingshen, playfully saying, I miss you, Mommy. Can you take me to school later? Rong Ci replied. Mommy is quite far from you right now and won't make it back in time to pick you up for school. Maybe next time. Alright. Feng Jingxin felt a hint of disappointment and then made a natural request. Then, Mommy, you must take me to school tomorrow morning. Rong Xi hesitated, not replying immediately. She was reluctant to return to that place. Noticing her silence, Feng Jingxin questioned, Mommy? Feng Tingshan, listening in, also noted Rong Xi's hesitation and was somewhat surprised. After all, despite the numerous matters concerning the Rong family, given Rong Xi's past dedication to their daughter, he had assumed she would readily agree to such a simple request. Rong Xi suggested, how about letting Daddy take you instead? Feng Jingxin truly yearned for her mother. Feeling aggrieved by her unfulfilled request, her eyes welled with tears. No. I want you to take me. Besides yesterday, you haven't taken me to school in a long time. Since she insisted, Rong Xi conceded, alright, Mommy understands. Mommy promises you. Her agreement was not born out of sympathy for Feng Jingxin but rather a recognition of her responsibility as a mother since she had brought Feng Jingxin into this world. Feng Jingxin's face lit up with joy once more. As Feng Tingshan donned his watch, noticing their daughter wished to continue the conversation, he reminded her. If you don't head downstairs soon, you'll miss breakfast. Feng Jingxin gasped, ah. I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Mommy. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face first, so I'll talk to you later. Without waiting for Rong Xi to respond, she hastily ended the call. After breakfast, Rong Xi departed for her job at Feng Corporation, where a major meeting awaited. Feng Tingshan would also be in attendance. In the conference room. After sitting for over 10 minutes, Feng Tingshan finally arrived. The moment he walked in, Su Hua gasped, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Unable to tear her gaze away from him. It was only when the meeting officially commenced that she snapped back to reality and tugged at Rong Xi's sleeve, exclaiming, Mr. Feng is truly handsome. Rong Xi had merely glanced up when Feng Tingshan entered. Without lifting her head, she replied nonchalantly, MMM. Surprised by Rong Xi's apparent indifference towards Feng Tingshan, Su Hua now recalled that Rong Xi was already married and had an older child, which seemed reasonable. During the meeting, Su Hua's heart raced as she could not help but stare at Feng Tingshan, completely oblivious to the discussions taking place. Meanwhile, Rong Xi focused intently on her computer, taking notes. After the meeting concluded, Feng Tingshan left first, and the others gradually followed. Su Hua's heart continued to flutter until Jiangzhe approached to collect the notes Rong Xi had just taken, prompting her to withdraw her thoughts. Jiangzhe perused the notes and remarked, not bad, well done. Just doing my duty, Rong Xi replied. After Jiangzhe departed, Su Hua now realized she had not been paying attention during the meeting. She hurriedly requested Rong Xi to send her a copy of the notes. However, a moment later, she began to feel a headache coming on. Sister Rong, did you study architecture before? No. Then why do you know so many industry-specific terms? I taught myself from books. But it's merely superficial knowledge. The projects Feng Corporation invested in were diverse, over the years. She had dedicated considerable time to learning about various industries to excel in her role. Ah? So you've also read books related to the medical industry? Yes. Su Hua, having interacted with Rong Xi for 2 days, recognized her genuine competence, which had enabled her to ascend to the position of leader of their secretarial group at such a young age. Which books did you read? Please send me the list. I'd like to take a look. Sure, I'll send it to you later. By noon, Rong Xi curated a selection of introductory books that Su Hua might find useful and sent it over. Staring at the lengthy list of 40 to 50 titles, Su Hua felt overwhelmed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Tingshan had a guest, and Jiangzhe instructed Rong Xi to prepare a few cups of coffee to serve. Su Hua was surprised to learn that the coffee was made by Rong Xi. However, upon seeing Rong Xi complete the coffee, Jiangzhe insisted on personally delivering it, leading Su Hua to suspect that Feng Tingshan was keen on preventing anyone from using this opportunity to approach him. Curiously, she inquired, Sister Rong, have you never personally delivered coffee to the president? Not entirely, occasionally, if Jiangzhe and the others are busy, I do take it myself. Su Hua, who enjoyed coffee but had no intentions of learning to make it, brightened at Rong Xi's words. Sister Rong, how do you brew coffee that suits the president's taste? Could you teach me? Even if opportunities were rare, she was eager to seize them. Rong Ci, noticing Su Hua's intentions, replied, of course. Having even given up on Feng Tingshan, what was there to withhold from sharing her coffee brewing skills, which he favored? Chapter 19, Is she not back yet? At this moment, Jiangzhe happened to arrive at the tea room and paused upon hearing the conversation. He and Qing Yuan had always believed that Rong Ci could never truly bring herself to leave the company. They were confident she would find a way to stay. When Su Hua, who was to take over her duties, arrived at the office yesterday, they thought for sure that Rong Ci would act. After all, Su Hua was stunningly beautiful. How could Rong Ci not be concerned about allowing such a woman to remain close to Feng Tingshan? Yet, over the past few days, not only had Rong Ci accepted Su Hua, but she had also interacted amicably with her. Even going so far as to teach her the art of brewing coffee? What on earth was going on? Jiangzhe's thoughts were lost on Rong Ci. She diligently completed her tasks, declining Su Hua's invitation for dinner, and planned to return home to have a meal before continuing her research on AI-related topics. Just as she exited the company, her phone rang. It was a call from Fongjing Xian. Mom, are you done with your work? Rong Ci got into her car and asked, what's the matter? I want to eat crispy meat and water chestnut soup. Can you come home and make it for me? Rong Ci hesitated. She and Feng Tingshan had not officially divorced. And he had not called to ask her to move out. She believed he would not object to her returning home to prepare dinner for their daughter. However, she felt somewhat exhausted and had her own plans. While she accepted that Fongjing Xian was her responsibility, she also had her own life to lead and would no longer unconditionally sacrifice her time for her. She replied, Mom has something to attend to today. Perhaps next time. In the past, Rong Ci always prioritized Feng Tingshan and Fongjing Xian in all her arrangements, rarely saying no to them. Yet today, she had declined twice in succession. Although Fongjing Xian did not notice this shift, believing Rong Ci was genuinely busy, she was unaccustomed to being turned down and felt aggrieved. Mom, why have you been so busy lately? I don't care, I want crispy meat and water chestnut soup. Xian. Rong Ci felt a headache coming on. Fongjing Xian huffed in frustration and hung up the phone. Sitting in her car, Rong Ci's eyes reddened. She covered her eyes and remained silent for a while before driving away. Upon returning home, she hastily ate some noodles and had just opened her computer when Yuemo-san called. In a few days, there will be a banquet. Would you accompany me? I would like to introduce you to some people. Sure. Yuemo-san then inquired, when can you hand over your work? Very soon, probably in the next few days. That's good. Meanwhile, after Fongjing Xian hung up the phone, she expected Rong Ci to rush home to comfort her and cook dinner. However, as she waited and the clock ticked past 8 in the evening, Rong Ci still hadn't tea returned. The housekeeper, concerned that she might go hungry, suggested. Since Madam has matters to attend to, Miss, why not have a little something to tide you over until she returns? I don't want that. Fongjing Xian pouted. Seeing that Rong Ci had taken so long without even a phone call, she felt genuinely wronged and burst into tears at the housekeeper's remark. I only want to eat what Mom makes. The housekeeper, believing Rong Ci was truly occupied with important matters, thought for a moment and decided to call Feng Tingshan. After a brief wait, he answered. What is it? The housekeeper recounted the situation in detail. Put her on the phone. Fongjing Xian took the phone, sobbing, Dad. Just eat something first. Fongjing Xian wiped her tears but stubbornly remained silent. Feng Tingshan also did not speak. As she cried harder, he said in a calm tone, we will go out this weekend. You can choose the destination. Her sobs ceased momentarily. Really? Yes, but first, eat something. Dad. Have you eaten? I'm at a social gathering. Oh, then go eat. Understood. Though she pouted, Fongjing Xian's mood lifted. And she obediently went downstairs to eat. After ending the call, Feng Tingshan returned to the private room, where someone jested, CEO Feng. You always have so many phone calls. Feng Tingshan took a sip of his drink, my daughter is throwing a tantrum and refusing to eat. I just had to coax her a bit. The others exchanged glances, surprised. Over the years, there had been whispers that Feng Tingshen had married years ago. Yet no one knew who his wife was. Some even claimed that he was still single. The truth was unclear, and they dared not ask further. Now, hearing him mention having a daughter, many were astonished but more cautious not to pry. After dinner, Feng Jingxian waited for Rong Xi to return home. However, as night approached and she had already showered, Rong Xi still had not arrived. She remained attentive to any sounds from outside. When she finally heard a car approaching after 10, her eyes brightened, and she dashed downstairs, calling, "Mom." Yet, as she saw Feng Tingshen walking through the door, her cheerful voice came to an abrupt halt. "Dad?" Feng Tingshen handed his coat to the housekeeper, noticing the disappointment on her face. "What's wrong?" "I thought Mom was home." He did not feel the jealousy of a father whose child only wanted her mother. After a moment's pause, he said, "She hasn't returned yet?" Feng Tingshen shrugged it off. "She must be busy with something." "Didn't she promise to take you to school in the morning?" "Get some rest, you'll see her tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxian felt a bit better. All right. After sending her upstairs, Feng Tingshen went to the study to attend to some matters. By the time he finished, it was nearly midnight. He assumed Rong Xi had returned during his busyness. However, upon entering his room, he discovered that she was still absent. It seemed something must have truly happened at the Rong family. The following morning, Rong Xi rose early to take Feng Jingxian to school. After a quick breakfast, she drove out of the neighborhood. As she entered the familiar villa area, a fleeting sense of disorientation washed over her. She had lived there for nearly 7 years. Yet having been away for just over 20 days felt like an eternity. In truth, everything around her appeared unchanged. Yet she began to feel a sense of unfamiliarity with her surroundings. The housekeeper spotted her and hurried out to greet her. "Madam, you are back." Taking a moment to register the housekeeper's address, Rong Xi ultimately chose not to correct her, simply responding with a nod and asking, "Where's Xian?" She should still be sleeping. It was nearly time. If Feng Jingxian did not hurry down for breakfast, she would be late. However, Rong Xi had no intention of going upstairs. She merely asked Aunt Lu to go up and urge her. "Madam, have you had breakfast?" "It's already prepared." "Would you like to?" Rong Xi smiled faintly and shook her head. "No need, I've already eaten." "Ah, understood." At that moment, Feng Tingshen descended the stairs. Rong Xi glanced at him but remained silent, merely giving a slight nod as a greeting. Feng Tingshen paused briefly. And before he could speak, Feng Jingxian bounded down the stairs and leaped into Rong Xi's embrace. Rong Xi held her close, ruffling her hair, and smiled. "It's getting late, hurry and eat breakfast." Feng Jingxian was delighted to see her mother first thing in the morning. Snuggling into Rong Xi and inhaling her familiar scent, feeling content and pulling her to join her for breakfast. Rong Xi had not yet risen. "Mother has already eaten." "You should go ahead." Feng Jingxian pleaded, then, "Mother, will you keep me company and talk?" While the mother and daughter engaged in conversation, Feng Tingshen had already taken a seat in the dining hall. Unable to refuse her daughter, Rong Xi accompanied Feng Jingxian to the dining area and sat down opposite Feng Tingshen. The butler poured a glass of water for Rong Xi, who sipped it quietly while attentively listening to Feng Jingxian animatedly recount the events from school the previous day. As for Feng Tingshen, she chose to disregard him entirely. Naturally, Feng Tingshen noticed the change in Rong Xi's demeanor towards him. It was the same when they returned to the ancestral home last time. Reflecting on this, Feng Tingshen furrowed his brow, momentarily pausing his meal. Chapter 20. Don't move. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Rong Xi happened to glance over and saw his phone on the table displaying the word baby on the caller ID. Rong Xi thought she had moved on. But after loving him for so many years, how could she truly let go? The sight of those 2 words pierced her heart, prompting her to avert her gaze. The deep pain in her eyes did not escape Feng Tingshen's notice as he raised his gaze, yet he unreservedly answered the call in her presence. His tone gentle as he asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Jingxian also noticed the commotion on Feng Tingshen's side. In her memory, He only displayed such tenderness when dealing with Linwu. For a moment, she forgot Rong Ci was present and cheerfully inquired, "Daddy, is it Aunt Wu Wu?" Feng Tingshan replied softly, "Yes." Just as Feng Jingxian was about to express her desire to chat with Aunt Wu Wu, she remembered that Rong Ci disliked Lin Wu, and the words caught in her throat. Nevertheless, her good mood was affected. Frowning, she thought to herself that it would be wonderful if her mother could get along well with Aunt Wu Wu. On the other end, Lin Wu must have said something that made Feng Tingshan furrow his brow with concern. He hastily left without finishing his breakfast. Observing his hurried departure, Feng Jingxian couldn't help but feel anxious. However, with Rong Ci present, she refrained from asking questions. Still, her appetite waned, and she pulled Rong Ci up, saying, "Mom, I'm done eating. Let us hurry out." Though Feng Jingxian didn't voice her thoughts, Rong Ci noticed every nuance of her reaction, understanding that she was eager to learn about Lin Wu's situation. Yet, she said nothing. "You haven't eaten much, take some with you in the car," she suggested. "No. I'm not hungry," Feng Jingxian replied. Rong Ci paused, deciding not to press the matter further. Once they were in the car, Feng Jingxian did not wait a moment longer. After taking her seat in the back, she immediately messaged Lin Wu. Rong Ci saw this but remained silent. A moment later, Lin Wu replied, saying it was merely a fever and cold, nothing serious. However, Lin Wu's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, leaving Feng Jingxian still worried. She quickly messaged Lin Wu, informing her that she would visit after school. As she sent the message, Feng Jingxian felt a pang of guilt. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed one of Rong Ci's meals, and she had intended to have dinner with her that evening. Fortunately, she hadn't had the chance to voice it yet. With that thought in mind, she stole a glance at Rong Ci in the driver's seat, relieved to see that she had not noticed her turmoil. Upon arriving at school, Feng Jingxian affectionately hugged Rong Ci, saying, "Mom, I'm heading in now." "Okay," Rong Ci replied. Unaware of Rong Ci's cool demeanor, Feng Jingxian skipped happily into the school. Shortly after returning to the company, Rong Ci received news that Feng Tingshan had an unexpected matter to attend to, and the morning meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock was postponed to the afternoon. Feng Tingshan's so-called urgent matter was, in fact, to personally care for the ailing Lin Wu. Rong Ci showed little reaction, focusing intently on her work. Around 2 o'clock that afternoon, Feng Tingshan likely returned to the office. As Jiangzhe contacted everyone to announce a meeting at 3 o'clock and requested Rong Ci prepare a cup of coffee for Feng Tingshan. During the meeting, as Feng Tingshan entered the conference room, Rong Ci's fingers froze over the keyboard. He had changed his clothes, no longer wearing what he had on that morning. He had gone to see Lin Wu, and though they might not have done anything, it was entirely possible that Feng Tingshan, feeling sympathetic towards Lin Wu, had gone to bed with her to soothe her to sleep. Lost in thought, her expression momentarily vacant, she was jolted back to reality when she noticed Feng Tingshan's cold gaze fixed upon her. Remembering his tenderness and care for Lin Wu contrasted sharply with his impatience and indifference towards her, Rong Ci clenched her fists and averted her gaze. Not long after the meeting concluded, Jiangzhe approached her, informing her that her handover tasks were nearly complete, and she would not need to come to the office the following day. "I understand," Rong Ci replied. Even if Jiangzhe had not mentioned it, she had intended to bring this up once she finished her current workload. Since he had come in person, it saved her a trip. Jiangzhe was taken aback by how readily she agreed. "You." Rong Ci extended her hand, "Thank you for your care over the years." Jiangzhe, still in disbelief, shook her hand and replied, "You're too polite." Rong Ci gathered her belongings and departed. Jiangzhe remained in shock, unable to believe she had truly left. "What are you dazed about?" Qing Yuan patted his shoulder. "Rong Ci has left the company." Qing Yuan paused, astonished. "Is that true? Has she really decided to leave the company?" His incredulity was palpable. He chuckled, "Just because she has left now doesn't mean she won't find a way back. Just wait, it won't be long before she returns with the help of the old lady Feng." Jiangzhe remained silent. Although he found it hard to believe, he sensed that Rong Ci was serious about her decision. After leaving the phone group, Rong Si headed straight home, with her thoughts returning to Lin Wu. She did not receive a call from Feng Jingxian for the next 2 days. Late the following night, when Chu Zilan developed a fever, Rong Si hurriedly closed her book, grabbed her car keys, and stepped outside. It had rained all day, and even at this hour, the downpour showed no signs of abating. Chu Zilan lived in the old city area, and the streets were deserted at this time. She stopped by a pharmacy near Chu Zilan's neighborhood to buy some medicine. As she was closing her umbrella and getting into her car, the passenger door suddenly swung open, and a tall figure entered. Rong Si's heart raced as she turned her head, only to find a black gun aimed at her. "Don't move." The man was clad entirely in black, wearing a mask, and his hat cast a shadow over his face, obscuring his features. But his gaze was cold and piercing. Rong Si raised her hands, remaining still. The man took her bag and phone, stating, "I won't harm you. After you take me where I need to go, you can leave." Without waiting for her response, he commanded, "Drive." The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any cars or people. And the pharmacy was a distance away. As Rong Si calculated her options, she noticed an overwhelming scent of blood permeating the car. Momentarily startled, she started the engine and asked, "Where to?" "Just go straight to the Rongdong dock. I'll guide you on the specifics." "No need, I know the way," she replied, driving off. From then on, Rong Si focused intently on the road, while the man remained silent, and the car fell into a quiet calm. The Rongdong dock was half an hour away, yet throughout the journey, Rong Si remained composed, driving steadily and accurately, not making a single wrong turn. The man's grip on the gun tightened as he observed her, his gaze slowly shifting. Yet, Rong Si was oblivious to this change. After a while, the man instructed, "Park under the banyan tree up ahead." "All right," she replied. The car smoothly came to a stop at the curb, but the man kept his gun trained on her. As he prepared to exit, she calmly retrieved her bag, flipping through it in his presence, saying, "I have some wound medication." During the half-hour ride, the scent of blood had grown increasingly potent, and she realized the man was likely injured. He hesitated but ignored her offer, stepping out and quickly disappearing into the darkness. Since he declined her goodwill, Rong Si did not press the matter, turning the steering wheel to leave. A few minutes later, the man boarded the boat that had come to pick him up, removing his hat and mask. At that moment, his phone rang. As he instructed someone to tend to his wounds, he answered the call. Before he could speak, Chi Yuming hurriedly asked, "Chang Bo, are you all right? My people said they couldn't reach you, where are you?" "An unexpected incident occurred, and I have now arrived at the dock." "That is fortunate. How could such a thing happen?" "It startled me." After a moment, hanging up the phone, Changbai gazed at the tall banyan tree in the distance, lost in thought. Rong Si returned to Chu's Island's side half an hour later. Chu's Island had taken her medicine and sipped some porridge, her spirits slightly lifted. Yet she furrowed her brow. "Why do I smell blood?" "Xiao Si, are you injured?" "No." The man was the one injured when he took her phone and bag. Blood had stained them. Upon her return, she had indeed wiped them down, but it seemed she had not completely cleaned them. Chapter 21, Worthless before you the following day. After Chu's Island had completely recovered from her fever, Rong Si finally returned home. She had yet to prepare the gown she needed for the banquet the next evening. In the afternoon, Rong Si stepped out. Upon arriving at a high-end gown boutique, she noticed the store manager and several attendants were busy arranging a particular dress. It wasn't until she approached that they acknowledged her presence. "Apologies, miss. How may I assist you?" "I would like to take a look," she replied. "Certainly." Though married into the Feng family, she had seldom attended any banquets over the years. After all, Feng Tingshan and Sang Qian did not include her even for formal occasions. As for old Mrs. Feng, she had withdrawn from the limelight long ago and had little interest in the world of wealth and fame. While Rong Si was not particularly knowledgeable about gowns, her exposure to high-end fashion through Chu's Island had endowed her with a basic aesthetic sense. Nevertheless, the plethora of exquisite gowns in the boutique left her feeling overwhelmed. She had no intention of being overly selective, she merely desired something acceptable. As she contemplated, the gown that the attendants had been fussing over caught her eye. It was a delicate lavender gown made of sheer fabric, cinched at the waist with intricately embroidered flowers. Paired with an elegant and luxurious necklace adorning the model's neck, it perfectly blended ethereal grace with opulence. Unable to resist, she approached it. Just as she reached out to feel the fabric, the store manager abruptly seized her hand. Ouch, Rong Ci winced, furrowing her brow. The manager quickly released her grip. I apologize, miss. It was unintentional. However, this gown is a bespoke piece for our elite clientele, and there is only one in the world. The price is substantial. And we cannot afford any mishaps. That's quite all right. Rong Ci felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing it was already claimed. The boutique's gowns ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, with the most expensive surpassing $1 million. Yet, in comparison to the gown she had just seen, even the priciest pieces appeared rather mundane. Ultimately, she chose a long, ivory silk gown adorned with floral patterns. As she was checking out and requesting the gown to be wrapped, she overheard two attendants whispering nearby. That necklace and gown reportedly exceed 30 million. It's like wearing a luxury villa. Indeed, it's extravagant. And most likely, she'll wear it only once. 30 million. How astonishingly expensive. Even if it were available, she could not afford such a sum. Rong Ci shook her head and turned to leave. Upon returning home, Chu Xilan called to invite her for a lavish dinner. Upon learning that Rong Ci would attend the banquet the following evening, she rushed over the next afternoon to personally prepare her look. With Rong Ci's keen eye for fashion and the meticulous makeup crafted by Chu Xilan, her graceful and radiant demeanor was beautifully highlighted. That evening, when Yu Mashuan came to pick her up, he was immediately captivated by her beauty. You're stunning. This suits you perfectly. Thank you. Once in the car, Yu Mashuan remarked, so, you're officially returning to the company tomorrow? Yes. He continued, by the way. Lin Wu will also be starting tomorrow. That's the algorithm genius I mentioned to you last time. I'll introduce you both then. Rong Ci paused, her expression shifting. Lin Wu? You mean that person named Lin Wu? The one who just returned from country A? Yu Mashuan nodded, clearly surprised. Yes, do you know her? She is my half-sister. Yu Mashuan was taken aback. He was somewhat aware of Rong Ci's family situation and hadn't anticipated such a coincidence. Rong Ci's gaze turned cold as she added. She is also Feng Tingshan's mistress. The car abruptly braked. Yu Mashuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Rong Ci shook her head. I am fine. Her expression remained calm as she continued, however, whether you call it nepotism or not, I do not agree with her joining our company. Yu Mashuan was momentarily stunned before nodding affirmatively. I won't oppose your decision. Rong Ci felt warmth in her heart. Thank you. After a brief pause, she added. But this will directly cost you a genius. Yu Mashuan chuckled, glancing at her. She may indeed be a genius in algorithms, but compared to you, she is utterly insignificant. He spoke the last words with utmost seriousness. Rong Ci was taken aback, feeling that Yu Mashuan was exaggerating. He, knowing her thoughts, smiled and said, I speak the truth. Surprised by his words, Rong Ci pondered and asked, she has been interviewing for a while, why hasn't she started yet? Yu Mashuan shook his head. She mentioned needing to handle some matters, but I did not inquire further. After a brief drive, they arrived at their destination, while Rong Ci remained deep in thought. What's on your mind? Yu Mashuan asked. I just don't quite understand why she would want to join our company. While our company is performing well, there are certainly larger firms in the country. With Lin Wu's background and education, she has numerous options. She is a major shareholder of the company, true. But due to certain circumstances, her identity is not public. Lin Wu likely does not know of our connection. Thus, Lin Wu could not possibly be pursuing her. Yu Mashuan stroked his chin, suddenly smiling. During our chat, she mentioned our company's programming language, expressing great interest in QAP. QAP was a programming language developed by Rong Ci's team when she was 17. At the time, many considered it rather ordinary. Yet it had since become the company's most formidable asset. Over the years, its excellence had become widely recognized in the industry, with numerous professional teams attempting to dissect it. Yet none succeeded. It had become an unattainable standard. Without a doubt, Lin Wu was drawn to this programming language. In recent years, many talented individuals have joined our company specifically for this language. Rong Xi had not anticipated this revelation. Yu Mashuan looked at her, affectionately ruffling her hair. So, my assertion that she is worthless compared to you is not an exaggeration. Yu Mashuan, being well acquainted with her brilliance, certainly understood the extent of her talent. After all, before Rong Xi's emergence, he had been hailed as a genius himself. Chapter 22, Introducing a Genius. Upon their arrival, the banquet hall was nearly filled with guests. Rong Xi, possessing striking features and an exceptional demeanor, immediately captivated a multitude of attendees as she entered the hall. The host of the banquet, familiar with Yu Mashuan, approached them with a welcoming smile. Just as he was about to greet Yu Mashuan and Rong Xi, a new group of guests arrived at the entrance, causing the host to momentarily hesitate, questioning his own vision. The other guests in the hall were equally astonished upon seeing the newcomers. With their backs turned to the entrance, Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan remained oblivious to the unfolding spectacle. Curiosity piqued, they turned to discover the source of the guests' astonished yet delighted expressions. The host, after casting them an apologetic glance, moved past them toward the doorway. Mr. Feng, Mr. He, Mr. Qi, Rong Xi heard, her heart skipping a beat as a suspicion formed within her. Turning around, she was met with the undeniable sight of Feng Tingshen, He Changbai, and Qi Yuming. However, alongside them was Lin Wu, adorned in the exquisite pale purple gown she had seen at the boutique just the day before, valued at over 30 million. Lin Wu's tall and curvaceous figure, combined with her commanding presence, rendered her both alluring and elegant in the flowing garment, evoking an aura that felt almost unattainable. How could it be Feng Tingshen, He Changbai, and Qi Yuming? Aren't they seldom seen at such gatherings? What brings them here today? Whispers circulated among the guests, speculating on the identity of the stunning woman accompanying them. Is she Feng Tingshen's partner? Her beauty and poise are simply extraordinary, a testament to her status among the elite. If only I could possess such a woman, I would gladly sacrifice a decade of my life. Yet, another voice chimed in. But I prefer that lady in the beige gown, her grace is pure, tranquil, and remarkably exquisite. Such a rarity compared to Mr. Feng's companion. Alas, she is already taken. At that moment, Rong Xi overheard an exclamation. Goodness, that gown. I was utterly stunned when I saw it yesterday. The shopkeeper mentioned it was custom-made by a prominent figure for his girlfriend. I had speculated on who it could be, but never imagined it was Feng Tingshen. Over 30 million, can you believe it? Upon hearing this, Rong Xi's gaze slowly fell. When she had first seen the gown on Lin Wu, she had suspected it might have been a gift from Feng Tingshen. After all, despite the Lin family's flourishing business, spending tens of millions on a single outfit was beyond their current means. To Feng Tingshen, however, such an expense was inconsequential. It was evident that he had devoted considerable thought to Lin Wu. The gown, ordered a fortnight in advance, suggested that Feng Tingshen had planned to bring Lin Wu to this event all along. Yu Mashuan was well aware that Feng Tingshen rarely accepted invitations to banquets, making this occurrence all the more surprising. Moreover, the fact that Feng Tingshen had brought Lin Wu along caught him off guard. He cast a concerned glance at Rong Xi. Xiao Xi. Rong Xi offered a serene smile and shook her head gently. I am fine. While she had initially felt a jolt of shock, she had since moved past it. As many guests flocked toward Feng Tingshen and his party, they remained oblivious to Rong Xi's presence, concealed behind a thick wall of onlookers. Though appearing gentle and composed, Yu Mashuan knew that Rong Xi was inherently a person of determination, unafraid to pursue her aspirations. In her professional endeavors, she poured her heart and soul into her interests, undeterred by the potential lack of market viability in her research. To her, the value of an idea could only be gauged through experimentation. Her approach to love mirrored this sentiment. She loved Feng Tingshen and had the courage to risk her future, forsaking further academic pursuits to embrace family life. Though the price had been steep, Yu Mashuan had never once seen regret in Rong Xi's eyes. Thus, when she claimed to be unfazed and ready to move on, he believed her. Would you like something to drink? He asked with a smile. Sure, she replied, returning the smile. They navigated against the tide of guests toward the refreshment area. Shall we indulge in some wine? Just a little, she replied. Although she was not fond of drinking, her tolerance was surprisingly decent. They clinked their glasses and stood quietly, savoring the wine. Moments later, someone approached them. Ma Xuan, you made it. Professor Liu, Ma Xuan greeted, moving forward to shake hands. I was just about to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Professor Liu chuckled teasingly, really? I find that hard to believe. Indeed. I assure you, Ma Xuan replied earnestly. I came here specifically to introduce you to someone. Oh? Professor Liu's gaze shifted to Rong Ci. A look of admiration mingled with curiosity in his eyes. She was indeed a remarkable young talent, but for what purpose was she being introduced? Isn't a recent language programming project facing a bottleneck? He inquired. Ma Xuan, ever the gentleman, gestured toward Rong Ci. This is Rong Ci. My junior sister, an absolute genius in language programming. I guarantee she will be of assistance to you. Your junior sister? Professor Liu, a prominent figure in the domestic AI landscape, had trained numerous exceptional students. Yet, the name Rong Ci was unfamiliar to him. Absolutely, Ma Xuan affirmed. CUAP, the programming language, was developed by her team 8 years ago. Professor Liu could hardly believe his ears. Is that true? Indeed. After speaking with her, I believe you will quickly find your answer, Ma Xuan encouraged. Filled with enthusiasm, Professor Liu began to pose a few questions to Rong Ci, and as their conversation progressed, both became increasingly animated, engrossed in their dialogue. Ma Xuan, sipping his drink, observed them with a smile, choosing not to interrupt. Just then, he looked up to find Lin Wu approaching him. As their eyes met, she nodded and offered a polite smile. Recalling Lin Wu's status, Ma Xuan hesitated momentarily, but before he could gather his thoughts, she had already approached him. Mr. Yu. Chapter 23. This matter is not resolved. Before Ma Xuan could utter a word, Rong Ci heard someone approaching to greet him. She turned slightly and locked eyes with Lin Wu. Originally adorned with a polite smile, Lin Wu's expression turned icy upon seeing Rong Ci. With a mere glance, she averted her gaze and feigned a smile towards Ma Xuan, intending to engage him in conversation. However, Ma Xuan, with a smile, addressed Rong Ci first. This is Miss Lin. Would you like to be introduced, Xiao Ci? Ma Xuan's statement carried 3 implications. Firstly, it indicated his close relationship with Rong Ci. Secondly, he acknowledged the animosity between her and Rong Ci. And thirdly, it made his stance clear, he sided with Rong Ci in their conflict. Lin Wu was previously unaware of the acquaintance between Ma Xuan and Rong Ci, let alone the depth of their relationship. Yet, now that Ma Xuan had spoken, Lin Wu could grasp his intention. She coldly remarked, so, does Mr. You imply that I need not report to Changma tomorrow? Ma Xuan smiled appreciatively and clapped his hands, saying, Miss Lin, you are indeed sharp-witted. He could have conveyed his message to Lin Wu in a more subtle manner, but he chose not to. His actions unequivocally signaled to Lin Wu that there was no room for ambiguity. He stood firmly with Rong Ci, and it was for her that he made this decision. Lin Wu understood this clearly. She did not feel embarrassed or humiliated. In her view, while Changma was respectable, it paled in comparison to the Feng family. And Ma Xuan was not significant enough to demean her. Without further comment, she turned and left with a serene demeanor. Rong Ci observed her departure with a warm smile. Eager to speak with Ma Xuan, but soon noticed Feng Tingshen and He Changbai, along with Qi Yuming, casting their gazes in her direction. It could be said that their interest was primarily directed towards Lin Wu, likely surprised by her presence at the gathering. Upon seeing her, Qi Yuming and He Changbai displayed expressions of astonishment, while Feng Tingshen maintained an impassive countenance. As if Lin Wu were a mere stranger rather than his wife. What's the matter? Ma Xuan inquired. Rong Ci shook her head and replied with a smile, nothing. At that moment, Lin Wu had already returned to her group, prompting Feng Tingshen and the others to shift their attention away from her. Rong Ci resumed her conversation with Professor Liu. After Professor Liu departed, she took a sip of her drink and, upon looking up, found Qi Yuming watching her with a smirk. Feng Tingshen, however, had turned his back. Noticing her gaze, Qi Ming raised his glass in a silent toast. Rong Xi furrowed her brow, perplexed by his gesture. It appeared that Qi Ming had scoffed at her before diverting his gaze, no longer paying her any mind. Suddenly, Rong Xi comprehended the underlying message. He likely believed that she and Ma Xuan had wronged Lin Wu. And this was his way of indicating that the matter was far from over. Frowning, Rong Xi contemplated this development. After a while, the host of the evening's festivities returned to their group. After exchanging pleasantries, he queried Ma Xuan, "Are you acquainted with that Miss Lin?" It was clear he referred to Lin Wu. Ma Xuan replied with a smile, "To some extent, why do you ask?" He elaborated. "I learned during our earlier conversation that she is not from the capital but from El City. Her family business is doing quite well, and she is rather well known there. However, in the capital, such a background is considered modest, especially when compared to influential families like the Fengs, He's, and Qis." Ma Xuan continued, "So?" The host opined, "Typically, families of her standing find it challenging to make their presence felt in our circle, let alone gain favor with the prominent families. Yet, Miss Lin has effortlessly integrated into this core circle and formed strong ties. She is indeed impressive. I was puzzled as to why Feng Tingshen would suddenly attend my banquet until I realized he was there to introduce her to potential connections. His willingness to personally facilitate her network, accompanied by He Changbai and others, indicates his serious regard for her. Otherwise, he would not go to such lengths for a mere trifle." With Feng Tingshen's backing, it seemed the Lin family was destined for great heights. Both Ma Xuan and Rong Xi remained silent, absorbing this information. The host then remarked, "With a daughter like that, the Lin family must feel fortunate indeed. It is truly enviable." As the host concluded his remarks, Rong Xi glanced up and noticed that Feng Tingshen and his companions had departed the banquet hall, seemingly having left early. Even upon recognizing her presence, Feng Tingshen had not spared her a glance. Half an hour later, Rong Xi and Ma Xuan also took their leave. Upon returning home, her phone rang. It was a call from Feng Tingshen. She paused, wondering if he was coming to reprimand her for supposedly bullying Lin Wu alongside Ma Xuan. Qi Ming's earlier warning likely stemmed from Feng Tingshen's sentiment. After 2 seconds of contemplation, she answered calmly, "Hello." Feng Tingshen's voice was cold, "Come home." Rong Xi felt no urgency to return. "If you have something to say, just say it. Xing Xian has a fever and wants to see you." With that, he hung up. Rong Xi was taken aback, grabbed her car keys, put on her shoes, and left. Upon arriving at the villa, she found no sign of Feng Tingshen but paid it no mind. Heading straight to her daughter's room on the second floor. Feng Xian was suffering from a high fever and was receiving 4 fluids. Weakly, she called out, "Mama," reaching for her to hold her close. Rong Xi carefully noted the foresight on her hand as she cradled her in her arms, inquiring of Aunt Lu beside her. "Has she eaten?" "Not long after eating, she threw it all up," Aunt Lu replied. Rong Xi frowned and, after checking in with the doctor about the situation, asked the curled-up Feng Xian, "Are you hungry? Mama will make you some of your favorite porridge to have after your 4. MHM, the child replied. Previously, whenever she fell ill, it was always Rong Xi who cared for her. She could never stomach the porridge made by others, only that made by her mother would suffice. With a small wrinkle of her nose, she asked, "Where's Daddy? Hasn't he come back yet?" Rong Xi paused. When she received Feng Tingshen's call earlier, she assumed he had already returned. Entering the house without seeing him, she thought he might be in his study. Now, hearing Feng Xian's question, she realized that Feng Tingshen had not yet come home. Given the proximity of the hotel hosting the banquet to their residence, and considering he had left at least half an hour before her, he should have been home by now, even if he had dropped Lin Wu off first. However, if he had not left immediately after dropping her off, or if he had intended not to return tonight, that would be a different matter altogether. Chapter 24, An unspoken accusation. At that moment, footsteps echoed from beyond the doorway. It was Feng Tingshen's return. "Papa." Feng Tingshen acknowledged, proceeding towards the bedside. Rong Xi, upon noticing him, intended to set Feng Jingxin down to make room for Feng Tingshen. However, the little girl clung to her, extending her arms towards Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan leaned in, embracing Feng Jingxin. His proximity allowed Rong Ci to detect his familiar masculine cologne. Yet, intertwined with that familiar scent was a delicate, feminine fragrance. A fragrance she had encountered on Lin Wu during the evening's banquet. Rong Ci averted her gaze, distancing herself from Feng Tingshan until the mingled scents were no longer perceptible. Feng Tingshan's hand, adorned with an exquisite timepiece, gently touched Feng Jingxin's fair forehead before he inquired of Rong Ci, "What's her temperature now? Has it subsided at all?" Rong Ci reiterated the physician's assessment. "The high fever has transitioned to a low-grade 1, but it's still unstable and could potentially return." Feng Tingshan settled on the edge of the bed with Feng Jingxin in his arms. She nestled against him, unwilling to be parted, yet furrowed her brow. "Papa. Your coat is too stiff." Feng Tingshan removed his coat, offering it to Rong Ci, who instinctively accepted it. She cradled it in her arms until the distinct intermingling of the two fragrances became apparent, reminding her of their impending divorce. In the past, she would have cherished the simple act of holding his coat, a happiness she would have been reluctant to relinquish. But now, she casually placed the coat aside and informed Feng Jingxin, "I'll go downstairs to prepare some porridge." With both Feng Tingshan and Rong Ci present, Feng Jingxin's spirits seemed to lift. Upon hearing Rong Ci's offer, she obediently nodded, "Okay, thank you, Mama." Rong Ci smiled and turned to leave Feng Jingxin's room. Observing her departing figure, Feng Tingshan's gaze lingered on the suit jacket she had draped over the chair. After setting the porridge to simmer, Rong Ci began preparing the accompanying ingredients. 20 minutes elapsed before she washed her hands and emerged from the kitchen. Rong Ci hesitated momentarily before ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor and turning the corner, she observed Feng Tingshan standing by the window at the end of the corridor, engaged in a phone conversation. "The fever has subsided, there's no need to worry." Was he conversing with Lin Wu? Would Lin Wu genuinely be concerned about Feng Jingxin? Rong Ci redirected her gaze and entered Feng Jingxin's room. Feng Jingxin had fallen asleep after the foredrip. She had perspired considerably, and Aunt Lu was carefully dabbing her forehead. Upon noticing Rong Ci, Aunt Lu promptly yielded her position, offering her the towel. Assuming she wished to personally care for Feng Jingxin. After all, Rong Ci had always been so hands-on. She had always taken a personal interest in matters concerning Feng Jingxin and Feng Tingshan. Rong Ci demurred. Aunt Lu paused, but without further contemplation. She resumed, gently changing Feng Jingxin into dry clothing. Rong Ci settled on the sofa in the room and, after Aunt Lu had finished, inquired, "Has the doctor departed?" "Yes." "What did the doctor say? Is there a risk of a recurrence?" She was contemplating whether to stay the night. "The doctor said it's unlikely." That's reassuring. Since Feng Jingxin was seemingly out of danger, it was unlikely that she would need to stay overnight. With the porridge simmering, Rong Ci descended the stairs after a brief respite. Aunt Lu was in the kitchen, stating, "I can watch the fire, you must be weary. Please take a seat and rest." Upon exiting the kitchen, Rong Ci observed Feng Tingshan seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Noticing her, Feng Tingshan glanced up briefly before returning his attention to the paper. Rong Ci's steps faltered. In the past, she would have undoubtedly joined him, seeking to spend time in his presence without disturbing him. But now, they had nothing left to discuss. With that realization, she turned and ascended the stairs, without Feng Tingshan attempting to detain her. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingered in Rong Ci's mind. She had anticipated that he would confront her about the incident involving her and Yu Moxuan and their alleged mistreatment of Lin Wu. But he had remained silent. As Rong Ci reached the upper floor, Feng Jingxin awoke, looking wan, and emerged from her room in search of her. "Mama, I'm hungry. Is the porridge ready?" "Almost." Rong Ci replied, inquiring of Aunt Lu, "Is it still simmering?" Aunt Lu smiled. "It's done." Relieved, Rong Ci turned and entered the kitchen. After 5 or 6 minutes, she peeked out and announced to Feng Jingxin, "Xin, the porridge is ready." Rong Ci ladled the porridge into a bowl and glanced towards the doorway. Noticing Feng Tingshan following her, Feng Jingxin remarked, "Mama, why is there only one bowl?" Papa will eat with us too. Rong Si had not anticipated that Feng Tingshan would partake. Before she could respond, Aunt Lu interjected with a smile, I'll fetch another bowl. Rong Si had not intended to eat herself but habitually prepared ample portions. Feng Jingxin ate sparingly. So there would be enough if she and Feng Tingshan each had a little. After serving the porridge, Rong Si sat down and ate in silence. Feng Tingshan had removed his watch, his slender fingers delicately stirring the porridge with a spoon, his movements graceful and pleasing to the eye. Feng Jingxin savored a mouthful, her eyes closing in contentment. It's been so long, it's so delicious. Aunt Lu chimed in with a smile, now that we're back in the country. You can have it whenever you like. Rong Si paused, but remained silent. Feng Tingshan sat opposite her, equally silent. Feng Jingxin, however, was in high spirits. As if struck by a sudden thought, she pleaded with Rong Si, Mama, will you sleep with me tonight? Rong Si was about to decline. But upon observing her pallid complexion, she conceded, all right. Feng Jingxin ate only one bowl, and Feng Tingshan ate sparingly as well. The porridge in the pot remained unfinished when they left the dining room. Feng Jingxin, meticulous about cleanliness, insisted on showering despite her cold. Rong Si, fearing she might catch a chill, reluctantly went in to supervise. After Feng Jingxin had finished her shower, Rong Si hesitated before turning and heading towards the master bedroom. Feng Tingshan was not there. Rong Si had assumed that Feng Tingshan had arranged for her belongings to be removed. Upon entering, she discovered that the bedroom remained unchanged since her departure. Her everyday items, such as slippers, hand cream, face cream, and water glass, were all in their familiar places, untouched. It was as if she had never left. Rong Si entered the walk-in closet and discovered that her belongings were still there. However, it was possible that Feng Tingshan had refrained from moving her things to avoid alarming the old lady before the official divorce. Dismissing the thought, she retrieved a set of pajamas and a towel before leaving the master bedroom and heading to Feng Jingxin's room. Feng Jingxin was seated on the bed, engrossed in a tablet. Noticing the clothes in her hand, she inquired curiously, Mama, are you going to shower in my room? Yes. Shortly after she entered the bathroom, Feng Tingshan entered Feng Jingxin's room. Chapter 25, Does classmate Xin have two mothers? Seeing him glance towards the bathroom, Feng Jingxin remarked, Mom is taking a bath in there. Feng Tingshan replied with a simple and inquired, Did you ask your mother to bathe here? No, Mom brought her clothes by herself. Feng Tingshan did not press further. He exchanged a few more words with her, advised her to rest early, and then turned to leave. In the bathroom, Rong Si heard some sounds and recognized it was Feng Tingshan, but she could not make out their conversation. Feng Jingxin was still recovering from her illness and felt drowsy after taking her medicine. As the time passed, Rong Si, noticing it was getting late, finished her bath and lay down beside her in bed. Feng Jingxin nestled into her embrace, murmuring, Mommy smells so nice and feels so soft. To her, there was no comfort greater than being in her mother's arms, even more so than Aunt Wu's. However, knowing Rong Si's disdain for Lin Wu, she kept that thought to herself. Feng Jingxin quickly fell asleep, and soon after, Rong Si succumbed to her fatigue as well. Since falling ill, Feng Jingxin had developed a tendency to kick off her covers. Perhaps it had become a habit of concern. Rong Si continued to care for her as she always had, waking several times throughout the night to tuck her in, ensuring she wouldn't catch a chill before finally settling back into slumber. That night, Rong Si did not sleep well but woke at dawn. Feng Jingxin was still asleep, and Rong Si quietly got up and approached the window, where she spotted Feng Tingshan jogging downstairs. He typically ran for about an hour before returning. After washing up and changing into some clothes, she headed downstairs to prepare breakfast. Half an hour later, she handed the remaining tasks over to Aunt Lu, confirmed that Feng Jingxin had no fever, and then went upstairs to grab her bag and car keys before departing. Not long after she left, Feng Jingxin woke up. After searching for Rong Si and not finding her, she asked, Where's Mommy? Aunt Lu replied, Madam has gone out for some errands. Feng Jingxin pouted, Oh. Aunt Lu smiled and added, But Madam prepared breakfast for you before she left. This lifted Feng Jingxin's spirits a bit, though she was still unwell. She felt better and was hungry, so she washed up and headed downstairs for breakfast. A while later, Feng Tingshan also came downstairs. Not seeing Rong Ci. He paused and asked Aunt Lu, "Where's Madam?" "Oh, she went out," Aunt Lu replied. Feng Tingshan listened and did not inquire further. Meanwhile, after returning home, Rong Ci had a small bite to eat, organized her computer and essentials, and was just about to head to the company when the doorbell rang. Looking at the surveillance monitor, she saw it was Mrs. Fong and her daughter Tian Tian. Rong Ci opened the door. "Mrs. Fong." Mrs. Fong appeared anxious. "Miss Rong. Tian Tian's grandmother is ill, and I need to take her to the hospital. Could you please help me take Tian Tian to school?" Since Feng Jingxin and Tian Tian attended the same kindergarten and it was on the way to her company, Rong Ci agreed. 20 minutes later, as she arrived near the kindergarten, she was looking for a parking spot when she spotted Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxin. Feng Jingxin, looking quite energetic, was holding hands with Lin Wu, skipping joyfully. Clearly delighted. As for Feng Tingshan, he stood protectively beside Lin Wu, shielding both her and Feng Jingxin from the bustling traffic and crowd. Tian Tian noticed Feng Jingxin and exclaimed, "Aunt Rong, it's classmate Xin Xin." Rong Ci lowered her gaze. "Yes, Aunt saw her." Curiously, Tian Tian asked, "Who is that beautiful aunt holding classmate Xin Xin's hand? Is she also classmate Xin Xin's mother? Does classmate Xin Xin have two mothers?" Without responding, Rong Ci gently patted Tian Tian's head, saying, "Aunt is helping you get here. So let's not mention it to Xin Xin, okay?" Tian Tian nodded. Tian Tian understands. Last time, when she hugged Sister Rong, classmate Xin Xin got really angry. And I was a bit scared of her. I usually don't dare to talk to her. In the distance, Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu, and Feng Jingxin resembled a blissful family of three. Rong Ci observed them and felt a sense of warmth. She withdrew her gaze. And after Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu departed, she took Tian Tian out of the car. Feng Jingxin's teacher was aware that Rong Ci was Feng Jingxin's mother. Upon seeing Feng Jingxin arrive with Feng Tingshan and another woman, the teacher initially thought it was because Rong Ci was busy. But now, seeing Rong Ci holding Tiantian's hand, she was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Rong, you and Tian Tian. Mrs. Fong had an urgent matter and asked me to help bring Tian Tian here." "Oh, I see." The teacher sighed in relief, then tentatively added, "It's just classmate Xin Xin has already arrived, I thought." "I know," Rong Ci smiled. The teacher appeared somewhat bewildered, but seeing that Rong Ci seemed aware and unconcerned, she refrained from asking further questions. After leaving the kindergarten and just as Rong Ci got into her car, she received a call from Yu Mashuan. "What time will you arrive?" "In about 10 minutes. "All right." When Rong Ci reached Changma, Yu Mashuan was already waiting for her at the company entrance. Upon seeing her, he opened his arms and embraced her warmly. "Welcome back." Rong Ci smiled and returned the hug. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the company building, Yi Qiuyu leaned against the window, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon noticing the commotion at the entrance and catching sight of Rong Ci, he was momentarily captivated. However, he quickly averted his gaze as his call to Lin Wu connected. He greeted, "Good morning, Lin, when will you arrive at the company?" Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wu's response altered his expression. A short while later, when he returned to his desk, his colleagues noted his unusual demeanor. "Qiuyu, what's wrong this early in the morning? Are you unwell?" Yi Qiuyu silently shook his head. As other colleagues trickled back into the office, someone mysteriously remarked, "I just saw President Yu bring a stunning woman to the company. Is she truly stunning? Don't tease me. She is, absolutely gorgeous. More beautiful than a celebrity, glowing and incredibly lovely." Yi Qiuyu immediately recalled the beautiful woman who had just been cradled in Yu Mashuan's arms at the entrance. At that moment, someone added, "And I heard this beauty is a new colleague joining us today." Yi Qiuyu was taken aback. Lin Wu was his junior. And upon learning she was attracted to the company, he had recommended her to Yu Mashuan. During their initial meeting, Yu Mashuan had seemed quite pleased with Lin Wu. Today was indeed Lin Wu's first day of work. He had just called her to ask when she would arrive at the company. But she mentioned that Yu Mashuan no longer needed her due to personal reasons. As for what those personal reasons were, just then, Yu Mashuan entered with Rong Ci by his side. The arrival of Rong Ci captivated everyone, and some were so thrilled that they eagerly inquired, "Mr. Yu, is this beautiful lady truly our new colleague?" Yu Mashuan chuckled, "The grapevine works fast. Allow me to introduce Rong Ci, a new member of our company." Before he could elaborate, Yi Qiuyu interjected, "Mr. Yu, did you dismiss my junior colleague for her sake?" Yu Mashuan paused, then affirmed, "Indeed." He continued, "I'll provide an explanation later." However, Yi Qiuyu, directing her gaze at Rong Ci, retorted, "My junior colleague recently earned a doctorate from a top 10 global university at the young age of 25. If Miss Rong managed to displace her at Changyamo, her credentials must be even more remarkable, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Wu had mentioned that Yu Mashuan's decision not to hire her was due to personal reasons, though she didn't specify them. Upon witnessing Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan embracing downstairs, Yi Qiuyu suspected their relationship was the key factor in Rong Ci's hiring. While their company was brimming with talent, individuals with Lin Wu's qualifications were a rarity, not just within their company but nationwide. She doubted that Rong Ci's resume could surpass Lin Wu's. Without waiting for Rong Ci to respond, she scoffed, "Miss Rong appears quite youthful. One might assume she hasn't even graduated with a doctorate yet." Yu Mashuan had intended to discuss the matter of Lin Wu's rejection with Yi Qiuyu privately, as it involved the animosity between Rong Ci and Lin Wu, a topic best not broached in front of so many people. However, he hadn't anticipated Yi Qiuyu's sudden outburst. He frowned, "Qiuyu," but Yi Qiuyu, believing Yu Mashuan was attempting to shield Rong Ci, interrupted him, "Mr. Yu, I'm addressing Miss Rong. Is a simple inquiry about her academic qualifications so difficult to answer? Or does Miss Rong lack a doctorate? Or perhaps the institution where she pursued her doctorate isn't globally renowned, making her hesitant to disclose it?" Rong Ci remained composed, "I haven't obtained a doctorate yet." But, Yi Qiuyu seized upon this, a smile spreading across her face. "But what do you intend to say? That despite not having a doctorate, your expertise surpasses ours? What delusion fuels such a notion? Is it merely your captivating visage and the flattery you've grown accustomed to that make you believe you possess genuine talent?" At this point, Yu Mashuan's anger flared. "Qiuyu." He couldn't tolerate Yi Qiuyu's blatant insult toward Rong Ci. Yi Qiuyu removed her employee ID from her neck. "I resign. I had always believed you valued talent and maintained impartiality, Mr. Yu. It seems I was mistaken." With that, Yi Qiuyu turned to leave. Yu Mashuan, equally indignant, called after her, "Take some time to cool off. If you reconsider and wish to return, I'll always welcome, spare me the platitudes. I shall never set foot in Changyamo again." Yi Qiuyu declared, departing without a backward glance. Rong Ci, too, held talent in high regard. She turned to Yu Mashuan, who shook his head, signaling her to remain patient. He valued Yi Qiuyu's abilities and was reluctant to lose her. However, during their initial meeting with Lin Wu, he had noticed Yi Qiuyu's peculiar affection for her, a personal matter he had initially disregarded. But now, Yi Qiuyu's emotions, fueled by Lin Wu, had led her to unfairly judge Rong Ci's arrival. This was unacceptable. Furthermore, the CUAP core technology was under a confidentiality agreement with the government, necessitating the concealment of Rong Ci's identity. Given Yi Qiuyu's impulsiveness and her overestimation of Lin Wu, she might not genuinely acknowledge Rong Ci's capabilities, even if demonstrated, instead believing that Lin Wu could have excelled further. Inevitably, Rong Ci would surpass Yi Qiuyu, which the latter might perceive as favoritism, making her susceptible to manipulation. Such a scenario could have dire consequences for both Yi Qiuyu and the company. Seeing Yu Mashuan's understanding, Rong Ci felt reassured. Yu Mashuan cleared his throat and addressed the others. "While Xiao Ci may not hold a doctorate, rest assured, her professional competence is beyond question. I stake my reputation on it." The others exchanged glances, recalling Yi Qiuyu's recent recommendation of a friend to Yu Mashuan, though the details remained vague. Incidents akin to today's had occurred before. Last year, a junior colleague, rumored to be involved with a senior executive, boasted of her solid foundation as a top-tier graduate student, only to be exposed as lacking even basic professional knowledge. Now, history seemed to be repeating itself, with Yu Mashuan dismissing his friend with such impressive credentials for the sake of Rong Ci. Yi Qiuyu's anger was understandable. Consequently, others besides Yi Qiuyu questioned Yu Mashuan's impartiality. Yu Mashuan, aware of their skepticism, remained unperturbed. What projects has Qiuyu been occupied with recently? Su Yuchuan, who had collaborated with Yi Qiuyu, provided a summary. Yu Mashuan nodded and instructed Rong Ci, you'll be taking over Qiuyu's remaining tasks. Rong Ci agreed readily. Very well. She then addressed the others. I look forward to working with you all. The others offered polite but guarded responses. They could only hope that Rong Ci possessed genuine abilities and wouldn't burden them with her responsibilities. Su Yuchuan, in particular, seemed apprehensive, though he managed to say politely. The materials are here. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Rong Ci replied, thank you. Su Yuchuan thought, well, at least her attitude is commendable. Chapter 27, is this your wife's newly conceived strategy to pursue you? After leaving Changma, Yi Qiuyu immediately called Lin Wu. Has Rong Ci joined Changma? Yes, Lin Wu replied. Yi Qiuyu found it puzzling. Did you not know? Rong Ci only entered Changma after ousting me. I had no idea, Lin Wu said. She assumed that Yu Mashuan's decision to not hire her was merely to vent his frustrations at Rong Ci. If Rong Ci is at Changma now, does that mean she has left the Feng family? Yi Qiuyu paused, then what about the personal reasons you mentioned earlier? Lin Wu preferred not to elaborate, some private grievances. What happened? Yi Qiuyu pressed. It seemed he had misunderstood, his departure had nothing to do with Lin Wu. Curiosity getting the better of her, Yi Qiuyu asked. How competent is Rong Ci? I heard she hasn't passed her doctoral exams. She hasn't just failed her doctoral exams. She only holds a bachelor's degree and never pursued a master's, Lin Wu responded, her tone somewhat frigid. Really? Yi Qiuyu exclaimed. Lin Wu continued. I never anticipated that Rong Ci would willingly leave the Feng family. What surprised me even more was that after departing, she did not seek further education but instead opted for a position at another company through connections. She truly lacks ambition and vision. Yi Qiuyu inquired. What are your plans moving forward, Lin? I have an official racing competition coming up, which requires significant practice. I will consider work matters later, Lin Wu explained. Oh. I see. Yi Qiuyu knew Lin Wu was exceptionally talented. Sometimes he wondered how she managed to juggle so many activities without neglecting her academic knowledge. However, he also recognized that Lin Wu was unique. If she dared to pursue such a path, she must have her reasons. Meanwhile, at the Feng group, Feng Tingshan was perusing documents when he instructed Qing Yuan, have someone prepare a cup of coffee. Yes, Qing Yuan replied. This was Su Hua's first time brewing coffee for Feng Tingshan, and she felt both excited and anxious. Following Rong Ci's instructions carefully, she brewed the coffee, which Qing Yuan then brought to Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan set down his documents, stirred the coffee gently, and brought the cup to his lips, only to pause as the aroma seemed off. He took a tentative sip but immediately put it down, saying, have her make it again. Qing Yuan was taken aback. Understood. Su Hua, receiving the message, felt anxious. Make it again? Did I put in too much sugar, or is the flavor wrong? I followed Rong Ci's steps precisely. And the sugar amount was correct, there shouldn't be a problem. I'm not entirely sure, Qing Yuan replied, prompting Su Hua to brew another cup. Perhaps due to her nerves. This time, Feng Tingshan simply smelled the coffee and set it down without tasting it, asking Qing Yuan, what's going on? Secretary Su might be nervous since it's her first time making coffee for you, so she may not have controlled the brewing process well. Feng Tingshan frowned. Secretary Su? What Secretary Su? Where's Rong Ci? Qing Yuan hesitated, Rong Ci has left the company. You weren't aware? Feng Tingshan remained silent, genuinely unaware. He knew about the tensions between Rong Ci and Qing Yuan due to her work attitude, but when had she left? Last Thursday. Feng Tingshan understood. Though Rong Ci had departed, it was likely a temporary leave, she would probably return soon. Qing Yuan ventured, what about the coffee? Take it away and bring me a glass of warm water, Feng Tingshan instructed. Later, at noon, Yu Mashuan was out for a social engagement, leaving Rong Ci to dine alone in the company cafeteria. Her colleagues, while polite, did not approach her closely, and she paid them no mind. After her meal, she returned to her tasks. Around 5 in the afternoon, she sought out Su Hua, saying, "I'm nearly finished, could you take a look?" "What?" Su Hua was momentarily confused as he examined the material she had sent. Initially perplexed, his eyes widened in disbelief as he grasped the enormity of what she had accomplished. "You finished all of this?" he stammered. "This is equivalent to over 10 days' worth of work from Ichoyo. You managed to comprehend and complete everything in under a day?" "Yes," Rong affirmed. Su Hua was left speechless. Particularly as he realized that not only had she executed the work excellently, but her contributions also offered him innovative perspectives for his upcoming tasks. Others gathered around, astonished by the development. Coming to his senses, Su Hua looked at Rong incredulously, "Are you truly still an undergraduate?" Rong paused, then candidly replied, "I haven't pursued graduate studies." "What? That's impossible. With so many PhDs and graduate students around, how could an undergraduate outshine them? Is it due to financial difficulties?" "Yet." Looking at her, she didn't seem like someone who couldn't afford education. Moreover, with her exceptional skills, why would she need to worry about tuition? Rong lowered her gaze, "No, just some personal reasons. However, if the opportunity arises, I might consider further studies." After chatting for a while and assisting a few colleagues with their work issues, Rong left the office just as it approached 7 o'clock. As she exited, she discovered Yu Mashuan waiting at the door. "You've already dispelled everyone's prejudices about you and gained their recognition on your first day. Truly impressive," he remarked. Rong smiled, "Shall I treat you to dinner?" Yu Mashuan raised an eyebrow, "What else would I be waiting for?" She chuckled and left the company with him. About 20 minutes later, upon arriving at the restaurant, as Rong ascended the steps, a child dashed by. In an attempt to avoid the child, she stepped back and stumbled. Just as she was about to fall, Yu Mashuan caught her waist, steadying her. Rong sighed in relief, ready to express her gratitude. When she caught sight of Feng Tingshan and Qi Yeming in the distance, they noticed her too. Feng Tingshan halted, while Qi Yeming raised an eyebrow. Rong bit her lip, averting her gaze as she gently pushed Yu Mashuan away. Yu Mashuan, unaware of Feng Tingshan's presence, inquired with concern, "Did you twist your ankle?" Rong shook her head, "No." "Good, let us go." "All right." Rong refrained from glancing back at Feng Tingshan and continued upstairs with Yu Mashuan. Observing Rong reaction, Qi Yeming remarked incredulously, "That was undoubtedly your wife, right?" Feng Tingshan remained silent. Her apparent disregard for them, coupled with her close proximity to Yu Mashuan, made him wonder if this was a new tactic she devised to win his attention, inciting his concern for her. Before Feng Tingshan could respond, Qi Yeming chuckled. "She certainly has put some thought into this." Feng Tingshan, however, did not reply and simply stated, "Let us go." Chapter 28, The price to pay. Upon arriving at the private room, Lin Wu and Feng Jingxin had already made their presence felt. Lin Wu inquired, "What is the reason behind such merriment?" Qi Yeming replied with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing, merely an encounter with an intriguing individual." After dinner, Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxin returned home. As they exited the vehicle, Feng Jingxin joyfully dashed upstairs, calling out, "Mommy, Mommy." Aunt Lu emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. "Madam has not yet returned." "Ah?" Feng Jingxin's face fell. "Why has Mommy been so busy lately?" "Complaining?" She ascended the stairs. Noticing Feng Tingshan standing still, Aunt Lu asked, "Sir?" Feng Tingshan shook his head, "Nothing." He then proceeded upstairs as well. That evening, Feng Tingshan realized that Rong had not come home. The following morning, Feng Jingxin awoke, expecting to savor the breakfast prepared by Rong. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar spread on the dining table, she frowned. "Didn't Mommy get up to make breakfast this morning?" "Madam is not at home." Feng Jingxin found this puzzling. Where could Mommy have gone? Did she return to her mother's house? "Perhaps," Aunt Lu replied uncertainly. Feng Jingxin turned to Feng Tingshan. "Daddy," Feng Tingshan said slowly, "if you wish to know, call her. Then I shall ask her this evening." Meanwhile, after finishing her breakfast, Rong headed to the office. Upon arrival, Yu Mashuan intended to discuss the new product development with her when his phone rang. The voice on the other end inquired. Has your company offended the Feng family recently? What? Yu Mashuan paused, glancing at Rong Ci, and switched to speakerphone. Someone from the Feng family wishes to cause trouble for your company, but we have intercepted them. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci was momentarily stunned, her fingers clenched into fists. Since the dinner party, Feng Tingshan had not confronted her regarding the incident with Lin Wu, leading her to believe he had chosen to overlook it. It turned out he was not ignoring it, he simply preferred to communicate through actions, signaling that since she had meddled with Lin Wu, she must face the consequences. Yu Mashuan began to comprehend the situation. He placed a reassuring hand on Rong Ci's. Do not worry, our company has a close partnership with the government. They cannot harm us. Indeed. She felt relieved. Otherwise, to avenge Lin Wu, with Feng Tingshan's influence and resources, even if Zhang Mo was not entirely destroyed, it would suffer significant damage, wouldn't it? He truly was protective of Lin Wu. Yu Mashuan, somewhat anxious, asked, now that they cannot touch Zhang Mo, will they target the Rong family? Rong Ci shook her head, no. With elder Madame Feng around, Feng Tingshan would not easily act against the Rong family. He still respects the elder madam. That is a relief. As the workday drew to a close, Rong Ci received a call from Feng Jingxin. Mommy. When will you return home? I am so hungry. Didn't Aunt Lu prepare something for you? But I want to eat your sweet and sour ribs. I didn't get to enjoy what she ordered last time, and I crave it even more now. Rong Ci hesitated at the thought of going back. She rubbed her temple, and before she could respond, Feng Jingxin continued, Daddy has gone on a business trip. I am so bored, Mommy, please come back quickly. Feng Tingshan is on a business trip? Rong Ci paused. She and Feng Tingshan were on the verge of divorce, she could disregard him. However, she still bore the responsibility of caring for Feng Jingxin until she turned 18. Realizing this, she replied, understood, I will return shortly. That evening, Rong Ci prepared sweet and sour ribs and made some soup. She stayed there for the next 2 days. By Friday, elder Madame Feng called, inviting her to dinner. Thus, Rong Ci took Feng Jingxin back to the Feng residence. Only elder Madame Feng was at home, the others were either occupied with social engagements or still in school. Unaware that Feng Jingxin had returned, elder Madame Feng was overjoyed to see her. Feng Jingxin and elder Madame Feng shared a close bond, and she easily endeared herself to the elderly lady. That evening, both Rong Ci and Feng Jingxin stayed at the Feng residence. The next morning, Rong Ci awoke to make dumplings. Seeing her skillful hands, elder Madame Feng reminisced about how she had never performed household chores before marriage and could not help but sigh. Rong Ci, aware of the elderly lady's thoughts, smiled, cooking calms me, I truly enjoy it. Rong Ci appeared healthier than during her last visit, which eased elder Madame Feng's concerns. After finishing the dumplings, she chatted with elder Madame Feng before heading upstairs. Feng Jingxin was already awake and washing up. As Rong Ci tidied her nightclothes, she noticed Feng Jingxin's tablet vibrate. It was a message from Lin Wu. Did you wake up, Xin? Auntie will be back this afternoon. Let us have dinner together, and tomorrow, Auntie will take you out to play, alright? Rong Ci glanced at the screen before returning her gaze, placing Feng Jingxin's nightclothes in the washing machine. When she returned, Feng Jingxin was already clutching the tablet and, upon seeing her, quickly positioned it behind her to shield the conversation with Lin Wu. Rong Ci chose not to confront her and said, the dumplings are ready. Let us head downstairs for breakfast. Feng Jingxin joyfully leapt from her bed, exclaiming, I haven't had Mommy's dumplings in ages. Yay! While having breakfast, elder Madame Feng cheerfully asked, what does Xin wish to eat tonight? Your grandmother will arrange it. Feng Jingxin knew that elder Madame Feng was not fond of Lin Wu. Hearing this, her eyes darted as she whispered, Grandmother, Daddy is coming back tonight, I want to have dinner at home though reluctant. Elder Madame Feng was aware that it had been a long time since she last saw Feng Jingxin. However, in the past 2 years, Feng Jingxin had grown quite attached to Feng Tingshan, so she did not dwell on it. Rong Ci recognized that Feng Jingxin was not being truthful but feigned ignorance. Serving elder Madame Feng some vegetables and saying, it's fine, I will stay and keep you company. It seemed unreasonable for a wife to remain at her family home while her husband returned from a business trip. However, since Feng Tingshan treated Rong Xi poorly, elder Madame Feng was not pleased to see her caring for him. If Rong Xi wished to divorce, she would wholeheartedly support her. Thus, upon hearing Rong Xi's words, elder Madame Feng smiled. Good, our Xiaozi is so obedient. Feng Jingxin had initially worried about how to concoct an excuse to avoid Rong Xi and meet Lin Wu. But upon hearing Rong Xi's statement, she felt a wave of relief. When leaving, elder Madame Feng prepared a bounty of Feng Jingxin's favorite dishes. However, Rong Xi pushed the food back, suggesting it be reserved for her uncle's children. As Feng Jingxin departed, Rong Xi contacted the butler at Feng Tingshan's side to arrange for someone to pick her up, opting not to escort her personally. Elder Madame Feng observed this with curiosity but did not think too deeply about it. Chapter 29. Did you think I was following you? Feng Jing's heart must have been consumed by revelry with Lin Wu and the others, for over the weekend, he had not contacted Rong Xi at all. Come Monday, Rong Xi resumed her duties at Changyamo. As the workday drew to a close, Chu Xilan called, inviting her to dinner. During the meal, when Rong Xi excused herself to the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered He Changbai. She chose to ignore him, swiftly walking past without acknowledging his presence. However, He Changbai halted, turning to observe her. Rong Xi noticed but chose to disregard him. Upon exiting the restroom, she found He Changbai still standing at the spot where they had crossed paths earlier, seemingly waiting for her. Are you here to join us for dinner? He inquired, his demeanor suggesting he had been anticipating her arrival. Yes, she replied curtly, adding with a chill, do you think I'm stalking you, Mr. He? He Changbai paused momentarily before responding, that is not my intention. Rong Xi was perplexed by his meaning but felt no desire to delve deeper. After their exchange, she departed without a backward glance, and He Changbai did not attempt to stop her. After leaving the restaurant, Chu Xilan expressed her intention to purchase a birthday gift for her mother. Rong Xi accompanied her to a jewelry boutique. As Chu Xilan admired a set of jade necklaces and engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper, a voice suddenly interrupted from the entrance. Hello. I am here to collect some jewelry. Rong Xi paused, recognizing the voice of Lin Lihai. Upon seeing him, the shop owner beamed, offering an apologetic smile to Rong Xi and Chu Xilan before approaching Lin Lihai. Mr. Lin, your custom jewelry is ready. Xiao Xi? Confirming that he had not mistaken her identity, Lin Lihai approached Rong Xi. Are you here to order jewelry as well? Rong Xi cast a sidelong glance at him but remained silent. Observing her cold demeanor, Lin Lihai's expression dimmed. Xiao Xi? Rong Xi turned her face away, ignoring him, and asked Chu Xilan, are you certain you want this one? Having never encountered Lin Lihai before, Chu Xilan noticed his genteel appearance, despite the passage of time. She nudged Rong Xi playfully and whispered, who is this? Rong Xi did not respond. Yet Lin Lihai lingered, gazing at her and asking, Xiao Xi? How have you been lately? Rong Xi pressed her lips together, finally meeting his gaze. What do you wish to convey? Lin Lihai's tone was gentle. Xiao Xi, must you speak to your father in such a manner? Rong Xi retorted coldly, what tone do you believe I should adopt when addressing you? Her father had acknowledged his past mistakes, yet he claimed to have always held her in his heart. Rong Xi laughed bitterly, indeed, you hold me in your heart. Yet you allow Lin Wu to approach my husband, ensuring he cares for her. How can you assert that I am not in your heart? Xiao Xi. Lin Lihai frowned. I can understand your feelings, but Xiao Wu and Tingshan are genuinely in love. Feelings cannot be forced, why must you? Yes. Feelings cannot be forced, which makes your past infidelity seem entirely justified. She is now shamelessly playing the mistress, just as her mother did, is she not? Lin Lihai's expression darkened. Xiao Xi. When did you become so extreme? I am extreme? Rong Xi scoffed. Do you think if I were to divorce Feng Tingshan immediately to facilitate Lin Wu, that would be less extreme? At that moment, Xiang Rufang and Sun Liao entered. Xiang Rufang spotted Rong Xi first and exclaimed, is that not Xiao Xi? It has been ages, and you have grown more beautiful. Mother. Sun Liao. Displeased by her mother's compliment towards Rong Xi, seethed internally. She had always known how striking Rong Ci was, but seeing her now, she felt a pang of jealousy. However, she quickly reassured herself, thinking, no matter how beautiful Rong Ci appeared, her future brother-in-law still favored her sister Linwu. Lin Lihai turned to Xiang Rafang, sister-in-law. What brings you here? We thought we would check in since you have been away for so long, Sun Liao interjected. Upon noticing the exquisite jewelry box opened by the shopkeeper, she pointedly remarked, "Is this the wedding anniversary gift you ordered for Auntie?" "How lovely." "Indeed," Lin Lihai replied. "Every year on your wedding anniversary, I prepare a lavish gift for her to create a lovely surprise. I truly care for her." Lin Lihai smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Chu's Island began to piece together the identities of Lin Lihai and his companions, realizing they were a group of insincere individuals. She muttered under her breath, pulling Rong Ci away and exiting the store. "Xiao Ci," Lin Lihai called after her, approaching with earnestness. "Your aunt genuinely cares for you. She has always kept you in her thoughts. You and Xiao Wu are sisters, family. Regarding the recent events at Chang'emo, I hope such incidents do not recur." Rong Ci chuckled, "Are you attempting to disgust me on purpose? If she does not wish to, then she does not wish to. Even if she were willing, my sister would still reject her. What status does she possess to be my sister?" As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at Lin Lihai. "You take pleasure in undermining my sister, preventing her from entering Chang'emo, do you not? But you are unaware that the more you target her, the more Feng Tingshan cares for her. Just the other day, upon learning of how you and the owner of Chang'emo mistreated her, he went to confront them. Although the matter did not escalate to any drastic measures, to compensate for my sister's grievances, he has recently awarded us a significant project worth several billion. One that your uncle has been desperately pursuing." "How delightful." Rong Ci clenched her fists, her lips pressed tightly together. Chu's Island, equally incensed, scoffed. "Has Feng Tingshan married Lin Wu? Yet even before the wedding, she shamelessly calls him her brother-in-law." "You." "Enough, Liao," Lin Lihai interjected, sighing as he addressed Rong Ci. "Xiao Ci, Xiao Wu is a genius in the AI field, she has important matters to attend to at Chang'emo. In the future, temper your temper and refrain from targeting Xiao Wu. Are you finished?" Rong Ci fixed her icy gaze upon him. "Once you have concluded, feel free to leave." Xiang Rafang, who had remained silent until now, fanned the flames. "Xiao Ci, dear, how can you speak to your father in such a disrespectful manner?" Sun Liao chimed in, "Indeed. You possess no manners." Rong Ci retorted coldly, "I lack the decorum you all possess, considering you are all so eager to play the role of mistresses. You." "Enough." Seeing that Rong Ci remained unyielding, Lin Lihai, filled with disappointment, declared, "Let us leave." With that, Lin Lihai collected his custom gift and departed alongside Sun Liao and the others. Chapter 30, Mother Has Matters, perhaps next time. As they walked further away, Chu's Island looked at Rong Ci with concern. "Xiao Ci." Rong Ci shook her head and replied softly, "I am fine." From the moment Lin Lihai divorced her mother, he had ceased to be her father in her heart. What troubled her was that her situation had intensified her uncle's burdens. The preferential treatment bestowed upon Lin Wu by Feng Tingshan also weighed heavily on her. The thought that Feng Tingshan only had eyes for Lin Wu, ruthlessly disregarding her feelings for the sake of Lin Wu, pierced her heart like a knife, leaving it bleeding profusely. "Xiao Ci." Chu's Island hugged her gently, feeling her pain. Rong Ci managed a faint smile without uttering a word. It was all right, she had decided to move forward. Given a little time, she knew she could achieve it. "Shall we go for a drink?" Chu's Island suggested, believing Rong Ci needed to unwind. Rong Ci shook her head, saying, "No need. Rather than drinking, I would prefer to return home and delve into my data. In that environment, it is easier for me to find tranquility and regain my sense of self." Upon hearing this, Chu's Island did not press further. As they made their way to the parking lot, Rong Ci's phone rang. It was a call from Feng Jingxin. The slight smile on her face faded into silence. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, she answered, "Hello." Feng Jingxin's voice came through, sweetly asking, "Mama, when are you coming home?" Rong Ci did not respond directly, instead inquiring, "What's wrong?" I'm so bored at home by myself. Mama, can you come back and keep me company? With her father absent and Aunt Wu occupied, the house felt eerily quiet. She suddenly longed for the days when her mother would chat with her, gently listening to her favorite animations and figurines. So, she called Rong Ci, hoping she could return home. Listening to her daughter, Rong Ci replied softly. Mama has matters to attend to. Perhaps next time. As her mother, she wanted to fulfill her daughter's wishes as much as possible. But she too had her own life. She was feeling down and needed some personal time. Feng Jingxin's mood soured slightly. All right then. Mama. If you have anything, just call me back. With a sullen hang-up, she felt even more bored. Just then, Feng Tingshan returned and noticed her glum demeanor. He asked. What's wrong? I just called Mama, wanting her to come back and keep me company, but she said she had matters to attend to. She buried her beautiful face into a soft pillow, lamenting, Mama has been so busy lately. Feng Tingshan, upon hearing this, grunted an acknowledgement. Settling onto the nearby sofa to engage in business discussions on his phone, offering no consolation. However, he chose to remain there with her instead of retreating to his study, which improved Feng Jingxin's mood slightly. She cheerfully picked up her tablet to play her puzzle games. On the other side, upon seeing Lin Lihai and the others return, Lin Lilan inquired, why were you gone for so long? Lin Lihai paused momentarily. I ran into Xiao Ci. You saw her? Lin Lilan, strikingly beautiful and a successful woman in her own right, held considerable influence in both her marital family and the Lin family. Despite the years since she had last seen her niece, she expressed little concern, instead focusing on another matter. Did you discuss Lin Wu's entry into Changma with her? Lin Lihai shook his head. We exchanged a few words, but she wouldn't listen. Lin Lilan set down her coffee cup, frowning. Xiao Ci truly. I can understand her pain at losing Feng Zong to Lin Wu, but that man is not someone who could be captivated by a woman who possesses nothing beyond beauty. Even without Lin Wu, he would eventually divorce her. In Lin Lilan's perspective, Rong Ci was merely envious of Lin Wu for winning Feng Tingshan's affection, prompting her to interfere with Lin Wu's entry into Changma. Rong Ci lacked capability and knowledge, resorting to such petty antics, which Lin Lilan found laughable. It was likely that Feng Tingshan shared her sentiments. Unfortunately, Rong Ci remained oblivious to this reality, perhaps still reveling in the notion of having thwarted Lin Wu's prospects. Reflecting on Lin Wu's excellence and contrasting it with Rong Ci, Lin Lilan felt increasingly convinced of their incomparable nature. Lin Lihai sighed, I know. His thoughts mirrored Lin Lilan's. But she won't listen. She's just as stubborn as her mother. Though he refrained from voicing this, discussions involving that person were seldom pleasant. Regarding CUAP, they could inquire about it when Lin Wu returned. Lin Lihai was quite invested in this matter. Over the years, they had poured substantial investments into the AI sector, yet their products lacked robust technology and had stagnated. In contrast, Changma thrived solely due to CUAP, raking in billions annually without any effort. How could they not envy such success? If they could unearth the core technology behind CUAP and integrate it into their existing projects, their company would likely soar, and a valuation in the billions would no longer be a distant dream. Lost in thought, Lin Wu returned. Upon seeing Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan, she greeted, Father, Aunt. Xiao Wu is back. Lin Lilan's face immediately brightened, her affection and admiration for Lin Wu evident. Yes. Lin Wu replied, taking a seat. What are you discussing? Still on CUAP, Lin Lihai mentioned. Since you cannot enter Changma, what are your plans now? Has Feng Zong said anything? Tingshan mentioned he would help me reach out to Nan Jiji. Nan Jiji is a prominent figure in the domestic AI field. Rumored to be highly regarded by the government and elusive, seldom seen by the public. Yu Mashuan is one of Nan Jiji's few direct disciples. And it is said that CUAP was developed by him. Since the route through Yu Mashuan proved unfeasible, they would have to try approaching Nan Jiji. That's good. Lin Lihai smiled, though concern lingered. If Yu Mashuan has said anything unfavorable about you to Nan Jiji, could that be a problem? It shouldn't be, Lin Lilan chuckled. Brother. You are unaware that Mr. Nan values talent above all. Our Xiao Wu is a prodigy, as long as she gets the opportunity to meet Mr. Nan. Her talents in the AI field will surely impress him. It wouldn't be out of the question for Mr. Nan to take Su Hua on as a direct disciple. Lin Lihai chuckled, that is indeed possible. Lin Lilan then asked, has Feng Zong mentioned when you might meet Mr. Nan? Lin Wu took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, at the technology exhibition next week, it is said that Mr. Nan will be attending. They were aware of the technology exhibition, yet their company did not hold sufficient status in the field to secure a government-distributed exhibition slot. However, with Feng Tingshan's involvement, Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan exchanged glances at Lin Wu. Lin Wu continued, Tingshan provided me with 2 tickets, but there are only 2. It doesn't matter who goes with you, what matters is that you must attend, Lin Lilan smiled. Exactly, Lin Lihai agreed. Chapter 31, could it be that she is having an affair? Feng Tingshan's company was exceedingly busy, and for the next 2 days, he was away from home. Feng Jingxian, feeling utterly bored in his absence, could not resist calling Rong Ci once more. By now, the events of that day had faded from Rong Ci's mind. Upon seeing Feng Jingxian's call, she answered with alacrity. Mom, when will you be home? Learning that Feng Tingshan was still away, Rong Ci returned home after work that evening. Feng Jingxian was overjoyed to see her and eagerly shared amusing tales from school. Along with her newfound obsession with a video game, insisting on teaching Rong Ci how to play. After finishing her homework, Feng Jingxian's enthusiasm for games was infectious. And as long as they did not adversely affect her well-being, Rong Ci generally indulged her. After observing Feng Jingxian play for a couple of rounds, she joined her in a team game that lasted over an hour, leaving Feng Jingxian elated that night. As bedtime approached, Feng Jingxian insisted on having Rong Ci stay with her. Since Rong Ci had no desire to sleep alone in the master bedroom, she acquiesced. On Thursday evening, as Rong Ci turned off the kitchen's exhaust fan and was about to step out with a dish, she heard Feng Jingxian's voice exclaim, Dad, you're back. Following this, a deep, melodious voice responded, have you eaten? Not yet, but Mom is almost done, Feng Jingxian replied. Rong Ci paused briefly, then exited the kitchen. Just as Feng Jingxian and Feng Tingshan entered the dining room. Mom, Dad is back. Rong Ci glanced at Feng Tingshan before averting her gaze, replying with a simple, After removing her apron and handing it to the housekeeper, they took their seats at the table. As Feng Jingxian enjoyed the dishes Rong Ci had served her, she asked, Dad, weren't you supposed to be back tomorrow? I finished early and returned, he replied. The Feng family had few dining customs. Feng Jingxian spoke freely, while Feng Tingshan, though reserved, responded to her every remark. Feng Jingxian was animated in her chatter until she turned to Rong Ci, inquiring, Mom, why aren't you saying anything? Rong Ci replied gently. I'm content to listen to you both. Oh. Meanwhile, the housekeeper had noticed something amiss with Rong Ci. While she previously refrained from engaging Feng Tingshan excessively during his business trips, he had never failed to express his usual greetings and concerns upon his return. Today, however, she had not initiated conversation with him at all, nor had she met his gaze. Feng Tingshan appeared oblivious to Rong Ci's unusual demeanor, maintaining his usual composure. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from old lady Feng. Are you off on another business trip? She asked. Just returned, he replied, placing the phone on speaker as he continued eating. What advice do you have for me, little old lady? Old lady Feng chuckled. It has been half a month since I last saw Rong Ci and Jingxian. With the weather turning cold, you should take them to the hot springs tomorrow. Let us warm ourselves together. Understood, he said. After hanging up, Feng Jingxian exclaimed joyfully, we can go to the hot springs again, yay. Feng Tingshan turned to Rong Ci and said, I will arrange for someone to pick you up tomorrow evening. Rong Ci did not look up. I can drive myself from the office. No, Mom, come with us. Feng Jingxian insisted. It's so boring to go alone to the hot springs. Rong Ci hesitated. All right. Later that evening, Umo-sun called to discuss some technical matters regarding a new app under development. While Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian chatted in the living room, Rong Ci stepped outside to take the call. After half an hour, she concluded her conversation. Feng Jingxian looked at her and remarked, Mom, you've been getting a lot of calls lately. You talk for so long every night, you weren't like this before. Feng Tingshan raised his gaze at this comment. The housekeeper also noted the change. Rong Ci had rarely engaged in lengthy phone conversations before. Could it be that she is having an affair? Surely not, given her feelings for Feng Tingshan. Just some matters, Rong Ci replied curtly. I need to go upstairs to attend to some tasks. Feng Jingxian muttered an "oh." Rong Ci opened her computer and began working on the files Yu Mo-sun had sent. Feng Jingxian returned to her room, respecting her mother's busyness, and played quietly. After her bath, she peeked in at Rong Ci. Over the past few years, Rong Ci had not entirely neglected her professional pursuits. Occasionally, she designed a few programs during her free time, even sharing basic knowledge with Feng Jingxian when she was younger. However, back then, Feng Jingxian, only 3 or 4, would often drift off to sleep while listening. Now, as Feng Jingxian observed her mother engrossed in work, she did not interrupt but continued with her own activities. Feng Jingxian, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the work, recalled that Aunt Wu had seemed to engage in similar tasks. After a while of watching, Feng Jingxian retired to bed. It was only after finishing her work that Rong Ci finally shut her computer, glancing at the clock to find it was already past 2 in the morning. She had not returned to the master bedroom, and Feng Tingshan had not reacted at all to her absence. Perhaps her staying in Feng Jingxian's room, thus minimizing contact with him, was indeed his unspoken desire. The next morning, Rong Ci did not rise to prepare breakfast. Feng Jingxian awoke to find Rong Ci still asleep beside her, realizing that they had shared the night together. Not wanting to disturb her, she quietly got up and left the room. She encountered Feng Tingshan, yawning. "Dad, good morning." He replied. "Mom is still asleep." By the time Rong Ci got up to have breakfast, Feng Tingshan was nearly finished. Their exchanges remained minimal, and after he finished, he left for work. Rong Ci departed for the office shortly thereafter. That evening, she left work on time. Upon arriving home, she found Feng Jingxian waiting in the car. But Feng Tingshan had not yet returned. After waiting for 20 minutes, Feng Jingxian frowned. "Dad is so slow." Rong Ci calmly read her book, unperturbed. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Moments later, the housekeeper announced, "Sir said he has matters to attend to and will not be home for a while. He asked you and Miss Xian to head to the hot springs without him. He will arrive later." Rong Ci shrugged, understood. Though Feng Tingshan had indicated he would arrive later, he did not return that night, remaining absent until the early hours. Chapter 32, Oblivion. The protracted absence of Feng Tngshn displeased the elder matriarch and disheartened Feng Jngxn. Ring C, however, remained composed, serenely preparing tea for the matriarch, remarking, "Perhaps he is occupied with pressing matters." The matriarch, her spirits dampened, retired early that evening. Feng Jngxn's repeated calls to Feng Tngshn went unanswered. The following morning, Ring C awoke to an empty space beside her. Feng Jngxn was nowhere to be found. After completing her ablutions, Ring C searched the premises, only to discover that, due to Feng Tngshns failure to appear, Feng Jngxn, finding the location tedious, had departed with companions to explore elsewhere. Furthermore, the matriarch, having caught a chill the previous evening, had suffered a severe headache and had returned to the family estate before Ring C had even risen. To avoid disturbing her rest, the matriarch had refrained from informing her. Abruptly, the expansive hot spring resort was devoid of all but its staff. Even if Feng Jngxn found the resort dull, she could have waited for Ring C to awaken and requested her company. Her surreptitious departure suggested that she had received news from Feng Tngshn and was en route to rendezvous with him and LNW. Fearing Ring C's disapproval, Feng Jngxn had likely absconded at dawn. Despite the inclement weather, the sheltered hot spring offered a tranquil retreat for reading and contemplation. Moreover, Ring C relished her solitude, affording her ample time for personal pursuits. Thus, she elected to remain at the hot spring resort. By Sunday afternoon, Ring C intended to dine before returning home when she received a call from the elder matriarch, Shioc. "I contacted Tngshn this morning and requested that he collect you from the resort this evening. Has he been in touch? No. Despite their agreement to visit the hot spring resort together, T and GSHN had yet to materialize or even make contact. Similarly, J and GXN had vanished without a word. However, Si chose not to burden the matriarch with these details. Yes, she replied. The matriarch, reassured, expressed her relief. After inquiring about the matriarch's health, they concluded their conversation. As dusk descended, Si dined at the resort. Despite the matriarch's assurance of T and GSHN's arrival, he remained absent even as the clock approached 9. Reluctant to prolong her wait, Si arranged for transportation back to her residence, a journey exceeding 90 minutes. En route, Si drifted into a light slumber, only to be roused by the insistent ringing of her mobile. It was CHCLNZLN? Si answered. Damn it. That bitch. Si paused, and CHCLN hastily added, sorry, I'm just venting. What's up? I attended a charity gala this evening and witnessed your scumbag father and LNW. During the gala, a woman publicly denounced LNW as a homewrecker and doused her with red wine, creating quite a scene. The woman, from a reputable family, refused to relent. As I was observing the spectacle, your husband arrived. Si hesitated as CHCLN continued, her voice laced with exasperation. This is a star-studded charity gala. Broadcast live. Although LNW and the others are not celebrities, his appearance to defend LNW was captured by the cameras. CHCLN forwarded a live video. Si clicked to view. Amidst the cacophony of the gala's musical performances, the distant camera angle obscured the dialogue. However, the video vividly depicted the confrontation between the woman and LNW, culminating in the wine assault. Subsequently, the woman's fiancé intervened, leading to a heated exchange. The arrival of the woman's family further escalated the situation. CHCLN's assertion of the woman's affluent background appeared accurate, as they adopted an imperious demeanor toward the LN family. LNLHI, attempting to reason with them, was met with disdain. The LN family's expressions visibly soured. At that moment, T and GSHN appeared. He promptly removed his jacket, draping it over LNW. Before uttering a few words to the woman's elders and whisking her away. The woman's family, initially haughty, underwent a transformation. They attempted to pursue T and GSHN, but were intercepted by security. In the video's denouement, the previously arrogant family appeared crestfallen, seeking reconciliation with the LN family, who, in turn, disregarded them. Trailing behind T and GSHN. The gala, owing to its celebrity attendance, garnered significant attention. Despite the anonymity of LNW and the other woman, the unfolding drama captivated viewers. Upon learning that T and GSHN had rescued LNW, the video's popularity surged. Wow. Is that handsome man the brilliant entrepreneur T and GSHN? The news only mentioned that T and GSHN came from a wealthy family and founded multiple companies at a young age. But no one told me he was so handsome. He's always been discreet, so we've only heard of him. Netizens deduced, so. The woman caught Fang's girlfriend cheating? I know the woman's boyfriend. He's accomplished, but he pales in comparison to Fang. As the fervor intensified, LNW's followers recognized her. She has a PhD from a top university, a racer, an adventurer, and a hacker. She's a real-life protagonist. Fang attended her race last time. They're a match made in heaven. Fang is a successful entrepreneur and has excellent taste in women. Would she cheat with the woman's boyfriend? No way. The woman's boyfriend approached her first. It's understandable for the woman to be jealous, but her reaction was excessive. Sometimes, being too attractive is a curse. Si ceased viewing, exiting the webpage. Madame Feng expressed that she had reached out to Feng Tingshan, requesting him to come to the hot spring villa to collect her. However, it was already past 10 o'clock, and Feng Tingshan had yet to make a single phone call, let alone come to fetch her. It was possible that Feng Tingshan intended to pick her up, yet due to unforeseen circumstances concerning Lin Wu, he might have stopped en route to assist her, subsequently forgetting about Madame Feng. Nevertheless, Rong did not dwell on it. Upon arriving home at 11 o'clock, She took a shower and fell into a deep slumber, untouched by dreams throughout the night. Chapter 33, Where to Go? I'll take you the following day. After awakening and having breakfast, Rong Ci departed for work as usual. During lunch, her phone rang. It was Feng Jingxin calling. This was the first time Feng Jingxin had reached out since her discreet departure from the hot spring resort. Rong Ci answered the call. Mom. Yes? Rong Ci responded, inquiring if she had eaten. I just finished. That morning at the hot spring resort, she had received a call from Aunt Wu, who mentioned that her father had taken her out for a day of fun and asked if she wanted to join them. She readily agreed, slipping away unnoticed by Rong Ci. They had enjoyed themselves immensely and only returned to the city yesterday afternoon. However, they did not return home that night. This morning, back at school, she felt a twinge of guilt thinking about Rong Ci, worried she might be upset, which prompted her to make the call. Yet, hearing her mother casually ask about her meal reassured her that she was not angry about her secretive departure, bringing her relief. She knew her mother could never truly remain mad at her. Nevertheless, she had noticed that her mother no longer called her every day as she used to. Nor did she constantly inquire about her whereabouts. She found this change rather refreshing. It granted her a newfound freedom in her pursuits. Rong Ci, indeed, did not question her about their whereabouts over the past couple of days, as she had no interest in it. After discussing some academic matters with Feng Jingxin, she ended the call. Upon returning to her office, Yu Mashuan approached her, asking if everyone would gather at the company for the upcoming technology exhibition. Sure, Rong Ci replied. The next morning, as Rong Ci drove out, her car suddenly broke down, and a vehicle behind her collided with her, resulting in a series of traffic mishaps. A crowd of irate drivers erupted in complaints behind her. With her car immobilized, it hindered traffic flow. After apologizing to the drivers of the vehicles behind her, she immediately called for assistance and awaited the arrival of rescue personnel. Unfortunately, resolving such matters was time-consuming, and she was anxious about attending the exhibition. Your car broke down? At that moment, a tall figure approached from the opposite sidewalk. Rong Ci looked up to see He Changbai. Why is it him? She thought, responding with a nonchalant reluctant to engage. She first called Yu Mashuan to inform him of her situation, suggesting they proceed without her and that she would join them once she resolved the issue. Such traffic incidents were quite troublesome to manage, and by the time she sorted everything out, the exhibition would likely be over. Yu Mashuan replied, just wait a moment. I'll contact someone to assist you, but it may take at least half an hour for them to reach you. That's fine. I can arrive later as long as I don't miss the exhibition, she assured him. After ending the call, as she was about to communicate with the frustrated drivers behind her, He Changbai unexpectedly spoke up, I'll have someone help you with this. Where are you headed? I'll take you. Rong Ci paused in surprise and looked up at him. 5 minutes later, she found herself in He Changbai's car. They sat in the back seat with a considerable distance between them, yet Rong Ci still felt a touch of awkwardness. Thank you, she murmured. Just a small favor. He replied lightly. Rong Ci frowned, recalling how He Changbai had previously ignored her. Their last encounter at the racetrack had been rather unpleasant. Although he had surprisingly greeted her the last time they met, he was now preoccupied with making several phone calls once they were in the car. This relieved Rong Ci somewhat, as their unfamiliarity made her uncomfortable in such a confined space. After more than 40 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the technology exhibition. As she exited the car, Rong Ci politely turned to He Changbai and said, Thank you. You're welcome, he replied. After offering a courteous nod, she turned and walked away. Just moments later, a sleek black luxury car pulled up alongside He Changbai's vehicle. Lin Wu initially thought she had misseen, but after checking the license plate, she confirmed her sight was accurate. She knocked on He Changbai's car door. As the window descended slowly, Lin Wu leaned in. Changbai, is that really you? Yes. He Changbai replied, stepping out of the car. I brought a friend. At that moment, Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also alighted from the car. Upon recognizing He Changbai, they hurried to greet him. Uncle, Auntie, He Changbai nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange, He Changbai received a call, noting that it was nearly time for the exhibition. prompting Lin Wu and the others to take their leave. Meanwhile, Rong Xi met up with Yu Mashuan and the others at the exhibition entrance. Yu Mashuan leaned closer, whispering, "Our teacher will also be attending this exhibition." Rong Xi gasped, her eyes widening. Yu Mashuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Good thing you found someone to help you in time, otherwise, if the teacher knew you were late." The implication of his words struck Rong Xi instantly. Their teacher was not one to consider the reasons for tardiness. To him, being late signified a lack of commitment. The fact that Rong Xi had married and had children right after her undergraduate studies had already frustrated the teacher enough. She could hardly bear to imagine the disapproving look he would cast upon discovering her late arrival now that they had just reunited. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. "Thank goodness you weren't late," she sighed in relief. Chapter 34, revealing her identity as Mrs. Feng. As they entered the exhibition hall, they found it already bustling with a considerable crowd. The hall was vast, showcasing an array of exhibits including drones, flying cars, and lifelike robots. The sheer number of displays, each emphasizing different core technologies, left Rong Xi utterly captivated upon their arrival. Yu Mashuan, a figure of notable repute, was soon greeted by several acquaintances shortly after they arrived, and he took the opportunity to introduce some of his connections to Rong Xi. While she smiled and exchanged pleasantries, her gaze inadvertently met that of Lin Wu, who had just entered the hall. Lin Wu paused in surprise, not expecting to see Rong Xi at such a prestigious event, one that was a coveted gathering for technological elites. Each attendance spot was exceedingly valuable. As a major shareholder of Changma, Yu Mashuan had granted a precious slot to Rong Xi, a mere undergraduate. This decision was likely to stir discontent among other accomplished individuals at Changma. Having heard of Yu Mashuan's expertise in the AI domain, despite his business commitments, she was aware that he had been steering the company's product development for years. He valued talent and, with the stronghold of CUAP as a core asset, Changma had thrived under his leadership. Previously, Yi Qiuyu had praised him highly, describing him as an exemplary boss. However, Rong Xi's hiring had left Lin Wu questioning whether Yu Mashuan truly lived up to such accolades. Now, his decision to allocate such an important exhibition spot to her seemed utterly reckless. With this thought, Lin Wu's brow furrowed. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also spotted Rong Xi, their expressions mirroring her surprise. They had not anticipated encountering her here. Rong Xi merely glanced in their direction before withdrawing her gaze. Noticing her engaged in conversation with a tall man, Lin Lihai frowned and asked Lin Wu, "Do you know that man?" "That's Yu Mashuan," Lin Wu replied, her tone revealing her astonishment. Lin Lihai was aware that Rong Xi had transitioned from Feng's group to Changma, but he had assumed she would take on a standard employee role, not that she was held in such high regard by Yu Mashuan. Before Lin Wu could respond further, someone approached them. "Miss Lin, Mr. Lin, you have arrived." It was General Manager In. The Lin family exchanged greetings with him. Initially, they had only 2 tickets. But following the recent charity gala's uproar, many in their circle had become aware of the complicated relationship between Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan. In a bid to strengthen ties with Feng Tingshan, General Manager In had arranged for an additional ticket to be delivered overnight upon learning of their attendance at the tech exhibition. As General Manager In conversed with them, more individuals began to converge, drawing the attention of those nearby. Observing this, General Manager Tan remarked to Rong Xi, "It seems everyone is aware of the Lin family's connections, especially regarding Miss Lin and Feng Tingshan. Those people are gathering to network." His tone conveyed a hint of disdain. Yu Mashuan was also aware of the previous night's debacle at the charity event. He glanced at Rong Xi, noticing Tan's condescending attitude towards Lin Wu, and inquired, "Is there a conflict between you and the Lin family, General Tan?" Tan shook his head. "It's not a conflict per se. However, Xingyu, the girl who clashed with Miss Lin last night, is the daughter of a dear friend of mine. I've known her since childhood. While Xingyu can be quite headstrong, she is not unreasonable. Her fiancé, the young man with the surname Lan, had been close to another girl, nearly leading to an engagement annulment. But then it was rumored that the girl became acquainted with Feng Tingshan, and the connection with Lan faded." Through Tan's explanation, it became clear that Lin Wu had once interfered in the relationship between Xingyu and her fiancé, but upon ascending the social ladder, she had withdrawn. However, Tan's ire was not directed at past events, but rather at the commotion from the previous night. He sighed. Originally, my friend and Xingyu were to attend today's exhibition. But due to the heightened attention surrounding the incident involving Feng Tingshan, they chose to stay away to avoid becoming targets. Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci were left momentarily speechless. As Rong Ci glanced back towards Lin Wu, she noticed an increasing number of people engaging with her. After concluding her discussion with General Tan, Rong Ci joined Su Yuchuan and others to explore the exhibits, their excitement palpable as they encountered a plethora of innovative technologies. After some time, Yu Mashuan approached Rong Ci again, pointing in a specific direction. Feng Tingshan is here. It turned out he had indeed arrived. His technology company wielded considerable influence domestically. And given his technical acumen, his presence was not unexpected, especially with Lin Wu in attendance. There he stood beside her, surrounded by admirers as though they were a legitimate couple. Rong Ci averted her gaze almost instantly, only to then spot Qi Yaming, who was also present, engaged in conversation and seemingly oblivious to her presence. Does he know you're here? Yu Mashuan asked. Rong Ci shook her head. He likely doesn't. Although we have crossed paths occasionally, we have never discussed our situation. Any conversations we have shared have revolved around our daughter, Feng Jingxin. Hence, it's improbable he would be aware of my attendance at the exhibition. Yu Mashuan expressed his displeasure, saying, Aren't you going to greet him? You and Feng Tingshan are not yet divorced. If you were to publicly acknowledge your identity as Mrs. Feng, I would be quite curious to witness his and Lin Wu's reactions. Understanding his implication, Rong Ci simply shook her head. No, it is neither necessary nor wise. If I were to provoke Feng Tingshan, he might retaliate by revealing the truth about the incident I orchestrated against him, regardless of my innocence. With no evidence to prove my side, I would be the one left in disgrace. There are many entrepreneurs present, and if handled poorly, this could adversely affect my uncle's business. I refuse to act impulsively. Chapter 35, Is he smiling at her? Rong Ci withdrew her gaze as Su Yuchuan and the others called her over for clarification. She turned away, no longer concerned with the matters concerning Feng Tingshan. At that moment, Qi Yuming noticed her. Lin Wu had approached Lin Lihai and was not with Feng Tingshan. Qi Yuming walked over and nudged Feng Tingshan with his elbow, gesturing towards Rong Ci's direction. Your wife is over there, he remarked. Feng Tingshan glanced in the direction Qi Yuming indicated and, indeed, spotted Rong Ci. She was holding a tablet, earnestly explaining some technical concepts of an exhibit to Su Yuchuan and the others. Both Rong Ci and Su Yuchuan were deeply engrossed, oblivious to the attention from Feng Tingshan and his companions. Qi Yuming paused and inquired, Who are those people with your wife? Is she discussing the core technology of the exhibit? Your wife is quite impressive, isn't she? Feng Tingshan continued to observe Rong Ci without averting his gaze or uttering a word. At that moment, Rong Ci seemed to sense something and looked over. Their eyes met across a distance, and she hesitated briefly. Though the distance was somewhat far, she could not discern the emotions in Feng Tingshan's eyes. Yet she noticed a subtle smile playing on his lips. Was he smiling at her? Perhaps she was reading too much into it. Filled with uncertainty, she diverted her gaze. Qi Yuming noticed this and asked, What are you smiling about? Feng Tingshan replied, Nothing. Qi Yuming dismissed it. But he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Rong Ci's demeanor when she spotted them, especially Feng Tingshan, was as calm as that of a stranger. He wondered if she was still playing the game of feigned indifference or if she was simply aware of their situation. If it were the latter. Considering Feng Tingshan's reluctance to publicly acknowledge their marriage, it was evident that she maintained a distance from him in every circumstance, whether at the previous banquet or now, concealing any trace of their relationship. One must admit, in this regard, Rong Ci was indeed quite considerate. At that moment, Lin Wu approached and asked, What are you discussing? Qi Yuming, quick to respond, smiled and said, Nothing. Have you finished your conversation? Before Lin Wu could answer, someone brought Professor Liu over, stating, Professor Liu. This is Miss Lin, the algorithm prodigy I mentioned to you earlier. This Professor Liu was the same one introduced to Rong Ci by Yuemo Sun at the last banquet. When Lin Wu approached Yuemo-sun that day, Professor Liu had naturally seen her, but he was of unremarkable appearance, and since Lin Wu was not there to network with figures in the technology field, she hadn't paid him any mind. Now, upon meeting him, she did not recognize him. That day, there seemed to have been some unpleasantness between Lin Wu and Yuemo-sun, but Professor Liu was engrossed in conversation with Rong Ci. So he paid little attention to it and did not bring it up later. Now, seeing Lin Wu, he merely smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Lin." "Hello," she replied. The Lin family's tech company indeed needed some talented individuals, and upon learning of Professor Liu's background, Lin Wu was exceedingly courteous. Lin Lihai also made a point to greet Professor Liu. Subsequently, Lin Wu engaged in conversation with him. With so many exhibits present, there were numerous topics to discuss, and they conversed for quite some time. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan were not technically inclined. Their purpose for attending the exhibition was merely to expand their network. Naturally, after Feng Tingshan's arrival, they were also observant of him, eager to see how he would react upon seeing Rong Ci. Soon, they noted that after Feng Tingshan spotted Rong Ci, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. It was as if he was looking at a stranger, barely sparing her a second glance. They had heard that Rong Ci had employed underhanded tactics to compel Feng Tingshan into marriage, and that he bore her no affection. After marriage, he seldom returned home, harboring only disdain for her. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. As the exhibition was about to commence, the staff announced for key personnel from various enterprises to proceed to the conference hall for the concluding assembly. The representatives entering were Yuemo-sun and Rong Ci, who walked ahead. The sight of Rong Ci entering the conference hall surprised Lin Wu and Lin Lilan. Lin Lilan remarked to Lin Wu, "Is Yuemo-sun really that invested in her?" Though they had noted Yuemo-sun's attentiveness towards Rong Ci upon seeing them at the exhibition, they hadn't expected him to be this invested. It was quite unexpected, considering Rong Ci had already been married and had children. While Rong Ci was indeed beautiful, Yuemo-sun was not lacking in commendable qualities and could easily seek someone better. Why would he show such interest in a woman about to embark on her second marriage? Lin Wu remained silent. Although they had entered the exhibition, the seating in the conference hall was limited, and their company had not provided any exhibits. Generally, even if they entered the hall, they would be seated at the back. However, Feng Tingshan had invited Lin Wu to sit in the front row. Upon hearing this, Lin Lihai chuckled. Rong Ci is present, yet Feng Tingshan has chosen to seat Lin Wu in the front. Lin Lilan also laughed, adding, "I've heard Mr. Nan Jiji will be speaking soon. Sitting in the front row increases the chances of conversing with him." Lin Wu naturally understood this rationale. Observing Rong Ci and Yuemo-sun seated a few rows ahead, Lin Lilan initially felt discontent, but upon realizing Lin Wu would be seated in front of her, her mood brightened instantly. Lin Wu, too, noticed Rong Ci and Yuemo-sun. As she passed by them, she seemed to ignore Rong Ci altogether, focusing straight ahead. Rong Ci and Yuemo-sun acknowledged their presence, yet neither paid it any mind. However, nearby, some attendees expressed envy, saying, "I heard Mr. Nan Jiji is seated in the front row, being there means a chance to speak with him. I'm so envious." Rong Ci and Yuemo-sun exchanged glances. He leaned closer and whispered, "Don't worry, even if she gets the chance to approach the teacher, she won't catch his eye." He had a clear understanding of Lin Wu's professional capabilities from their first meeting. Rong Ci grasped his implication and replied, "What if she conceals her true abilities?" Yuemo-sun. Well, that is indeed a possibility. He had considered it, yet he wondered, was it truly plausible? Just as he pondered this, the host took the stage to deliver a speech. Moments later, he concluded a lengthy discourse, announcing, "Next, let us welcome Mr. Nan Jiji to the stage for his address." Chapter 36, He looks down on me. Nan Jiji, renowned across the globe, is, in truth, still in the bloom of youth, barely in his 40s. Tall and slender, adorned with rimless glasses, he ascended the stage amidst thunderous applause following the host's introduction. Upon reaching the center of the podium, he cast a tranquil glance over the audience, and an immediate hush enveloped the room. He began with, "I sincerely appreciate the invitation extended by the organizers. After succinctly expressing his gratitude, he offered a brief summary and affirmation of the exhibited items at the fair, subsequently addressing inquiries posed by various enterprise representatives in attendance. Numerous individuals sought to ask questions, but time was of the essence. And after a span of over half an hour, Nan Gigi descended from the stage. The conference had other segments to follow. Upon his descent, he made his way to the central front row seat prepared for him by the organizers. As he passed by, a host of corporate magnates in the front row rose to greet him, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, which left those seated further back, particularly some technical staff, enviously watching. Among those seated beside Nan Gigi was Feng Tingshan. As Nan approached, Feng Tingshan stood up. Lin Wu, seated nearby, also rose in response. Feng Tingshan extended his hand toward Nan Gigi, stating, "Mr. Nan, it has been a long time." Indeed, Feng Tingshan and Nan Gigi had crossed paths many years prior. Nan Gigi's demeanor was somewhat aloof as he shook Feng Tingshan's hand, replying, "It has indeed been quite a while." When calculated, it had been over a decade since their last encounter. His coolness, however, was not directed at Feng Tingshan, that was merely his disposition towards everyone, including his own students. Lin Wu also reached out her hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Nan. I am Lin Wu, it is a pleasure to meet you." Nan Gigi glanced at her, acknowledged her with a slight hum, and after shaking her hand, he proceeded to greet a few others who had gathered behind Lin Wu before taking his seat. Feng Tingshan occupied the space to Nan Gigi's right, while the individual to Nan's left initiated a conversation with him. Thus, a light exchange ensued. Feng Tingshan remained seated, listening attentively to the speakers on stage. Lin Wu, however, yearned to converse with Nan Gigi, but the presence of Feng Tingshan made it inconvenient. Noticing Feng Tingshan's lack of initiative in engaging with Nan Gigi, she was somewhat surprised and leaned closer to whisper, "Did you and Mr. Nan have a falling out previously?" Feng Tingshan smiled, "Not at all." "Then why?" Seeing the rare opportunity to converse with Nan Gigi, who would not wish to see such a moment. Yet, despite Nan Gigi being right beside him, Feng Tingshan seemed unperturbed. Lin Wu had considered switching places with Feng Tingshan, but seeing how well Nan Gigi was engaged in conversation with the corporate magnate beside him, she hesitated. The prominent individual was not of ordinary standing, and as a junior without much renown, she feared that interrupting might offend. With this thought, she refrained from requesting a seat swap with Feng Tingshan. "He looks down on me." "What?" Lin Wu was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. The smile on Feng Tingshan's face confirmed her understanding. If that were the case, didn't it imply some prior discord? Yet, Feng Tingshan appeared entirely indifferent. He offered no further elaboration, and Lin Wu chose not to press on. Time slipped by, and eventually, the conference drew to a close. A rumor emerged that Nan Gigi would not depart immediately. Upon hearing this, many rushed towards the front rows. However, by the time those in the back reached the front, Nan Gigi was already encircled by those who had been seated there previously. Lin Wu was among them. Yet she did not engage with Nan Gigi. Lin Lilan, seeing this, gestured anxiously for her attention. Lin Wu approached, addressing her, "Aunt." Understanding Lin Lilan's intent, she preemptively spoke. "Now that Mr. Nan is surrounded by significant figures, even if I were to squeeze in, I could only exchange a few words. Feng Tingshan suggested we find another opportunity to speak with Mr. Nan later." Indeed, Lin Lilan realized her impatience had clouded her judgment. The individuals surrounding Feng Tingshan were of a caliber they seldom encountered, and Lin Lilan hoped for her to expand her network. She gently urged her to return to Feng Tingshan's side. Lin Wu's expression remained composed as she replied, "I am already acquainted with those individuals." Thanks to Feng Tingshan, the prominent figures treated her with considerable respect. Lin Lilan, reassured by Feng Tingshan's attentiveness towards Lin Wu, smiled, "That is good to hear." Nevertheless, after conversing with Lin Lilan for a while, Lin Wu returned to Feng Tingshan's side. The crowd was quite dense, and it was not easy for an ordinary person to navigate through. Yet, everyone recognized her as Feng Tingshan's companion, readily parting to allow her passage. Some magnates, after conversing with Nan Gigi, chose not to linger but instead congregated to discuss business matters. Upon Lin Wu's return to Feng Tingshan, one of the attendees jovially remarked, Miss Lin truly possesses both talent and beauty. Feng Tingshan has remarkable taste and fortune. Despite their lofty social standings, these magnates did not solely judge individuals by their family background or status. Lin Wu's credentials were indeed impressive. She was not only beautiful but also poised and composed. Collectively, these attributes rendered her an exceptionally outstanding young individual. Thus, their compliments towards Lin Wu were genuine. Feng Tingshan chuckled, and Lin Wu graciously responded. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Yuan." While their conversation flowed pleasantly, time was short for Nan Jiji, who soon announced his departure due to prior commitments. Others, recognizing his stature and connections, refrained from detaining him. After all, with Nan Jiji's ties to the government, no one dared to speculate on the significance of his affairs. As Nan Jiji exited, Rong Ci and others were deeply engaged in discussions with technical personnel from other enterprises. They, unlike others, did not rush forward to speak with Nan Jiji. They simply did not require it. If they wished to see him, well, while not particularly easy, it was not an insurmountable challenge. Not long after Nan Jiji's departure, news reached Yumashuan, who subsequently pulled Rong Ci aside. They left the exhibition hall and found themselves in the parking lot, where they encountered Nan Jiji, who was preoccupied with his phone, seemingly replying to messages. Upon noticing their arrival, he looked up. Rong Ci halted her steps, saying, "Teacher." Nan Jiji replied coolly, His tone was indifferent as he remarked, "I reviewed your exhibits, they are passable, but," his gaze swept coldly over both of them, "3 years have passed, and this is the extent of your progress?" Chapter 37, a delightful conversation. Yumashuan and Rong Ci felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Yumashuan hurriedly remarked, "We are already preparing new products. We should have samples ready by next year." Nan Jiji replied coldly, adding, "Until you have done well, there is no need to come see me again." Rong Ci and Yumashuan exchanged glances, clearly understanding that their teacher was referring to a technical summary of the works they had showcased today. "Yes," they responded in unison. After a brief moment, Yumashuan continued, Teacher, one night might be a bit difficult." In truth, it was not merely difficult. It was exceedingly challenging. He said, "Could we extend it to a month?" With so many exhibits and various technical summaries to compile, he believed they would need to write at least several tens of thousands of words, if not over 100,000. How could they possibly complete such a task in one night? Nan Jiji remained silent, simply observing them. Though his demeanor appeared gentle and refined, his gaze was something that most could not withstand. Yumashuan felt a jolt of realization. "Understood. We shall ensure the task is completed," Rong Ci added. At this point, their conversation had essentially come to an end. Nan Jiji then turned his attention to Rong Ci. With her back stiffened, she inquired, "Teacher, who did you find?" Nan Jiji cast a sidelong glance at her, coldly uttering his reply before turning to leave. Rong Ci stood momentarily stunned. Yumashuan remarked, "Teacher mentioned your husband." Nan Jiji's insinuation was clear, "Look at the husband you've chosen." Rong Ci comprehended, yet had they said anything substantial? Earlier, when in the conference hall, she and Yumashuan had been quite far from the front row. Although she had witnessed Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu greet their teacher after he finished speaking, the specifics of their exchange eluded her. Yumashuan shook his head. "I don't know," Rong Ci replied. True. As they were engrossed in conversation, they were unaware that Lin Wu and Lin Lilan had also emerged. Witnessing their dialogue with Nan Jiji. Observing Nan Jiji's departing figure, Lin Lilan remarked to Lin Wu, "It's all right, she lacks your expertise. What does it matter that she knows Nan Jiji? It's of no benefit to her, and she cannot become his disciple." Lin Wu replied, "I understand." She added, "Let us go." Rong Ci and the others had merely stepped out to converse with Nan Jiji. They had no intention of leaving, for this presented an excellent opportunity to network with peers. Thus, after Nan Jiji's departure, they returned to the exhibition hall. Subsequently, they encountered Feng Tingshan. Yet Rong Ci refrained from approaching him, and Feng Tingshan did not come over either. To onlookers, they appeared as complete strangers. Lin Wu and her companions did not depart either. Previously, when Lin Lihai had seen Rong Ci at the jewelry store, he had taken the initiative to greet her. expressing his affection. However, in today's setting, despite multiple encounters, he did not approach her with the same concern as before. Reflecting on this, Rong Ci found it rather amusing. Yet, she understood the reason. After all, with Lin Wu present, everyone knew he was Lin Wu's father. If he were to approach her, and word got out about her marriage to Feng Tingshan, what face would he have left to stand there? Lin Wu would likely be the subject of public scrutiny as well. This clearly demonstrated Lin Lihai's evident bias towards Lin Wu. While Lin Lihai may have wished to avoid any association with Rong Ci in this setting, he was unwilling to forego acquaintance with Yu Mashuan. Thus, when Rong Ci headed to the restroom, he, along with Lin Wu and Lin Lilan, approached Yu Mashuan. He introduced himself, Mr. Yu, hello. I am Lin Lihai, the father of Xiaowu and Xiaozi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yu Mashuan graciously shook his hand, responding, ah, so you are Mr. Lin. The pleasure is mine. Lin Lihai glanced at Lin Wu, saying, Xiaozi has a somewhat fiery temperament, and there have been misunderstandings between her and Xiaowu. As her father, I have always hoped they could get along, but Xiaozi is quite stubborn. Yu Mashuan nodded in understanding, ah, I see. Indeed, Lin Lihai sighed. Then smiled, however, I am pleased that Xiaozi has met a talented young man like you. I understand she has joined your company. I would appreciate it if you could take good care of her. To an outsider, his words indeed sounded caring. Had Lin Lihai not approached him when Rong Ci was absent, or if he were not fully aware of her past and her relationship with Feng Tingshan, Yu Mashuan might have taken his words at face value. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and smiled, Mr. Lin, you flatter me. Xiaozi is truly exceptional. Having her at Changma is a blessing for us. Lin Lihai and the others interpreted Yu Mashuan's words as mere pleasantries. Given Rong Ci's background, what assistance could she possibly offer Yu Mashuan? Likely, she would only be able to handle minor tasks or perform duties akin to those of an ordinary programmer. Yet, Lin Lihai naturally kept such thoughts to himself. Lin Wu remained silent, and Lin Lilan merely smiled nonchalantly. Lin Lihai continued, you should also be aware of Xiaowu's situation. She has always had a keen interest in CUAP and is eager for the opportunity to work at Changma. Although Lin Wu would soon meet Nan Jiji due to Feng Tingshan's arrangements, she would not lack opportunities to learn about CUAP in the future. Nevertheless, given Changma's robust development and Yu Mashuan's privileged background, fostering a good relationship with him could only yield benefits. Who knows? They might even collaborate more closely in the future. Yu Mashuan turned to Lin Wu, saying, thank you for your kind words, Miss Lin. You are indeed remarkable. I would be delighted if you could join Changma. However, Xiaozi is my friend. At this point, Lin Wu was no longer fixated on entering Changma. She merely wished to avoid antagonizing Yu Mashuan, as they were likely to become colleagues in the future. Having one more friend is always preferable to having another adversary. Today, Yu Mashuan's demeanor was significantly more amiable than during the previous banquet. She remained uncertain whether his change in attitude was sincere or feigned, but time would tell. They may very well become good friends in the future. Lin Wu replied, I understand and will not impose, you need not worry, Mr. Yu. Yu Mashuan smiled. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Lin. From a distance, it appeared as though they were engaged in a lively conversation. Upon exiting the restroom, Rong Ci halted in her tracks, and Lin Lilan noticed, chuckling softly. Chapter 38, You Decide. Lin Wu noticed Rong Ci and, with an expression of indifference, informed Mo-sun, we have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Let's talk next time. Mo-sun shook hands with them, all right. Until next time. Lin Wu did not cast another glance at Rong Ci and turned to leave with Lin Lihai and the others. As the esteemed Mo-sun. It was nearing noon, and many influential figures approached him with invitations to dine together. Moreover, it seemed that Feng Tingshan would also be joining. A considerable number of industry leaders were gathered around Feng Tingshan, likely all heading to the same meal. The future trajectory of the AI field would largely depend on how these prominent individuals maneuvered. Thus, this was indeed an opportune moment to gain deeper insights into the market's future direction. Additionally, if conversations progressed well, collaborations could be established after the meal. Mo-sun was quite eager to participate. He glanced at Rong Ci, silently inquiring about her thoughts. With Feng Tingshan present, he wondered if she would. Rong Ci resolutely replied, I will go. Upon stepping outside, she and Feng Tingshan regarded each other as strangers, yet that did not imply she would avoid him. The group of dignitaries led Rong Ci and Umo Sun towards Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan observed their approach with a calm demeanor, while Lin Wu frowned momentarily before releasing it, diverting her gaze with indifference. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan also arrived. Upon seeing Rong Ci, their expressions soured. One individual, who had yet to greet Umo Sun, took the initiative to do so as he approached. When it was Feng Tingshan's turn, he shook hands with Umo Sun, saying, Hello. Hello, Umo Sun smiled, Mr. Feng, I've long admired your name. You're too kind, you. After some pleasantries, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu were surrounded by the group as they made their way to the parking lot, with Rong Ci and Umo Sun following behind. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan discreetly sought an opportunity to approach Rong Ci, attempting to signal her not to join them. However, Rong Ci pretended not to see them. Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu entered the same vehicle, while Rong Ci got into Umo Sun's car. Lin Lilan frowned. Realizing she could not prevent Rong Ci from attending, this Rong Ci is truly. Their party comprised over 20 individuals. The dining room was spacious, and everyone settled around a large round table. Naturally, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu sat together. Lin Lilan had hoped to sit next to Rong Ci, concerned that she might speak out of turn during the meal and wanting to keep an eye on her. However, she was too late. The last seat beside Rong Ci was taken by Umo Sun. As they settled in, the group engaged in conversation while ordering dishes. Feng Tingshan handed the menu to Lin Wu, encouraging her to make the selections. Lin Wu accepted it and inquired, What would you like to eat? Feng Tingshan replied, You decide. Those seated nearby chuckled at this exchange, remarking, Mr. Feng and Miss Lin have quite the rapport. Lin Wu smiled subtly, selecting several dishes based on Feng Tingshan's tastes. Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. Umo Sun, holding the menu, asked Rong Ci about her preferences. Noticing the commotion at the adjacent table, he glanced over and then turned to Rong Ci, who appeared unperturbed. When he inquired about her choices, she deliberated and suggested a couple of dishes. Seeing that Rong Ci showed no signs of causing a scene, Lin Lilan and Lin Lihai felt somewhat reassured. Aware that Lin Lihai was concerned about Rong Ci, Lin Wu leaned closer and whispered, No need to worry. With Tingshan around, she wouldn't dare act out. If Rong Ci truly dared to provoke a scene, it would surely displease Feng Tingshan. Given her understanding of their marital situation, she wouldn't risk inciting his ire, as it would only deepen his disdain for her. Lin Lilan felt somewhat comforted by this. However, she feared that Feng Tingshan's kindness towards Lin Wu might become too much for Rong Ci to bear. Rong Ci, unconcerned with their thoughts, was not particularly attentive to their situation, as the individual seated beside her was Professor Liu. Professor Liu had known of Rong Ci's presence at the exhibition and had previously sought an opportunity to greet her. During their last encounter at a banquet, they had enjoyed a delightful conversation, and he had been eager to engage with her again amidst their busy schedules. Given this chance, he was determined not to let it slip away. Shortly after taking their seats, he began conversing with Rong Ci. The table was large, and both Rong Ci and Professor Liu moderated their voices to avoid disturbing the others. Observing Professor Liu's amiable demeanor as he spoke to Rong Ci, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan assumed she was merely seeking his guidance on some professional matters, paying little attention to their exchange. Those seated next to Professor Liu teased, Old Liu, your professional habits are unyielding. You've been chatting away even as we sit down to eat. Another chimed in with a laugh, Indeed. Earlier in the exhibition hall, Old Liu also had an extended conversation with Miss Lin. As the conversation shifted to him, Professor Liu smiled, not indulging their banter. Usually, when I discuss technical matters, you all push me off to your engineers. Now that I'm not talking to you, it seems you're feeling a bit out of sorts. Someone glanced at Lin Wu and then at Rong Ci, commenting, Who would have thought the younger generation would be so interested in AI and programming? Times have truly changed. Indeed, another agreed. Old Liu remarked after his discussion with Miss Lin that the talent pool is expanding, and our nation's future looks promising. Miss Lin is a distinguished graduate of a world-renowned university, truly a testament to such talent, isn't she? Humbled by the compliments, Lin Wu smiled modestly. You flatter me. Given Feng Tingshan's distinguished status, and as his partner, Lin Wu naturally received more admiration. As for Rong Ci, while her beauty was acknowledged, she was known merely as an employee of Mo Sun's company, and despite her ambiguous relationship with him, her background did not command much attention. Once the dishes arrived, Lin Wu served Feng Tingshan a portion, which he graciously accepted. At this point, the conversation flourished as the attendees began discussing the development prospects of various exhibits from the day. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, speaking of which, Mr. Feng, your autonomous vehicle aligns remarkably well with Mr. Yu's programming language for intelligent traffic systems. It's quite tantalizing. Are you really not considering a collaboration? Chapter 39, An Unexpected Embrace. As everyone settled down for dinner, it was evident that Feng Tingshan and Yu Mashuan had yet to exchange a single word. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan picked up a napkin to dab at the corner of his lips, turning his gaze toward Yu Mashuan with a smile. Indeed, I have considered this notion. What are your thoughts, Mr. Yu? Yu Mashuan, naturally, would not overlook a business opportunity presented so openly. To be valued by Mr. Feng is indeed a privilege for our Changma. Should a collaboration between Feng Tingshan and Yu Mashuan come to fruition, Lin Wu would wholeheartedly welcome it. After all, if their interactions became more frequent, her chances to engage with Yu Mashuan would undoubtedly increase, making it easier to draw him closer. With this thought in mind, she cast a cold glance at Rong Ci, who was primarily engrossed in conversation with Professor Liu. Although she paid some attention to the others at the table, her focus was not particularly keen. If Yu Mashuan genuinely wished to collaborate with Feng Tingshan, she certainly had no objections. After all, there was no need to stand against profit. As the meal progressed, it was only natural for them to rise from their seats and congregate on the nearby sofa for discussions if any collaborative intentions were present. Feng Tingshan's earlier mention of wanting to collaborate with Changma was merely a verbal expression. Whether it would materialize into an actual partnership was uncertain to Rong Ci. However, Yuan, who was dining with them, earnestly sought a collaboration. Indeed, before the meal concluded, he took his management team over to engage Yu Mashuan in conversation. Rong Ci followed suit. While she excelled in technical discussions, the negotiations would need to be handled by Yu Mashuan. Sitting quietly beside them, she rarely spoke. But when she noticed Yu Mashuan's glass had emptied, she took it upon herself to refill it. Allow me to pour you a new drink, she offered softly. Thank you. Yu Mashuan replied with a smile. Observing Rong Ci playing the role of a secretary for Yu Mashuan, Lin Wu and Lin Lilan were further convinced that Rong Ci's purpose at Changma was essentially to assist Yu Mashuan. As Rong Ci turned to leave with the cup, she inadvertently collided with someone nearby, losing her balance and tumbling into Feng Tingshan's embrace. The surrounding guests paused at this unexpected turn of events. While it appeared as though she had been knocked down, one could not dismiss the possibility that it was intentional. After all, the timing was too fortuitous to simply be a coincidence. But Rong Ci's stunning beauty, coupled with her graceful figure and porcelain-like skin, made it hard for observers to ignore her allure. Although Lin Wu was undeniably attractive, many present deemed Rong Ci to be more captivating. Yet, Feng Tingshan remained unfazed. He coldly adjusted Rong Ci's shoulder before gently pushing her away, showing no sign of being swayed by her beauty. As Rong Ci realized she had fallen into Feng Tingshan's arms, she quickly composed herself, murmuring an apology before turning to depart. Lin Wu and Lin Lilan shared the sentiment that Rong Ci had indeed intended to fall into Feng Tingshan's embrace. Lin Lilan scoffed, remarking to Lin Wu, I said she wouldn't be able to remain composed. Yet, despite her efforts, it proved futile, for Feng Tingshan was entirely unaffected. Indeed, Lin Lilan chuckled. Tingshan's reaction certainly provides a sense of security. Hearing this, Lin Wu smiled sweetly. Lin Lihai frowned, realizing he had misjudged Rong Ci, despite her seemingly demure demeanor. She harbored many hidden intentions. Noticing the commotion, Yu Mashuan promptly ceased his conversation with Yuan and approached Rong Ci. Are you all right? Rong Ci shook her head. Did you twist your ankle? Just a bit. She acknowledged a twinge of pain in her ankle, suspecting it might be sprained. Observing Yu Mashuan's concern warmed her heart but also brought a sense of bitterness. She was acutely aware of the gazes from those around her. They likely believed her fall was a deliberate attempt to attract Feng Tingshan's attention. Even now, as she was injured, they would probably think she deserved it. As for Feng Tingshan, he had not even offered her proper support or inquired if she was unhurt. The only one who truly cared was Yu Mashuan. "Shall I take a look?" "No need. There are so many people here." Ignoring her protest, Yu Mashuan scooped her up and carried her away from the crowd, setting her down before kneeling to remove her high heels. Gently lifting her calf, he noted the swelling around her ankle and instructed a waiter to summon a doctor while also requesting a pair of flat shoes for her. Witnessing Yu Mashuan's unreserved concern for Rong Ci took many by surprise. In that moment, perceptions shifted, perhaps Rong Ci's earlier actions were misunderstood. For it seemed her relationship with Yu Mashuan was indeed quite strong. Lin Wu bit her lip, withdrawing her gaze before turning to Feng Tingshan. Though he noticed the intimate interaction between Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan, he continued to engage with others, seemingly unaffected by their closeness. Lin Wu felt a sense of relief at this revelation, allowing herself to smile and resume conversation with the others, no longer fixating on Rong Ci's predicament. Before long, the restaurant's backup doctor arrived, examined Rong Ci, and prescribed some medication. Once the doctor departed, Yu Mashuan began to apply the ointment to her injury. Rong Ci attempted to take over, but a sharp glance from Yu Mashuan silenced her. She raised her hands in surrender. After he finished treating her, a waiter returned with the shoes. Rong Ci stood to try them on, stating, "They're comfortable enough to walk in." "That's good to hear," Yu Mashuan replied. However, given her current condition, it was prudent for her not to attend the exhibition. He had already arranged for someone to capture the exhibits on film, allowing her to review the video later. While it was somewhat regrettable, there was no alternative. Yu Mashuan informed the others before escorting Rong Ci home. After dropping her off, he had other matters to attend to and departed shortly thereafter. Having been busy all day, Rong Ci felt fatigued and wished to rest before discussing the assignments their teacher had assigned later on. She set her phone aside, intending to sleep, when it suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she noted an unfamiliar number. Hesitating momentarily, she answered, "Hello, who is this?" "He Chongsong." Rong Ci's eyes widened as she sat up in bed. "Mr. He?" Truth be told, she had been so preoccupied that she had nearly forgotten about their earlier conversation. "I've arranged for your vehicle to be taken care of. You may come to pick it up later." Before she could respond, He Chongsong continued, "If you have other commitments, I can have someone drive it back for you." Chapter 40. Unshakable. Rong Ci instinctively declined, saying, "No need to trouble yourself, I can go pick it up myself." Her refusal was decisive, resulting in a moment of silence from the other end. "Mr. He?" she added. "All right, I will send you the contact information for the repair shop shortly. Thank you for your help." He Chongbai remained silent and hung up. Given her foot injury, it was evident that she could not retrieve the car on her own. After some contemplation, she decided to ask Yu Mashuan for assistance. Yu Mashuan agreed to return her car once he finished his errands. Later that evening, after ordering takeout and finishing her meal, a call came from Feng Jingxin, inquiring about her return home. Rong Ci replied directly. "Mom has sprained her foot and is unable to walk. She is currently recuperating outside, so I want to be coming home. You should rest early." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin immediately asked, "What? Mom, is your foot injured? Is it serious? Does it hurt?" "It hurts, but it's not too severe. I'll be fine in a few days." "All right." Hearing this eased Feng Jingxin's worries, and she continued to inquire, "Where are you now? Once Dad returns, we can find time to visit you." Rong Ci responded, "There's no need, I can take care of myself. Just focus on your studies." "Okay." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tingshan returned home. Upon seeing him, Feng Jingxin called out, "Dad." Before he could speak, she hurriedly added, "Dad, Mom's foot is injured, and she is currently recuperating outside." Feng Tingshan acknowledged her with a grunt, removing his exquisite suit jacket and handing it to the butler, saying, "I know." "What? How do you know, Dad? Did Mom tell you? Feng Jingxin asked, surprised as she looked up. Feng Tingshan sat down and took the cup of water from Aunt Lu, replying, no, I saw it with my own eyes. You saw it? Dad, were you there when Mom got hurt? Yes. Feng Jingxin seemed to remember something, saying, oh right, Mom works at Dad's company. So you saw her get hurt, didn't you? Not anymore, Feng Tingshan replied coolly. What? Where is Mom working now? Somewhere she enjoys. Oh. After finishing his water, Feng Tingshan set the cup down and stood to go upstairs, ruffling her hair gently as he said, get some rest. Got it. Later, around 8, Yu Mashuan returned with the car. Rong Ci took the keys and asked, how much did the repairs cost? I want to reimburse you. Yu Mashuan sat down on the sofa and replied, how would I know? What do you mean? How could you pick up the car without payment? No one informed me about payment, they just let me take the car after hearing it belonged to you. Rong Ci paused, realizing that He Changbai had likely covered the costs for her. This was unexpected. What's wrong? Yu Mashuan inquired, noticing her change in expression. Rong Ci shook her head. Nothing. Then let us get started on our homework. Once we finish, I can finally rest after a long day. The homework he referred to was the reflection on the exhibits assigned by Nan Jiji that morning. All right, she replied. As Rong Ci contemplated the repair costs, she said, let me make a quick call. She dialed He Changbai. He answered almost instantly, hello. Mr. He, it's Rong Ci. I know. What's up? She explained. I picked up the car, may I ask if you covered the repair costs? How much is it? I will transfer the money to you. He Changbai was silent for a moment before responding, I will send you the account number shortly. Alright, Rong Ci replied politely. I apologize for the disturbance. And thank you very much for today. He Changbai replied coolly, you're welcome. With that, he hung up first. Yu Mashuan, who had been listening nearby, asked. Was that the person who helped you with the car today? At that moment, He Changbai sent the account number along with a photo of the repair invoice. Rong Ci glanced at it while opening her mobile payment app, confirming, yes. From the tone of Rong Ci's conversation with He Changbai, Yu Mashuan discerned that they did not seem very familiar. He also recognized He Changbai and was aware of the minimal connection between them. Thus, even when he heard her refer to He Changbai as Mr. He did not associate it with the latter. Rong Ci transferred the exact amount to He Changbai and, after sending a thank you message, she and Yu Mashuan officially began working on the assignment given by Nan Jiji. They summarized the core technologies of all the exhibits in a PowerPoint format. Despite their efforts, due to the sheer number of exhibits, they only managed to send the completed work to Nan Jiji after 2 in the morning. Yu Mashuan, utterly exhausted, had no change of clothes at Rong Ci's place. So she did not ask him to stay. After he left, Rong Ci limped to the bathroom to take a shower before heading to bed. Her injury was not severe, but Yu Mashuan still hoped she would take a few days to recuperate before returning to work. Thus, the next day, Rong Ci awoke and opted to work from home, not venturing out. However, shortly after getting up, she received a call from Feng Jingxin. Mom, is your foot feeling any better? Rong Ci gently tested her foot while preparing breakfast in the kitchen, replying, it's better. That's good. Feng Jingxin was also eating breakfast, and after this exchange, she seemed at a loss for words. Rong Ci sensed the change. It had not always been this way. In the past, Feng Jingxin would have a multitude of things to share. Over the past 2 years, their communication had dwindled, and even when Feng Jingxin had something to discuss, she would rush to confide in Linwu. Gradually, their mother-daughter bond had grown distant. Though Feng Jingxin expressed concern about her injury, it felt superficial. Her concern was genuine but lacked depth. Previously, even a minor injury would have caused Feng Jingxin to cry out in distress, clinging to her mother and offering comfort, refusing to leave her side. Back then, she was a truly affectionate little girl. Yet all that affection had been unknowingly redirected towards Linwu. Just like the last time Linwu fell ill, Feng Jingxin had hurried over to her father before sneaking a message to Linwu to check on her. And after school, she immediately asked the driver to take her to see Lin Wu. If she had genuinely been worried, she could have easily asked for her mother's address last night and had the driver bring her over. But ultimately, she didn't. He come. At a loss for words. Feng Jingxin glanced at her father, who was seated across from her, and asked, "Dad, do you want to call Mom?" Chapter 41, A Date Without Disturbance. Hearing Feng Jingxin's words, Rong Xi suddenly came to her senses. Yesterday, she had fallen, and he did not offer to help her. She was injured, yet he remained indifferent. His behavior could only mean that he truly did not care for her. Perhaps he was also concerned about Lin Wu's misunderstandings. In his heart, Lin Wu's thoughts and feelings were of utmost importance, while her well-being seemed to matter little to him. Otherwise, how could he have reacted so callously when witnessing her fall and injury? With this thought, her expression grew cold. And just as she was about to say it was unnecessary, Feng Tingshan spoke first. "Ask your mother," he said. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin turned to Rong Xi and asked, "Mom, Dad wants to know if you'd like to talk to him on the phone." Rong Xi pressed her lips together and replied, "No, Mom has other matters to attend to." "Oh." Feng Jingxin relayed to Feng Tingshan, "Dad, Mom said no." Feng Tingshan simply replied, Feng Jingxin then said, "Well then, Mom, goodbye." Goodbye." After hanging up, Feng Jingxin put down her phone and looked at Feng Tingshan, saying, "Dad, Mom seems to be angry." She couldn't quite pinpoint why she felt that way. It was just an instinctive sensation. Feng Tingshan replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" "Yes." And then, the conversation ceased. In the following days, Rong Xi worked from home. Feng Jingxin called her every day to inquire about her injury, but as anticipated, she did not mention coming to visit. The assignment she submitted with Yu Mashuan received feedback from Nan Jiji 2 days later. The core technological content they developed together was confidential to others. Yet it was dismissed as worthless by Nan Jiji. Thus, over the next couple of days, both Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan spent considerable time revising their work according to Nan Jiji's comments. By Monday, Rong Xi's foot had nearly healed. Though she still hesitated to drive, she could return to the office as usual. Upon arriving at the company, Yu Mashuan informed her, "Feng Tingshan seems genuinely intent on collaborating with us." Although Feng Tingshan himself was not present, he had sent someone to engage in discussions last week. Concerned that Rong Xi might be unsettled upon learning this, he had refrained from mentioning it to her. Soon, another representative from Feng Tingshan's side would come over to finalize preliminary cooperation plans. The technical director sent by Feng Tingshan was from his personal tech company, not an employee of the Feng family group. This was their first meeting. Upon learning that Rong Xi also worked in technology, he greeted her politely, "Hello, Miss Rong." "Hello," she responded. The ensuing exchanges were quite pleasant. At noon, Chang Yamo hosted a lunch for several individuals from Feng Tingshan's company. Just as they arrived at the restaurant and stepped out of the car, they unexpectedly encountered Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu, who were also alighting from their vehicle. Seeing them, Rong Xi hesitated, and Yu Mashuan rubbed his forehead, surprised by the coincidence. However, Director Quan's eyes lit up, and he called out, "President Feng." Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu turned around, seemingly surprised to see Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan. After exchanging greetings with them, Director Quan approached Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. Since Feng Tingshan had already noticed them and they still had a collaboration to discuss, Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan exchanged glances and decided to follow suit. Director Quan appeared to recognize Lin Wu as well and greeted her warmly, "Miss Lin." "Hello." Lin Wu replied, her tone somewhat frosty. Director Quan was unfazed. After all, Lin Wu was now the apple of Feng Tingshan's eye and could very well become their future employer. It was only natural for her to maintain a certain distance from her subordinates. Director Quan turned to Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan, explaining to Feng Tingshan, "I came to Changyamo for collaboration today, and since it's lunchtime, I'm having a meal with Mr. Yu and his team." Feng Tingshan nodded, shook his hand, and said, "Thank you for your efforts." Director Quan replied, "It's my duty." Feng Tingshan's gaze shifted to Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan. Greeting Yu Mashuan, "Mr. Yu." He did not address Rong Xi. Yu Mashuan acknowledged him and suddenly asked, "Since we've met, why not join us?" Feng Tingshan replied, No, I have a personal arrangement, which makes it inconvenient. I'll treat Mr. Yu to a meal next time. Personal arrangement, was this a date with Lin Wu? Did he wish to avoid being disturbed? Yu Mashuan chuckled inwardly but smiled. President Feng is too kind. As for Lin Wu, while she indeed wanted to interact more with Yu Mashuan, her priority remained Feng Tingshin. The fact that he placed such importance on their date brought her joy. And she did not want their personal time to be intruded upon. Upon hearing Feng Tingshin's response, she said no more and left with him. Once they had walked away, Yu Mashuan inquired, do Director Quan and Miss Lin know each other? We've met a few times, Director Quan replied. You know how President Feng is very attentive to Miss Lin, he has brought her to the company several times. Is that so? Rong Ci. Despite being married to Feng Tingshin for many years and having some knowledge of the companies he established, had never set foot in any of them because he had forbidden her. Yet, there were no restrictions placed on Lin Wu. Taking advantage of Director Quan's distraction, Yu Mashuan lowered his voice and said to her, after the drama at the charity gala and last week's tech expo, the Lin family has established quite a network in the capital. It said they have secured several projects in recent days. Once these projects are completed, the Lin family will be firmly established in the capital, achieving what many businessmen dream of in just a few days, thanks to Feng Tingshin's support. Many people outside are envious. Rong Ci lowered her gaze and hummed in response. Chapter 42, No need to shy away from Miss Lin. Following a productive discussion that afternoon, the two companies solidified their budding partnership. 2 days later, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan journeyed to Feng Tingshin's technology firm, Xuandu, to deliberate the contract's particulars. Upon arriving at Xuandu, they were greeted by Director Quan and a core executive, Director Jean. Director Jean was slightly tardy, offering his apologies for the delay, explaining he had been in a meeting with Feng Tingshin and others. So, Feng Tingshin is also at Xuandu? Rong Ci mused. Exchanging a handshake with Director Jean alongside Yu Mashuan, and responded, it's quite alright. With Director Jin's arrival, they resumed their discussion of the contract's contents. Moments later, the door swung open. Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan paid it little mind, assuming it was a Xuandu employee. However, Director Quan and Director Jean promptly rose to greet the newcomer, Miss Lin. Rong Ci paused, lifting her gaze to confirm it was indeed Lin Wu. Yu Mashuan's brow furrowed as well. Lin Wu glanced at Rong Ci before addressing Director Quan and Director Jean, stating, I'm merely observing. Please carry on with your work and disregard me. Director Quan and Director Jean responded with assenting murmurs, yet they promptly instructed their secretary to fetch water for Lin Wu, treating her with the deference reserved for the company's proprietress. Lin Wu acknowledged Yu Mashuan with a nod, Director Yu. Yu Mashuan returned the greeting, Miss Lin. Accepting the tea from Director Jin's secretary, Lin Wu settled into the chair they had thoughtfully provided. After a sip, she set down the cup, her gaze falling upon the contract, and inquired, may I take a look? Director Jean responded with a smile, certainly. Noticing Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci's gazes, he elucidated with a smile, Miss Lin is Mr. Feng's girlfriend. Mr. Feng never shies away from showing Miss Lin contracts. His implication was clear, Lin Wu was an insider, dispelling any concerns about potential leaks of confidential information. Yu Mashuan chuckled, with Director Jin's assurance, we have no cause for concern. Rong Ci, however, remained silent, her gaze lowered. At home, Feng Tingshin's study, with its confidential company documents, was strictly off-limits. From the very first day she moved in, the housekeeper had been instructed to inform her of this. Consequently, she had never once entered the study in all those years. Yet, Lin Wu could peruse Feng Tingshin's confidential documents at will, her presence widely known at Xuandu. This underscored the depth of their relationship. Lin Wu perceived Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci's reaction to her handling of the documents. Beyond concerns about leaks, they were likely surprised by the intimacy of her relationship with Feng Tingshin. Setting down the documents, Lin Wu turned to Rong Ci. Noticing her lowered gaze, as if she dared not meet her eyes, she lifted her teacup and smiled. Her demeanor resembled that of a supervising proprietress. Yu Mashuan observed this. As Director Jean and others revised a clause in the contract, he interjected, does Miss Lin have any plans to work at Xuandu? Lin Wu set down her cup. her gaze meeting his directly, and replied, Tingshan has also asked if I would like to work at Xuandu, but I prefer to rely on my own abilities. So I declined. Before Yu Mashuan could respond, Director Jean chimed in with a smile, Miss Lin is far too modest. We are all aware of your expertise in AI. Even if you and Mr. Feng share a close relationship, we would never perceive your entry as nepotism. On the contrary, if our company could secure Miss Lin's expertise, our work would undoubtedly progress more smoothly. Miss Lin, perhaps you would reconsider? Lin Wu offered a faint smile, perhaps in the future. In essence, Lin Wu could join the company whenever she desired. The extent of Feng Tingshan's preferential treatment was something Rong Ci no longer wished to dwell on. Rong Ci lifted her water glass, taking a sip. Just then, she noticed a figure standing outside the glass door. She raised her head slightly. Feng Tingshan. She paused. Feng Tingshan had also noticed her, his gaze seemingly not focused on her. Rong Ci turned back, noticing Lin Wu offering a faint smile towards the doorway, evidently greeting Feng Tingshan. Subsequently, Lin Wu addressed Director Jean, I must be going. Only then did Director Jean and Director Quan realize Feng Tingshan had arrived. It was nearing noon, and Feng Tingshan had clearly come to escort Lin Wu to lunch. Noticing Director Quan and others preparing to rise and greet him, Feng Tingshan said, Please, don't stand on ceremony. Carry on with your work. Director Quan and others nodded in agreement. Feng Tingshan then acknowledged Yu Mashuan. I apologize for not being able to personally host you. Please accept my apologies. Mr. Feng, you are too kind. I understand your demanding schedule. Feng Tingshan smiled, glanced at Rong Ci, and then departed with Lin Wu. Feng Tingshan's extensive company holdings were well known within the circle. Yu Mashuan had not anticipated that Feng Tingshan would not only be at Xuandu but that Lin Wu would also be present. He turned to Rong Ci, offering a comforting pat on her shoulder. Rong Ci shook her head. She was fine. When she had come to Xuandu, she had prepared herself for the possibility of encountering Feng Tingshan. However, she had not expected Lin Wu to be there. Director Quan had mentioned Lin Wu's previous visit to Xuandu, and she had assumed it was an occasional occurrence. She had not expected Lin Wu to treat Feng Tingshan's company as her own, coming and going as she pleased, and being so well acquainted with the staff. The collaborative content involved technical cooperation, with numerous clauses to avoid unnecessary disputes. Each clause required careful deliberation. By the time they had finalized the contract, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After Yu Mashuan signed the document, Director Jean personally took it to Feng Tingshan for his signature. Yu Mashuan paused, Mr. Feng is still at the company? Yes, Director Quan confirmed, he is simply occupied with another project. Was that truly the case? Was he merely busy? Or did he wish to avoid prolonged contact with Rong Ci? Rong Ci had considered this possibility. Director Quan and Yu Mashuan, both in the technology field, were acquainted with each other. As they relaxed after signing the contract, Director Quan coughed lightly and lowered his voice, Miss Lin is also here. It is said that Miss Lin has been with Mr. Feng all day. Their relationship is truly enviable. Rong Ci, seated next to Yu Mashuan, overheard the comment. Moments later, Director Jean returned with the signed documents. Yu Mashuan, with important personal matters to attend to that evening, declined Director Jin's invitation to dinner. Director Jean and Director Quan politely saw them downstairs, only to encounter Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu in the elevator. Chapter 43, he did not return. Yu Mashuan paused. What a coincidence. Feng Tingshan replied, indeed, quite a coincidence. Yu Mashuan suggested, since there are many of us, why don't you all go ahead? And we will wait for the next one? Alright, see you next time. As the elevator doors closed again, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan had no choice but to wait for the next lift. After a while, they entered the elevator, and Rong Ci's phone rang. It was a call from Feng Jingxin. After greeting the others, Rong Ci answered, Hello. Mom, are you done with work? When will you be home? Since Rong Ci injured her foot, Feng Jingxin had been calling her daily. After learning that her foot had healed, she had asked yesterday when she would return home. Rong Ci had been busy with work these past few days and had not agreed to go home to accompany her the night before. Hearing Feng Jingxin's inquiry, she responded, I just finished, I'll be home shortly. As she hung up, the elevator had already reached the ground floor. Director Kwon curiously asked, Miss Rong, do you have a child? Rong Si replied, yes. Really? I couldn't tell at all. He had assumed that Rong Si and Yu Mashuan were in a romantic relationship, given how well they seemed to get along, with Yu Mashuan being particularly attentive to her. Director Kwon was quite surprised, as Rong Si appeared quite youthful, making it hard to believe she had already given birth. He casually inquired, is your husband also in our line of work? Rong Si hesitated before saying, sort of. Director Kwon had previously discussed technical matters with Rong Si and was aware of her considerable professional skills. He assumed her husband was also in their field and was about to ask for his name, but noticing Rong Si's indifferent expression, he decided to drop the subject. Yu Mashuan was eager to reveal that the husband they spoke of was none other than their company's CEO, Feng Tingshan. However, since Rong Si was on the verge of divorce, and they would have many future interactions with Director Kwon, he refrained from saying anything that might complicate their relationship with her. Furthermore, knowing Rong Si's identity could provoke others to undermine her in an effort to curry favor with Lin Wu. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Yu Mashuan ultimately chose silence. Once they exited the building, Rong Si and Yu Mashuan departed in their respective vehicles. Upon arriving at the villa, Rong Si found Feng Jingxin waiting downstairs. Upon seeing her return, Feng Jingxin rushed over, calling out, Mom. Yes, Rong Si replied, gently ruffling her hair, intending to ask if she was hungry. But Feng Jingxin was quick to notice her foot. Mom, are you really okay? Rong Si affirmed, yes, I'm fine. Where did you injure yourself? Let me see. No need, I'm completely healed. Please, show me. Reluctantly, Rong Si removed her cotton shoe and pointed to her previously injured ankle. Feng Jingxin crouched down to inspect. I don't see any wounds, it's no longer swollen, so it's not visible. Oh, she continued, Mom. You must be careful not to stand too long. I've already had dinner prepared, so let us eat. Alright, Rong Si agreed. As Feng Jingxin happily took her hand and led her to the dining room. The dining table was set for two, with Feng Tingshan's place conspicuously empty. Noticing her gaze, Feng Jingxin explained, Dad said he had something to attend to and won't be home for dinner. It's just you and me, Mom. Recalling the encounter in the elevator with Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu, Rong Si wondered if his business involved dining with Lin Wu. She kept this thought to herself. As they ate, they engaged in conversation. Perhaps due to the ample freedom she had given Feng Jingxin recently, their bond had grown closer. And there was no sign of the impatience that had previously surfaced. Consequently, after dinner, Feng Jingxin requested help with her bath, hair washing, and drying. To which Rong Si consented. Feng Jingxin then asked if she could take her to school the next day, and again, Rong Si agreed. Since their stay at the hot spring resort, it had been 10 days since they had last spent quality time together. Therefore, that evening, she chose to stay at the villa. However, she did not return to the master bedroom, intending to sleep alongside Feng Jingxin. The last time she had shared a bed with her was when she was ill. This time, she was neither unwell nor had she asked her mother for company. Watching Rong Si wash up in her own room and prepare to sleep there, Feng Jingxin found it puzzling that she didn't return to the bedroom she shared with her father. However, she quite enjoyed sleeping next to Rong Si, as her mother was soft and fragrant, making it a comforting experience. Thus, she refrained from asking. Yet, knowing her mother was present, she would need to be cautious when saying goodnight to Aunt Wu, ensuring her mother did not notice. That night, as Rong Si settled into bed, it was already past 11 o'clock. Yet, Feng Tingshan had not returned. The next morning, she learned that he had not come home the previous night. The last time she saw him in the elevator, he had left with Lin Wu. That night, he must have. Rong Si withdrew her thoughts, sending Feng Jingxin to school before heading back to work at Changma. Clearly, Feng Jingxin's thoughts were still occupied with Lin Wu, as her need for her mother appeared to be fleeting, arising only when she missed her after a long absence or when Feng Tingshan was not around, leaving her feeling bored. After learning that her foot had fully healed, Feng Jingxin no longer called her daily or inquired why she hadn't returned home at night. As for Feng Tingshan, he had never shown concern for her whereabouts. Recently, Changma had secured 2 projects, resulting in significant revenue, prompting a large team-building event on Friday. The location was decided by the team, and ultimately, everyone agreed to go to a hot spring. When Rong Ci received the news, she was momentarily taken aback and managed a wry smile. Yu Mashuan asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go to the hot spring?" "Not that," she replied. "It just reminded me of the last time I went, when I was left behind by Feng Tingshan and his daughter, ultimately being all alone at the resort." Reflecting on it now felt as if it had happened merely yesterday, yet in reality, nearly half a month had passed. Time truly flies. Although she was not particularly keen on visiting the hot spring, this was her first major team event since returning to the company, making it difficult for her to decline. Thus, she decided to join everyone. The last time she had visited the resort, it had been the Feng family's private property. This time, however, they were going to a large hot spring hotel, replete with various entertainment facilities. After changing into a bathrobe, Rong Ci made her way to the hot spring pool. With few women in her company, when she arrived, the others had yet to come. She settled in the women's section and had barely soaked for a minute when she noticed a little girl, about the same age as Feng Jingxin, crouching by the pool, curiously reaching into the water. The depth of the hot spring was approximately 1.2 meters, while the child appeared to be significantly shorter. Concerned for her safety, Rong Ci stood up, but just then, she heard a splash. The girl had indeed fallen into the pool. Rong Ci rushed over, quickly pulling the child from the water and into her arms. The little girl clung to her neck, crying and coughing, her face turning red. Rong Ci gently patted her back, comforting her while asking for her family information, and began leading her to find a staff member. Just as they exited, she spotted He Changbai not far away. Before Rong Ci could react, the girl in her arms reached out, crying, "Uncle, uncle." Chapter 44, An Unusual Attention. Dan Dan. He Changbai approached, taking the little girl from Rong Ci's arms. It was only at this moment that He Changbai realized Dan Dan was drenched from head to toe. He paused and looked at Rong Ci, asking, "What happened?" Rong Ci had not anticipated that the little girl was actually his niece. She explained, "She fell into the pool, so I picked her up." He Changbai replied, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Rong Ci said. "Just help her change into dry clothes to avoid catching a chill." He Changbai nodded, glancing at Rong Ci, wanting to say something. But his little niece was clinging to him and crying incessantly, clearly frightened. He decided against further conversation, gently comforting her as he nodded to Rong Ci and carried the child into the elevator. Seeing that her involvement was over, Rong Ci returned to enjoy her time in the hot spring. After soaking, she changed into fresh clothes and went to the self-service area for a meal. Before she could finish, He Changbai appeared with his little niece in tow. "May we sit here?" he inquired. Although Rong Ci preferred to avoid excessive interaction with He Changbai, she felt obliged to agree and replied, "Please, have a seat. Dan Dan, stay here and don't move. Uncle will get you something to eat." Dan Dan shyly glanced at Rong Ci and nodded softly, responding, "Okay." He Changbai turned to Rong Ci and asked, "Could you keep an eye on her for me?" Despite her reluctance to engage further with He Changbai, the situation left her no choice but to agree, saying, "All right." Once He Changbai left, it was just Rong Ci and Dan Dan facing each other. Dan Dan appeared timid, and Rong Ci was concerned that speaking suddenly might frighten her. She was also unfamiliar with Dan Dan's dietary preferences and hesitated to offer her food. After a moment's hesitation, she gently said, "Your uncle will be back shortly." Dan Dan looked at her with her beautiful dark eyes and nodded after a while. "Are you still feeling any discomfort from the water?" Rong Ci asked, noticing Dan Dan shaking her head. Soon after, He Changbai returned, placing a plate in front of Dan Dan and handing her a fork and knife. Dan Dan quietly began to eat in small bites. He Changbai inquired, "Is it delicious?" Dan Dan nodded. He Changbai glanced at Rong Ci, then told Dan Dan, "This lady saved you earlier, you should thank her." Dan Dan licked the cake off her fork and looked up at Rong Ci, softly saying, "Thank you, Auntie." Understanding the intention behind the request, Rong Ci replied warmly, "No need for thanks." Dan Dan turned back to He Changbai, who reassured her, "It's all right, just eat." With that, Dan Dan returned to her meal. He Chongbai shifted his focus back to his niece and, after taking a bite, asked Rong Ci, "Did you come alone?" Rong Ci responded, "I'm here for a company team building event with colleagues." Unaware that Rong Ci had resigned from Feng's group, He Chongbai assumed that the company was also conducting activities at the same venue. After a brief pause, he replied, "I see." At that moment, Yu Mashuan noticed Rong Ci and waved at her. Since she wished to avoid getting too involved with Feng Tingshan's associates and felt she had little to discuss with He Chongbai, she quickly responded to Yu Mashuan's gesture. Seizing the opportunity to leave, she said to He Chongbai, "Thank you for the previous matter. I have something else to attend to, so I will take my leave. Enjoy your meal." He Chongbai sensed her discomfort in his presence and noticed her lack of warmth compared to before. He attributed it to their previous unpleasant conversation at the racetrack, and thus did not dwell on it. Seeing Rong Ci prepare to leave, he nodded in understanding, not pressing her to stay. As Rong Ci walked away, Yu Mashuan asked He Chongbai, "Who is that?" He had seen He Chongbai's back when he greeted Rong Ci and, noticing the man's tall stature beside a child, initially thought he was simply sharing a table with her. However, observing their interaction, he sensed a familiarity between them. He Chongbai. Is it him? Yu Mashuan exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you two not acquainted? Why are you sitting together?" He brought his niece to thank me after I rescued her from the hot spring yesterday, He Chongbai explained. Understanding dawned on Yu Mashuan, "I see." Rong Ci had mentioned she was with colleagues, leading He Chongbai to assume that the person who greeted her was merely a co-worker, so he hadn't turned to look. As Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan moved further away, He Chongbai caught a glimpse of them, realizing that Yu Mashuan was a tall young man. From the perspective of their backs, they did appear to complement each other well. Observing the distance between them as they walked, it was evident they shared a good rapport. "Uncle." Dan Dan's voice brought He Chongbai back to the moment. "Have you finished eating? Once you're done, we can head upstairs." "I'm done," Dan Dan replied. Since He Chongbai had already finished his meal, he set down his napkin and ascended the stairs with Dan Dan. Upon returning to her room, Rong Ci intended to read on the balcony but was interrupted by a sudden phone call. It was Feng Tingshan. Typically, he would only contact her when there was something urgent. Rong Ci answered, her tone cool, "Hello. Grandma wants you to come home for dinner tomorrow evening." Rong Ci paused and replied, "All right, I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, the call was abruptly ended. Rong Ci shrugged it off, placing her phone aside and resuming her reading. That night, she slept soundly. Waking early the next morning, she went to the hotel gym for a short run, then relaxed in the hot spring for a while. At that moment, a woman in her 40s, holding Dan Dan's hand, approached. Rong Ci recognized her as the nanny hired by the He family to care for Dan Dan. The previous day, the woman had received an urgent call and, in her distraction, lost track of Dan Dan. Had Rong Ci not been at the hot spring to rescue the child, the consequences could have been dire. Seeing Rong Ci now, the nanny hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Rong Ci replied, "No need for thanks." Rong Ci assumed that, following the previous day's incident, Dan Dan would be hesitant to enter the water for a while. However, with He Chongbai's support, Dan Dan, gripping the nanny's hand with one hand and clutching a flotation device with the other, tentatively tested the water before gradually wading in. Moments later, she paddled over to Rong Ci, gently calling out, "Auntie." Rong Ci turned, asking, "What is it?" Dan Dan fell silent but appeared joyful, circling around her in the water. The nanny smiled, remarking, "Dan Dan really likes you." Rong Ci smiled back, remaining silent. Later, as she needed to leave for a company event, she bid farewell to Dan Dan. However, Dan Dan opened her arms, "Auntie, hug." Rong Ci had no choice but to embrace her and carry her back to the shore. After changing into a dry bathrobe, Rong Ci took Dan Dan to the elevator, planning to part ways once they reached their floor. Just as they waited for the elevator, He Chongbai appeared. Dan Dan's small, fair face lit up with a bright smile, "Uncle." He Chongbai approached, extending his arms to pick her up, but Dan Dan hesitated, reluctant to let go of Rong Ci while still wanting to be held by He Chongbai. Ultimately, she extended one arm toward him. He Chongbai lifted her into his arms. But as he did, Dan Dan clung to Rong Si's clothing with her other hand. As he embraced her tightly, he inadvertently tugged at Rong Si's bathrobe, causing it to come undone. Thus, Rong Si, adorned in a delicate blue lace lingerie set, stood before He Changbai. Her skin, pure and flawless, her voluptuous curves, and her slender waist all captivated the eye with an extraordinary allure. Chapter 45, her indifference. Rong Si's face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly pulled her collar back from where it had been gripped. He Changbai's gaze deepened, realizing the situation. He turned away, shifting his focus elsewhere. The nanny nearby was equally uncomfortable, relieved that no one else was present, as it would have made the situation even more awkward. She hurried to help Rong Si adjust her clothing. Rong Si, typically modest, had never exposed herself in front of any man other than Feng Tingshen. Especially considering that this person was a close friend of Feng Tingshen. This made her all the more uneasy. Once she had fixed her attire, she still appeared somewhat unnatural as she said, "I have matters to attend to, I must leave." Only then did He Changbai turn back to her and apologize. The nanny, realizing her mistake and fearing she had upset Rong Si, looked at her with teary eyes and quietly said, "Auntie, I'm sorry." Rong Si understood it wasn't intentional and refrained from chastising her, replying, "It's all right, I know you didn't mean to." With that, she offered a gentle smile, waved goodbye to the nanny, and stepped into the elevator. He Changbai watched the doors close, then turned to the nanny he had been holding, saying, "Dan Dan, you mustn't cling to others' collars like that in the future, understood?" Dan Dan nodded vigorously, understood. As they were returning to the Feng family estate for dinner, around 4 in the afternoon, after completing a group activity, Rong Si prepared to leave early. Yu Emosen accompanied her to the parking lot, reminding her, "Drive safely." "Understood." Rong Si replied as a car slowly approached them. Initially oblivious, she noticed the back window rolling down, and Dan Dan poked her head out, waving, "Goodbye, Auntie." Rong Si smiled faintly and replied, "Goodbye, Dan Dan." Upon seeing He Changbai looking at her, she paused and nodded at him in acknowledgement. He Changbai returned the gesture and glanced at Yu Emosen before withdrawing his gaze. As the car drove away, Yu Emosen stroked his chin. "I can't shake the feeling that He Changbai scrutinized me just now." Rong Si, unfazed, replied, "Really? Why would he scrutinize you?" Yu Emosen, unsure, hesitated before speculating. "Could it be that he thinks our closeness is too intimate, and he's keeping an eye on me for his good friend Feng Tingshen?" Hearing this, Rong Si's smile faded slightly as she dismissed the notion. "Rest assured, it certainly isn't for that reason." He Changbai and his companions had a good relationship with Lin Wu. Clearly, they preferred Feng Tingshen to be with Lin Wu rather than her. He and Qi Yuming probably hoped for her to be entangled with someone else, thereby allowing Feng Tingshen to be free, and how could they possibly concern themselves with her potential romantic entanglements? Once in the car, Rong Si drove away. By the time she arrived at the old estate, night had fully descended. Apart from the servants, only the elderly Mrs. Feng was present. Upon learning of her return, she personally came out to greet her. Noticing that Rong Si was alone, Mrs. Feng's smile faltered, "Where is Xian?" It was not unusual for Feng Tingshen not to return with her, so she didn't inquire further. However, Feng Xian typically accompanied her on such occasions. Since her foot had healed, after dining with Feng Xian at the villa, she had not heard from her again. As for where they had gone this weekend and with whom, Rong Si was entirely in the dark and couldn't be bothered to ask. Now, hearing Mrs. Feng's question, she smiled and replied, "They should be here shortly." Yet, in reality, whether they would arrive that evening remained uncertain. Considering the last visit to the hot spring resort had been similar. Believing Rong Si was aware of Feng Tingshen and his daughter's plans, Mrs. Feng refrained from further questioning. After spending a considerable time chatting with her, it was nearly 7:30, yet Feng Tingshen and Feng Xian had yet to appear. Mrs. Feng frowned, "What time is it? Why haven't they arrived?" As she spoke, she evidently recalled the last time Feng Tingshen was absent during their trip to the hot spring resort. Her expression soured as she instructed Rong Si, "Xiao Si, please call and check on them." Reluctantly, Rong Si picked up her phone and dialed Feng Tingshen. He answered promptly, likely anticipating her call, "We'll arrive in 20 minutes. Just as she was about to respond, Feng Jing Xian's voice chimed in from the other end, "Goodbye, Aunt Wu Wu." Rong Xi lowered her gaze. They were indeed with Lin Wu. As this thought crossed her mind, she heard Lin Wu's soft voice, "Goodbye, Xian," followed by her gently saying to Feng Tingshan, "I'll head up first." "All right," Feng Tingshan replied, his tone noticeably cool as he asked her, "Is there anything else?" Rong Xi snapped back to attention, answering, "No. That's all." Just as she was about to hang up, Feng Tingshan beat her to it. "What's the matter? Are you not coming back?" Mrs. Feng remarked in annoyance. "Feng Tingshan really is. No need to fret," Rong Xi smiled lightly, "given the traffic at this hour, they should arrive in 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Feng's demeanor softened slightly, though she remained irked. "Then let us eat without waiting for him, he deserves to have leftovers." The nearby butler chuckled, reminding, "Miss Xian is still in the car." Mrs. Feng paused, then huffed, "For the sake of my little great-grandson, I shall let him off this time." Rong Xi listened with a smile, choosing not to respond. Chapter 46, Embraced together 20 minutes later, Feng Tingshan and his companions returned. The elderly lady did not glance at Feng Tingshan but kindly beckoned to Feng Jing Xian, smiling, "Is Xian back?" "Grandma." Feng Jing Xian ran towards the elderly lady, who embraced her and playfully ruffled her hair before she approached Rong Xi. "Mom." As Rong Xi held Feng Jing Xian, she caught a faint scent of the perfume that previously belonged to Lin Wu. She did not voice her thoughts but gently pushed her away. Feng Tingshan seated himself beside the elderly lady and presented her with a box. A gift of apology. It was a rare snow tea that the elderly lady adored. A treasure that was hard to come by. She understood that he was apologizing for missing their last trip to the hot spring resort. With a huff, she remarked, "You know to prepare gifts for me. What about Xiaozi? Have you prepared an apology gift for her?" Feng Tingshan smiled but remained silent, casting a glance at Rong Xi. However, it was merely a glance devoid of any deeper emotions. The elderly lady intended to advocate for her and encourage Feng Tingshan to pay her more heed. Yet, in Rong Xi's perspective, this was unnecessary. She refrained from looking at Feng Tingshan and said with a faint smile, "Grandma, the food is getting cold, shall we eat?" The elderly lady assumed that Rong Xi was changing the topic to avoid discussing Feng Tingshan. After all, when Feng Tingshan had previously overlooked her, the elderly lady had often defended Rong Xi, and she herself had made excuses for him. With a resigned sigh, the elderly lady said, "You always side with him." Rong Xi merely smiled in silence. Feng Tingshan's demeanor remained indifferent, his expression unaltered by her defense. As the hour grew late, it was indeed time to dine. The elderly lady stood and took Feng Jing Xian's hand. "It has been a while since Xian has sat with her grandma for a meal. Will you sit with grandma for a while?" Feng Jing Xian obediently nodded, "Okay." Such a good child. The elderly lady cast a sidelong glance at Feng Tingshan. The meaning clear. Rong Xi understood that the elderly lady was once again attempting to orchestrate a connection between her and Feng Tingshan. She chose not to observe Feng Tingshan's reaction and followed the elderly lady into the dining room. Upon sitting down across from the elderly lady and Feng Jing Xian, she caught sight of Feng Tingshan pulling out the chair beside her and settling down next to her. The elderly lady finally appeared satisfied. Once the food was served, she instructed Feng Tingshan, "Serve Xiaozi some dishes." Rong Xi did not look at Feng Tingshan and replied, "No need, Grandma. I can manage myself." Before she finished speaking, Feng Tingshan had already placed her favorite stir-fried meat into her bowl. Rong Xi paused. "Thank you." Feng Tingshan remained silent. When the elderly lady requested him to serve dishes for Rong Xi, it was generally not limited to just one serving but meant for him to take care of her throughout the meal. Thus, as her dishes neared completion, he would serve her new ones, all of which were her favorites. However, such gestures held no particular significance. After all, similar incidents had occurred several times over the years. And Feng Tingshan, with his memory, would have retained these details even without conscious effort. After dining, Feng Tingshan engaged the elderly lady in conversation. Rong Xi sat quietly beside them, rarely interjecting, and seldom making eye contact with him. observing the couple after so many years still lacking in communication. The elderly lady sighed in resignation. By 9 o'clock, the elderly lady grew weary and waved for them to ascend the stairs to rest. Rong Xi bathed Feng Jingxian and dried her hair. As Feng Jingxian watched her mother quietly tending to her hair, she suddenly noted that her mother seemed less talkative lately. Previously, Rong Xi would always engage her in various discussions. Noticing Feng Jingxian's contemplative gaze, Rong Xi inquired, "What is it?" Feng Jingxian shook her head, "Nothing." Perhaps she was merely overthinking. Or maybe her mother had something on her mind that she did not wish to express. Once her hair was dry, Feng Jingxian rolled around on the bed and asked, "Mom, will you sleep with me tonight?" Rong Xi hesitated. "Does Xian want me to sleep with you?" "I can, but it seems I haven't spent much time with your father lately. Shouldn't I accompany him instead?" "I will return shortly." Their divorce papers had yet to be finalized, and if Feng Jingxian did not explicitly invite her to stay, she did not want to overstay her welcome, fearing the elderly lady would stir up trouble again. Exiting Feng Jingxian's room and returning to her own, she found the lights still on. Feng Tingshan sat at the side, absorbed in his computer work. He glanced at her upon her return. Rong Xi averted her gaze and proceeded into the dressing room to fetch clothes before heading to the bathroom for a shower. When she emerged, Feng Tingshan was still typing away at the keyboard. Dressed in her sleepwear, she settled at the bedside, completed her skincare routine, and noticed the hour was still early. So she leaned against the headboard to read. In the bedroom, they each quietly busied themselves with their own affairs, without a word exchanged between them. As midnight approached, fatigue enveloped Rong Xi, prompting her to set down her book, turn off her bedside lamp, and lie down to sleep. She anticipated a restless night, given how long it had been since she and Feng Tingshan had shared a bed. However, she soon realized that Feng Tingshan might very well leave to be with Lin Wu after he finished his work, and he might not stay the night. Lost in thought, she gradually drifted into slumber, lulled by the intermittent sounds of typing. In her sleep, she felt an enveloping warmth beneath the covers, a comfort that coaxed her into a deeper rest. Just as she was about to rise, she sensed a warm breath cascading near her ear. And it seemed she was holding someone close. Realizing what was happening, her body tensed, and her consciousness sharpened. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that she was nestled against Feng Tingshan, who held her tightly, his legs entwined with hers, soundly asleep. The proximity rendered them nearly inseparable, and she could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his chest and hands. Rong Xi had always prided herself on her sleeping posture. The night before, she had intentionally positioned herself at the edge of the bed, thinking that even if she shared a bed with Feng Tingshan, there would be a significant gap between them, preventing any physical contact. Thus, it seemed implausible that she had subconsciously rolled into his embrace in her sleep. Unless Feng Tingshan had grown accustomed to holding Lin Wu while she was absent. In her drowsy state the previous night, he might have mistaken her for Lin Wu and pulled her into his arms. With this thought, Rong Xi withdrew her hand from its resting place on his chest, slowly clenching it into a fist. She shifted slightly, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Perhaps her movement startled him, she felt his hold tighten, drawing her closer. Rong Xi paused, and at that moment, a kiss landed on her forehead, accompanied by the words, "Just sleep a little longer." Chapter 47. This is the distinction. Feng Tingshan's words were undoubtedly not directed at her. After years of marriage, he had never held her while sleeping like this. As for a morning kiss, that was even more inconceivable. Rong Xi was certain that Feng Tingshan had mistaken her for Lin Wu. She bit her lip, her eyes slowly reddening. Feng Tingshan remained asleep. Rong Xi gazed at him, suppressing the bitterness welling up inside her. Taking a deep breath, she gradually distanced herself, extricating herself from his embrace. Their bodies were so closely entwined that even the lightest of movements would surely awaken him. Just as she gently removed his hand from her waist and shifted to sit up, he stirred awake. Their eyes met. Upon awakening, Feng Tingshan seemed to realize the situation and, understanding that he had embraced the wrong person, paused before releasing his hold on her legs. Rong Xi retracted her legs and turned away, choosing not to look at him again as she moved to the edge of the bed to slip on her slippers and head to the bathroom. When she emerged, Feng Tingshan's figure had already vanished from the room. As she exited, she spotted him at the end of the corridor, still clad in his sleepwear. Engaged in a phone conversation. Rong Ci cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze and descending the stairs. The elderly matriarch was already awake. After a short while, Feng Jingxin also made his way downstairs. The matriarch smiled, now that everyone is awake, let's have breakfast. All right. Feng Jingxin chimed in. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Tingshan joined them, taking a seat beside Rong Ci. Recalling the morning's events, she shifted slightly, creating a bit more distance between them. As Feng Jingxin slurped his noodles, he looked at Feng Tingshan and, seemingly recalling something, asked with wide, beautiful eyes, does daddy also like to sleep holding mommy? Rong Ci, mid-sip of her noodle soup, nearly choked. Feng Tingshan remained silent. Rong Ci's face turned red from the choking, making her even more uncomfortable. The elderly matriarch, however, appeared quite pleased. Oh? Why do you say that, Xin? Just now, when I woke up and went to mommy's room to find her, I saw mommy in daddy's arms. The matriarch laughed, suddenly enlightened, and teasingly glanced at Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan still did not respond, leaving Rong Ci feeling increasingly uneasy. For she knew that the person Feng Tingshan wished to hold was not her at all. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from her grandmother. Rong Ci answered, Grandma. On the other end, her grandmother informed her that her uncle had returned and brought gifts, inquiring if she could come home for dinner later. Rong Ci looked at the matriarch and stated, Xin and I are at the old residence now. Upon hearing her grandmother's intention, the matriarch remarked. Then take Xin back. She then turned to Feng Tingshan, Tingshan, it's been a while since you visited your grandmother. Since you have some free time now, why not accompany Rong Ci back? Feng Tingshan, while finishing his breakfast, replied nonchalantly, I have matters to attend to later. Rong Ci, listening, felt no surprise. She had anticipated this. For Feng Tingshan always seemed to be occupied when it came to her affairs, yet he could find time for Lin Wu without fail. This was the distinction. The matriarch's expression darkened. What could be so important that you haven't accompanied Rong Ci back in so long? Grandmother, Rong Ci interjected calmly, it's fine. Since Tingshan has matters to attend to, Xin and I can go back. Rong Ci's words were meant to express her indifference and reluctance to impose. Yet the matriarch misinterpreted her intention, believing she was trying to spare Feng Tingshan from discomfort. Seeing Rong Ci's continued kindness and compliance towards Feng Tingshan, the matriarch felt a mix of pity and helplessness. Thus, the decision was made. After breakfast and a brief conversation with the matriarch, Rong Ci prepared to take Feng Jingxin away. The matriarch had prepared numerous gifts for Rong Ci to take to her friends. Although Rong Ci wished to refuse, she ultimately accepted them. Feng Tingshan had yet to leave, accompanying the matriarch to see them off. As Feng Jingxin hugged his father's leg, she asked, Daddy, will you be home tonight? Feng Tingshan ruffled her hair, yes. Throughout this exchange, there was no communication between Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan. After Feng Jingxin climbed into the car, Rong Ci waved goodbye to the matriarch and drove away. In the rearview mirror, she saw Feng Tingshan and the matriarch standing together, watching her car depart. Upon arriving at the Rong family residence, Rong Ci parked the car in the small courtyard of the villa, where her grandmother and her uncle, He Mingxue, came out to greet them. Noticing the trunk filled with gifts, her grandmother frowned, why did you bring so many things? It was Grandma who asked me to bring them. Since Rong Ci married Feng Tingshan, the exchanges between her grandmother and the matriarch had become less frequent. Upon hearing this, her grandmother huffed but said nothing more. Rong Ci then noticed that the villa across from them was undergoing renovations, prompting her to change the subject. Is someone moving into that villa? Seems so. They started renovations last week, and from what the workers said, the owner is eager to move in. In just a few days, the extensive renovations had progressed significantly, and it was likely that someone would be living there soon. This area had been an old villa district, with neighbors living together for over a decade or two, so everyone was quite familiar with one another. Now that someone was moving in across from them, He Mingxue commented while helping carry items, I hope the new neighbors are easy to get along with. If they are unreasonable, it might make future days rather unpleasant. Once inside, Su Hua brought out a bowl of premium bird's nest that she had specially prepared for Rong Ci, saying, "I heard from Mom that you've been looking a bit haggard lately. This bird's nest is set aside just for you. Be sure to take some home tonight for your family to prepare." Rong Ci accepted the bowl. "Thank you, Aunt." Her uncle, Rong Chongsheng, was busy with work and did not return until dinner. Remembering how she had inadvertently caused Ju Mashuan to prevent Lin Wu from entering Changma's workplace, which ultimately led to Feng Tingshan retaliating against him and causing Rong Chongsheng to lose a project, Rong Ci felt a wave of guilt. "Uncle, I'm sorry for what happened last time." "It's nothing, it's all in the past," Rong Chongsheng replied nonchalantly. "I mentioned before that even without the Lin family, given the current situation of the Rong family, we wouldn't have been able to take on that project. You needn't blame yourself. This matter must not be disclosed to the matriarch. If she were to learn that Feng Tingshan had assisted Lin Wu in bullying their family, she would undoubtedly be furious." As the matriarch approached, Rong Chongsheng nudged Rong Ci, signaling her to change the topic. Thus, she deftly shifted the conversation. Chapter 48, Father Ci's next month marks the 70th birthday of the venerable matriarch Rong. Rong Ci and Rong Chongsheng were deliberating on how to celebrate this momentous occasion in a manner that would please her. However, upon hearing their plans, the matriarch displayed little enthusiasm, stating, "Let us not indulge in such frivolities. It would suffice for our family to gather and share a meal together." Rong Ci's aunt, Su Hua, interjected, "After all, it is a significant milestone, we should make it a grand affair." Rong Ci and Rong Chongsheng shared this sentiment. Recognizing the goodwill of her descendants, the matriarch refrained from further dissent. The following day, Feng Jingxin had school, and after dinner, Rong Ci drove her home. Upon arriving at the villa, Feng Jingxin joyfully dashed inside. Rong Ci remained in the car, instructing her, "After your shower, rest early. Mother has matters to attend to and will not be coming up for now." Feng Jingxin's smile faltered for a moment. "Oh? You have things to do again, Mama?" Rong Ci maintained her composure. "Yes, focus on your studies and call if you need anything." Though Feng Jingxin felt a tinge of disappointment, she sighed, "All right then." During times of intense work, Feng Tingshan often returned home late, leading Feng Jingxin to believe that Rong Ci's absences were similarly due to work commitments. Without suspecting ulterior motives, the housekeeper, upon their return, greeted them warmly. "Is father home?" Feng Jingxin inquired. The housekeeper smiled broadly. "Yes, he is." Rong Ci, displaying little reaction, simply informed Feng Jingxin, "Mother will be leaving now." "Oh." Feng Jingxin stepped aside. The housekeeper, puzzled, asked, "Is it late for you to be heading out, madam?" Rong Ci offered little explanation, "Just some matters." With that, she advised Feng Jingxin, "It's cold outside, you should go in." Understanding. Feng Jingxin waved goodbye and entered with the housekeeper. Rong Ci watched them before turning the car around and departing. Once inside, Feng Jingxin asked the housekeeper, "Where is father?" "He should be in the study." Climbing the stairs, she found the study door ajar. There, Feng Tingshan's tall figure leaned against the window, gazing outside, seemingly smoking. "Father." Feng Jingxin called out. He replied, turning to her. "Mama has something to do, she just got back and is leaving again." Feng Tingshan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, responding, "Yes, father is aware, I saw her." Feng Jingxin scrunched her little nose, "Mama has been so busy lately." "She's almost as busy as you, father." A smile briefly crossed Feng Tingshan's lips, indeed. As the hour grew late, Feng Jingxin yawned, declaring, "I'm off to take a bath and sleep now. Good night, father." "Good night. Sweet dreams." After returning home, Rong Ci washed up and went straight to bed. The next day, she arrived at the office punctually. In the afternoon, due to work requirements, she and Su Yuchuan, along with other technicians, went to Xuandu for some technical maintenance tasks. This time, she did not encounter Feng Tingshan or Lin Wu. In the ensuing days, including her Thursday visit to the villa to cook for Feng Jingxin, she did not see Feng Tingshan. It was rumored that he had not gone on a business trip, he simply had affairs to attend to and would not be home for dinner. Whether his affairs involved a rendezvous with Lin Wu or genuine social obligations, Rong Xi chose not to inquire. On Friday evening, while contemplating dinner, Feng Jingxin's call came through. "Mama, father will not be home this weekend. When will you return?" This implied that she would be responsible for Feng Jingxin over the weekend. Regardless of the reasons. It had indeed been Feng Tingshen who had spent more time with Feng Jingxin over the past 2 years. Now, whether he had personal plans that precluded him from bringing Feng Jingxin along or genuine social engagements, his absence placed the onus on Rong Xi to care for the child. Rong Xi returned to the villa. During dinner, she asked Feng Jingxin where she wished to go over the weekend. After pondering, Feng Jingxin shook her head. "There's nowhere in particular I want to go." Observing her demeanor, Rong Xi discerned that it was not a lack of desire to go somewhere, rather. Feng Jingxin longed to be with Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu. With them absent, her enthusiasm waned. Rong Xi did not press the matter but inquired. "Would you like to go horseback riding?" Feng Jingxin had not ridden in quite some time, and upon hearing this, her interest piqued as she eagerly nodded, yes. The next day, Rong Xi took Feng Jingxin to the equestrian center. Upon their arrival, after changing into appropriate attire, she overheard Feng Jingxin speaking to the riding instructor. "My father and my aunt are incredibly skilled at horseback riding. They look so impressive, but unfortunately, they're busy today and couldn't join me." Rong Xi, standing at the entrance, chose not to interrupt their conversation. It was the instructor who noticed her and stood to greet, "Miss Rong." Rong Xi nodded in acknowledgement. And the instructor asked, "Shall I call someone else to assist you?" She replied, "Yes, please." Though she was capable of riding, during Feng Jingxin's younger years, her focus had solely been on her daughter, leaving her own riding skills unattended for years. In truth, she had not properly ridden in 3 or 4 years. While her equestrian abilities were commendable, she opted for a guide initially for safety. As Feng Jingxin was taken by another instructor, Rong Xi proceeded to a different area. The instructor accompanying her initially assumed she was inexperienced, but upon witnessing her swift and graceful mount, he expressed surprise. "So, Miss Rong can ride?" "Yes," she confirmed. After a brief period under the instructor's guidance, she took the reins herself, cracking the whip and urging the white horse into a gallop. After several laps, she decided to seek out Feng Jingxin. Upon approaching, however, she halted abruptly, spotting Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu. They had indeed come to the same location. Feng Jingxin joyfully hugged Lin Wu's leg, and the trio appeared to be engaged in delightful conversation, exuding a warm atmosphere. Feng Jingxin then mounted a horse with Lin Wu, sitting in front while Lin Wu positioned herself behind. Feng Tingshen rode alongside on another horse. The trio strolled together, laughter echoing, resembling a picture-perfect family. As their figures receded into the distance, oblivious to Rong Xi's presence, she averted her gaze and turned to leave. After changing out of her riding attire and sipping water, Rong Xi sat quietly until she received a call from Feng Tingshen. "Hello," she answered. On the other end, he stated, "I am at the equestrian center. I will take Jingxin." "All right," she responded. Just as she finished speaking, she heard the decisive sound of Feng Tingshen hanging up. Rong Xi had awaited his call. And now that she was clear on Feng Jingxin's whereabouts, she gathered her belongings and departed. Chapter 49, Nowhere to Go. As Rong Xi drove away from the racetrack, she found herself at a loss as to where to head next. Chu Xilan and Yumashuan had their own affairs to attend to. She contemplated returning to the Rong residence, but with Feng Jingxin preoccupied, her solitary return would only serve to worry the elderly matriarch. Lost in thought, she passed by a wetland park and observed numerous couples camping with their children, as well as young people bringing their parents out for relaxation. The sight of their affectionate relationships and harmonious families stirred a pang of envy and bitterness within her. After driving a short distance, Rong Xi suddenly pulled over. She picked up her phone and, after a moment of hesitation, dialed a number. When the call connected, she inquired, "Hello, Director, may I ask how my mother is doing?" An hour and a half later, at the Iha nursing home, Rong Xi stood in the courtyard, gazing at the frail figure of Rong Yingxing seated on a distant bench. Her expression vacant and lifeless. The contrast between this version of her mother and the vibrant woman from her childhood was stark. Although she had grown accustomed to this reality, her heart remained unsettled. After a moment, the director spoke softly, she's the same as always, with no changes. Rong Yingxing could not interact with those from her past, as it would plunge her into another frenzy. Given that her mental state was rarely stable, Rong Ci did not wish to disturb her. After standing there for a while, concerned about being discovered by her mother, she left the courtyard. Once she had distanced herself, she turned to the director and the staff caring for Rong Yingxing, saying, I appreciate your assistance with my mother. Miss Rong, you are too kind, this is our duty, they replied. Through the glass window, she observed Rong Yingxing once more before placing the books and supplies she had brought for her, then departed from the nursing home. Though she had left the facility, her heart felt heavy. On her way back, as she passed the wetland park again, she noticed the colorful kites dancing in the sky and decided to change direction and enter the park. The gentle breeze caressed her face, the sunlight was pleasant, and the scenery was delightful. Yet, she felt somewhat out of place amidst the couples and families. Standing in front of a stall, she contemplated buying a kite when suddenly a small hand grasped her fingers and shook them gently. Auntie. Rong Ci turned in surprise, Dan Dan? Dan Dan nodded slightly, her small hand still holding on. He Chuangbai approached, and upon seeing Rong Ci, his voice faltered for a moment before he walked over. Are you here to have some fun too? Yes, she replied. Did you come with Xian? Rong Ci lowered her gaze and replied coolly, no, I came alone. He Chuangbai seemed to comprehend something and fell silent. As Rong Ci considered leaving, Dan Dan looked up at her and said, Auntie, let us fly kites together. Rong Ci declined, no, I have other matters to attend to. Dan Dan looked disappointed, oh. He Chuangbai interjected, why not join us? It's just the two of us as well. Perceiving her hesitation, he added, I'll watch from the side and one tea intrude. Just think of me as an additional companion for Dan Dan. Rong Ci genuinely liked Dan Dan, and at that moment, she truly did not wish to be alone. Hearing this, she decided not to refuse. Together, she and Dan Dan selected a blue butterfly kite they both adored. Rong Ci had flown kites many times before during outings with Feng Jingxin, and she was quite experienced. However, the kite they purchased was a bit large, and with Dan Dan being small, they struggled to manage it together. He Chuangbai approached and silently assisted them. Once they successfully launched the kite, both Rong Ci and Dan Dan erupted into joyful laughter. Observing Rong Ci's smile, He Chuangbai felt a deepening in his gaze. Noticing his intense stare, Rong Ci inquired, what's wrong? Nothing. She chose not to probe further and led Dan Dan away, while He Chuangbai maintained a distance, merely watching. After tiring of kite flying, Rong Ci and Dan Dan sat by the lake, fishing, or crouched beside a vendor studying the little fish swimming in a nearby pool, attempting to catch them with a small net. Before long, noon arrived. He Chuangbai had initially intended to take Dan Dan out for a stroll and hadn't he brought any food like others. Now, seeing Dan Dan hungry, he suggested dining at a nearby small restaurant. Rong Ci, having relaxed for a couple of hours and feeling considerably better, agreed to He Chuangbai's proposal. During the meal, she primarily conversed with Dan Dan, while He Chuangbai observed their interaction without intruding, merely shifting their favorite dishes closer to them. As Rong Ci chatted with Dan Dan, she hardly noticed when He Chuangbai's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he informed Rong Ci, I'll take this call. Okay, she replied. The call was from Chi Yuming. He Chuangbai moved a little farther away before answering, what's up? Where are you? Have you eaten? My friend just sent over some fresh seafood, would you like to come and have some? Ting Shen and the others are coming too. He Chuangbai glanced over at Rong Ci and Dan Dan, then replied coolly, we've already eaten, maybe next time. What about tonight? There's a cruise party happening. Ting Shen and the others confirmed they would attend. Why not bring your little niece along? After all, we haven't had much chance to meet her. It would be a good opportunity for her to get to know us. He Chuangbai declined, she's shy, there will be too many people on the cruise. And I fear she might feel uncomfortable. That's alright, Xian will be there, they are of similar ages and should get along well. Not waiting for his refusal, he added, remember, 7 o'clock, don't forget to come. With that, Chi Yiming hung up. After finishing their meal, Rong Si and Dan Dan chased butterflies and rode bicycles until they were exhausted and finally stopped. Dan Dan fell asleep, and Rong Si, wishing to return home to rest, drove away. He Chuangbai watched her car leave before departing himself. A while later, Dan Dan woke up and, not seeing Rong Si, furrowed her little brow and asked, "Where's Auntie?" "She went home." Dan Dan looked dejected. "Oh." At 7 o'clock that evening, He Chuangbai arrived promptly at the yacht. Feng Tingshen and the others had already arrived. Upon seeing him, Chi Yiming waved. Noticing Dan Dan, Chi Yiming smiled and said, "I presume this lovely young lady is Dan Dan?" "Hello, little beauty. I'm your Uncle Chi." The yacht was bustling with people, and Dan Dan appeared somewhat shy. After Chi Yiming introduced himself, Lin Wu approached with Feng Jingxin in tow. Upon seeing them, He Chuangbai paused. Knowing that Dan Dan was shy, Feng Jingxin extended her hand after introducing herself, saying, "There are many children over there, would you like to come play with me?" Dan Dan glanced at He Chuangbai, and after he nodded, she gathered her courage and followed Feng Jingxin. As the two children wandered off, Chi Yiming asked with a grin, "How does it feel to be a dad for the first time?" "Not bad," He Chuangbai replied. "Although my niece is shy, she is quite well behaved. So it's not too much trouble managing her." Feng Tingshen handed him a drink. "Care for a sip?" Chapter 50, Don't You Have a Mother, Xin? He Chuangbai gazed at Feng Tingshen, pausing momentarily before responding, "Thank you." The two clinked their glasses together, sipping their drinks while engaging in conversation. After a while, Feng Tingshen cast a lingering glance at him. He Chuangbai raised his eyes, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Chi Yiming interjected, "You seem a bit off today." Feng Tingshen chuckled slightly, indicating his agreement with Chi Yiming's observation. He Chuangbai maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Chi Yiming raised an eyebrow, insisting, "Isn't it?" He Chuangbai took a delicate sip of his drink, remaining silent. At that moment, others approached to greet them. Once the guests departed, He Chuangbai glanced at the time, concerned about Shandan being hungry. Just as he intended to head over to her, Shandan and Feng Jingxin returned. Shandan asked, "Uncle, may I have a small cake from over there?" Being allergic to many things, she was cautious. He Chuangbai replied, "Stay here, and I'll get it for you." "Okay." Feng Jingxin, however, was accustomed to freedom and good health, so she took what she desired for herself, returning to ask Feng Tingshen, "Daddy, do you want any?" Feng Tingshen ruffled her hair, replying, "No need." The two children sat nearby, enjoying their snacks. Lin Wu shared her delicious treats with Feng Jingxin, who happily accepted, "Thank you, Auntie Wu." Shandan looked up at Lin Wu, puzzled, and then inquired of Feng Jingxin, "Isn't this auntie your mother?" Upon her words, silence fell over the gathering. Feng Jingxin paused before shaking her head, "No." Shandan cautiously asked, "So, you don't have a mother either?" Feng Jingxin shook her head again. "No, I have a mother." "Oh." On the cruise, some souvenirs were distributed, and Shandan particularly liked a crystal keychain, choosing two. There were only two available. Feng Jingxin also fancied it and, seeing Shandan take both, couldn't help but ask, "Shandan, could you share one with me? I want to gift it to Auntie Wu." Shandan hesitated, saying, I also want to give one to my auntie." Remembering Rong Si, Shandan excitedly shared with Feng Jingxin, "Today, my uncle and auntie took me kite flying, fishing, biking, and chasing butterflies. Auntie is so beautiful, she will surely love this crystal." The adults, who had initially paid little attention to the children's conversation, suddenly turned their gazes towards He Chuangbai upon hearing this. Chi Yiming immediately remarked, "Chuangbai, what's going on? Or is there already something happening?" Chi Yiming continued to probe, "When did this happen? Why didn't you inform us?" Feng Tingshen laughed, merely observing He Chuangbai, eager to hear his response. He Chuangbai's expression remained calm as he stated, "It was a mere coincidence." "Is that so?" Chi Yiming expressed disbelief, recalling something, "So, you had lunch with her too? No wonder you seemed so relaxed with the child, it turns out you had assistants." He Chuangbai fell silent. Feng Tingshen looked at him, decisively stating, "You have feelings for her." He Changbai hesitated, opening his mouth but ultimately refraining from disputing it. Lin Wu was taken aback, her smile fading. Wait. Is this for real? Qi Yiming had only been joking initially, but upon realizing it was true, he hurriedly asked, who is she? Do we know her? Why didn't you bring her to introduce us? He Changbai remained silent, prompting Qi Yiming to assume he was reluctant to speak because nothing was set in stone. Knowing further questioning would be futile, Qi Yiming chuckled and squatted down to ask Shandan, how many times have you met the auntie you had lunch with? Do you know her name? He Changbai tightened his grip on his glass. Yiming. Shandan, not comprehending the adult's implications, was unfamiliar with Qi Yiming but, recalling Rong Ci, innocently replied, 3 times. When asked what the auntie's name was, she realized she couldn't remember since He Changbai hadn't even addressed her as Miss Rong when they met. She looked towards He Changbai for help. Uncle. What is auntie's name? He Changbai lowered his gaze. Next time you see her, you can ask yourself. Shandan nodded happily. Okay. Qi Yiming remarked, stingy. He Changbai ignored him. Seeing Feng Jingxin's delight with the crystal keychain in her hand, Shandan, though reluctant, decided to give one to her. Feng Jingxin beamed, thank you, Shandan. Lin Wu also expressed her gratitude. Shandan replied, you're welcome. Noticing how happy Feng Jingxin was, she asked, Xian. Aren't you going to choose one for your mother? Feng Jingxin faltered slightly, her voice diminishing as she said, I'll choose one later. After dinner, Rong Ci spent some time reading before heading to the bathroom. Just as she emerged, she received a call from Rong Chongqing, Xiao Ci. I just saw Xiang Rufin in the neighborhood. Xiang Rufin, Lin Wu's aunt? Rong Ci momentarily froze, still processing, when Rong Chongqing continued, at first. I didn't pay much attention, but after I entered our home, I noticed she went into the villa across from us that is under renovation. Rong Ci's expression shifted drastically, sitting upright in alarm. Rong Chongqing, usually mild-mannered, was now gritting his teeth. They must be doing this on purpose. Feng Tingxin's efforts to help the Lin family establish a foothold in the capital were widely known in the business community. Although the Rong family faced challenges, Rong Chongqing was still a man of the circle. He could not have been unaware of these developments. He refrained from mentioning it to Rong Ci, fearing it would upset her. If the Lin family intended to settle in the capital and needed to purchase property, he could understand that. However, they were fully aware that the Rong family resided here. The capital was vast, yet they chose to buy a house directly across from the Rong family. If that wasn't intentional, who would believe it? Rong Ci grasped his implication. Clenching her phone, she said, I will call Feng Tingxin. All right. Under normal circumstances, Rong Chongqing would not insist on Rong Ci seeking Feng Tingxin's help, but this situation was different. Should Xiang Rufin and her family truly move in, they would likely seek to assert their presence daily, which would be difficult for the elderly matriarch, who was in poor health and could not handle the stress. After hanging up, Rong Ci promptly called Feng Tingxin. After a brief wait, someone finally answered. Hello. It was Lin Wu's voice. Chapter 51, Whatever Conditions. I will agree upon hearing that Lin Wu was on the other end of the line. Rong Ci felt no surprise. After all, the bond between Feng Tingxin and her had grown so intimate that they had become indistinguishable from one another. What was the matter with her answering his call? She spoke calmly, I am looking for Feng Tingxin. Lin Wu was well aware that it was Rong Ci on the line. She replied coldly. He is in the shower. If you have something to say, you can tell me. To confide in her? This matter was indeed related to her. Today, her uncle had seen Lin Wu's aunt in the neighborhood, but the individual who purchased that villa was likely Lin Lihai. His acquisition of the villa could very well be an act of filial piety towards Lin Wu's grandmother, now his mother-in-law. Thus, if she were to disclose this to Lin Wu, would she prevent her uncle's family from moving into that villa? No, she would not. Moreover, she doubted Lin Wu was unaware of her uncle's family's impending move across from her uncle's villa. Therefore, revealing this information to Lin Wu would not only be futile but could also have the opposite effect. Rong Ci remained silent and promptly ended the call. Over an hour passed, yet she still had not received a call back from Feng Tingxin. She was uncertain whether Lin Wu had failed to inform him of her call or if he simply did not wish to return it. To her, the distinction was negligible. With a composed demeanor, she dialed his number once more, but this time, it was switched off, unreachable. Rong Ci tightened her grip on her phone. After a moment, she calmed her emotions and called the butler at Feng Tingshan's residence to inquire, "Are they home?" The butler replied, "No, what's the matter?" "Nothing." That evening, Rong Ci struggled to find rest. The following day, after 9 o'clock, she attempted to contact Feng Tingshan again. This time, her call connected, only to be abruptly disconnected. Rong Ci was unsure whether Lin Wu or Feng Tingshan had hung up. She did not wish to delve deeper into the matter. Grabbing her phone and purse, she stepped outside. Before long, she returned to Feng Tingshan's villa. The butler greeted her with delight. "Madam, you are back." Rong Ci replied, "Yes." "Will you be having lunch at home? I can have someone prepare it for you." "All right, thank you." Ascending the stairs, she paused at the second floor before entering the master bedroom. She placed her bag down and sat at the edge of the bed. The master suite remained unchanged. But all the skincare products she had previously left while accompanying Feng Xian had been returned to their rightful place. Furthermore, her clothes, which she had changed out of, were neatly hung back in the closet beside Feng Tingshan's garments. It appeared as though she had never left. She refrained from calling Feng Tingshan again. And he had yet to return her calls. Dinner was a solitary affair for her. In truth, she had contemplated seeking assistance from old Madame Feng. However, involving her could complicate matters further. Moreover, while Feng Tingshan held old Madame Feng in high regard, whether he would heed her counsel remained uncertain. After dinner, she powered on her computer and resumed her work. As night deepened, just when she assumed Feng Tingshan and Feng Xian would not return that evening, the sound of a car echoed outside. Upon disembarking, Feng Xian noticed Rong Ci's vehicle and exclaimed to Feng Tingshan, "Look, it's Mommy's car." "Daddy, Mommy is home." "Yes." Feng Tingshan glanced at Rong Ci's car before entering with Feng Xian. Feng Xian inquired of the butler, "Where's Mommy?" "Madam is upstairs." "Okay." Feng Xian cheerfully dashed upstairs. Rong Ci had just closed her computer and tidied her belongings when Feng Xian leaped into her arms, exclaiming, "Mommy." "Yes." Rong Ci merely stroked her hair, refraining from embracing her. Unbeknownst to Feng Xian, who was blissfully chatting away, Feng Tingshan ascended the stairs. When Rong Ci caught sight of him, their eyes met. Feng Tingshan's expression was neutral, and Rong Ci maintained her calm demeanor. She addressed Feng Xian. "Let Auntie Lu help you with your bath, Mommy has something to discuss with Daddy." Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan halted. Having been out for 2 days, Feng Xian was in high spirits. Although reluctant to leave, she said nothing further and returned to her room to let Auntie Lu wash her hair and bathe her. Rong Ci turned to Feng Tingshan, who leaned against the wall, absorbed in his phone. "Shall we converse in the room?" "All right." Rong Ci entered the room. And as Feng Tingshan followed, she requested, "Please close the door." She feared that should their discussion escalate, it might disturb Feng Xian. Despite their years of marriage and the lack of affection between them, they had never quarreled. Feng Tingshan was indifferent to her, let alone argue with her. As for her, she cherished every moment spent with him and was reluctant to engage in conflict. Feng Tingshan casually shut the door and inquired, "What shall we discuss?" Rong Ci addressed the matter directly. "Lin Wu's uncle purchased the villa opposite my uncle's house. They have been renovating it for some time now. And it is likely they will be moving in soon." Lin Wu's mother, surnamed Sun, was named Sun Yueqing. However, the entanglements between the Rong and Sun families did not originate with Sun Yueqing and her mother, Rong Yingxing, but rather began with her grandmother and Lin Wu's grandmother during their youth. They had been close friends in their younger days. Unfortunately, Lin Wu's grandmother had married poorly and faced considerable hardship. Her grandmother often provided assistance to her, and later, their daughters, Sun Yueqing and Rong Yingxing, became good friends as well. The Lin and Rong families were well matched. Lin Lihai and Rong Yingxing fell in love freely, and their relationship started well. But everything began to change after Sun Yueqing graduated from university. To elevate Sun Yuiqing's status, Lin Wu's grandmother's family had severed ties with her grandmother long ago. Over the years, whenever they encountered her uncle and grandmother, the Sun family's attitude was one of condescension. Lacking the sincerity and humility they had once exhibited while beseeching her grandmother for refuge. The entanglements among the Rong, Lin, and Sun families. Even if she refrained from elaborating now, Rong Ci believed Feng Tingshen was already aware. Hence, she felt assured that her words had reached him. Feng Tingshen understood Rong Ci's implications. He took out a cigarette and paused before lighting it to ask her, "Do you mind?" Rong Ci shook her head. As he lit the cigarette, he said, "Do you want me to make them move away?" "Yes." Feng Tingshen took a puff of his cigarette, hesitating before responding. This matter was of utmost importance to her. There were other issues she could overlook, but not this one. Her fists clenched. Her eyes reddened as she looked at him and said, "Consider it a plea from me, as long as you agree, I will comply with any conditions." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly heard him reply, "All right." She was taken aback, not expecting him to acquiesce so readily. Chapter 52, wiping away her tears lingered in her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, her mind went blank. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked, "Thank you, but what are the conditions you agreed to?" Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Tingshen suddenly moved the cigarette away and gently wiped away the tear that had just slipped from her eye, saying, "Rest early." Rong Ci was momentarily taken aback. Watching him walk away, momentarily forgetting how to react. When she finally came to her senses, she felt uncertain about what to do next. Did Feng Tingshen mean that she should stay here for the night? Although she had moved out, they had not formally divorced. So staying for a night was not an issue. However, if she were to stay in the master bedroom, perhaps that was best avoided. With that thought, she composed herself, gathered her belongings, including a change of clothes and some personal items, and headed to Feng Jingxin's room. That night, she settled into Feng Jingxin's room. The next day, she woke before 7. After waking for a while, Feng Jingxin also stirred. Wrapping her arms around Rong Ci's neck and playfully asking her to take her to school. Rong Ci agreed. After freshening up, they went downstairs for breakfast. A little later, Feng Tingshen entered the dining room and sat down opposite them. Feng Jingxin cheerfully greeted him, "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning," Feng Tingshen replied, glancing at Rong Ci but remaining silent as he began to eat breakfast in silence. Rong Ci observed, choosing not to speak. Though Feng Tingshen had promised to assist her yesterday, it did not imply that their relationship had shifted, it remained unchanged. After breakfast, Rong Ci took Feng Jingxin to school and then headed to the office. Since attending the technology exhibition, both she and Yumashuan had developed many new ideas. But they had been preoccupied with collaboration with Xindu and had not had much time for in-depth discussions. Now that they had time, they began to solidify their ideas and devise ways to advance them. Consequently, they had a multitude of tasks to tackle that day. Rong Ci planned to order takeout for dinner and work late at the office. However, around 6 in the evening, just as she was engrossed in her work and hadn't even had time to order dinner, her phone rang. It was Feng Tingshen calling. After glancing at the screen and bidding farewell to her colleagues, she stepped out of the meeting room to answer the call. "Hello. Grandma has arrived. Come home early," Feng Tingshen said. Rong Ci was momentarily stunned and had yet to respond when he had already ended the call. Regaining her composure, she returned to the meeting room and informed Yumashuan that she had something to attend to and would be leaving. She added, "Please compile the meeting progress and any issues that arise and send them to me, I will address them at my convenience." This way, she would not hinder anyone else's progress. Yumashuan nudged her, "Got it, hurry along now." Half an hour later, Rong Ci drove back to the villa. Feng Tingshen's car was parked nearby, indicating he had returned as well. Entering, she indeed found him there. He was seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with Grandma Feng and Feng Jingxin. He was the first to notice her return, but he said nothing. Grandma Feng stood upon seeing her and smiled. "Xiao Ci, you're back?" "Yes." Grandma Feng patted her hand, "You must be hungry, the meal is nearly ready. Let us eat first." "All right." This time, Without needing Grandma's prompting, Feng Tingshan sat down beside her. Grandma Feng served her dishes, sighing, "Look at you, you've lost weight again. Why don't you take better care of yourself?" As she spoke, she shot a glare at her grandson. He remained unfazed but instinctively began serving food to Rong Ci without needing further prompting from Grandma Feng. "Thank you." Grandma Feng mentioned that she had brought many supplements for them and would have someone select a few for her and Feng Tingshan after dinner to replenish their health. Rong Ci felt it inappropriate to refuse and nodded repeatedly. Having been adventurous in Y City during her youth, Grandma Feng was adept at making nourishing soups. After dinner, she insisted on supervising the preparation of additional tonics for Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan, while Rong Ci attempted to assist but was gently pushed out of the kitchen. Reluctantly, she settled back on the sofa. Feng Jingxin and Feng Tingshan were both occupied, one managing tasks on his phone and the other playing with her puzzle. They sat quietly, without speaking. At that moment, Yu Mashuan had a query for her. After glancing at the message he sent, she promptly responded. She was so focused on her work that she failed to notice Grandma Feng emerging from the kitchen. However, Feng Tingshan had already put down his phone by then. Rong Ci hurriedly set aside her phone. "Grandma." Observing the three of them, Grandma Feng sighed, "You all." Unsure of what to say, she moved closer to Rong Ci, asking, "What are you busy with?" "Just work at the company." Grandma Feng sniffed disdainfully, pointing at Feng Tingshan. "If you have work, you can discuss it with him, otherwise, is he just a decoration here?" Rong Ci hesitated, opting not to mention her resignation from Feng's group. She glanced at Feng Tingshan, who appeared to be in good spirits. He did not address Grandma Feng's comment about her resignation, likely fearing it would prompt her to suggest that Rong Ci return to the company. Quickly, Grandma Feng changed the subject and took both Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan for a stroll in the garden. After their walk, Grandma Feng felt fatigued and informed them. "I'll go wash up and rest. I'll prepare the soup for you later, remember to drink it." Rong Ci intended to respond affirmatively but realized the implication of her words. She planned to stay the night. Stunned, she looked at Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan seemed to sense her thoughts and, once Grandma Feng had walked a bit farther away, he said, "Grandma mentioned she would be staying for a while." "What?" Rong Ci stood frozen in place. Feng Tingshan offered no further clarification, stating, "I'm going to the study." With that, he ascended the stairs without waiting for her to respond. Feng Jingxin, meanwhile, rushed downstairs, pulling her to accompany her upstairs to solve the puzzle together. After spending over an hour with Feng Jingxin, Aunt Lu approached with the prepared soup. "Madam, the soup is ready." She handed a bowl to Rong Ci. "Thank you." Grandma Feng had instructed them to drink it while hot. "Okay, I understand." Aunt Lu departed, delivering another bowl to Feng Tingshan. Rong Ci drank her soup while urging Feng Jingxin to take a bath. Since Grandma Feng was staying, it was not appropriate for her to sleep in Feng Jingxin's room. Once Feng Jingxin finished bathing, Rong Ci returned to the master bedroom. Feng Tingshan was absent, likely still in the study. She still had some messages from Yu Mashuan to address. Seizing the opportunity, she replied to some of them, though she encountered certain challenges. While contemplating, she entered the bathroom. After washing up and changing into her sleepwear, she realized she had forgotten to bring her sleep pants. The clothes she had changed out of had gotten quite wet while washing her face. Feng Tingshan probably hadn't returned yet. With that thought, she hesitated briefly before opening the bathroom door and stepping out. However, as soon as she emerged, she met Feng Tingshan's gaze directed at her. Chapter 53, The boyfriend shirt sensation. Rong Ci felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet she was not overly uncomfortable. After all, they were already married. And the intimate acts they had engaged in over the years were not insignificant. Throughout their marriage, she had always hoped that Feng Tingshan would come to love her. However, she had never intentionally seduced him. She had considered it, but ultimately dismissed the idea, believing that it would be futile. Thus, her usual home attire consisted of loose-fitting, ordinary two-piece pajamas. The top she wore now happened to be a loose style as well, long enough so that even without pants, it was not excessively revealing. She felt no inclination to deliberately entice him. Nonetheless, to avoid any misunderstanding, she explained, "I simply forgot to grab my pants." Rong Ci believed that her loose top, with its extended hem, did not expose too much even without sleep shorts. However, she overlooked the fact that her figure was quite exquisite, with a harmonious balance of curves, and the design of the top accentuated her fair, elongated legs while leaving the triangular area subtly hinted. Fresh from a shower, her complexion was smooth and radiant, imparting an air of pristine purity. Consequently, this sleepwear evoked the essence of a boyfriend shirt, even more alluring than seductive nightwear. Feng Tingshan listened to her words, glanced at her briefly, then withdrew his gaze. Responding nonchalantly, relieved that he harbored no misapprehensions, Rong Ci ceased her speech and turned to the cloakroom. After dressing, she emerged to find Feng Tingshan still in the room. Aware that there was little to discuss between them, she cast a fleeting glance his way before passing by and sitting at the vanity to begin her skincare routine. Feng Tingshan then rose to retrieve his clothes from the cloakroom and headed to the bathroom for a shower. As time passed, Rong Ci completed her skincare regimen and went straight to bed. The last time she had shared a bed with Feng Tingshan at the old residence, her mind had been tranquil, and she had quickly drifted off to sleep. However, now, perhaps due to Feng Tingshan's earlier agreement to assist her, her emotions were somewhat tumultuous, and she lay in bed for a while, unable to summon sleep. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tingshan emerged from the bathroom. Moments later, he turned off the lights and lay down on the opposite side of the bed. Rong Ci kept her eyes closed but sensed a certain distance between them. Feng Tingshan exhibited no intent to converse. The room was enveloped in silence. After what felt like an eternity, her consciousness transitioned from clarity to haze, and she unknowingly succumbed to slumber. The following day, when Rong Ci awoke, she found herself alone in bed. After freshening up and changing clothes, she descended the stairs to find the elderly lady already awake. Upon seeing her, the elderly lady was about to speak when Feng Tingshan returned from outside. Clad in grey sportswear, with damp hair clinging to his forehead, it appeared he had just completed a run. He greeted the elderly lady with a simple, "Morning." Noticing the two of them, the elderly lady's expression soured slightly. You both are up so early?" Rong Ci found this peculiar. Was it not commendable that she and Feng Tingshan maintained an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine? As she pondered this, Feng Tingshan calmly remarked, "I have studied pharmacology. Your soup is ineffective for me." With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Rong Ci was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Feng Tingshan's implication was that the elderly lady had likely tainted their soup with some sort of drug, a rather potent one. Yet, Feng Tingshan, being knowledgeable of pharmacological effects, had seen through it. He seemingly had not consumed the soup last night. Rong Ci was astonished that the elderly lady would resort to such measures. She frowned, and before she could voice her thoughts, the elderly lady sighed discontentedly. "Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing for my grandson. Sigh, I still wish for another grandchild. Xiao Ci, if you have time, do make an effort with Tingshan. Understand?" Rong Ci. She was at a loss. Although Feng Tingshan had agreed to assist her the previous night, she was acutely aware that the possibility of them continuing together was now non-existent. If anything had transpired between her and Feng Tingshan last night, it would have been truly unfortunate. The notion of having another child seemed even more implausible. As she contemplated this, Feng Tingshan also made her way downstairs. Upon seeing Rong Ci, her expression dimmed slightly, having recalled Rong Ci's admiration for Lin Wu. During breakfast, Feng Tingshan continued to sit beside her, yet neither initiated conversation. The previous day, Rong Ci had taken Feng Tingshan to school. Today, Feng Tingshan requested that Feng Tingshan drive her. He acquiesced, saying, "Understood." The elderly lady glanced at Rong Ci and said, "Then, Tingshan, take Xiao Ci along, they are headed to the same place." Rong Ci interrupted, "No need, Grandma. He has many social engagements and won't often stay at the company. It's inconvenient for me without a car." The elderly lady, however, was insistent. "Let him attend to his engagements. If you finish work and have no car to return, just call the driver in advance to pick you up, alright?" Before Rong Ci could respond, the elderly lady declared, "It's settled then." Rong Ci. She cast a sidelong glance at Feng Tingshan, who remained silent. His unspoken agreement evident. After breakfast, she had no choice but to accompany Feng Tingshan in Feng Tingshan's car. Feng Tingshan was quite familiar with the routine. And the presence of Rong Ci and Feng Tingshan made her particularly joyful. However, Rong Ci could hardly recall the last time she had ridden in Feng Tingshan's vehicle. As Feng Jingxin climbed into the car, Rong Ci was about to follow when Feng Tingshan suddenly instructed, "You sit over there." Rong Ci paused, feeling a bit awkward. Yet she circumvented to the other side and entered the car as the driver held the door open. She found herself separated from Feng Tingshan by Feng Jingxin. Feng Tingshan appeared preoccupied, engrossed in responding to messages on his phone. Rong Ci focused her gaze ahead, while Feng Jingxin nestled into Feng Tingshan's embrace, peering over his chest to watch his phone screen. "Ah, it's Aunt Wu," she exclaimed. Feng Tingshan acknowledged her with a noncommittal maintaining his attention on the device. Possibly recalling her presence, Rong Ci noticed Feng Jingxin steal a couple of glances her way. But she continued to observe Feng Tingshan's phone without disclosing the contents of their conversation. After a while, Feng Jingxin seemed to grow bored and emerged from Feng Tingshan's hold to rummage through the car's storage compartment. Rong Ci truly had not intended to pry. Yet, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of the items within: a lipstick, a small woman's handbag, and a little backpack previously used by Feng Jingxin. It was evident that the lipstick and handbag belonged to Lin Wu. At that moment, she comprehended why Feng Tingshan had requested her to sit elsewhere earlier. That seat was typically occupied by Lin Wu, and he had not permitted her to sit there. Chapter 54, Grandmother sent me to fetch you with this thought. Rong Ci felt a slight ache in her throat, suddenly realizing the car felt rather stuffy. She withdrew her gaze, intending to open the window for some fresh air, but paused just before pressing the button. Ultimately, she decided against it, simply turning her head to gaze outside. Time passed, and soon they arrived at the school for Feng Jingxin. Rong Ci got out to escort her, while Feng Tingshan remained seated in the car. "Dad," Feng Jingxin began. "Father is busy," he replied. "Oh." Rong Ci understood that previously, when Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu had accompanied Feng Jingxin to school, he would always get out with Lin Wu, handing Feng Jingxin over to her teacher. Now that it was her turn, she was uncertain whether he was genuinely occupied or simply preferred not to stand with her in plain view. With this in mind, she did not wish to impose. She glanced back at Feng Tingshan in the car and said, "You can go ahead, I will take a taxi to the company shortly." Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan turned to look at her and remarked, "It's on the way." Yet, Rong Ci was no longer inclined to ride with him. She considered persuading him but ultimately felt that if he was unconcerned, why should she be? In the end, she remained silent. After watching Feng Jingxin enter the school with her teacher, she turned and re-entered the car. Inside, she and Feng Tingshan shared a quiet journey. About 10 minutes away from Changyamo, Yuemosun sent her some documents. Engrossed in reading them, she was unaware when they arrived at the building where Changyamo was located until Feng Tingshan's voice broke her concentration. Feng Tingshan's vehicle, a luxurious Bentley, stood out prominently at the entrance. Noticing several onlookers, Rong Ci, aware that her interactions with Feng Tingshan would be limited moving forward, wished to avoid unnecessary attention. She hastily grabbed her bag, exited the car, and thanked him. Feng Tingshan glanced at her, acknowledged her with a simple then instructed the driver, "Let us go." The car swiftly departed. Rong Ci turned and entered the company. At noon, Yuemosun arranged a lunch with a business partner, and Rong Ci accompanied him. As they drove into the restaurant parking lot, she spotted Feng Tingshan just stepping out of his car. At that moment, Lin Wu also emerged from the vehicle. After Yuemosun parked, he noticed them as well. Rubbing his temples, he remarked, "What a coincidence." "Indeed," Rong Ci replied. Only then noticing Lin Lihai and Xiang Rufeng among the group, who seemed to have arrived earlier and were waiting for Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. They quickly approached upon seeing them. "Shall we get out?" Yuemosun inquired from the car. "Or wait until they leave?" "Let us get out," she decided. After all, she had nothing to hide, why should she avoid them? As they exited the vehicle, Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan were facing them and noticed them immediately. Feng Tingshan's expression remained impassive, he merely glanced once before looking away. However, upon seeing Rong Ci, Lin Wu's demeanor turned icy. Previously, While Linwu had been distant, she had never been so overtly frosty. Rong Ci speculated that Lin Wu's reaction stemmed from Feng Tingshan's warning her uncle not to move into the house across from her. Indeed, Feng Tingshan had already discussed this with her, and she had acquiesced. This matter was not particularly significant to Rong Ci. What troubled her was the implication of seeking Feng Tingshan's assistance. With this thought, Lin Wu's expression grew even colder. At that moment, Lin Lihai noticed Lin Wu's unusual demeanor and followed her gaze to see Rong Ci, frowning slightly. Xiang Rufeng, witnessing the interaction for the first time, registered a glimmer of satisfaction, considering Feng Tingshan's apparent concern for Lin Wu. However, with Feng Tingshan present, she refrained from saying anything further. Yet, Lin Wu approached them. Surprisingly, her target of conversation was Yu Mo-sun. "Mr. Yu, what a coincidence, we meet again," she smiled, though her tone was laced with insincerity. Yu Mo-sun responded with a forced smile, "Yes, quite the coincidence. I had intended to invite you for a meal, but I've been quite busy lately." "Miss Lin." "No need for formalities, I am aware of your busy schedule," Yu Mo-sun replied, acknowledging that she had yet to start working at Changmo even after a month since their last encounter. Lin Lihai sought to cultivate a rapport with Yu Mo-sun, observing Lin Wu's disregard for Rong Ci as she approached Yu Mo-sun. Feng Tingshan appeared unopposed, walking alongside them. Lin Lilan followed suit. After Lin Lihai exchanged pleasantries with Yu Mo-sun, he turned to Rong Ci and called out, "Xiao Ci." Rong Ci did not respond. Lin Lihai, sensing the atmosphere, chose to focus more on Yu Mo-sun instead. Once they had greeted Yu Mo-sun, the group paid no further attention to Rong Ci and returned to Feng Tingshan's side. Subsequently, they all entered the restaurant together. Yu Mo-sun observed the scene, feeling a headache coming on. "They've completely overlooked you." Rong Ci replied coolly, "Indeed." She added, "Let us go. We shouldn't keep the guests waiting too long." "All right." In the evening, Rong Ci had to work late. However, just before 7 o'clock, she received a call from her grandmother, inquiring about her return home. Though her grandmother had called, she hesitated to leave, as she still had many thoughts to organize and was reluctant to abandon her work. After a moment's deliberation, she finally said, "I'm sorry, grandmother. I need to work late and will return home a bit later." Her grandmother sighed, "Tingshan is busy, and so are you. At this rate, when will there be any progress between you two?" Implying that Feng Tingshan would also be late returning home? Rong Ci responded, "Grandmother, I apologize." "Oh. It's nothing. Just remember to take care of yourself and eat well." "Yes, I will." After hanging up, her takeout arrived. After eating, Rong Ci continued working until nearly 10 o'clock before leaving the office. However, she had not driven herself, she had called for a driver half an hour earlier. When she descended the stairs, she discovered the driver was indeed waiting, but it was not the driver she had contacted, it was Feng Tingshan's driver. Feng Tingshan was seated in the back seat. Upon seeing her standing still, he slowly rolled down the window and said, "Grandmother sent me to fetch you." Hearing this, Rong Ci walked around and entered the car, taking her seat from the morning. The vehicle smoothly merged into traffic, plunging back into silence. Feng Tingshan focused on his own matters, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Yet, Rong Ci recalled something and suddenly asked, "Did they agree?" She was referring to the matter of Lin Wu's uncle and his family not moving in. Noticing Lin Wu's discontent during their earlier encounter, she suspected they had consented. But what about the others? Feng Tingshan, still engrossed in his phone, replied, "They agreed." Then, Rong Ci hesitated but ultimately asked with resolve, "I wish to purchase that villa. Is that permissible?" She intended this action to eliminate future complications. Feng Tingshan paused, then turned to meet her gaze, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci finally exhaled in relief, "Thank you." Chapter 55, The property deed. Upon their return home, the elderly lady was still awake. Only when she saw that Rong Ci had indeed returned in Feng Tingshan's car did she feel reassured enough to retire to her room. After ascending the stairs, Rong Ci placed a call to Rong Changxing to update him on the developments. No sooner had she finished the call than Yu Mashuan's call came through. Half an hour later, after concluding that conversation, Rong Ci noticed that Feng Tingshan had finished his bath and was now reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. As she entered the room, Feng Tingshan briefly diverted his gaze from the pages to glance at her before returning his focus to his reading. Rong Ci too averted her gaze, proceeding to take a shower and tend to her skincare routine. Once these tasks were completed, she noticed that the hour was growing late. She glanced over at Feng Tingshan. Having grown accustomed to his previous aloofness, she found their current dynamic somewhat disorienting. He had aided her, and their relationship had eased slightly, leaving her uncertain as to how to interact with him. Nevertheless, she understood that the essence of their relationship would not fundamentally change. With these thoughts, Rong Ci quietly climbed into bed, preparing to sleep. Just as she lay down, Feng Tingshan set his book aside, extinguished the light, and lay down beside her. It seemed as though he had been waiting for her to return to turn off the light. Rong Ci paused, contemplating if she was overthinking the situation. But soon her heart settled, and she drifted off to sleep. The following day, the elderly lady once again expressed her desire for Feng Tingshan to drive Rong Ci to the office. Rong Ci promptly declined, stating, "Grandma, I have social engagements today. It would be inconvenient without a car." The elderly lady furrowed her brow and looked expectantly at Feng Tingshan, implying she wished for him to insist on driving her. However, Feng Tingshan remained silent, continuing to eat his breakfast without acquiescing to her wish. Rong Ci lowered her head at this. Noticing his reluctance, the elderly lady did not press the matter further. In truth, Rong Ci had no engagements that day. She simply preferred not to ride in Feng Tingshan's car and did not wish to impose upon him. The day passed without any notable events. Rong Ci remained at the office, working late until after 9 before driving home. Upon her arrival, she was surprised to find Feng Tingshan already there, as he usually returned home quite late unless there was a special occasion. Not finding him in the bedroom, Rong Ci turned on the lights and set her bag aside. As she contemplated visiting Feng Tingshan's room, she noticed a red booklet placed upon her vanity. Rong Ci hesitated momentarily. Although she and Feng Tingshan shared a bedroom, the left side of the bed was his domain, which she seldom encroached upon. Similarly, the right side was hers, and he respected that boundary. Their personal items, wallets, watches, skincare products, and the like, were always kept in their designated places. Thus, the presence of this red booklet could not be attributed to Feng Tingshan's error. Approaching the vanity, she discovered that it was indeed a property deed. Her heart raced as she opened it, only to confirm that it was the deed for the villa across from her uncle's house. Moreover, the deed indicated that the ownership was solely in her name. Before she could fully process this revelation, Feng Tingshan entered the room. Hearing his footsteps, she turned to face him earnestly, stating, "I've seen the property deed, thank you." Before he could respond, she added, "I currently lack the funds to purchase a house. I will arrange for the payment later." Although it was an older villa, its environment was commendable, and given that the capital's real estate prices are among the highest in the country, acquiring this villa would require at least 2 or 3 billion. Such an amount was beyond her reach at present. Feng Tingshan had just returned and, loosening his necktie, seemed intrigued by her words. Raising an eyebrow slightly as he replied nonchalantly, "Are you suggesting I need your money?" "Indeed, I do not require assistance," she asserted. He placed his loosened tie aside and remarked, "This sum is within my means to repay." With that, he set down his watch and retreated into the bathroom. Rong Ci gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily taken aback, but chose not to press the matter further. After their marriage, she had nearly always refrained from requesting anything from him to avoid being a burden. In retrospect, this house could be considered the first gift he had willingly given her over the years, a memento of their impending separation. With this thought in mind, she placed the property deed into a drawer. After several busy days, on the 4th day, Rong Ci finally found herself less occupied. In the interim, both she and Feng Tingshan had been preoccupied, leaving little time for interaction with Feng Tingshan. During lunch, Feng Tingshan called to inquire if she was available, mentioning that it had been a long time since she had come to pick her up from school. Hearing this, Rong Ci assessed her remaining tasks and decided to leave work early that afternoon to collect Feng Tingshan from school. Upon returning home, Feng Tingshan expressed her desire to eat the dishes Rong Ci prepared. After changing her clothes, Rong Xi headed to the kitchen. Since she had returned early, the elderly lady was pleased to see her cooking and promptly called Feng Tingshan to invite him home for dinner. Feng Tingshan, however, declined, stating, "Grandma, I still have matters to attend to at the company." The elderly lady's mood soured momentarily, but she soon brightened up, instructing Rong Xi, "Dear, why don't you take dinner to Tingshan?" Rong Xi paused, refusing, "Grandma, since he has work, we ought not to disturb him." "But he must eat regardless of his busyness," the elderly lady insisted. As soon as Rong Xi uttered her words, the elderly lady firmly decided, "That's settled then." She began directing Aunt Lu and the others to prepare additional dishes. Faced with the elderly lady's resolve, Rong Xi felt unable to protest further. However, the notion of delivering dinner to Feng Tingshan posed a challenge, as she did not even know which company he was currently at. Moreover, it was likely that he would have other commitments after finishing work, rendering her delivery potentially futile. With these thoughts in mind, Rong Xi seized an opportunity to call Feng Tingshan. After a brief delay, he answered, "What is it?" "Grandma asked me to bring you dinner," she stated. Not waiting for his response before adding, "Do you have other plans? If so, I can inform her." She believed that Feng Tingshan would not want her to deliver dinner. Her words were subtly intended to prompt him to cooperate with her. "Yes, let Grandma know," Feng Tingshan began, but Rong Xi then heard Lin Wu's voice in the background. "Tingshan, the food has arrived." Rong Xi froze momentarily. Feng Tingshan responded to Lin Wu, "All right." He then turned back to Rong Xi, saying, "I have other arrangements for dinner. Please inform Grandma." This did not surprise Rong Xi. She replied, "Understood, I will let her know." "All right." With that, Feng Tingshan promptly hung up the call. Chapter 56, The one who made an appointment with me is Feng Tingshan. Rong Xi set down her phone and went downstairs, informing the elderly lady that Feng Tingshan had already made dinner arrangements. That night, Feng Tingshan did not return. When the elderly lady learned the next morning that he had not come back, she expressed her displeasure. "Tingshan, despite how busy he is with work, can't he find time to come home?" Rong Xi merely smiled in response, choosing not to reply. No matter how occupied Feng Tingshan might be, there would surely be moments for him to return home. After all, he too required rest. She recalled the voice of Lin Wu echoing in her mind from their conversation the previous night. She speculated that his absence was likely due to a more enticing destination. In the following days, the crucial projects for Changyamo over the next 2 years were finalized. However, Yu Emosan still consolidated their ideas and sent them to Nanjiji, hoping for some feedback. Typically, Nanjiji was quite busy and unpredictable. So both Rong Xi and Yu Emosan anticipated that it might take a few days, or even half a month, before they heard back from him. To their surprise, he called that very afternoon. His feedback was quite favorable. Receiving Nanjiji's affirmation bolstered Rong Xi and Yu Emosan's confidence in their project formation. It was well known that their mentor had exceedingly high standards, and such commendation from him was indeed a significant endorsement. Nanjiji remarked, "Based on the materials you submitted, whether in terms of foundational knowledge or recent developments in the AI field, you have not overlooked any critical aspects. It is commendable." This was clearly directed at Rong Xi. Feeling a pang of emotion, she was about to speak when Nanjiji continued coldly, "However, you are still somewhat negligent. The path of learning is one of continual advancement. In truth, you are making regressions." Rong Xi hurriedly replied, "I understand, teacher. I will do my utmost to compensate for the efforts I have neglected over the years." "Very well," he acknowledged, his teaching style always succinct. Sensing that Nanjiji seemed available that day, Rong Xi could not help but ask, "Teacher, do you have time this evening? I would like to join you for dinner." Not only Rong Xi, but even Yu Emosan had not dined with Nanjiji for quite some time. Upon hearing Rong Xi's request, Yu Emosan eagerly nodded, "Yes, teacher, are you free?" Nanjiji replied calmly, "I have an appointment, I am unavailable." "Ah?" Yu Emosan was greatly disappointed, as was Rong Xi. She was about to inquire when Nanjiji might be free for a future gathering when she heard him say, "The person who made an appointment with me is Feng Tingshan." Rong Xi was taken aback. Yu Emosan paused, glancing at Rong Xi, and quietly asked, "Teacher, why would President Feng seek you out? Could you share with us? He mentioned wanting to introduce someone to me, Nan Jiji replied, and with that, he ended the call. Umo-sun turned to Rong Ci, saying, your husband is likely introducing Lin Wu, isn't he? The last time he interacted with the Lin family, he learned that they have their own tech company. Lin Wu's consideration for our company stemmed from their programming language, CUAP, which the public believes was developed under our mentor's leadership. Now that Lin Wu cannot join our company, it is plausible she would approach our teacher to study CUAP. Perhaps she even wishes to become one of his students. Realizing this, Umo-sun exhaled an expletive in surprise. Rong Ci shared the same insight and suspected this could be Feng Tingshan's way of compensating Lin Wu for her family's decision not to move across from her uncle. After all, given his feelings for Lin Wu, he would not allow her to endure any grievances for her benefit. Umo-sun added, if she truly possesses hidden talents. Wouldn't that mean? Although they were students of Nan Jiji, who often appeared indifferent toward them, their relationship was quite amicable. Despite his stern demeanor, he was fundamentally a kind-hearted individual bound by principles. If Lin Wu's abilities and talents were indeed sufficient, he would never refuse her entry based on the discord between her and Rong Ci. However, Rong Ci quickly composed herself, stating, let us focus on our own matters for now. There was little she could do except strive to excel in her own pursuits. That evening, she returned home later than usual, finding the elderly lady already asleep. Yet, upon her arrival, she discovered that Feng Tingshan had not yet returned. Or perhaps he would not return at all. Yet, as she emerged from the bathroom after her shower, she was surprised to find Feng Tingshan had indeed come back. Upon seeing him, she paused momentarily and nodded slightly in acknowledgement, refraining from inquiring about his meeting with Nan Jiji. Feng Tingshan remained silent, casting a glance her way before retreating into the bathroom for a shower. The following morning, she awoke later than usual. As she descended the stairs, she overheard the elderly lady speaking in a teasing tone to Feng Tingshan, when I went to bed last night, it was already past 10. Yet you still hadn't returned. I thought you were reluctant to come back. Feng Tingshan sat across from the elderly lady, calmly sipping water without responding. The elderly lady tapped the table, feigning annoyance, speak. Stop pretending to be mute. Putting down his cup, Feng Tingshan glanced at Rong Ci as she came downstairs. Then calmly turned back to say, did you not request that I return home to accompany you for an outing this morning? Humph. I thought you were ignoring my words. She retorted, though his demeanor betrayed no sign of defiance. The elderly lady, thoroughly exasperated, chose to ignore him and beckoned Rong Ci over to sit beside her. Rong Ci obliged and asked, Grandmother, are you two going out to play soon? Not you two, but we. The elderly lady corrected with a smile. We will go together. Xiao Ci. Where would you like to go? I will follow your lead. At times, Rong Ci felt rather dull, unable to conceive of a recreational venue that would please everyone. She replied, I am fine with anything, I will defer to your choice. The elderly lady had already formed a plan and, upon hearing Rong Ci's response, inquired. How about a hot spring? The last time we intended to go but couldn't and ended up getting sick instead, this time. I must ensure that someone makes it up to me. This someone naturally referred to Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan, unperturbed, continued drinking tea, showing no signs of discomfort or embarrassment at the mention of the incident, as if it were of no significance to him. He had never seemed to take it to heart. Reflecting on this, Rong Ci averted her gaze. She had previously visited a hot spring and currently felt indifferent toward the idea. However, since the elderly lady had expressed a desire to go, she could only acquiesce, saying, very well. Chapter 57, Thoughts of Feng Tingshan. After breakfast, Rong Ci began to pack her belongings for the hot spring resort, gathering only her own items. She refrained from touching anything belonging to Feng Tingshan. After all, despite being her husband in name, he was not her man, he was currently Lin Wu's partner. She surmised he would not appreciate her meddling with his possessions, and she, in turn, had no desire to do so. As for Feng Jingxian's items, Aunt Lu assisted in organizing them. Previously, she might have fretted over whether Feng Jingxian's belongings were adequately packed, even if Aunt Lu helped. However, now, after ensuring her own items were ready, she simply dragged her small suitcase downstairs, indifferent to the situation with Feng Jing Xian. After a brief wait downstairs, both Feng Jing Xian and Feng Tingshan joined her. Upon arriving at the hot spring resort, Feng Tingshan disappeared to make a phone call. While Rong Ci was arranging her clothes in the room, the elderly lady entered, handing her a box and softly saying, "This is a garment prepared by your grandmother for you. Remember to wear it when you soak in the hot spring." From the expression on the elderly lady's face, Rong Ci immediately grasped the contents of the box. Feeling a tad awkward, she replied, "Grandma, I brought my own. Rest assured, it's not of an inappropriate style. If you don't believe me, you may open it." Upon opening the box, she confirmed her suspicion. It was indeed a set of lingerie, which bore a striking resemblance to her usual attire. Relieved, she glanced at the elderly lady, who smiled and insisted, "Do remember to wear it." "All right," Rong Ci acquiesced. Just then, Feng Tingshan returned to the room and noticed the box in her hands. Startled, she quickly closed it. Feng Tingshan, seemingly oblivious, averted his gaze and asked the elderly lady, "Did you come over for something?" "Of course. I came to urge you both to enjoy the hot springs," she explained, nudging Feng Tingshan. "Go on, change your clothes." He paused but did not refuse. Soon after, he emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. Seeing him, Rong Ci entered the bathroom herself. By the time she donned her bathrobe and stepped out, Feng Tingshan had already vanished from the room. As she contemplated heading to the hot spring pool, the elderly lady approached her from the adjacent room, cheerfully advising, "Tingshan is in the small pool on the left. Hurry along." The small hot spring pool to the left was not expansive, barely 3 square meters. If both she and Feng Tingshan sat in it, they would easily brush against each other without fully stretching their legs. The elderly lady was clearly intent on fostering their relationship, especially since they would be in minimal attire. Typically, the presence of a lone man and woman in such proximity could lead to unintended sparks. Nevertheless, with the elderly lady's insistence, Rong Ci had no choice but to enter. As she approached, she found Feng Tingshan already seated in the water, having discarded his bathrobe. His gaze fell upon her as she approached. Rong Ci was indeed wearing the lingerie prepared by the elderly lady. Initially, she believed the lingerie was not markedly different from her usual style. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that the fabric of the panties was significantly less than what she was accustomed to. Though not overly revealing, it certainly diverged from her previous choices. The soft red fabric accentuated her fair complexion, and when she caught her reflection in the mirror, she felt surprisingly alluring. Despite feeling a twinge of discomfort at her appearance, she did not dislike it, so she chose to wear it. Now, clad in her bathrobe and aware of Feng Tingshan's gaze, she hesitated momentarily, remembering her attire. Yet, she quickly composed herself and walked over. Setting her belongings down by the pool, she removed her bathrobe, revealing the lingerie entirely to Feng Tingshan's view. He paused, and Rong Ci sensed that he was aware the garment was a gift from the elderly lady. She surmised that her decision to wear it might suggest to him that she wished to engage in something more, but in truth, that was not her intention. What he thought was his concern alone. Resolute in her choice, Rong Ci felt no embarrassment as she shed her bathrobe. She did not deliberately seek to gauge Feng Tingshan's reaction. She stepped into the hot spring beside him, maintaining a distance of about 2 people. Feng Tingshan withdrew his gaze. The atmosphere was tranquil, and Rong Ci, stealing glances at his well-defined torso, subtly shifted her gaze. Just as she thought they would remain in silence, Feng Tingshan broke the quiet, asking, "Would you like something to eat? The resort has prepared a variety of snacks for us." He pushed a bowl toward her. "Thank you," she replied. He said nothing further. She picked up a piece of cake and took a bite, but feeling little appetite, she returned the bowl to him after sampling only a morsel. As the crystal-clear water shimmered, Rong Ci noticed Feng Tingshan's physique as she pushed the bowl back. Her reaction was indifferent. While other women might have speculated about his capabilities, she knew better. His lack of reaction was merely a reflection of her own absence of allure to him, which had nothing to do with her attire. Rong Ci had long anticipated such a scenario. With their impending divorce, she had no desire to rekindle anything, and her choice to wear this particular outfit stemmed from the knowledge that it would not affect him. She discreetly withdrew her gaze. In this weather, soaking in the hot springs was nothing short of blissful. After a while, she felt herself growing drowsy. However, she did not succumb to sleep. Rising, she announced to Feng Tingshen, "I think I'll head out now." He acknowledged. She exited the pool, donning her bathrobe. As she prepared to take the elevator upstairs, she unexpectedly encountered the elderly lady. "Are you done already?" the elderly lady inquired. "Yes," Rong Xi replied. The elderly lady seemed about to say more when she noticed Feng Tingshen, who was also preparing to go upstairs to change. The elderly lady, eager for something to blossom between them, could tell from the distance they maintained that nothing had occurred. Her efforts had been in vain. With a sigh, she remarked, "A friend of mine has come here for treatment. She just called me, and I must return for a bit. You two enjoy yourselves here." She patted Rong Xi's hand and turned to Feng Tingshen, saying, "You mustn't bully Xiao Xi, understood?" "Understood," he replied. Chapter 58, ascending to call mother down for dinner. At that moment, another elevator door opened, revealing Qi Yuming stepping out. Upon seeing him, Rong Xi was somewhat astonished, not expecting him to be at the hot spring villa as well. However, neither the elderly lady nor Feng Tingshen exhibited any surprise. Clearly already aware of Qi Yuming's presence at the villa, Qi Yuming raised an eyebrow at Rong Xi before affectionately addressing the elderly lady, "Are you leaving already, madam? Wouldn't you like to have lunch first?" The Feng and Qi families shared a cordial relationship, and the elderly lady, having watched Qi Yuming grow up, responded with a benevolent smile, "No, no, you all enjoy yourselves." As their group escorted the elderly lady out, Feng Jingxin eagerly inquired, "Uncle Qi, what brings you here?" Qi Yuming bent down to gently pinch Feng Jingxin's fair cheek. "Your father sent me. I greeted Grandma Feng and came right over." "How about that? Uncle Qi is quite loyal, isn't he?" "Oh, so it was Dad who asked you to come?" "Indeed," Qi Yuming replied with a cheerful smile. "Upon learning that your great-grandmother was leaving, I also informed Uncle He and Aunt Lin. They are on their way and will arrive shortly. Are you happy about that?" As he spoke, Qi Yuming deliberately glanced at Rong Xi. She noticed this and understood that he intended for her to hear it. Feng Jingxin was naturally delighted. Just as she was about to nod, she hesitated, looking up at Rong Xi. Feigning ignorance, Rong Xi ruffled her hair gently, "You all have fun. Mother will head back first." With that, she turned and left without sparing a glance at Feng Tingshen or Qi Yuming. Observing Rong Xi's indifference, lacking the previous concern and unease about Lin Wu's arrival, it seemed she was utterly unconcerned. Feng Jingxin, still present, could not voice her thoughts openly. She inched closer to Feng Tingshen and whispered, "What's going on?" Feng Tingshen, maintaining his composure, asked, "Did you come alone?" "Of course not. How could I enjoy such a splendid hot spring experience by myself? Naturally, I brought my precious one along." Before he could finish his sentence, Qi Yuming paused, turned his head towards him, and remarked, "No, you are deflecting the topic." Feng Tingshen did not deny it and simply replied, "Your precious one is here." As he spoke, a stunningly tall beauty clad in a loosely opened bathrobe, revealing a bikini underneath, approached them. After returning to her room, Rong Xi changed into her everyday attire, sat by a small round table, and opened her computer to delve into the exhibits showcased at the recent technology fair. Merging this with the information she had gathered over time, half an hour later, an idea struck her, prompting her to call Umo-sun. "Are you free? I'm attending a masquerade, what's up?" Rong Xi shared her thoughts with him. Umo-sun's expression turned serious yet excited. "Hold on, I'll return right away." "All right." After hanging up, Rong Xi focused intently on her work once more. Time passed without her notice until she suddenly heard lively chatter from downstairs. She paused, realizing it might be He Zhongbai and Lin Wu arriving. Rising, she closed the window. At that moment, feeling somewhat hungry, she dialed an internal line to request a meal to be brought up. The staff quickly complied. Once her meal was prepared, the villa staff promptly delivered it upstairs. While passing through the lobby towards the elevator, they encountered Feng Tingshen and the others. Qi Yuming inquired, "Is this meal for?" The staff promptly responded, "It's for Madam." Naturally, it was Rong Xi they referred to, and they did not press the staff further, allowing them to deliver the meal. However, After the staff departed, Qi Yiming chuckled, looks like we need to call her for dinner. Feng Tingshan replied nonchalantly, let us still call her. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu paused, biting her lip as she looked at Feng Tingshan. He Zhongbai and Qi Yiming were equally taken aback. Nevertheless, Qi Yiming soon laughed and added, indeed. The elderly lady explicitly instructed us to take good care of her. If we dine without calling her, it would not bode well if the elderly lady found out. After all, this was the Feng family's private villa. And it was likely that the elderly lady had her eyes and ears everywhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu relaxed her previously pursed lips. She had thought that with the elderly lady's meddling, Feng Tingshan truly harbored feelings for Rong Ci. However, upon hearing Qi Yiming's words, she realized she had overthought it. He Zhongbai, having listened to Qi Yiming, also withdrew his gaze. Just then, Feng Jingxin returned, and Feng Tingshan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, go upstairs and call your mother down for dinner. Feng Jingxin hesitated, asking, are we really asking Mom to come eat with us? Yes. Feng Jingxin opened her mouth, furrowing her brow, then glanced at Lin Wu. She did not want her mother to join them for dinner. If her mother came down, she would surely target Aunt Wu, leading to an unhappy atmosphere for everyone. Lin Wu smiled gently, encouraging, go on. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Jingxin ascended the stairs. When she rang the doorbell, Rong Ci was already eating in her room. Seeing on the surveillance monitor that it was Feng Jingxin at the door, Rong Ci set down her utensils and opened the door, Xing Xing. Feng Jingxin bit her lip, looking up at Rong Ci, Mom. Dad asked me to call you down to eat with us. Rong Ci promptly declined, Mom has already started eating, you all go ahead. Feng Jingxin sighed in relief, okay. Then, shall I tell Dad that? Rong Ci recognized her reluctance to join them. Observing her expression, she replied softly, yes, go ahead. Feng Jingxin beamed, all right. She smiled and turned to leave, but after a couple of steps, she hesitated, Mom, will you be okay by yourself? Would you like me to keep you company? The lively gathering downstairs made it seem somewhat lonely for her mother to be alone here. Her offer to accompany her sounded somewhat forced, clearly indicating that she preferred to join Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu for dinner instead. Rong Ci did not wish to impose her company on her. Such forced companionship was unnecessary. She bent down and spoke gently, it's all right, Mom enjoys being alone. You go on. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin's guilt diminished considerably. And she nodded, okay, then I'll go. Go ahead. Feng Jingxin quickly departed. Rong Ci watched her retreating figure, closed the door, and returned to her meal. Chapter 59, No one truly welcomes her downstairs. Feng Jingxin hurried over to Feng Tingshan, saying, Dad, Mom is already eating, so she won't be coming down. Qi Yiming raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. He Longbai hung his head, remaining silent. However, Lin Wu couldn't help but smile subtly. She knew that Rong Ci would be too timid to come down. After all, there wasn't a single person here who genuinely welcomed her. If she did come down, all she would face would be ridicule and exclusion. In light of this, it was better for her to remain upstairs, like a turtle retreating into its shell. Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan replied, all right, I understand. He did not insist further and turned to the others, saying, let us not wait, let us eat. At this, Lin Wu's smile deepened, and she elegantly took a seat beside Feng Tingshan. Meanwhile, upstairs, after Rong Ci finished her meal, she returned to her tasks. At that moment, Yu Mashuan had also arrived home. Inspired by fresh ideas, she shared her thoughts with Yu Mashuan. After reviewing her suggestions, he excitedly exclaimed, incredible. You truly possess a genius' insight, little junior sister. I knew you could do it. Before Rong Ci could respond, he lamented, 7 years. If you hadn't gone off to marry, our company would probably be world-renowned by now. Rong Ci winced at his loudness, pulling her phone away. Yu Mashuan, aware that such joyous moments should not be marred by past grievances, cleared his throat and shifted the conversation back to business. To achieve great things, they needed more hands on deck. He promptly contacted Su Yuchuan and others from the company, inviting them to join their efforts. Those who joined Changma were genuinely eager to learn, although they lacked the immediate grasp of key concepts. They became excited after Yu Mashuan's explanations and readily volunteered for extra work. Given the circumstances, it would have been ideal to discuss things face-to-face at the office. But it would take Rong Ci about 2 hours to return. Inspiration, once sparked, could not be halted, lest it vanish entirely. Thus, they ultimately resolved to hold a video discussion instead. Upon learning of Rong Ci's whereabouts, Yu Mashuan seized a moment to inquire, "Are you alone in your room? What about your husband?" "I don't know, perhaps he is eating," Rong Ci replied nonchalantly. "Just you and your daughter? Lin Wu and Qi Yeming are here too." "They're all there, yet you're left alone in your room?" "They did invite me down for dinner, but I declined." "Well, that's a relief. At least Feng Tingshan hasn't completely lost his conscience." Rong Ci, however, held a different view. Like Qi Yeming, she believed that Feng Tingshan was merely avoiding the nagging of the elder lady. Furthermore, even if she did go down, with so many of them siding with Lin Wu, there was no concern that Lin Wu would be bullied by her, making them unafraid of her presence at the dining table. Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan busied themselves for 4 continuous hours. As dinner approached, they decided to take a short break before resuming their work in 2 hours. Rong Ci compiled the notes from the day, shut her laptop, and prepared to step outside for some fresh air. Intending to pick a couple of boxes of apples from the mountain to bring back for Yu Mashuan and the others to taste. The resort was vast, and she was uncertain of Feng Tingshan's whereabouts. She encountered no one when she descended. The sky had yet to darken completely, so she enlisted the help of 2 staff members to accompany her up the mountain. Although the wind was chilly at this hour, Rong Ci was warmly dressed and felt quite comfortable. After enjoying the breeze and picking apples for a while, her mind relaxed. Within no time, they had gathered 2 or 3 boxes of apples. Once finished, she did not immediately descend but sat down to appreciate the beautiful sunset. At that moment, she heard footsteps and the joyful voice of a child. Turning her head, she met He Changbai's gaze. He Changbai, evidently surprised to see her, paused momentarily. Just then, the child in the video exclaimed, "It's Auntie." It turned out that He Changbai was video chatting with Dan Dan, showing her the apples on the trees and planning to pick some to bring back for her. Though they had previously met a few times, and He Changbai had assisted her, Rong Ci still felt unable and unwilling to grow close to him. The instant she spotted him, her expression turned frosty. Yet upon hearing Dan Dan's voice, her demeanor softened somewhat. He Changbai noticed the change in her expression but did not approach her immediately. Instead, he asked, "Dan Dan would like to speak with you, are you available?" Having emerged from the rehabilitation center feeling heavy-hearted and deeply troubled, that day's encounter, though Dan Dan had wished for her company, felt more like Dan Dan supporting her in gradually emerging from her suffocating emotions. With this thought in mind, she nodded. He Changbai handed her his phone, maintaining a respectful distance of 2 to 3 meters away. Rong Ci conversed with Dan Dan for a while and learned that she was out playing with her grandmother, which was why she hadn't come to the resort with He Changbai, sharing her fondness for sunsets. They chatted for over 10 minutes before Rong Ci returned the phone to He Changbai. After He Changbai bid farewell to Dan Dan, he turned to Rong Ci and said, "Thank you." "No need," she replied. By this time, the sky had nearly darkened completely. However, the mountain had streetlights, making the descent easy. After saying this, she turned to head down the mountain. He Changbai followed closely behind her, accompanying her in silence. Upon reaching the resort and preparing to enter, they happened upon Lin Wu. Lin Wu, taken aback by their synchronized descent from the mountain, momentarily froze before pursing her lips. Rong Ci, as if oblivious to her presence, walked past her directly into the hall. Lin Wu watched her retreating figure, then turned her gaze to He Changbai, frowning as she spoke, "Changbai." "You too," He Changbai responded nonchalantly, "we ran into each other on the mountain." He Changbai had been video chatting with Dan Dan and gone up the mountain to show her the apple trees. Lin Wu was aware of this. If Rong Ci was also on the mountain, their encounter was indeed quite natural. With this realization, Lin Wu relaxed and attempted to say something, but He Changbai spoke first, asking, "Where are they?" "They're over by the pavilion. The ingredients for the bonfire party are ready and we're just about to call you." As they spoke, they walked side by side toward the pavilion. Chapter 60, I will call her. Tonight's bonfire gathering features hot pot, spicy chicken skewers, and barbecue. The crab roe chicken broth has been simmering, and the spicy chicken skewers are ready. The long table beside is laden with an array of meticulously prepared, top-quality fresh ingredients. The bonfire has already been lit. Qi Yiming and his companions have gathered around it. After He Changbai and Lin Wu return, Lin Wu naturally takes a seat beside Feng Tingshan. Unable to resist, Qi Yiming has already begun to savor the flavorful spicy chicken skewers. Noticing that everyone is present, he is about to formally commence the feast but suddenly recalls Rong Ci. He turns to Feng Jingxin and says, Xin, could you please go upstairs and call your mother? Tell her we have delicious food here and encourage her to join us. Although he suspects that Rong Ci will likely remain in her room as she did at noon, the formality must still be observed. Lin Wu understands his intention. After all, they have done their part. If Rong Ci chooses not to come down, that is her own decision. With this thought, she encourages Feng Jingxin, go ahead, dear. Feng Jingxin frowns, reluctant to go. Deep down, she truly does not want her mother to join them. However, with so many urging her, she feels compelled to comply. Just as she prepares to set down her drink, Feng Tingshan speaks up, I will go. Upon hearing this, a hush falls over the group. After his declaration, he stands and departs. Qi Yiming, returning to the moment, chuckles. Indeed, having Tingshan call her would be more sincere. It seems rather dismissive to have the children do it. Lin Wu considers this as well. Tingshan merely wishes to fulfill an obligation to the elder. His assent to call Rong Ci does not imply any deeper feelings. After all, he harbored no affection for her before, and it is even less likely now. Meanwhile, Feng Jingxin bites her lip, feeling anxious. She worries that if Feng Tingshan calls Rong Ci, she might actually come down, as their mother is particularly inclined to heed their father's wishes. On the other side, Rong Ci has returned to her room, ordered takeout, and opened her computer. Just as she immerses herself in work, she hears the sound of the door opening. Surprised, she glances to see Feng Tingshan entering with a room card. Assuming he has returned for something, she merely glances at him before diverting her attention back to her computer. Only to hear him say, there's a bonfire feast downstairs, it's quite lively. Would you like to join us for a bit? Rong Ci hesitates. Like Qi Yiming and the others, she interprets Feng Tingshan's personal invitation as merely a gesture to appease the elder. It does not signify anything meaningful. Moreover, even if it did, she finds herself indifferent. I have work to finish, so I won't be coming down, she replies, turning to him and adding, don't worry. If Grandma inquires, I will ensure to cooperate well on your behalf. Feng Tingshan, upon hearing this, smiles quietly, his deep-set eyes fixed on her. Noticing his gaze, Rong Ci's fingers instinctively curl around the keyboard. Although they have known each other for many years and have been married for quite some time, she often feels she has never truly understood him and remains oblivious to his thoughts. In the past, she might have sought to explore the emotions hidden within his eyes. But now, Rong Ci purses her lips, steadfast in her resolve, thank you for coming to call me, but I really don't wish to go down. Feng Tingshan smiles silently, acknowledging her words, and then turns to leave. As he descends, Qi Yiming and the others are already enjoying their meal. They are somewhat taken aback to see him return alone, having assumed that with him calling, Rong Ci would surely not refuse. He Changbai inquires, didn't he come down? Feng Tingshan replies, no. He then instructs the staff attending them, please prepare a portion of barbecue, spicy chicken skewers, and hot pot to be sent upstairs for my wife. Lin Wu bites her lip. The fact that Rong Ci remains upstairs while Feng Tingshan arranges for her meal indicates little. However, she does not appreciate his referring to Rong Ci as my wife, as if he acknowledges her as such. Yet, she soon reasons that the staff likely do not know Rong Ci's name, without calling her my wife, who would know to whom he is sending the food. Upstairs, Rong Ci feels a twinge of hunger. When she hears the doorbell, she finds it is the staff delivering her meal. She steps out to let them in as they wheel in a cart laden with dishes. The staff sets everything on the table, unveiling the lids and explaining the array of food. However, upon seeing the spread, Rong Ci furrows her brow. Did you deliver this to the wrong room? This is not what I ordered. The enticing aroma of spicy broth and a variety of seafood, beef, and lamb is undeniably tempting, yet she insists. This is not what I ordered. Indeed, these dishes were sent by Mr. Fong, the staff responds respectfully. Your order is nearly complete and will be delivered shortly. Rong Ci pauses. These dishes alone are more than enough for her to manage, let alone with her own order still pending. Thus, she takes her time with this meal. When their meeting time approaches, she is still eating. Yu Mashuan initiates a video call, requesting some materials, only to find her munching away. What are you eating? It looks delicious. Rong Ci turns the camera around to reveal the feast. As others join the call, they are taken aback by the lavish spread before her. So much? Are you just starting? Rong Ci replies, no, I'm almost done. Are you seriously eating all of this by yourself? Rong Ci pauses, this is not my order. Yu Mashuan catches on, did your husband order this for you? Rong Ci confirms, he had it sent up. Yu Mashuan remarks, well. At least he has a bit of conscience. Rong Ci refrains from commenting further, unwilling to delve into his motivations of merely appeasing the elder. As the scheduled meeting time nears and she feels somewhat full, she sets down her chopsticks and allows the staff to clear her table. Moving her computer aside to engage with her colleagues and resume work. They remain engrossed in their tasks until well past 10 o'clock, with no intention of pausing. Just as Rong Ci immerses herself in the next segment, the outer door swings open, and Feng Tingshan strides in. Aware that the camera captures the entrance, Rong Ci quickly adjusts her angle. Chapter 61, Your husband has a delightful voice due to the angle and height. The video conference participants could only see the elegant figure of the person entering from the door, their stature undeniably impressive. At first glance, it was apparent that this individual was not of ordinary standing. However, their face remained obscured. Initially, the company staff speculated about a potential romantic involvement between Rong Ci and Yu Mo-sun. It was only later revealed that Rong Ci was married, with children who were already quite grown. Nevertheless, she seldom spoke of her private life, leaving her colleagues entirely in the dark regarding her husband. Rong Ci's striking beauty, coupled with her exceptional capabilities which surpassed initial expectations, even eclipsing those of Yu Mo-sun, fostered considerable curiosity about her husband. What manner of man could secure the affection of such a stunning and competent woman? Finally, when Rong Ci's husband made an appearance, she unexpectedly turned the camera away. Before Su Yuquan could make a teasing remark, Feng Tingshan interjected, still busy? Rong Ci turned her head toward him, responding with a simple, Feng Tingshan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence as he retrieved clothing from the wardrobe and stepped into the bathroom for a shower. Rong Ci redirected her attention back to the meeting, noting that 2 other women from their team were present. Unable to contain herself, one of them remarked, your husband's voice is really pleasant. Indeed, Feng Tingshan was not only handsome but also possessed a remarkably charming voice. Caught off guard by their praise, Rong Ci could only reply, thank you. As the hour grew late, despite their eagerness to continue working, they recognized the importance of moderation. Yu Mo-sun decided to conclude the meeting after addressing the remaining points, suggesting they could finalize the rest the following day or the day after. However, even as they prepared to wrap up, considerable time was still required to address the outstanding matters. Just then, Feng Tingshan emerged from the bathroom. Yet the meeting was still ongoing. Noticing Rong Ci busy, he refrained from speaking. Feng Jingxian returned home, calling out, Mom. At the sound, Rong Ci glanced toward the door, but Feng Tingshan preemptively responded, Mom is working. Hearing this, Feng Jingxian swallowed her words and watched as Rong Ci approached Feng Tingshan, whispering in his ear, Dad, can I sleep with Aunt Wu Wu tonight? Feng Tingshan nodded, of course. Feng Jingxian joyfully embraced her father's neck, momentarily forgetting to modulate her volume, exclaiming, Thank you, Dad. Fortunately, by this time, Rong Ci had officially concluded her work. She turned off the camera and, just as she was about to speak, noticed Lin Wu standing at the door. Rong Ci paused, pressing her lips together. Both Feng Jingxian and Feng Tingshan also noticed Lin Wu. Feng Tingshan stood up and walked out. And soon the two departed side by side. Feng Jingxian, observing, wanted to follow but hesitated upon seeing her mother's tense expression, softly calling out, "Mom." Rong Ci withdrew her gaze, tidying up the documents and books on her desk while inquiring, "Did you shower?" "Yes," Feng Jingxian replied. Rong Ci did not probe further about who assisted her with the bath, instead asking, "Are you tired?" "Yes." "Then go to bed." Feng Jingxian sighed in relief, "Got it, then you should rest early too, Mom." I will." "Good night." "Good night, Mom." Afterward, Feng Jingxian approached to give Rong Ci a brief hug before happily leaving. Rong Ci organized her belongings and prepared to take a shower. As both Feng Tingshen and Feng Jingxian had left the door ajar, she assumed Feng Tingshen would not return. Before stepping into the bathroom, she attempted to close the door, only to collide with Feng Tingshen, who was returning. Rong Ci halted, making way for him, thinking he must have come back for something, given that his luggage was still there. However, as he entered, he casually shut the door behind him, indicating he likely intended to stay the night. Rong Ci was taken aback. Before she could utter a word, Feng Tingshen brushed past her, entering the room. As he passed, she caught a whiff of a fragrance that unmistakably belonged to Lin Wu, and noticed a faint lip print on his nightwear. He had just showered and changed into clean clothes, and it was evident that the scent and mark were recent, likely remnants from their earlier encounter. Upon their first sighting, she had thought his lips appeared slightly red, attributing it to mere illusion. Now, it was clear that her initial assumption was incorrect. Feng Tingshen settled at the edge of the bed, suggesting he intended to linger. This was somewhat unexpected for Rong Ci, she had assumed. Yet, with the watchful eyes of the elder in the house, it made sense that he would not spend the night with Lin Wu. Thus, Lin Wu's decision to visit him earlier was likely due to her concerns for his well-being, fearing that something might transpire between them. Understanding Lin Wu's reservations, and based on the lingering traces of her presence on Feng Tingshen, it was apparent they had shared an intimate moment. Rong Ci chose not to dwell on it. Half an hour later, after emerging from the bathroom, she found Feng Tingshen engrossed in a book, one that she had brought with her. A frown crossed her face, displeased by his taking liberties without asking. Just as she was about to speak, he noticed her expression and said, "Do you mind?" Rong Ci did feel somewhat perturbed. Yet, recognizing that the book contained no confidential material from today's meeting, she calmed herself, responding, "A little." Feng Tingshen regarded her thoughtfully, stating, "All right. I'll ask next time." "Next time?" She mused, doubting that their current circumstances would afford them another opportunity to share a bed under such conditions. Feng Tingshen returned his focus to the book, suddenly remarking, "Your annotations are quite good." This was a compliment. Yet Rong Ci pretended not to hear and took the hairdryer into the bathroom to dry her hair. After finishing, she found Feng Tingshen still reading. Following her skincare routine, she lay down on the opposite side of the bed to rest. Feng Tingshen did not immediately sleep. She had no idea when he finally succumbed, as she quickly drifted off. The next morning, she awoke early, the sun just beginning to rise, only to discover that the other side of the bed was empty. The room was eerily quiet. Feng Tingshen had already left. So early and he was already gone. Perhaps he had not spent the night in the room at all. After breakfast, she gathered her things and rolled her suitcase out the door. Just as she opened it, she heard Feng Jingxian's voice from the hallway, "Aunt Wu is so bad. She promised to sleep with me last night but went back to her own room in the middle of the night." Listening to this, Rong Ci could reasonably conclude that Feng Tingshen had indeed not slept with her but had gone to Lin Wu's room instead. How could he not resist such temptation for an entire night? Chapter 62, The Invitation. At that moment, Feng Jingxian spotted Rong Ci, who was pulling a suitcase out. "Mom?" she inquired. "Yes," Rong Ci responded, regaining her composure as she closed the door. "Mom has work to attend to, so I'll head back first. You and Dad enjoy yourselves here." Feng Jingxian nodded eagerly, "All right, I understand, Mom." Rong Ci descended the stairs with her suitcase, and upon reaching the bottom, she encountered Feng Tingshen, who was with Lin Wu. Noticing her intent to leave, he simply asked, "Are you heading out?" Rong Ci replied coolly, "Yes." "Have you called for a ride?" "I have." He did not attempt to detain her, saying, "Okay." Rong Ci then exited, boarding her vehicle and departing. Qi Yiming awoke later than usual. While joining Feng Tingshen and the others for lunch, he suggested, "Tingshen, why not go upstairs and invite her once more?" This invitation naturally referred to Rong Ci. Feng Tingshen replied nonchalantly, "No need, she has already left." Qi Yiming raised an eyebrow, "Left?" He Zhanbai paused momentarily. Yes, Feng Tingshen confirmed, she had work obligations at her company. Qi Yiming was aware of the circumstances surrounding Rong Ci and the decision made by Yu Emosen regarding Lin Wu's employment, as well as Rong Ci's commitment to Chang Yamo. He recalled Feng Tingshen mentioning the previous evening that Rong Ci could not join them for dinner due to her work. Contemplating this, he chuckled. So busy yesterday and today as well? One might assume that without Chang Yamo, she would be at a loss. However, Rong Ci had gained her position through connections, thus she lacked genuine ability. Furthermore, she was not a major stakeholder in Chang Yamo, making her claims of busyness seem like mere excuses. It was one thing to fabricate excuses, but to resort to such feeble ones. Qi Yiming was at a loss for words. Lin Wu, having understood Qi Yiming's implication, silently smiled while eating. Unbeknownst to Rong Ci, the thoughts of Qi Yiming and the others were far from her concerns. After leaving the hot spring resort, she headed straight for Changmo, working diligently until nightfall. After 2 consecutive days of work, just as she was planning to return early for rest, a call from her uncle, Rong Changxing, came through. Half an hour later, Rong Ci arrived at the Rong family residence, where her uncle and aunt, along with their 2 children, Rong Sun and Rong Yunhe, were present. Upon seeing her, they greeted her, "Cousin." Rong Ci smiled. Rong Yunhe asked, "Where is Xin? Didn't you say she was back in the country? Why didn't she come home for dinner? She went to the hot springs and hasn't returned yet." Oh. Considering that Feng Jingxin might have gone to the hot springs with Feng Tingshen, Rong Yunhe refrained from further inquiries. Before entering, Rong Ci paused as she glanced at the villa across the street. She had not thought to bring the key to that villa during her visit to the hot springs. Had she remembered the key? She could have arranged for the remnants left by the Sun family to be cleared away and the place renovated anew. Preparations for the matriarch's birthday banquet were already underway by Rong Changxing and his wife, who hoped to solicit Rong Ci's opinions. Additionally, there was a matter requiring her attention. These 2 invitations are for the Feng family and Feng Tinglin. Little Ci, please find time to deliver them in the coming days. Rong Ci paused before accepting the invitations, replying, "All right." After dinner, she engaged in conversation with the matriarch and her relatives, and by 9 o'clock, she prepared to leave. Before her departure, the matriarch came out to see her off, grasping her hand and saying, "If the Feng family doesn't wish to attend, don't push them. Whether they come or not, I, an old woman, am not that desperate." Even though Rong Changxing had spoken softly when handing her the invitations and avoided her gaze, she was well aware of the underlying matters. Rong Ci assured her, "I will." The matriarch and the Feng matriarch were close friends. Logically, the Feng matriarch would attend the birthday celebration. However, due to the customs in their region, friends and relatives older than the celebrant typically did not attend such occasions. In previous years, the matriarch's birthdays had been low-key affairs, and they had merely enjoyed a family reunion dinner. Notably, in recent years, Feng Tingshen had not once attended the matriarch's birthday celebrations. Initially, he had cited a lack of time, but Rong Ci knew that even when he was free, he would not attend, even when out with friends. Despite this, as the matriarch's birthday approached each year, she would still hold a glimmer of hope and inquire if he had time to accompany her to celebrate with her grandmother. Each time, she was met with disappointment. This year, she had resolved not to ask Feng Tingshen again. However, this year was particularly significant as it marked the matriarch's milestone birthday. Rong Changxing had invited many of the family's business partners, and it was only right to invite the Feng family, regardless of her current marital status with Feng Tingshen. As for whether the Feng family would attend, that was their prerogative. Initially, Rong Ci had intended to return to her own residence. However, reflecting on the situation, she turned the steering wheel and headed back to Feng Tingshen's villa. Upon her return, she discovered that Feng Tingshen and Feng Jingxin had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, the Feng matriarch had returned to the old residence due to other commitments. Rong Xi placed her bag down and entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, just as she emerged from the bathroom, she heard the sound of a car approaching from downstairs. Presumably, Feng Tingshen and the others had returned. With an unwavering heart, she sat down and began drying her hair. Upon learning that Rong Xi was home, Feng Jingxin rushed upstairs and dashed into the master bedroom, leaping into Rong Xi's arms. "Mom, we're back." She bore the scent of Lin Wu's perfume. Rong Xi maintained her composure, responding with a simple turning off the hairdryer and gently touching her daughter's face. "Have you bathed yet?" Feng Jingxin shook her head, "Not yet. It's past 10, go wash up first. You have school tomorrow." As Rong Xi finished speaking, Feng Tingshen returned to the bedroom, their eyes briefly meeting. Rong Xi averted her gaze coldly after a single glance. At that moment, Feng Jingxin tugged at her, saying, "Mom, help me wash up." "Alright, let me dry my hair first," Rong Xi replied. "Okay." Feng Jingxin cheerfully headed back to her room to prepare her pajamas. Feng Tingshen observed her before sitting down on the other side. He inquired, "When did you return?" "Not long ago," Rong Xi replied, still avoiding his gaze while drying her hair. Feng Tingshen did not press further, rising to head to the cloakroom to prepare for his shower. However, Rong Xi recalled an important matter. She switched off the hairdryer, and before he entered the bathroom, she retrieved one of the invitation cards from her bag, presenting it to him. "My grandmother's birthday is approaching, this is the invitation for the Feng family." As she drew closer, she noticed the unmistakable scent of Lin Wu's perfume lingering on him as well. Chapter 63, the invitation he gave. Rong Xi gently covered her nose, then casually released her hand, taking a small step back to create some distance between them. Feng Tingshen seemed oblivious to her subtle gestures as he accepted the invitation card and glanced at it. 70th birthday? Rong Xi replied, "Yes." At this point, unlike before, she did not inquire if he was free or plead for him to spare some time to attend the celebration. Instead, she simply requested, "Please convey my regards to my parents." It was uncertain whether Feng Tingshen noticed her omission of asking him if he could make time that evening. He glanced at her, then nonchalantly set the invitation aside, saying, "Understood." With that, he turned and entered the bathroom. Rong Xi watched his retreating figure, tidied up the hairdryer, and proceeded to Feng Jingxian's room to help her with a bath. An hour later, after washing and drying Feng Jingxian's hair, she was approached by the little girl, who clung to her arm and asked if she could sleep with her that night. Given the current situation between Rong Xi and Feng Tingshen, there was little that could be deemed impossible. Rong Xi returned to the master bedroom, gathered her belongings, and as she left, informed Feng Tingshen, "I'm going to sleep in Xian's room." Feng Tingshen, engrossed in his book, responded with a simple showing no further interest or desire to keep her there. The following day, after breakfast, Rong Xi fulfilled Feng Jingxian's request to drop her off at school before returning to the office. With the elderly lady's birthday approaching, she realized that amidst the past month's business matters, she had yet to purchase a gift. During lunch, Rong Xi called Chu Zilan, inviting her to join her later that evening for shopping. Upon learning that Rong Xi was buying a birthday gift for her grandmother, Chu Zilan readily agreed. Rong Xi had yet to deliver the invitation to Feng Tinglin. After hanging up, she dialed Feng Tinglin's number. The call connected, but no one answered. Rong Xi was aware that Feng Tinglin harbored disdain for her and indeed for all members of the Rong family. With Feng Tinglin's silence, it was plausible that she was deliberately ignoring the call. Nevertheless, out of respect for the elderly matriarch, Rong Xi felt compelled to follow through with the necessary formalities. After another unsuccessful attempt, during which the call was abruptly cut off, Rong Xi understood that Feng Tinglin was intentionally avoiding her. Unperturbed, she merely adhered to the formalities. She sent Feng Tinglin a text, explaining the purpose of her call and inquiring when she might be free to receive the invitation. After sending the message, she returned to her own affairs, indifferent to whether Feng Tinglin would respond. That evening, after dining with Chu Zilan and perusing shops for an extended period without finding a satisfactory gift, Chu Zilan suddenly suggested, There's a charity auction the night after tomorrow, perhaps we could find something then? However, she lamented, but I don't have an invitation. Chu Zilan appeared somewhat troubled, explaining that the invitations had been distributed weeks ago, making it quite difficult to obtain one now. Yet, her intentions were clear. She was hinting for Rong Ci to ask Feng Tingshen for assistance. After parting ways with Chu Zilan around 9 o'clock, Rong Ci returned to Feng Tingshen's villa, only to find that he was already home and busy in the study. Aware that he did not permit her to approach his study, she occupied herself in the bedroom, reading while awaiting his return. It was nearly 1 in the morning when Feng Tingshen finally entered their room. Noticing his arrival, Rong Ci set her book aside and looked at him. Feng Tingshen, observing her, asked in a calm tone, "Is there something you need?" Without hesitation, she stated, "I heard there is a charity auction in 2 days." Feng Tingshen elegantly removed his tie and, after a brief glance at her, replied, "Do you want an invitation to the auction?" Rong Ci blinked in surprise, "Yes." "Understood." With that, he turned and headed to the walk-in closet, shortly thereafter retreating to the bathroom for a shower. His prompt agreement caught Rong Ci off guard. Yet she felt a sense of relief knowing he was willing to help. Time was late, so she set her book aside and lay down on the bed, quickly falling asleep before Feng Tingshen finished his shower. The auction was just 2 days away, and the next evening, after leaving Changyamo, Rong Ci returned to the villa. However, upon her arrival, she found Feng Tingshen absent, while Feng Jingxian was at home. Seeing her return, Feng Jingxian eagerly asked for her to prepare a meal. Rong Ci obliged. After dinner, the butler approached her, stating, "Madam, someone delivered this for you." Rong Ci opened the package to find the invitation for the charity auction the next day. Feng Tingshen had indeed managed to procure it for her. And there were 2 invitations. However, since he had sent it back with someone, did this imply he would not be returning that evening? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she was interrupted by her phone ringing twice. Chu Zilan had sent her 2 WeChat messages. Upon opening them, Rong Ci paused. It was a screenshot from a social media post. The image depicted a vibrant fireworks display, featuring Lin Wu's cheerful profile alongside Feng Tingshen's back. Captioned, "The fireworks festival tonight is beautiful." It was evident that the festival was a popular spot for couples, and while Lin Wu described it as beautiful, her joyful expression suggested that her happiness stemmed more from being with Feng Tingshen. Feng Tingshen had not returned because he was out on a date with Lin Wu, without bringing Feng Jingxian along. Rong Ci observed this calmly, though a hint of curiosity led her to reply to Chu Zilan, asking, "Did you add Lin Wu as a friend? One of my friends knows her." And after hearing her mention it, "I asked her to send me a screenshot," Chu Zilan responded. Unspoken was the fact that her friend envied Lin Wu, as everyone in their circle was aware of Lin Wu's connection to Feng Tingshen and his evident affection for her. Considering the extra invitation, Rong Ci sent another message to Chu Zilan, inquiring if she would like to accompany her to the auction. Chu Zilan responded excitedly, "Yes, we must go." That night, Feng Tingshen did not return, which Rong Ci had anticipated. After all, he and Lin Wu were likely enjoying a romantic evening following the fireworks festival. Though Feng Tingshen was absent, she found solace in the quiet of her bedroom, content to sleep alone. Chapter 64, Ren Jifeng. On the following day, after dressing up, Rong Ci and Chu Zilan made their way to the auction. Their attire was not ostentatious, yet both possessed striking beauty, capturing the attention of many upon their entrance into the auction hall. Chu Zilan had attended several auctions before and was somewhat well known in the circle, while it was Rong Ci's first appearance. Observing her presence alongside Chu Zilan, many speculated about her identity and which affluent family she hailed from. They settled in the middle rear of the hall, arriving neither too early nor too late. Just a few moments after they sat down, the auction was about to commence. Suddenly, a stir erupted in the front rows. Intrigued, Rong Ci and Chu Zilan turned to see what was amiss. Upon discovering the cause, Rong Ci paused momentarily. "It's actually Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu. They've come as well," Chu Zilan remarked, turning to Rong Ci. "Did you know they would be here?" Rong Ci shook her head, taken aback that he would attend without informing her. Following the last banquet and technology exhibition, Lin Wu had gained considerable recognition in high society. When she and Feng Tingshen appeared, many turned their attention to her. At the previous banquet, she had donned an outfit worth over 30 million. And her current ensemble compared favorably, reflecting a similar extravagance. The diamond jewelry she wore was merely the beginning. Her attire was a creation by the world-renowned designer Imus, who was known for crafting only 3 gowns a year, each valued at over 10 million. This time, her attire, alongside the stunning blue satin gown, along with her striking looks, undeniably made her the most captivating woman at the auction. Everyone understood that sitting in the front row was a symbol of status. Amidst the murmurs of admiration and envy, Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan took their seats in the center of the first row, eliciting further admiration from those around them. The center of the front row, what a prestigious position. I wonder what it feels like to sit there. Their presence signifies they are likely to spend lavishly tonight. My goodness, the more we discuss, the more envious I feel. It's infuriating how some people are just so fortunate. They whispered. Hearing this, Chu Xilan leaned closer to Rong Ci, her voice laced with jealousy. They sit in the front row, while we are relegated to the back. It's not the first time Feng Tingshan has shown such favoritism towards Lin Wu. Rong Ci had grown accustomed to this and was indifferent. After all, her purpose for attending the auction was to purchase a birthday gift for her grandmother, rendering the seating arrangement insignificant. Chu Xilan continued. Does Feng Tingshan not know where we are seated? How come hasn't he glanced our way? The tickets were likely arranged by Feng Tingshan, and he probably had little concern for their seating. As for Chu Xilan's observation about his lack of attention, it was worth noting that even if he were aware of their seats, he might not deliberately focus on their situation. After all, during the previous banquet and technology exhibition, he had consistently disregarded her presence. Just as she pondered, the auction was ready to begin, and the host took to the stage, bringing silence to the crowd. Rong Ci had meticulously reviewed the auction items and had her eye on a set of emerald jewelry and a renowned embroidered artwork. Yet her final decision would depend on the unfolding circumstances. The auction commenced swiftly, and with a clear objective. Rong Ci refrained from raising her paddle for any items that did not pique her interest. Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu also remained silent during the bidding. After some time, both Rong Ci and Chu Xilan noticed Lin Wu raising her paddle. She was bidding for a diamond bracelet, crafted by a prestigious overseas designer, clearly appealing to a younger audience. It was evident that this bracelet was intended for Lin Wu by Feng Tingshan. The starting bid was 1.5 million. And Lin Wu raised it to 3 million. Subsequently, another bidder pushed it to 4 million. At this point, Rong Ci observed Lin Wu conferring with Feng Tingshan. Before Lin Wu raised her paddle once more, her voice resonating clearly in the hall, 8 million. A commotion ensued, as the bracelet, while stylish, was not worth 8 million on its own. Even 4 million seemed excessive. Yet, Lin Wu appeared enamored with the bracelet, and Feng Tingshan, seemingly unwilling to allow others to bid against her, promptly offered 8 million. The audience was taken aback by Feng Tingshan's nonchalance towards money and his evident affection for Lin Wu, leading to a flurry of discussions among the attendees. As anticipated, once the bid reached 8 million, no one dared to continue, and Lin Wu successfully acquired the bracelet. Chu Xilan, green with envy, gritted her teeth. I can't stand it. Before Rong Ci could respond, another round of bidding commenced. After some time, an antique vase was showcased. Lin Wu raised her paddle once again, with the starting bid set at 5 million. While others incrementally raised their bids by 500,000 or 1 million, Lin Wu boldly declared 10 million. The number of bidders quickly dwindled. Moments later, a youthful and exceptionally handsome man interjected, 15 million. Rong Ci turned her gaze and recognized him as Ren Jifeng. As Chu Xilan informed her, Lin Wu seemed hesitant, glancing at Feng Tingshan. It became apparent to both Rong Ci and Chu Xilan that Lin Wu was intent on acquiring the vase for her grandmother, Lin Lao Tai. Feng Tingshan nodded. And Lin Wu raised her paddle again, 25 million. Ren Jifeng responded with a grin, 30 million. Lin Wu appeared even more conflicted, moving closer to Feng Tingshan, seemingly deliberating whether to withdraw. However, Feng Tingshan shook his head, encouraging her to continue. Lin Wu raised her paddle once more, 40 million. Ren Jifeng's voice rang out again, 50 million. After making his bid, he turned to Feng Tingshan with a smile, Mr. Feng, my family's elders adore such items. Grant me a favor, would you? Feng Tingshan gazed back politely. I'm sorry, Mr. Ren, but my family has elders who share the same passion. Their conversation was unreserved, easily overheard by Rong Ci and Chu Xilan. The vase was destined for Lin Laotai, yet Feng Tingshan referred to Ren Jifeng's family as his own, highlighting the disparity in his treatment of the Lin family compared to his indifference towards Rong Ci's family. Lin Wu raised her paddle, 85 million. This time, Ren Jifeng refrained from bidding further. Ultimately, Lin Wu acquired the antique vase for 85 million, once again drawing the envious gazes of all present. As the deal was finalized, Lin Wu felt a twinge of unease. Although the Lin family was indeed affluent, with her grandmother being an avid collector who spent substantial sums each year on various trinkets, the thought of spending nearly 100 million on a single antique was beyond her wildest dreams. If her family were to discover this, they would likely be greatly alarmed. Moreover, it was Feng Tingshan who had initially suggested a price of 100 million, yet she deemed that amount excessively steep and privately altered it to 85 million. The thought of Feng Tingshan's extravagant financial backing warmed her heart. Chu Zilan exclaimed, "Goodness! Nearly 100 million. The total for the two items is almost 100 million, isn't it?" This time, she felt more than just a pang of envy. Her entire being felt heavy with it. Rong Ci pressed her lips together, her expression darkening. Noticing this, Chu Zilan inquired, "Xiao Ci, are you all right?" Feng Tingshan was exceedingly generous to his mistress, who happened to be the daughter of her mother's lover. Could she truly endure this? However, Rong Ci's discontent stemmed not from that. Feng Tingshan's wealth was his own affair, and she had no interest in it. What concerned her was that if both Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu desired the same item she wished to bid on, her financial standing would render her unable to compete with them. Chu Zilan grasped the situation, that is true. But since she has already won two items, she is unlikely to bid again, right? One could only hope. Yet, Rong Ci knew that with Feng Tingshan's financial resources, he could easily acquire several more items that night, spending hundreds of millions without a second thought. As this thought crossed her mind, the embroidered piece she wished to bid on was presented on stage. The starting price was also 5 million. Someone quickly placed a bid, 6 million. Rong Ci raised her paddle, 7 million. Initially, Lin Wu had not noticed Rong Ci. However, upon hearing her voice, Lin Wu recognized it instantly. She turned her head, their eyes meeting briefly before Lin Wu nonchalantly turned away, raising her paddle to declare, 10 million. Upon hearing this, Rong Ci's heart sank. Lin Wu had detected her voice. Surely, Feng Tingshan had as well. Yet he did not turn back. Chu Zilan exclaimed, "Wow! She really is bidding again." Ren Jifeng also entered the fray, 15 million. Rong Ci pursed her lips and raised her paddle, 18 million. Lin Wu, without a glance back, countered with 25 million. Lin Wu had drastically raised the bid. Rong Ci's heart plummeted further. She had limited funds, her initial budget for this auction was 30 million. Especially given the current financial strain on the Rong family, which left little disposable income. But now, Ren Jifeng bid 28 million. Rong Ci followed suit with 30 million. Her voice was clear and gentle, resonating beautifully. Upon hearing her, Ren Jifeng glanced over, momentarily taken aback before raising an eyebrow and smiling. Rong Ci acknowledged him with a polite nod. At that moment, Lin Wu raised her paddle again, 40 million. Rong Ci, now unable to focus on Ren Jifeng, clenched her fist in frustration. Ren Jifeng made another bid, 43 million. Rong Ci quickly followed with 45 million. Lin Wu shot back, 50 million. An explosion of thoughts erupted in Rong Ci's mind. Initially, she had budgeted 30 million. However, when Lin Wu placed her bid, she silently raised her budget to 50 million. Although she could afford a higher price, she knew this embroidered piece was not worth 50 million. While she could indulge, she was acutely aware that she could not afford to be reckless at this moment. Selling the villa Feng Tingshan had gifted her could yield 200 or 300 million, and though she could use that money freely, she also understood that she could allocate it towards more meaningful endeavors. With that realization, Rong Ci quietly lowered her paddle. Chu Zilan suggested, "Why not reach out to Feng Tingshan? Rong Si had considered it, but would Feng Tingshan be willing to persuade Lin Wu to step down? It seemed unlikely. Acknowledging the improbability, she took out her phone and dialed Feng Tingshan. When her phone vibrated, he retrieved his device from his pocket. Lin Wu happened to glance over and noticed a string of numbers without any identification. She asked, "A stranger?" Feng Tingshan chuckled lightly but remained silent. Hanging up the call. Watching the call end abruptly crushed any lingering hope Rong Si had. Rong Si's mind blanked for a moment. Chu Zilan, infuriated, exclaimed. "He actually rejected your call." Rong Si said nothing, silently placing her phone back into her bag. By this point, the bidding had reached 95 million. Ren Jifeng rubbed his temples and looked at Feng Tingshan. "Mr. Feng, could you show some courtesy?" Feng Tingshan smiled politely. "Next time, for sure." Ren Jifeng thought, "Next time, my foot." He raised his paddle, pushing the price up to 120 million. Lin Wu responded with 150 million. Chu Zilan observed the scene, gritting her teeth as she whispered to Rong Si, "This is the first time I've seen Ren Jifeng get bested." The Ren family, like the Feng family, was an elite household. From the perspective of the bids, it seemed as though Ren Jifeng was at a financial disadvantage compared to Feng Tingshan. However, that was not the case. Ren Jifeng was likely evaluating the situation, unwilling to waste money, while Feng Tingshan was prepared to spend lavishly for the sake of a smile from a beautiful woman. With no further bids, the embroidered piece naturally found its way into Lin Wu's possession once more. Feng Tingshan turned to Ren Jifeng. "Mr. Ren, it was a pleasure." Ren Jifeng replied, "You are too kind, Mr. Feng." Chapter 66, "She is quite interesting," Chu Zilan remarked. At this point, we can only hope that Lin Wu does not bid on that emerald jewelry. Rong Si shared the same sentiment. But was it even possible? The starting bid for the emerald jewelry was 10 million, and someone had already offered 15 million. Rong Si placed a bid of 18 million. 20 million. 25 million. Noticing that Lin Wu had yet to place a bid, both Rong Si and Chu Zilan breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she was about to raise her paddle again, Lin Wu lifted hers. 50 million. Amidst the astonished gasps from the audience, Lin Wu calmly lowered her hand. Rong Si clenched her fists, contemplating, and then offered 60 million. 65 million. 70 million. At this juncture, Rong Si hesitated. Her grandmother's 70th birthday was a rare occasion. If it reached 80 million. Just as she thought this, Lin Wu raised her paddle again, 120 million. Rong Si's breath hitched. And after regaining her composure, she quietly lowered her bidding paddle. Perhaps everyone had already witnessed Feng Tingshan's lavishness, as no one else dared to bid any further. The item was once again claimed by Lin Wu. The remaining auction items were not what Rong Si desired, yet the auction house's rules prohibited leaving before the end. So she had no choice but to stay in the hall. With the subsequent items priced comparatively higher, and witnessing Feng Tingshan casually spending over 360 million in a single evening, Chu Zilan could not help but exclaim, "Surely Feng Tingshan won't continue to bid? No matter how wealthy he is, he can't possibly squander money like this. He is truly generous when it comes to that mistress." Rong Si had no answers for Chu Zilan's inquiries. However, the answer soon revealed itself. Feng Tingshan did not bid again. After the auction concluded, Rong Si and Chu Zilan exited the auction hall. As they departed, Rong Si refrained from glancing at Feng Tingshan once more. In contrast, Chu Zilan was quite attentive to that direction and noticed Ren Jifeng approaching Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu to greet them. As they left the auction hall, an elder acquaintance of Chu Zilan approached them. After exchanging pleasantries, the elder's gaze fell upon Rong Si, and she kindly inquired, "Zilan, this young lady seems unfamiliar. May I ask which esteemed family she hails from?" Chu Zilan proceeded to introduce Rong Si. The noblewoman's smile waned slightly. "Ah, so she is the niece of General Rong. Quite a beauty." She was aware of some details regarding the Rong family. It was said that General Rong's sister had endured emotional turmoil in her youth and had not been mentally stable, spending most of the years in a sanatorium. Rong Si's beauty and gentle demeanor suggested that, even with her mother's mental health issues, it was not an insurmountable concern, provided she possessed a commendable education. Regrettably, The Rong family had been facing declining fortunes in recent years. Despite Rong Chongqing's relentless efforts, the odds of reviving the family business seemed slim. With these two significant drawbacks, even if Rong Xi was exceptionally appealing, she would not be deemed worthy of entering the noblewoman's family. What a pity. Though the noblewoman said nothing overtly, both Rong Xi and Chu Xilan discerned the underlying implications. The noblewoman had more to discuss with Chu Xilan, hence they did not leave immediately. At that moment, Feng Tingshan, Lin Wu, and Ren Jifeng emerged from the auction hall. Ren Jifeng extended his hand to Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. I have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving for now. Let's talk next time. Next time, Feng Tingshan replied. Ren Jifeng nodded and departed with his companions. Others soon approached Feng Tingshan to greet him. He turned to face Rong Xi, and their eyes met. Rong Xi paused, then averted her gaze first. Feng Tingshan similarly withdrew his attention and resumed chatting with the newcomers. Observing Feng Tingshan's continued indifference towards Rong Xi, Lin Wu slowly curved her lips into a smile. After a lengthy conversation spanning over 10 minutes, Chu Xilan felt parched. She and Rong Xi headed to the beverage area, intending to quench their thirst before leaving. With few people around, Chu Xilan was about to speak when a sudden chatter caught their attention. Jifeng, are you interested in Feng Tingshan's girlfriend? Interest is a strong word, but she is indeed quite intriguing. Rong Xi and Chu Xilan were taken aback. It turned out to be Ren Jifeng and his friend. However, they were facing away from them and were mostly obscured by a row of drinks, oblivious to Rong Xi and Chu Xilan's presence. During the auction, I noticed your interest in that gentle beauty beside Chu Xilan. Surely, she is still in the hall, why not go greet her? Rong Xi was caught off guard by their sudden shift in topic. Before she could react, Chu Xilan raised an eyebrow, about to play matchmaker. But Ren Jifeng shook his head disinterestedly, stating, no, thank you. Chu Xilan was taken aback. Huh? What happened? Have you suddenly lost interest? Ren Jifeng replied, indeed. That beauty is undeniably lovely, but she appears so gentle and quiet, lacking character. Suddenly, she seems less appealing. What a joke. You claim to have no interest in Lin Wu. This was clearly a result of his recent conversation with Lin Wu, leading to a newfound fascination with her, rendering the previous interest insignificant. That's not it, Ren Jifeng paused. His friend chuckled, I get it, Lin Wu has become your new ideal type, hasn't she? But this still implies that you're interested in Lin Wu, haha. Before Ren Jifeng could respond, his friend continued, but honestly, Lin Wu's proud and alluring demeanor is indeed far more captivating. Ever since she entered the scene, many have been drawn to her, even infatuated. It's a pity she belongs to Feng Tingshan. One must admit, Feng Tingshan has an exceptional eye for women. Chu Xilan's smile faltered, and her expression darkened as she contemplated confronting those two casually discussing others. However, Rong Xi held her back. It's all right, she calmly stated. Perhaps she lacks personality. Perhaps she is ordinary. But she is who she is. She understands her own worth. Whether strangers like her or not is of little importance to her. After Ren Jifeng and his friends finished their drinks, they set down their cups and departed. Chu Xilan was infuriated. I used to think Ren Jifeng was discerning and quite interesting, but I never imagined he would be enchanted by Lin Wu. Before Rong Xi could respond, a rather unsavory man approached them. He was acquainted with Chu Xilan. His beady, swollen eyes leered at Rong Xi as he grinned. Xilan, is this your friend? Before he could say more, Chu Xilan understood his implications. What kind of scum dares to covet my friend? Scram. The man's expression soured. Chu Xilan, you. Chu Xilan shot him a fierce glare. The Chu family was not to be trifled with, and the man, not wanting to provoke her further, retreated. Chu Xilan took a large gulp of her drink, seething, is this the third or fourth loser trying to hit on you tonight? Why are they all such trashy men? And why do all the good ones seem to fancy Lin Wu? Rong Xi sought to soothe her. She thought, because Lin Wu is indeed exceptional, truly outstanding. However, before she could voice this thought, Chu Xilan's expression suddenly turned icy. Following her gaze, Rong Xi saw Lin Wu standing not far from them, holding 2 cups of water. She arrived without anyone noticing, yet seeing the corners of Lin Wu's lips curl into a smile. Rong Ci and Chu Zilan both sensed that Lin Wu had likely overheard the conversation between Ren Jifeng and his companion. Upon noticing their gaze, Lin Wu's smile deepened. But she remained silent, casting a disdainful and indifferent glance at Rong Ci before turning away with her cup in hand. Chapter 67, 2 brocade boxes in a fit of rage. Chu Zilan felt an overwhelming desire to confront Lin Wu, exclaiming. How dare she flaunt her status as the daughter of a mistress? What right does she have to feel proud? Everyone claims she's a goddess, I see her as nothing but filth. Rong Ci poured her another glass of water and inquired, what goddess? Lin Wu. Just as Yan Xuanbua mentioned earlier, those pampered second-generation elites are inexplicably infatuated with her. They call her a goddess, adored by all. Chu Zilan continued to grumble, it's one thing for those foolish individuals to say such nonsense. But even Feng Tingshan and Ren Jifeng. Realizing she might have upset Rong Ci, Chu Zilan abruptly ceased her complaints. No, Xiao Ci. Rong Ci shook her head, it's alright. Since childhood, Lin Lihai, Lin Lilan, and Grandma Lin had all turned their backs on Lin Wu, and in recent years, Feng Tingshan had fallen head over heels for her, with Feng Jingxin wanting her as a mother. She had never shared her feelings about these events with anyone. Nor had she ever truly cried over them. If she were to crumble under the weight of such burdens, any one of those occurrences would have sufficed to shatter her. Yet, despite the years that had passed, she had persevered. Compared to these matters, Ren Jifeng and his ilk were insignificant. After hearing Ren Jifeng and his friend's comments, her heart remained unperturbed. Chu Zilan paused, choosing not to speak further, and embraced her. Xiao Ci. Rong Ci smiled softly, it's getting late, let's head back. Alright. We'll go shopping for your grandmother's birthday gift another day. I refuse to believe we can't find something you'll be satisfied with. Rong Ci replied with a smile, sounds good. She took her hand, and together they departed. As they exited the building and made their way to the parking lot, they unexpectedly encountered Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu, who were also leaving. Rong Ci chose to ignore them and entered her car first. Chu Zilan scoffed at Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu before opening the passenger door. The vehicle soon sped away. Lin Wu glanced at Feng Tingshan, who urged, let's go. With a sweet smile, Lin Wu replied, sure. As they spoke, she stole a glance in the direction Rong Ci had left, her smile widening. After Rong Ci dropped Chu Zilan off at home, she intended to turn around and leave when a call from Feng Jingxin interrupted her thoughts. Mom, when are you coming back? Rong Ci connected her Bluetooth while starting the car, Mom won't be back today, you should rest early. I'll come see you once I'm done with work. Okay. From Feng Jingxin's tone, Rong Ci inferred that her daughter was feeling bored. She had taken to spending her time alongside Lin Wu, but tonight, Lin Wu was attending an auction with Feng Tingshan, leaving Feng Jingxin feeling lonely and reaching out to her. Good night, Rong Ci said. Good night, Mom. For the next 2 days, Rong Ci was swamped with work. She had intended to find a suitable birthday gift for her grandmother but could not carve out the time. After 2 hectic days, Yu Mashuan decided to treat the team to a lavish meal on the 3rd day as a reward for their hard work. As they neared the end of the meal, Rong Ci excused herself to the restroom. Upon returning to their private room, she abruptly halted as she spotted Lin Wu leaving another room with several companions. They swiftly entered the elevator, unaware of her presence. Who are they? Yu Mashuan had approached her unnoticed, clearly having seen Lin Wu along with Lin Lihai and Lin Lilan. He also noted a beautiful woman and an elderly lady accompanying them. The attractive woman was intimately close to Lin Lihai, indicating she was his current wife, while the elderly lady was being supported by Lin Wu. Rong Ci diverted her gaze, stating, the Lin family. Yu Mashuan understood. He looked at her and remarked. That elderly lady, is she? That's Grandma Lin. But she is no longer related to me. Yu Mashuan embraced her gently, shall we return to the room? Yes. She had long since changed her surname and severed ties with the Lin family. They were indeed no longer connected, and she had long ceased to care about them. What occupied her mind was a different matter. Previously, she had speculated that the Sun family, related to Lin Wu, intended to purchase property in her grandmother's villa area, hinting at a potential relocation to the capital. However, she had not closely followed their developments. Now, seeing them all gathered, it seemed that their plans had indeed materialized. That afternoon, Rong Ci finished work early. After dining with Chu Xilan, they decided to shop together. Yet, after over an hour of searching, they had found nothing. While Chu Xilan went to try on clothes, Feng Jingxin called again. "Mom, when are you coming back?" Rong Ci asked casually, "What's up?" "Dad is on a business trip. And I'm so bored." Typically, Feng Jingxin would still visit Lin Wu when Feng Tingshan was away. However, with the weekend approaching and Lin Wu occupied with her grandmother's arrival in the capital, Feng Jingxin turned to her instead. "Why don't you entertain yourself for now? You can return tomorrow." "Okay." Feng Jingxin perked up, "But remember, you promised to come back tomorrow morning." "Of course." That evening, despite her efforts, she still failed to find a satisfactory gift. With her grandmother's birthday fast approaching, Rong Ci considered settling for a mediocre option but ultimately refrained. The following morning, she returned to Feng Tingshan's villa. While Feng Jingxin was eating, she recalled needing to fetch something and went upstairs to the master bedroom. Upon entering, she noticed two exquisitely crafted brocade boxes adorning her vanity. Chapter 68, delivered in the name of marriage. Much like the property deed from before, the items placed upon her vanity signified they were intended for her. With a hint of confusion, Rong Ci opened one of the circular brocade boxes. Upon unveiling its contents, she was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the set of emerald jewelry she had attempted to bid on at the auction just days prior. The other box was a square-long one of considerable weight. Could it be? Setting aside the round box, Rong Ci opened the other brocade box, revealing a scroll within. She carefully lifted the scroll and laid it upon the round table in the room, gradually unfurling it. A vibrant embroidered image, alive with colors, sprang forth before her eyes. Reflecting on her recent desire for these two auction pieces, she now found both in her possession. Rong Ci remained silent for a considerable time. If her assumptions were correct, these two treasures were gifts purchased by Feng Tingshan for her grandmother's birthday. One was presented in the name of Grandma Feng, while the other was bestowed in their joint name as husband and wife. "Mom, I'm done eating. We can head out now." At that moment, Feng Jingxin rushed upstairs, her footsteps echoing with excitement. Upon seeing the two opened brocade boxes, she leaned in for a closer look and remarked, "Oh. These were brought back by Dad a few days ago. He said they were for you, Mom." Rong Ci replied with a soft slowly rolling the scroll back up and placing it within the brocade box. Once she had neatly stored the boxes, she and Feng Jingxin departed. Feng Jingxin expressed a desire to shoot at the shooting range, and Rong Ci accompanied her there, followed by a thrilling ride on the roller coaster. After spending a considerable part of the day with Feng Jingxin, she finally reclaimed her personal time. Feng Jingxin, still brimming with energy, wished to continue playing. In the past, Rong Ci would have been reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm, always prioritizing her daughter's wishes above her own. However, now she gently stated, "Mom has other matters to attend to. If you wish to keep playing, perhaps let the bodyguard accompany you?" Feng Jingxin pouted, unhappy at the suggestion of being accompanied by a bodyguard, and playfully clung to Rong Ci. Mom, in the past, such tactics would have swayed Rong Ci, but now, with a gentle push, she affirmed, "Mom truly has things to do. I'll accompany you next time." Seeing her mother's resolute demeanor and furrowed brow, Feng Jingxin, understanding the gravity of her mother's commitments, eventually conceded, "All right then." After instructing the bodyguard to look after Feng Jingxin, Rong Ci entered her car, activated the navigation, and set off for a distant antique market she had never visited before. After browsing for a considerable time, she finally stumbled upon a set of exquisite and rare Scholar S4 treasures. Instantly captivated, she spent over 10 million to acquire them. Although this set was significantly less expensive compared to the embroidered piece and emerald jewelry she had coveted before, she knew, based on her understanding of her grandmother, that this gift would resonate far more with her grandmother's heart. Gently caressing the special textured paper and the intricately carved brush handle made from precious ancient wood, Rong Ci could vividly imagine her grandmother's expression of delight upon receiving this gift. Indeed, the Scholar S4 treasures were selected by her, personally, as a birthday gift for her grandmother. Just as she pondered this, a call from Chu Xilan interrupted her thoughts. Xilan? I'm sorry, Xiao Xi. I have to leave the province tomorrow for an urgent matter and want to be able to accompany you to buy your grandmother's birthday gift. It's all right. I've already made the purchase. This antique shop was unfamiliar to her, she had merely hoped for luck. Intending to explore further with Chu Xilan if she found nothing suitable. To her surprise, she had discovered a treasure. Really? That's wonderful. Chu Xilan exclaimed. Rong Xi smiled. Yes. Then, unexpectedly, Chu Xilan said, Oh, by the way, Xiao Xi, you mentioned meeting the Lin family the other day. I've looked into it. And it seems they are indeed planning to settle in the capital, reportedly searching for a house these days. As she spoke of the Lin family, Rong Xi's smile faded slightly. I see. Regarding Lin Wu's family, she heard that they had already found a house and would be moving in soon. Invitations for a housewarming feast were said to be in the works. Got it, she replied, ending the call and driving back to the city. Next week marked her grandmother's birthday, and on Sunday, Rong Xi returned to the Rong family with Feng Jingxin to discuss the day's banquet details with Rong Chongqing and his wife. Feng Tingshan would not be returning that Sunday, and Rong Xi stayed at the villa, knowing he would return on Tuesday. In the days that followed, she anticipated he would not visit again. When Feng Tingshan had placed the gift boxes on her vanity, she had assumed they were for her. Upon discovering their contents, she realized he intended for her to present the gifts to her grandmother on her birthday. Thus, when leaving, she ensured to take the 2 brocade boxes with her. After dropping Feng Jingxin off at school, Rong Xi returned to the company. Chang Yimou was suddenly tasked with 3 or 4 new projects, and as the new week commenced, both she and Yu Mashuan found themselves increasingly busy. Feng Tingshan likely returned on schedule, as Feng Jingxin had not called her in the following days. On Wednesday evening, Rong Xi dined out with Yu Mashuan and their clients. As they approached the private room, she noticed Feng Tingshan along with Lin Wu, Lin Lihai, and Grandma Lin. This time, both Grandma Lin and Lin Wu's mother, Sun Yuqing, had come to the capital, and it was only courteous for Feng Tingshan, the prospective son-in-law, to extend his greetings. Just yesterday, he had returned from a business trip, and today he had made time to join them for dinner. Still attentive to Lin Wu's matters. Unlike the last occasion when Grandma Lin and her family failed to notice her, this time, they all paused. Seemingly at a loss for words, likely deterred from speaking by Feng Tingshan's presence. As for Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan, their positioning prevented them from seeing her. Expressionless, Rong Xi averted her gaze and departed. The Lin family did not pursue her. Over an hour later, as she and Yu Mashuan exited the restaurant after their meal, they encountered Lin Wu and her party once more in the parking lot, preparing to leave. However, Feng Tingshan was absent, presumably having already departed. Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan were still processing the situation when their client, Mr. Fan, approached Lin Wu and her associates with enthusiasm. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin. Chapter 69, The Stress Response. It turned out to be Mr. Fan. As Mr. Fan approached, Lin Lihai and Lin Wu politely shook hands with him and exchanged pleasantries. Mr. Fan, are you discussing business with Mr. Yu? Indeed, Mr. Yu's company has several projects that pique my interest, so I came to have a chat with him. Noticing that Yu Mashuan and Rong Xi remained stationary, Lin Lihai hesitated for a moment but chose not to dwell on it. Mr. Fan, unaware of the underlying tension, found Yu Mashuan's behavior somewhat peculiar. After all, as a businessman, even if Yu Mashuan did not know the Lin family, making acquaintances was never a detrimental endeavor. While Lin Wu and Lin Lihai engaged in conversation with Mr. Fan, old lady Lin, after greeting him, made her way towards Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan alongside Sun Yuqing. Yu Mashuan cast a glance at Rong Xi, who remained still as they approached. Xiao Xi, it's been a while, old lady Lin said warmly. Rong Xi remained silent. Observing Rong Xi's stubborn demeanor, old lady Lin sighed. Xiao Xi, you. At that moment, Sun Yuqing spoke coldly. Xiao Xi. No matter how much misunderstanding or resentment you hold against me, it pertains solely to my relationship with you and your mother, and has nothing to do with Lihai or your grandmother. I hope you won't conflate those who care for you. Sun Yuqing, who had once captivated Lin Lihai with her beauty and icy demeanor, was remembered fondly in Lin Lihai's heart as the embodiment of his dreams. He had declared that it was only after meeting her that he truly understood love. Their affection for one another was mutual. Lin Lihai had often remarked that although Sun Yuqing appeared aloof, she possessed a kind heart, urging her not to follow her mother's lead but to recognize the merits of others. Unlike other homewreckers, Sun Yuqing treated her with kindness, albeit with a perpetually cool expression, exuding an air of unattainability. Years had passed, yet Sun Yuqing remained as striking and proud as Lin Lihai remembered. Therefore, her admonitions carried a weight of sincerity and conviction, starkly contrasting the empty platitudes often offered by step-parents. After all, someone of her stature would never stoop to making life difficult for a stepdaughter. If any discord existed, it was merely a testament to the stepdaughter's immaturity. Sun Yuqing insisted that her personal affairs with Lin Lihai and her mother did not tarnish the affection Lin Lihai and old lady Lin held for her. Children inherently yearn for paternal love and familial bonds, a desire that intensifies post-divorce. At the tender age of 8 or 9, she had loved both her parents dearly, reluctant to choose between them. Yet, her heart leaned toward her mother, feeling a deep empathy for her. Thus, during the custody battle between Lin Lihai and Rong Yingxing, despite her mother's mental decline, she resolutely chose to stay with Rong Yingxing, disregarding the pleas from Lin Lihai and old lady Lin. Even after living with Rong Yingxing, she still harbored feelings for Lin Lihai and old lady Lin, though she concealed them to spare her mother's feelings. More than a year after Lin Lihai and Rong Yingxing divorced, old lady Lin, while visiting the capital, discreetly arranged for them to meet, expressing her desire to see her. After over a year of separation, she was eager to reunite, so she met old lady Lin without informing her uncles. Unbeknownst to her, old lady Lin had brought Lin Wu along, insisting they were sisters who ought to bond. Reluctant, she felt the weight of old lady Lin's disapproving gaze, which made her question her own character, wondering if she was indeed as narrow-minded as her mother. More than a decade had passed, yet she vividly recalled that day. Heartbroken, she had visited the restroom, and upon her return, she saw old lady Lin holding 2 ice creams meant for her and Lin Wu. One had been marred when a waiter accidentally scraped it against a dirty tray, while Lin Wu promptly selected the pristine one. Old lady Lin merely ruffled her hair with a smile, choosing not to replace the tainted ice cream. When she returned, old lady Lin handed her the contaminated treat without mentioning its flaw. Given the Lin family's resources at that time, even 1,000 such ice creams would pose no financial burden. Yet, she did not replace it. From that moment, she realized the shift in old lady Lin's affection toward her. She would never forget the malicious glimmer in Lin Wu's eyes as she clutched that tainted ice cream. There were countless similar incidents with Lin Lihai. Reflecting on this, she felt indifferent toward Feng Tingxin. Observing the kindly visage of old lady Lin and Sun Yuqing's feigned concern, she smiled wryly, responding to them regarding her entanglements with Feng Tingxin and Lin Wu. You both claim to genuinely care for me, and I truly wish to believe you. However, your concern seems to merely facilitate Lin Wu's intrusion into my marriage. Upon hearing her words, neither old lady Lin nor Sun Yuqing exhibited the slightest embarrassment, likely having anticipated her retort. Old lady Lin sighed, Xiao Ci. You know well the dynamics between you and Tingxin. Why force a relationship with someone who does not love you? Only after divorce can you truly begin anew. You wish to present this as concern for my well-being, do you not? Rong Ci interjected, cutting her off. She regarded both women and said, You've offered such insipid platitudes, do you not find it tiresome? You lack even the creativity to feign sincerity in your concern. How can you expect me to trust your intentions? Before they could respond, she continued, Yet, it is likely futile. Ultimately, words are hollow, actions speak volumes, do they not? Both old lady Lin and Sun Yuqing were momentarily taken aback by Rong Ci's retort. Just as old lady Lin gathered herself to speak, she was interrupted by Rong Ci. Who turned to Mr. Fan, Mr. Fan, have you concluded your discussion? Shall we take our leave? Mr. Fan, sensing the awkward atmosphere, nodded awkwardly and replied, Very well. He then addressed old lady Lin and Sun Yuqing, Old Madam, Madam Lin, we shall take our leave now. Old lady Lin nodded with a smile. Yet as she glanced at Rong Ci, a sigh escaped her lips. Ever since Lin Lihai's decision to divorce her mother, whenever she acted against their wishes, they expressed their disappointment through sighs, as though she were the source of all their woes. Consequently, after returning to the Rong family post-divorce, she developed a stress response. Fearing reproach from others, and thus, until the age of 12 or 13, despite the kindness she received from the Rong family, she became exceedingly obedient. Afraid to err or assert her own identity. Chapter 70, No Misunderstanding. After walking a short distance, Mr. Fan inquired, "Is there any misunderstanding between you and Mr. Lin's family?" Yu Mohan and Rong Ci exchanged glances, with Rong Ci replying, "No, it is not a misunderstanding." However, Mr. Fan misconstrued her intent, believing that there truly was no misunderstanding between them and the Lin family. "That's good," he remarked, his faith in Chang Yimou evident. He added earnestly, "Given Mr. Feng Tingshan's regard for Miss Lin, the Lin family is poised for great success. The Feng family, and especially Mr. Feng Tingshan, are not to be trifled with. Therefore, even if you do not wish to cultivate a good relationship with the Lin family, it is wise not to offend them." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci smiled ironically. Realizing the absurdity of her situation, her husband's undue concern for his mistress had led to the strange necessity of being advised to maintain amicable relations with her. It seemed she alone bore this burden in the world. Yu Mohan was equally discontent with this discourse. He asserted, "Our Chang Yimou has no fear of Feng Tingshan. Due to their connections, their company received government protection. Recently, Feng Tingshan had been unable to touch Chang Yimou, and if his assumptions were correct, their current projects would soon garner significant governmental support. This year, their company's scale would witness considerable growth, making it even more challenging for Feng Tingshan to interfere with them." Thus, when he claimed that their company was unafraid of Feng Tingshan, he spoke the truth. This confidence was something Rong Ci had earned for herself. Grandmother Rong's birthday was on Saturday. For Rong Ci, whether Feng Tingshan would attend was no longer of concern. However, Feng Jingxin was certainly expected to be present. To prevent her from secretly seeking out Lin Wu on that day and going missing, on Thursday morning, Rong Ci took the initiative to call Feng Jingxin. This marked the first time she had reached out to her since returning from country A on her birthday. Feng Jingxin was having breakfast, with Feng Tingshan present as well. Delighted to see her mother's call, she quickly set down her utensils and answered, "Mom." "Yes." Rong Ci could hear that her mouth was full. She engaged in small talk. "Are you having breakfast?" "Yes." "Have you eaten, Mom?" "I have," she replied, then continued. "I called to remind you that Saturday is your grandmother's birthday, so please do not wander off. You must accompany me to wish her well, understood?" "Ah." Feng Jingxin hadn't anticipated that the call was solely for this reason. Having missed out on playing with Aunt Wu last weekend, she had hoped to make up for it this week. Thus, hearing her mother's instructions made her somewhat reluctant. But she couldn't completely disregard Rong Ci's words. Rong Ci, perceptive to her daughter's discontent, asked, "Is your father around?" "Father?" "Yes," Feng Jingxin replied, glancing at Feng Tingshan seated across from her. "Mom? Do you want to talk to Dad?" "Yes, please hand the phone to your father. I have something to discuss with him." "Okay." Feng Jingxin passed the phone to Feng Tingshan, saying, "Dad, Mom is on the line." Feng Tingshan paused his meal and took the phone. "What is it?" "Grandmother's birthday is the day after tomorrow. I hope you can tell Jingxin to stay with me at the Rong family home and not run off for the entire day." Feng Tingshan replied, "Understood," and then asked, "Is there anything else?" "I will pick her up on Friday night to take her to the Rong family." "All right." With his confirmation, Rong Ci felt reassured. After a moment of silence, she added, "Thank you." Feng Tingshan acknowledged. Regarding his availability for Saturday, she had not inquired when she presented him with the invitation. Nor did she do so now. Moreover, since he had entrusted her with the items purchased at the auction, it implied that he would not be attending. Therefore, there was no need for further inquiry, and she ended the call without uttering another word. Feng Tingshan seemed to notice nothing amiss. Traditionally, Rong Ci would always ask if he could accompany her to the Rong family to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. Yet this year, she did not pose that question. After she hung up, he returned the phone to Feng Jingxin while saying, "Mom will be back tomorrow night to take you to your grandmother's house. On Saturday, you must listen to your mother and not wander off." Feng Jingxin pouted but didn't say anything. Feng Tingshan regarded her with a calm demeanor. Understanding the lack of room for negotiation, she reluctantly conceded, I understand. Good girl, he praised. Feng Jingxin pouted once more, unable to resist bargaining. Then on Sunday, I want to play with Aunt Wu. You must come along too. Feng Tingshan chuckled softly, all right. On Friday evening, after work, Rong Ci returned to Feng Tingshan's villa. Upon entering, she was surprised to find him at home. It was a rare occurrence for him to be present at this hour. Feng Tingshan was engaged in a phone call. When he heard her footsteps, he glanced at her briefly before turning back to continue his conversation. The housekeeper was aware that Rong Ci intended to take Feng Jingxin back to the Rong family and had prepared the ingredients in advance, hoping she and Feng Jingxin could have dinner together before departing. However, Rong Ci preferred to dine at the Rong family home. I'll pass, she stated. The housekeeper hesitated, glancing at Feng Tingshan to gauge his response. Although Feng Tingshan was still on the phone, he likely overheard their exchange and, moving the phone slightly away from his ear, said, listen to madam. With that, he returned to his call. Seeing this, Rong Ci turned to Feng Jingxin and said, let us go, xin. Okay. Feng Jingxin bid farewell to Feng Tingshan, Dad, we're leaving now. Goodbye. Feng Tingshan waved his hand, goodbye. Throughout this encounter, Rong Ci did not engage in conversation with Feng Tingshan, leading Feng Jingxin away. Similarly, Feng Tingshan only said goodbye to her before resuming his phone call. Watching them depart, the celebration for the matriarch's birthday was grand. After returning to the Rong family, they had dinner, and Rong Ci also assisted in preparations. Once finished, it was already past 11 at night. The following day, she awoke early. Before breakfast, she gathered with Rong Chongqing and others around the matriarch to offer their congratulations and present the gifts they had prepared. During this process, Feng Jingxin paused, gently tugging at Rong Ci's sleeve. Rong Ci bent down and asked, what's the matter? Feng Jingxin's face flushed with embarrassment as she whispered, Mom, I didn't prepare a gift. Only at that moment did she recall this oversight. With a hint of reproach, she added, why didn't you remind me? Rong Ci replied, I prepared gifts for your father and grandmother, and as a child, it's perfectly fine if you didn't. However, if you wish to express your feelings, remember to prepare something for your grandmother's birthday next time. While Rong Ci's words were kind, her demeanor held a trace of coldness. True, she hadn't reminded her daughter to prepare a gift for the matriarch, but if Feng Jingxin had truly cared, she would have thought to bring a gift upon learning of her grandmother's birthday. The gift did not need to be extravagant or require much effort. A simple drawing or a quick trip to purchase something could have sufficed. Yet, she had entirely forgotten about it. She did not hold the same sentiment toward Linwu. Not only did she painstakingly remember the date, but she also counted down the days in anticipation of its arrival. It was precisely because she perceived her indifference that she could not be bothered to offer a reminder. Chapter 71 Today marks the housewarming banquet of the Sun family. Feng Jingxin, oblivious to the chill on Rong Ci's face, felt reassured upon hearing Rong Ci's words. Rong Chongqing presented a gift to the matriarch, and Rong Ci followed suit. The first offering she presented was an exquisite piece of embroidery. This embroidery was prepared for you with the help of Tingshan, my grandmother. The matriarch accepted it. Unwrapping it with care, the gift resonated deeply with her, and she expressed her satisfaction, saying, he is thoughtful. Rong Ci then handed over a stunning set of emerald jewelry. This is a gift from Tingshan. The quality of the emeralds was remarkable, and the matriarch truly admired them. However, knowing they were from Feng Tingshan, she merely glanced at them before closing the box and setting it aside, saying lightly, it is beautiful, please thank him on my behalf. As for whether Feng Tingshan would come today to celebrate her birthday, she did not inquire a word. Neither interested in asking nor in knowing. Rong Ci understood her disdain for Feng Tingshan. Had it been in the past, she would have surely defended him. Now, she refrained from such remarks and instead presented the gift she had prepared for the matriarch. As Rong Ci had anticipated, among all the gifts, the matriarch cherished the set of scholars' 4 treasures she had brought the most. The matriarch held them in her hands, utterly enchanted, and she promptly retreated to her study to write a piece of calligraphy. After the gifts were exchanged, the family gathered for breakfast, which was lively and filled with laughter. The matriarch wore a beaming smile, clearly delighted. Yet, occasionally, a trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Rong Ci and Rong Chongqing were aware that today was a day for family reunion. However, such a significant occasion was marred by the absence of one person. Contemplating this, Rong Ci turned her face away, her eyes slightly reddening. Nevertheless, in an effort to preserve the joyful atmosphere, they tacitly avoided mentioning Rong Yingxing. By around 9 o'clock, a closer circle of guests began to arrive. In the evening, they would dine at a pre-booked hotel, at which point the birthday festivities would officially commence. While Rong Ci assisted in welcoming guests, Rong Chongqing's son, Rong Yunhe, noticed Feng Jingxin sitting quietly to the side and, with concern, gently caressed her lovely face, asking, "What are you doing, Xin? You seem a bit distracted." Rong Ci realized that she was actually missing Linwu. Feng Jingxin had indeed obeyed Feng Tingshan's words and remained at the Rong residence, yet her thoughts were evidently elsewhere. She had sent several messages to Aunt Wu. But Aunt Wu seemed quite busy today and had not responded much. By afternoon, the group made their way to the hotel. Around 6 o'clock, guests began to arrive in succession. Rong Chongqing received the gifts and guided the guests to their seats, but he noticed some awkward expressions among them. One guest remarked, "I apologize, Mr. Rong, but I have another banquet to attend today. I will just have a drink of water and then leave." Both Rong Chongqing and Rong Ci understood that since the guest had other commitments, they did not insist on their stay. They initially thought this was an isolated incident. However, half an hour later, they observed that many business associates had sent gifts and left, with numerous others opting to send their secretaries instead of attending in person. With so many tables reserved, it appeared that a significant number would remain unfilled that evening. On such a joyous occasion, a meticulously prepared birthday banquet faced such a predicament. If the matriarch were to learn of this, her mood would surely sour. While it was understandable that some guests had prior engagements, the overall atmosphere would inevitably be affected. Seeing so many eager to attend another celebration, Rong Chongqing could not help but inquire of a relatively close business associate, Mr. Lan. "Many friends have mentioned they cannot stay for dinner tonight, coincidentally stating they are off to another banquet. If I may be so bold, which celebration will you be attending, Mr. Lan?" The guests who left early or sent gifts, could they possibly be headed to the same event as Mr. Lan? Such a coincidence seemed improbable. "The Sun family," Mr. Lan replied, adding, "It is the home of President Feng's girlfriend's grandmother. They are not locals of L City and have recently purchased property in the capital. Today marks their housewarming." Upon hearing this, Rong Ci and Rong Chongqing's expressions shifted dramatically. They had thought the villa matter was settled and that no further complications would arise. They had not anticipated that the Sun family would orchestrate such an event for them. They could hardly believe that the Sun family would choose to hold the housewarming on this particular day merely by chance. After all, the matriarch of the Sun family and Rong Ci's grandmother had known each other for many years, celebrating countless birthdays together. Would the Sun family truly forget that today was the matriarch's birthday? No, they certainly remembered. It was precisely because they remembered that they had intentionally scheduled the housewarming for today. Mr. Lan was unaware of the grievances between them and the Sun and Lin families. On this day of celebration, with their carefully planned birthday banquet now largely empty, Rong Chongqing could comprehend the turmoil within. He lowered his voice, saying, "This is an unavoidable situation. After all, the Sun family has President Feng's backing. They sent invitations, and we are not close with the Sun family. Who would dare to slight President Feng? My hands are tied. If he did not attend the Sun family's housewarming, or if he went but left shortly after without dining, the Sun family would undoubtedly think he looked down upon them." He had heard that Feng Tingshan was likely to marry that Miss Lin soon. Offending the Sun family would also mean offending Miss Lin and Feng Tingshan. They could not afford to make enemies of Feng Tingshan. Chapter 72, I help you find someone. Some individuals are reluctant to offend Feng Tingshan. Yet a portion eagerly seeks to cultivate relationships with the Lin and Sun families. After all, the Rong family has experienced a significant decline over the years, while the Lin and Sun families have the formidable support of Feng Tingshan. The choice is quite apparent. Mr. Lan, after apologizing to Rong Chongqing, took his leave. Initially, the elderly matriarch and Hemingxue, Rong Si's aunt, did not pay much attention. However, as more guests arrived only to depart shortly thereafter, and with the banquet about to commence, the number of attendees in the grand hall dwindled significantly, leaving several tables sparsely occupied. This clearly indicated that something was amiss. The matriarch and Hemingxue approached, frowning with concern. Why have so many guests left? What has transpired? Rong Chongqing and Rong Ci were momentarily at a loss for words. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, silence was no longer an option. Rong Chongqing finally spoke. The Sun and Lin families have relocated to the capital. The Sun family chose today for their housewarming, and they sent invitations to most of our guests, which explains. He paused, exchanging worried glances with Rong Ci as they regarded the matriarch, concerned for her well-being. The animosity stemming from the Sun family's betrayal, which had brought such misfortune to the Rong family, weighed heavily upon them. As long as Rong Yingxing remained in the sanatorium, this grudge would be impossible to forget. The deliberate disruption of her birthday celebration only intensified the matriarch's disdain for the Sun family. Yet, the matriarch, a woman of resilience, merely tightened her grip on the table's edge upon hearing this news. A moment later, her gaze sharpened as she addressed Rong Chongqing and Rong Ci directly. Is that Feng's influence behind this? Otherwise, how could the Sun family, with no foundation in the capital, manage to attract such a crowd so soon after their arrival? The matriarch's reference to Feng was unmistakably directed at Feng Tingshan. Rong Ci lowered her eyes. Yes. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Grandmother, I am sorry. It is not your fault, the matriarch replied tenderly, caressing her cheek. You have all underestimated their treachery and shamelessness. Grandmother. It is nothing, she reassured, surveying the banquet hall, which appeared desolate due to the lack of guests. Her expression remained calm and composed. It is merely a birthday celebration, how it is celebrated is inconsequential. As long as you are all well, that is my only wish. Everything else is trivial, unworthy of excessive concern. Therefore, I reiterate, do not punish yourselves because of others' disgraceful actions, do you understand? Her words seemed to echo the sentiments regarding Rong Yingxing's past. Rong Ci and Rong Chongqing nodded in understanding. Rong Ci also presented invitations to Ma Xuan and Xu Xilan, who had just arrived and were well aware of the entangled relationships among the Rong, Sun, and Lin families. Upon hearing this, Xu Xilan exclaimed in indignation, they are utterly despicable. I have never encountered such loathsome individuals. Ma Xuan comfortingly patted Rong Ci's shoulder. After a moment, his phone buzzed. And upon reading a message, he paused before saying, I will help you find someone. Rong Ci, puzzled, asked, Ma Xuan smiled, you will know shortly. Meanwhile, in the Sun family's banquet hall, the arrival of a steady stream of guests brought smiles to the faces of matriarch Sun and Sun Manshan. Just as Rong Ci and the others had suspected, they indeed remembered the matriarch's birthday. In truth, they had celebrated it for many years, making it impossible to forget this day. Thus, they had intentionally scheduled their housewarming for today, recalling their earlier intentions to move opposite the Rong family. Thwarted by Rong Ci's intervention which led them to seek Feng Tingshan's assistance, they felt a surge of anger. However, they also acknowledged that Feng Tingshan had compensated them afterward, turning misfortune into a blessing. Thinking of this, and realizing that they had purposely chosen today to snatch away the guests invited by the Rong family, their spirits soared. Sun Liao chuckled softly, I bet there are hardly any guests left over at the Rong family's banquet now. Ha! They went to such great lengths to prepare, only to find themselves unable to retain even their guests. How utterly humiliating. If word gets out that the Rong family has lost both power and connections, who would dare to engage in business with them in the future? Xiang Rufang patted her hand in agreement, laughing, indeed. Although the Sun family has invited numerous influential figures from the capital, many of them are not acquaintances of ours. Thus, while today is ostensibly a housewarming banquet, it serves as a means for us to cultivate relationships. The day Feng Tingshan had bid over 400 million for several auction items was well known. Particularly the diamond bracelet he purchased for Lin Wu, which she wore that very evening. Many attendees, eager to curry favor with her, complimented, that bracelet suits you perfectly, Mr. Feng has exquisite taste. While their flattery was apparent, Lin Wu's beauty rendered her captivating in any attire, and adorned with such a diamond bracelet today. She exuded elegance and refinement. "Thank you," she replied graciously. In a bid to ingratiate themselves with the Lin family, several individuals had done their homework. And some were aware of the matriarch's fondness for antiques. One could not resist mentioning, "I have heard that your grandmother, the old matriarch Lin, enjoys collecting antiques. Was that antique vase from the last auction acquired by Mr. Feng as a tribute to her?" The use of the word tribute suggested that they believed Feng Tingshan regarded the Lin family as akin to his own. Lin Wu nodded, "Yes. That antique vase indeed captured my grandmother's heart. The mere thought of that vase, valued at over 100 million, brought her immense joy." One could not deny that Feng Tingshan had invested considerable thought and generosity into pleasing her granddaughter. Hearing this, matriarch's son felt a twinge of jealousy. As Lin Wu's elder, the old matriarch possessed an antique vase, while she herself owned nothing of significance. However, she recalled Lin Wu mentioning that Feng Tingshan had also acquired 2 other items that day, each worth over 100 million, surpassing the vase's value. Today, as the Sun family celebrated their housewarming, Feng Tingshan was undoubtedly aware of the event. She surmised that at least one of those items had been intended as a gift for the Sun family. With this thought, matriarch Sun felt her spirits lift considerably. Chapter 73, Is Tingshan not here yet? At this moment, He Changbai and Qi Yiming had also arrived. Upon their arrival, the members of the Sun and Lin families eagerly approached them, for these two held significant status in the capital. Naturally, they were of great importance to everyone present. Sun Liao had previously encountered He Changbai, and upon seeing him again today, her exquisitely made-up face flushed with color. Observing her daughter's infatuation, Xiang Rufang smiled knowingly. The He family, akin to the Feng family, belonged to the upper echelons of society, and He Changbai's outstanding qualities made him an admirable match for Sun Liao. Much to the delight of the Sun family, with Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan in front and Sun Liao and He Changbai behind, the former was certainly destined to succeed, and if the latter also came to fruition, the Sun family could essentially dominate the capital in the future. Contemplating this prospect, the Sun family displayed an even more fervent attitude towards He Changbai and Qi Yiming. However, Lin Wu furrowed her brow at the Sun family's excessive obsequiousness. She considered them peers with He Changbai, yet their family's sycophantic behavior toward him was quite unbecoming. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts in front of so many people. The Lin family had enjoyed decades of prosperity, and after aligning with them, the Sun family had swiftly transformed into a prominent household. Though this had only been a little over a decade. In terms of heritage, the Sun family still paled in comparison to the Lin family. Thus, He Changbai and Qi Yiming regarded the Sun family with a certain disdain. However, due to Lin Wu's presence, they chose to overlook these sentiments. After presenting their gifts to the Sun family, they inquired about Lin Wu's companion, "Where is Tingshan? Has he not yet arrived?" Lin Wu replied, "In recent days, he has encountered some minor issues with his overseas business, and he has been working late into the night. As of today, the matters remain unresolved. So I've heard he will be arriving a bit later." Upon hearing this, He Changbai and Qi Yiming nodded, choosing not to press further. Lin Wu, being familiar with them, personally guided them to their seats. By this time, it was getting late, and the banquet could have commenced. However, as the key figure, Feng Tingshan had yet to arrive, leaving Sun Manshan uncertain about whether to start the meal. He sought the opinions of Lin Wu and Sun Yuqing. Lin Wu decisively stated, "Let us begin the meal. Our guests have graciously come, and it would be inconsiderate to keep them waiting on an empty stomach. Even if they would be willing to wait. But would it be improper to start without Tingshan?" "Not at all, he won't mind," Lin Wu replied, effectively speaking on behalf of Feng Tingshan. Her confidence in doing so indicated the closeness of their relationship. Others, observing the Lin family's assurance to commence the meal without Feng Tingshan, deepened their understanding of his regard for Lin Wu and thus yearned to foster closer ties with the Lin family. Meanwhile, although many guests had departed, the proceedings for the evening remained uninterrupted. After confirming that all guests had arrived, old Madame Rong took to the stage to express her gratitude for their presence, gracefully apologizing for any interruptions that may have affected their spirits, earning her a round of applause. As her speech concluded and noticing the time, Rong Chongqing instructed the hotel staff to prepare for the meal. Yu Mashuan interjected, "Uncle Rong, could we wait a moment? Someone is on their way and should arrive shortly." Within 10 minutes. Rong Chongqing was well aware of Yu Mashuan's relationship with Rong Ci. Yu Mashuan had always shown great care for him. And both old Madame Rong and Rong Chongqing were appreciative of this. Upon hearing Yu Mashuan's request, Rong Chongqing inquired, "Is it just one person? We still have seats available at the main table, would he mind joining us?" Yu Mashuan replied, "He wouldn't mind at all." "Excellent," Rong Chongqing nodded, instructing the staff to serve the other guests while delaying the main table's service. As a few dishes were served, Yu Mashuan glanced at his phone and pulled Rong Ci aside, stating, "He's arrived, let us go down to greet him." Rong Ci nodded and turned, only to hear a familiar voice coldly interject, "There's no need, I have already come up." Rong Ci paused, turning back, "Professor?" Nan Jiji acknowledged with a slight hum. Those remaining were stunned at the sight of Nan Jiji, questioning their own vision. After all, he was a renowned figure frequently featured in the news, a tech mogul known to all. His exceptional capabilities were well recognized, and his profound background was rumored to be equally formidable. To see such a national figure attending old Madame Rong's birthday banquet was indeed surprising. Old Madame Rong and Rong Chongqing were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nan Jiji but quickly regained composure and rose to greet him. Despite his aloof demeanor, Nan Jiji maintained a degree of respect for esteemed elders. He had previously met old Madame Rong and quickly moved to assist her in sitting down, saying, "There's no need to rise, please be seated." Old Madame Rong, sitting down, remarked, "Mr. Nan, your presence here is truly an honor for me." "Madam, you are too kind," Nan Jiji replied, taking a seat beside her. "It has been many years since I last visited, my absence has been a neglect on my part." As he spoke, he motioned for Yu Mashuan to present the gift he had brought. After receiving it, he personally handed it to old Madame Rong, saying, "I apologize for the haste, I did not have time to prepare properly, and I hope you will not find it lacking." Old Madame Rong smiled, "Mr. Nan, you are too modest. Your willingness to spare time for me is the greatest gift of all." After exchanging pleasantries with old Madame Rong, Nan Jiji cast a glance at Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan, who stood obediently behind him like schoolchildren awaiting reprimand. They exchanged a knowing nod and promptly took their seats beside him. Old Madame Rong added, "In earlier years, Xiao Ci received your guidance." "Of course," Nan Jiji replied. "She has recently made some progress in her research, so rest assured she is not wasting her potential." Regarding Rong Ci's decision to abandon her studies for Feng Tingshen, both Nan Jiji and old Madame Rong refrained from offering excessive counsel, believing that a touch of adversity was not detrimental for the youth. Moreover, it was crucial for them to make their own choices to truly understand the meaning of regret. They feared that, after facing setbacks, she might completely succumb to despair, unable to extricate herself from the darkness. Fortunately, Rong Ci had not chosen to bury herself in self-doubt after her trials. Having witnessed the case of Rong Yingxing, old Madame Rong had her concerns, yet she understood that excessive interference could be counterproductive in the long run, thus, she ultimately chose to let Rong Ci decide for herself. Now, hearing Nan Jiji's assurance, she felt entirely at ease. Good, that is wonderful. Chapter 74, Apologies for my late arrival. Rong Ci was seated beside Nan Jiji. However, Nan Jiji was engaged in conversation with Grandma Rong and had yet to spare her a glance. She turned to Yu Mashuan and said, "Thank you." She could genuinely sense that Grandma Rong's spirits had lifted since Nan Jiji's arrival. Yu Mashuan shrugged, replying, "There's no need for gratitude. After seeing your project proposal a while back, my teacher happened to respond to me, and upon mentioning it, he decided to come. So, if anyone deserves thanks, it should be you." Just as Rong Ci was about to speak, a voice called out, Feng Tingshen?" Hesitating for a moment, she turned to see Feng Tingshen's figure appearing at the entrance. Under the gaze of the crowd, he walked steadily towards Grandma Rong. "Happy birthday." With that, he presented a gift box with both hands, saying, "I wasn't sure if you liked the previous gift, so I prepared another one. I hope it pleases you." Grandma Rong was genuinely taken aback by Feng Tingshen's presence. However, upon seeing him, there was no joy on her face. Although the audacity of the Sun family was shameless, it was undeniable that they would not dare to be so brazen without him as their backing. The saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. And with so many witnesses present, Grandma Rong accepted the gift, replying with polite detachment, "Thank you, that's very thoughtful of you." She then instructed a nearby server. "Please bring an extra chair and a set of utensils." Feng Tingshan, undeterred by her coldness, calmly greeted Nan Jiji, "Mr. Nan." Nan Jiji nodded coolly in acknowledgement. Noticing Rong Ci looking his way, he turned to her as well and asked the server to place the chair between Rong Ci and Nan Jiji before taking a seat. With the arrival of Nan Jiji, the guests from the Rong family quickly spread the news about his visit to celebrate Grandma Rong's birthday. Within 2 minutes, the news reached the Sun family. The guests from the Sun family were astonished. Did the Rong family possess such formidable connections? They were unaware. Ah. The woman in the photo must be Yu Mashuan's companion, and she is actually the niece of General Rong? This was previously unheard of. However, since the beauty accompanying Yu Mashuan was indeed General Rong's niece, everything began to make sense. How could it be? Just a while ago, she had attended a tech exhibition with Yu Mashuan, and the two young individuals seemed to share a close bond, likely hinting at a blossoming romance. The Yu family was also a prominent and capable family, and it was rumored that Nan Jiji held high hopes for his student Yu Mashuan. If the granddaughter of Rong Chongqing truly formed a relationship with Yu Mashuan, it would mean the Rong family suddenly gained a remarkable network. Considering this, the Rong family should not be underestimated. Both the Lin and Sun families were caught off guard by Nan Jiji's attendance at Grandma Rong's birthday celebration. As the guests re-evaluated their connections with the Rong family due to the presence of Yu Mashuan and Nan Jiji, the expressions of the Sun family members turned sour. Sun Liao, who rarely followed national news, was aware that Lin Wu wanted to learn from someone but had not bothered to recall the person's name. She asked, "Who is Nan Jiji? Why does everyone react so strongly to his presence? Is he that significant?" Lin Wu replied expressionlessly. "He is a figure of world-class influence in the field of AI, capable of representing the nation, and he is also my ideal mentor." Sun Liao was taken aback. "Is he really that impressive? So that's why Uncle was angry with Rong Ci recently? Because she caused you to miss the opportunity to connect with such a prominent figure?" "Yes." Sun Liao scoffed, "How shameless of her." At this point, she became irritated again. Such an impressive individual is here to celebrate that old woman's birthday. Is it because they share a close relationship? "Not really," Lin Wu replied coolly. "They barely know each other." In her view, Rong Ci had met Nan Jiji through Yu Mashuan. The reason Nan Jiji appeared at the Rong family today was likely due to Yu Mashuan's influence. Sun Liao said, "Oh, well, that's a relief." He Chuangbua and Qi Yuming were seated at a table adjacent to Lin Wu and not far behind her. He Chuangbua had been quietly dining when he paused upon hearing about Nan Jiji attending the Rong family banquet. He inquired, "The Rong family banquet?" Qi Yuming clarified, "Oh. Today is also Grandma Rong's birthday. Their celebrations coincide with ours, and the guest lists overlap significantly due to the connections between Tingshan and Lin Wu. I was unaware of this until I overheard it in the banquet hall." He Chuangbua quickly grasped the situation. "So, the Rong family is essentially empty right now?" Qi Yuming shrugged, "Indeed. It's said that 3/4 of their tables are unoccupied." As he spoke, a smile crept onto his face. It's quite pitiful to see so many guests leaving without being able to retain them. Though he pitied the Rong family, his tone was laced with schadenfreude. He Chuangbua's expression shifted slightly, and he abruptly stood up. Noticing this, Qi Yuming paused. "What's wrong?" He Chuangbua replied, "I need to make a phone call." Without waiting for Qi Yuming to respond, he hurriedly turned and left. Seeing He Chuangbua leave in haste, Lin Wu and Sun Liao both looked over. Lin Wu asked, "Where did Chuangbua go?" "He had something urgent to attend to, just a phone call." "Oh." Lin Wu did not press further. An empty seat remained beside her, reserved for Feng Tingshan. Grandma Lin glanced at the time and said, "Xiao Wu. Has Tingshan not arrived yet? Perhaps you should give him a nudge?" Lin Wu shared that sentiment. She took out her phone to call Feng Tingshan. But the call did not go through. Today, many guests attended the Sun family's housewarming banquet. And the Sun family members had to toast each table and mingle with the guests to strengthen relationships. Naturally, this included Lin Wu. After all, the guests had come to the banquet primarily because of her. With Lin Wu present, the guests would surely show more respect. As they approached to toast, the guests politely stood up. After exchanging pleasantries, someone asked, "Miss Lin, has President Feng not arrived yet?" Lin Wu replied, "He is on his way and will be here shortly." As soon as she finished speaking, someone nearby remarked, "My friend told me that President Feng also went to the Rong family." President Feng went to the Rong family? Is that true? Is there any doubt? Photos have surfaced. How could it be fake? Just look. That really is President Feng. The crowd turned their attention to Lin Wu. They were not familiar with the Sun family. And their presence at the banquet was not solely out of respect for the Sun family but also due to the declining business of the Rong family, which made it difficult for them to rebound. With both Nan Jiji and Feng Tingshan attending Grandma Rong's birthday, they found themselves questioning the true purpose of their visit. Chapter 75. Following the elder's command to pay a visit upon hearing that Feng Tingshan had gone to the Rong family, Lin Wu remained unperturbed. The close relationship between old Madame Feng and the matriarch of the Rong family meant that, given the latter's 70th birthday, she could not attend in person and would naturally dispatch Feng Tingshan to represent her. This was something Lin Wu had long anticipated. However, despite the fact that Feng Tingshan's visit was a duty imposed by old Madame Feng, Lin Wu could not shake a sense of displeasure. As the guests learned of Feng Tingshan's absence from the gathering, they began to speculate that his relationship with Lin Wu had soured. She coolly remarked, "Old Madame Feng and old Madame Rong share a good rapport. Tingshan is merely fulfilling an elder's request to visit." Indeed, there had been whispers in the past about the amicable ties between the Rong and Feng families. Yet the absence of any visible interaction over the years had led many to dismiss such rumors as mere gossip. However, Lin Wu's words suggested that perhaps there was some truth to it. At that moment, a newcomer entered the venue, bearing a gift box. Approaching Lin Wu and the Sun family, he greeted her, "Hello, Miss Lin. Mr. Feng has encountered an unexpected matter and may arrive quite late. He sent me to deliver this token of appreciation." Lin Wu accepted the package, acknowledging, "I understand, thank you." Given that old Madame Rong was a friend of old Madame Feng, it was entirely reasonable for Feng Tingshan to visit the Rong family briefly before joining the gathering. Realizing that Feng Tingshan had likely anticipated the guest's skepticism regarding his feelings for Lin Wu, he had thoughtfully arranged for the gift to be delivered in advance. This gesture illustrated his consideration and care for Lin Wu. Given Feng Tingshan's esteemed position, his attentiveness towards her made it evident that he held her in significant regard. As the atmosphere began to lighten, Sun Man Shan, despite his discontent over Feng Tingshan's visit to the Rong family, managed to mask his feelings and raised his glass in gratitude for the guest's presence. With this lead, the mood in the room quickly became vibrant once more. Lin Wu felt warmed by Feng Tingshan's thoughtful actions, and her earlier displeasure dissipated. Noticing that He Changbai had yet to return, she approached Qi Yuming, inquiring, "Why hasn't Changbai returned yet?" Qi Yuming replied, "I'll give him a call." After a brief conversation, he hung up and said, "Changbai mentioned he had an urgent matter to attend to and asked me to convey his apologies." Understanding the urgency, Lin Wu asked with concern, "Did he say what the urgent matter was?" He did not inquire about it, but Qi Yuming suddenly recalled something and suggested, "Could it possibly be related to the person Changbai is fond of?" Lin Wu's smile faltered slightly, her tone growing a bit subdued as she replied, "He hasn't mentioned it since, I wouldn't want to make assumptions." Meanwhile, at the main table of the Rong family, after taking his seat, Feng Tingshan cast a glance at Rong Ci. Initially surprised by his presence, she quickly regained her composure. Noticing his gaze, she coldly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Feng Tingshan averted his eyes and replied softly, "Nothing of importance." After that, their conversation ceased. Rong Ci's cousins, having seldom encountered Feng Tingshan before, looked on with curiosity. Despite his understated demeanor, Feng Tingshan exuded an air of authority befitting someone accustomed to high status. As they attempted to meet his gaze, they instinctively looked away, intimidated by his presence. Feng Tingshan showed no inclination to engage with them, calmly shifting his attention elsewhere. For Rong Ci, Feng Tingshen was the man she loved, and despite the years that had passed, she felt trapped in her affection. If Rong Changxing harbored no grievances against Feng Tingshen, it was difficult to imagine otherwise. Yet, what could they do? The Rong family had no leverage over him. With Feng Tingshen's arrival, Rong Changxing, as the host, was obliged to treat him with the courtesy reserved for any esteemed guest. He stood and raised his glass, saying, "I was unaware of your visit, Mr. Feng. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope you will forgive me." Feng Tingshen responded by lifting his own glass to clink with Rong Changxing's, saying, "You are too kind, Mr. Rong." The use of Mr. Rong rather than uncle was a clear indication of his reluctance to acknowledge familial ties, something Rong Ci had already discerned. She had no desire for his affirmation of her family, she understood that his presence was at the behest of old Madame Feng. Coldly, she remarked, "We appreciate your grandmother's intentions. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave. Your presence here may only disrupt the atmosphere." Feng Tingshen replied calmly, "There is no rush." Rong Ci frowned, perplexed by his meaning. However, Feng Tingshen did not continue their conversation but turned his attention to Nan Jiji, saying, "Recently, our company has developed a new piece of technology that enables products to achieve complete invisibility and evade all forms of radar detection. I wonder if Mr. Nan would be interested in learning more?" "All forms of radar?" Nan Jiji paused, his expression turning serious as he focused on Feng Tingshen. "Please, go on." Feng Tingshen appeared unperturbed by the potential for technical disclosure, engaging in a detailed discussion with Nan Jiji. Rong Ci was taken aback to find Feng Tingshen conversing with her mentor. Their dialogue revealed Feng Tingshen's profound understanding of the AI field. Given that Nan Jiji was intrigued, it was no surprise that Rong Ci and Umo Sun shared the same interest. Initially, they merely listened casually. But as the conversation unfolded, they became so engrossed that they forgot to eat. Rong Changxing, who had intended to remind them to eat while they listened, refrained from doing so when he noticed their rapt attention, fearing they might miss something important. In their midst, aside from Rong Ci, no one was particularly acquainted with Feng Tingshen, and his presence had not been warmly welcomed. Under such circumstances, one would expect Feng Tingshen to feel awkward, however. He adeptly transformed the atmosphere to his advantage. Of course, the evening's true focus was old Madame Rong. Feng Tingshen was mindful not to overshadow her. After a few moments of conversation, he proposed, "If Mr. Nan wishes to explore this further, shall we schedule a time to discuss it in depth?" Chapter 76. The night air was chilly. "Let's go in," Nan Jiji suggested. "All right," Feng Tingshen nodded, then turned to look at Rong Ci. "Are you going back tonight?" Rong Ci was still contemplating the conversation she had with Nan Jiji earlier. When she realized he was speaking to her, she paused for a moment before responding, "No. I'm not going back." Feng Tingshen nodded, saying, "Understood." He then stood up and added, "I will come by later to pick up Xin. His intention to leave was clear. Rong Ci replied coolly, "Got it." Feng Tingshen did not engage her further and walked towards old lady Rong. "Madam, I have matters to attend to. So I will take my leave." Old lady Rong remained seated, her tone equally frosty. "Take care, no need to see you off." Feng Tingshen did not take offense at her indifference. He glanced at Rong Changxing, offered a slight nod as a greeting, and then turned to exit the banquet hall. Upon seeing Feng Tingshen emerge from the hotel entrance, He Changbai hesitated before getting out of the car. Feng Tingshen quickly got into his vehicle and departed. He Changbai remained seated, watching. After the banquet concluded, Nan Jiji left with Yumashuan. Feng Jingxin had indulged in too many snacks that day. Once the dinner commenced, she barely touched her food and instead went upstairs to play video games. Noticing that most guests had departed, Rong Ci went upstairs to find her. Upon seeing her return, Feng Jingxin removed her headphones. "Mom, are you done?" "Yes." Recalling what Feng Tingshen had mentioned before he left, she added, "Your father said he would come to pick you up tonight. You should call him to find out when he'll arrive." Thinking about the prospect of playing with Aunt Wu Wu the next day, Feng Jingxin cheerfully exclaimed, "Okay." After making the call, she soon put down the phone and informed Rong Ci, "Dad said he would be here in 15 minutes. "All right, I understand," Rong Ci replied. Pack your things. Mom will take you downstairs to wait for your father. Feng Jingxin considered asking Rong Ci for help, as she often did. However, noticing her mother's seemingly low spirits, she refrained from being clingy. When the time was right, Rong Ci took Feng Jingxin downstairs. In the elevator, observing her mother's silence, Feng Jingxin gently shook her hand. Mom. Rong Ci looked down. Mom seems to be talking less lately. She had noticed that her mother no longer called her every day or inquired about her whereabouts as she used to. While she appreciated this change, she also realized that during their encounters, Rong Ci seemed less inclined to engage in conversation than before. Feng Jingxin, who had been raised by Rong Ci, understood her mother was not an inattentive person. The fact that it had taken her this long to notice her mother's quietness indicated that she had grown accustomed to overlooking it. Rong Ci redirected her gaze and stated, Mom is tired. Oh. Seeing her mother indeed appeared fatigued, Feng Jingxin chose not to press further. The night wind was particularly biting. As they exited the hotel lobby, the cold gust stung their cheeks. Feng Jingxin, clearly affected by the chill, clung to her mother's hand and buried her face in Rong Ci's abdomen. It's so cold, Mom. Hold me. Almost 6 years old, Feng Jingxin was quite heavy. Although it was a struggle, Rong Ci bent down to lift her. Feng Jingxin wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, pressing her face into the crook to shield herself from the cold wind. Rong Ci's clothing was soft and warm, and Feng Jingxin relished snuggling against her neck. Feng Tingshan had a strong sense of time. As Rong Ci carried Feng Jingxin to the parking lot, Feng Tingshan's car arrived just in time. Spotting them, the vehicle came to a halt beside Rong Ci. Upon seeing Feng Tingshan, Feng Jingxin remained in her mother's embrace and lowered the car window, playfully asking, Dad, carry me inside. Feng Tingshan said nothing, stepped out of the car, and walked over to take Feng Jingxin into his arms. She giggled, swinging her legs joyfully in his hold. As he leaned closer, Rong Ci caught a whiff of the perfume that belonged to Linwu. Earlier, when he had sat beside her, the scent had not been present, implying he had visited the Sun family after parting ways with them. Feng Tingshan looked at her and remarked, the night wind is cold, let us head back. Rong Ci took a step back and replied, understood. Feng Jingxin cheerfully said, goodbye. Mom. Feng Tingshan carried Feng Jingxin into the car, and without waiting for them to drive away, Rong Ci turned and walked towards where her own vehicle was parked. After watching her retreating figure, Feng Tingshan finally withdrew his gaze and instructed the driver, drive. As his vehicle swiftly merged into the flow of traffic, Rong Ci was nearing her parking spot when He Changbai emerged from his car. Rong Ci. Not paying attention initially, she assumed he was a stranger. Upon hearing him call her name and turning to look, she realized it was He Changbai. Thinking it a mere coincidence, since they had not fully booked the hotel, she nodded in acknowledgement and unlocked her car, preparing to leave. Seeing that she still regarded him as an unfamiliar face, He Changbai remained where he was. As Rong Ci opened the car door, she noticed He Changbai still standing there, seemingly wanting to speak with her. With a hint of coldness and detachment, she asked, is there something you need? He Changbai hesitated. In the end, he refrained from mentioning the events of the evening. I have a gift for you and was wondering if we could find a time in the next few days to have dinner together. Shan had evidently experienced significant trauma, both physically and mentally. She had previously mentioned to Rong Ci that she resembled her mother, who had already passed away. Thus, Rong Ci understood Shan's attachment to her. To be honest, she quite liked Shan. If they encountered each other more frequently, she would set aside her personal grievances with He Changbai to spend more time with her. However, meeting Shan alone. At that moment, He Changbai suddenly said, I can assist with a project on your uncle's side. Rong Ci was taken aback. He Changbai did not elaborate further, stating, consider it, and if you're interested, feel free to call me anytime. Rong Ci remained silent. Truthfully, she did not trust him. His close ties with Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan raised concerns. Even if He Changbai was sincere in his offer now, should a dispute arise with Lin Wu later, who could say he would not act like Feng Tingshan, using the project to threaten her in favor of Lin Wu? Chapter 77. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, He Changbai remarked, I assure you, our personal matters will not interfere with the professional dealings between your uncle and me. Upon hearing this, Rong Xi inquired, are you certain? Absolutely. Rong Xi was acutely aware of her uncle's company's precarious situation. After a brief pause, she replied, very well. When you have time, feel free to contact me. And I will arrange a meeting. With that, He Changbai noticed her hair, tousled by the cold wind, and said, the night air is chilly, you should head inside. This statement caused Rong Xi to momentarily halt, for it echoed precisely what Feng Tingshen had just told her. She nodded, choosing silence, and climbed into the car. He Changbai remained stationary, and as her vehicle passed by, Rong Xi lowered the window to acknowledge him with a nod before accelerating away. Only after watching her car disappear did He Changbai enter his own vehicle and depart. Rong Xi returned to the Rong residence, where her grandmother and the Rong couple were still awake, while her siblings, Rong Sun and Rong Yunhe, had already retired for the night. Upon her arrival, her grandmother and the others turned their attention towards her, clearly waiting for her. Back already? Her grandmother asked. As her grandmother extended a hand, Rong Xi set down her bag and seated herself beside her. Holding Rong Xi's hand, her grandmother queried, Xiao Xi, are you planning to let go of Feng Tingshen? Today's demeanor towards him contrasted starkly with her previous behavior, making it nearly impossible to miss. Yes, Rong Xi affirmed. We are preparing for a divorce. Her grandmother smiled, good. Good, divorce is indeed a wise choice. However, her expression soon shifted to a frown as she added, Xian has grown quite attached to him. And he has treated her well these past 2 years, he likely won't grant you custody. Rong Xi did not wish for custody of Feng Xian. But she withheld this thought and simply responded, I understand, and I will discuss it thoroughly with him. It's getting late, let us all rest. While her family retired for the night, Rong Xi found herself unable to do so. During the return journey, Nan Jiji and Yu Mashuan had discussed a multitude of topics. And upon entering her room, she received a barrage of project tasks from Yu Mashuan with a note, required by the teacher, to be completed before 6 tomorrow morning. Setting her bag down, she sipped some water and replied, understood. Without removing her makeup or taking a shower, she opened her laptop and immediately immersed herself in work. By around 4 in the morning, she finally finished and sent the organized content. Yu Mashuan, also overwhelmed, indicated he was nearly done and added, the teacher wants us to visit him before 9. Alright, Rong Xi agreed. They exchanged few words, and once she closed her laptop, she entered the bathroom to wash her face and take a shower. By the time she concluded, it was past 5. After setting her alarm for 8, she turned off the lights and went to bed. The next day, when the alarm stirred her from sleep, she felt utterly fatigued but dared not linger. She promptly rose to wash up. Descending the stairs, she appeared somewhat disheveled, prompting her grandmother's concern, why not sleep a bit longer? I need to visit the teacher. Rong Xi replied, aware of Nan Jiji's strictness with students. Her grandmother simply stated, I worry about you driving in this state, let the chauffeur take you. Alright. Rong Xi conceded. Upon arriving at Nan Jiji's villa, the three of them immediately retreated to the study to work diligently. It wasn't until noon, during mealtime, that they found a moment to breathe. At that moment, Rong Xi's phone chimed with a message from Chu's Island, inviting her to go skiing that afternoon. Rong Xi replied via voice message, I have matters to attend to today, so I won't be going. Enjoy yourself. Alright, Chu's Island responded. Later that afternoon, while Rong Xi was refilling her water, Chu's Island sent another message, this time accompanied by several photos. In the images were Feng Tingshen, Lin Wu, Feng Xian, He Changbai, and Shan Shan. Then, Chu's Island added, I was having a great time skiing with my friends until we ran into them, such a mood killer. Rong Xi opened only one photo, and upon recognizing them, she refrained from viewing the rest. Calmly, she sent back a voice message, have fun, don't mind them. Chu's Island quickly replied, we might not leave until evening, would you like to join us? No, I have things to do, Rong Xi stated. Okay, Chu's Island replied. Rong Xi tucked her phone away and returned to the study. Their work continued uninterrupted throughout the day. As evening approached, Yumashuan stretched and said to Nan Jiji, "Teacher, let us go out for dinner, it's our treat." Nan Jiji, without even glancing at him, replied, "I need to step out shortly." Both Rong Ci and Yumashuan exclaimed, "What?" "I have plans to dine with Feng Tingshan tonight." Yumashuan glanced at Rong Ci, who remained composed as she sipped her water. Nan Jiji, taking the car keys, added, "Remember to close the door when you leave." Just as he finished speaking, he continued, "However, I shouldn't be gone for too long." "Understood, teacher," they replied in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Jingxian and Feng Tingshan, along with Lin Wu, had enjoyed a delightful day of skiing. As they exited the ski resort, Feng Jingxian cheerfully told Feng Tingshan, "Daddy, I want to eat seafood soon." Feng Tingshan replied, "Daddy and Aunt Wu have matters to attend to and cannot join you for dinner. The chauffeur is waiting for you in the parking lot. Once home, just tell the chef what you wish to eat." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxian's previously radiant smile faded. "What is so important? Why can't I come?" Gently, Feng Tingshan pinched her cheek and smiled. "It's a significant matter." Still pouting, Feng Jingxian turned to Lin Wu, clinging to her and whining, "Aunt Wu." Upon hearing that it was a crucial matter for her father, Lin Wu felt a sweetness in her heart, bending down to hug Feng Jingxian and smiling. "It's something important for Aunt Wu. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I don't want anything to go wrong. Can you understand?" Xian? Though still not entirely happy, Feng Jingxian nodded obediently. "I understand, but Aunt Wu, you must make it up to me next week by taking me out for delicious food." "Absolutely," Lin Wu assured, smiling at Feng Tingshan. Meanwhile, He Changbai remained silent, observing as Shan Shan approached and took Feng Jingxian's hand, suggesting, "If there's an opportunity next week, let us all have dinner together." Having interacted on several occasions, Feng Jingxian and Shan Shan had developed a pleasant friendship. She nodded in agreement, "Okay." Chapter 78, Ling Wu could not even reach the edge of Rong Ci after bidding farewell to Feng Jingxin and Yi Changbai. Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu also got into the car and headed to the restaurant. A few minutes after their arrival in the private room, Nan Jiji also made his entrance. Mr. Nan, upon seeing him, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu rose to greet him. No surprise flickered across Nan Jiji's face upon seeing Lin Wu. Lin Wu politely introduced herself once more. "Hello, Mr. Nan. My name is Lin Wu. We met at the technology exhibition." "I know," Nan Jiji replied, his expression neutral as he extended his hand for a brief handshake. After he settled into his seat, Lin Wu took the spot beside him and continued, "I have great admiration for you and have always hoped for an opportunity to discuss specialized knowledge in the field of AI with you face to face." "Indeed," Nan Jiji responded. At that moment, Feng Tingshan's phone rang, prompting him to rise and inform them, "I need to take a call, feel free to chat." Lin Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Once Feng Tingshan left, Lin Wu picked up the menu and offered it to Nan Jiji. "Mr. Nan, shall we order first and chat while we eat?" Nan Jiji pushed the menu aside, saying, "Not just yet." Lin Wu paused, taken aback, when he directly inquired, "Do you wish to be my student?" Surprised by his straightforwardness, Lin Wu did not falter in the presence of such a prominent figure in the AI field. With poise and confidence, she replied, "Yes. I am very interested in the AI domain and hope to learn under your guidance to achieve greater improvement." Having prepared for this meeting, she then produced her laptop, stating, "May I show you the product I developed for my doctoral thesis?" Nan Jiji scrolled through her graduation project, and after reviewing several sets of data, he remarked, "In terms of graduation projects, this is indeed superior to the average doctoral candidate." Hearing this, Lin Wu's smile deepened, bolstering her confidence. Just as she was about to speak, Nan Jiji released the mouse and shifted his gaze from the screen, asking, "Is this what you completed this year?" "Yes," Lin Wu affirmed. "Is there nothing more?" Lin Wu hesitated, unsure whether he was expressing disappointment or merely expecting her to showcase further highlights. However, she had consistently excelled in her academic pursuits and received numerous accolades. Her doctoral advisor, a significant figure in their country, had participated in several national aerospace initiatives and spoke highly of her abilities, lending considerable weight to her confidence in her expertise. Regaining her composure, Lin Wu proposed, I conducted a technical analysis of the exhibits from the last technology exhibition. Would you like to hear about it? Proceed, Nan Jiji instructed. Lin Wu began to elaborate on a driverless car presented at the exhibition, discussing its perception, planning, and control aspects in detail for over 10 minutes. During this time, Feng Tingshan returned briefly to mention another important call he needed to make. As Lin Wu was about to continue, Nan Jiji suddenly interjected, that will suffice. She halted her discourse. Standing, he delivered his final assessment, your foundational knowledge is adequate. Yet it does not meet my standards for accepting students. Taken aback, Lin Wu bit her lip, realizing this was not the response she had hoped for. As Nan Jiji prepared to leave, she hastily approached him, asking, Mr. Nan, what do you believe I should improve upon? Nan Jiji paused momentarily, responding coldly. Engage in more research and keep abreast of developments in the field. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Tingshan re-entered. Without waiting for him to say anything, Nan Jiji added. I have done what I needed to, I will contact you again in a few days. All right, Feng Tingshan acknowledged. With that, Nan Jiji departed. Observing Lin Wu's downcast expression, Feng Tingshan inquired, was the outcome unsatisfactory? Lin Wu nodded, he did not accept me. What did Mr. Nan say? Please share, he urged. Lin Wu recounted her experience and the feedback she received from Nan Jiji. You do possess commendable abilities, Feng Tingshan remarked. I find his advice quite reasonable. Lin Wu paused. Reflecting. She recognized that her recent focus on her professional studies had waned, and she had paid little attention to new trends in the field. It seemed Nan Jiji had discerned her lack of dedication and focus, concluding that her attitude towards her profession was lacking and thus unworthy of cultivation, leading to her rejection. Realizing that it was her professional attitude, rather than her abilities, which had led to Nan Jiji's decision, lifted her spirits considerably. Feng Tingshan encouraged. You can seek another opportunity in the future. Indeed, Lin Wu replied. She believed that with a corrected attitude and her professional capabilities, passing Nan Jiji's scrutiny would no longer pose a challenge. Reflecting on this, she felt a tinge of regret for having devoted excessive attention to racing recently. Otherwise, she might have already been a student of Nan Jiji by now. Later, Nan Jiji returned to his villa. Inside, Rong Xiai and Yumashuan had just finished purchasing and washing the ingredients, preparing to cook hot pot. Upon his arrival, Yumashuan remarked, You're back so soon? Nan Jiji removed his coat, maintaining his cold demeanor, indeed. Yumashuan glanced at Rong Xiai, who was bringing out bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, and teasingly asked, So? I assume we are not gaining another junior sister or anything of the sort. Nan Jiji ignored him, accepting the bowl that Rong Xiai handed him. Taking a seat. His silence conveyed a resounding no. Yumashuan chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Rong Xiai, I knew it, I had her figured out from our first meeting. Rong Xiai laughed and instructed him to bring out the remaining meat from the kitchen, saying, Indeed, you are the best at this. As Yumashuan returned with the meat, curiosity got the better of him. Teacher, what level do you think she is at in our field? She is marginally above the average outstanding doctoral graduate, Nan Jiji answered. Great minds think alike, Yumashuan quipped. The AI sector in the country had seen rapid advancements over the past decade, likely surpassing global standards in various technologies for some time. As a core figure in this development, Nan Jiji encountered the world's top products, technologies, and talents daily. In comparison to ordinary individuals, Lin Wu's skills were indeed exceptional, yet among the elite surrounding Nan Jiji, she still fell short. As for Nan Jiji and Rong Xiai, they were on an entirely different echelon. After all, Lin Wu was already 25 years old and could scarcely compare to the achievements of Rong Xiai, who had accomplished remarkable feats many years prior. Chapter 79, Do you think she is seducing Yumashuan? Perhaps noticing that the two were genuinely exhausted, Nan Jiji allowed them to return home that evening around 9 o'clock. After an entire day of fatigue, Rong Xiai took a refreshing bath upon arriving home and soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, there were matters at Xuandu that required their attention. Consequently, Rong Xiai and Yumashuan made their way to Xuandu that afternoon. Upon their arrival, as Rong Xiai and Yumashuan began to address some technical concerns, Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbo entered the premises, guided by the staff of Xuandu. Surprised to see Rong Ci, both Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbo exchanged glances. Yao Xinbo raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Is she really an employee of Xuandu? Quite a coincidence, isn't it?" Ren Jifeng shrugged. He barely knew her. How could he ascertain her employment status? The nearby Xuandu staff, overhearing their discussion, interjected, "Are you referring to Miss Rong? She is not an employee of Xuandu. She is a technician from Changma, here to assist with system technical issues." Feeling the weight of their gaze upon her, Rong Ci turned her head slightly. Upon recognizing Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbo, the two who had critiqued her at the auction, she glanced at them only briefly, then returned her focus elsewhere, maintaining her composure. Yao Xinbo chuckled, "Look, she's ignoring us." However, Ren Jifeng seemed uninterested in continuing the conversation about Rong Ci. Just then, Lin Wu entered from outside. Upon seeing them, Lin Wu paused, taken aback. "Miss Lin," Ren Jifeng greeted, his earlier indifference towards Rong Ci dissipating in the presence of Lin Wu. Lin Wu nodded. Her demeanor calm as she acknowledged, "Mr. Ren, Mr. Yao." Ren Jifeng approached her, "Miss Lin, are you working at Xuandu?" "No," Lin Wu replied. "I study algorithms and came here to learn from everyone, seeking to improve my skills." Though Ren Jifeng was a native of the capital, he rarely lingered there. He had only returned recently. Since meeting Lin Wu, he had become aware of the considerable chatter surrounding her in their social circles. It was said that she was exceptionally gifted, having graduated from university at the age of 18 and currently pursuing a doctorate at a top-tier global institution. Such awesomeness left him feeling inadequate. Additionally, he had heard she excelled in racing and esports, competing at award-winning levels. Beyond that, she enjoyed adventurous activities like rock climbing and skydiving. The more he learned about her, the more he found her allure and charm captivating. Unfortunately, she was involved with Feng Tingshan. Reflecting on this, he maintained a respectful distance, stating, "Miss Lin is truly ambitious and eager to learn." Lin Wu replied, "Mr. Ren, you're too kind. It is precisely because I recognize my shortcomings that I strive to learn more, wouldn't you agree?" Her remarkable talent paired with her humility only deepened Ren Jifeng's admiration for her. The purpose of Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbo's visit to Xuandu was work-related, as their company, Zonghong, had a collaboration with Xuandu. Notably, Changma, Xuandu, and Zonghong were all engaged in the same project. Though Changma and Xuandu were focused on system technology while Zonghong collaborated on materials. Upon their arrival, another head of the Xuandu project team, Manager Zhang, approached them. Their group moved toward Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan. Manager Zhang smiled, "Mr. Yu, these two are." Yu Mashuan looked up, recognizing the newcomers, and raised an eyebrow, "Ah. So it's Mr. Ren, Mr. Yao, and Miss Lin." Rong Ci had cast a fleeting glance at Ren Jifeng earlier and had not noticed Lin Wu's presence at the door. Upon hearing Yu Mashuan mention Miss Lin, she surmised it must be Lin Wu. Nevertheless, she chose not to raise her gaze, continuing her technical dialogue with the staff of Xuandu. Manager Zhang smiled, "Mr. Yu. Do you know Mr. Ren and Mr. Yao?" Yu Mashuan replied, "Indeed. After all, we move in the same circles within the upper echelons of the capital." However, their paths had diverged, leading to a casual acquaintance rather than familiarity. After greeting Yu Mashuan, Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbo followed Manager Zhang to discuss work matters. Leaving Lin Wu by Yu Mashuan's side, she too had noticed Rong Ci, but after a single glance, she quickly shifted her attention back to Yu Mashuan, asking, "Mr. Yu, have you just arrived?" Yu Mashuan, competent in his own right and a student of Nan Jiji, recognized Lin Wu's desire to foster a good rapport with him despite his evident bias against her due to his sentiments toward Rong Ci. After all, once she became a student of Nan Jiji, their interactions would likely increase. Half an hour passed. As Yu Mashuan took notes, he casually remarked, "Miss Lin seems to have been here for quite some time." Lin Wu replied, "I arrived at Xuandu this morning, but after a long day, I felt a bit fatigued. So I went upstairs for a glass of water and to rest for a moment." This reference to going upstairs implied a visit to Feng Tingshan's office. Upon hearing this, Yu Mashuan paused, his tone growing even more indifferent. "Oh? So Mr. Feng is also at Xuandu?" "No, he is at Feng's," Lin Wu clarified. This suggested that even if Feng Tingshan were not present, she could freely access his office. Had he entrusted her with no secrets? Yu Mashuan simply acknowledged with an "oh," choosing to remain silent as he approached Rong Ci, pointing out some details in his notes. After a brief exchange, Rong Ci nodded in understanding before returning to her tasks. Noticing this, Lin Wu inquired, "Is there a specific part that needs addressing? Would it be convenient to discuss it with me?" Yu Mashuan replied coolly, "Miss Lin, I am currently occupied with work, it is not a suitable time." Just as Lin Wu was about to respond, Rong Ci approached Yu Mashuan, sharing a set of data. The moment Lin Wu saw Rong Ci approaching, her expression hardened. Rong Ci, initially uninterested in engaging Lin Wu, caught her icy gaze and, after completing her exchange with Yu Mashuan, shot her a cold look before returning to the task at hand. Lin Wu had another set of data to process, so she retreated to the meeting room. Observing her return, Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbua, who were discussing contract details, asked, "Did something unpleasant occur just now?" Unbeknownst to them, the nature of Lin Wu and Yu Mashuan's interaction had been misunderstood. To their eyes, they appeared to be conversing amicably. Yet, Rong Ci had unexpectedly interrupted, pulling Yu Mashuan away and casting a hostile glare at Lin Wu, as if to imply that Lin Wu was attempting to seduce him. Lin Wu, her gaze unwavering from the computer, replied coolly, "No. I was merely consulting Mr. Yu on some professional matters." Upon hearing this, Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbua recalled that both Lin Wu and Yu Mashuan were studying the same field, with Yu Mashuan being a student of Nan Jiji. His abilities were unquestionable. Lin Wu's eagerness to learn and desire to seek guidance from Yu Mashuan seemed perfectly reasonable. However, Rong Ci's narrow-mindedness led her to misinterpret Lin Wu's initiative as an attempt to lure Yu Mashuan, prompting her to swiftly intervene and issue a warning glance. Chapter 80, Miss Rong, are you able to ski? He inquired, are you familiar with that woman? Upon hearing his question about Rong Ci, Lin Wu's grip on the keyboard tightened ever so slightly. Rong Ci was indeed beautiful. Hearing Ren Jifeng's inquiry, she instinctively assumed he had an interest in Rong Ci. However, recalling the comments made at the auction and Ren Jifeng's current demeanor toward her, she understood her assumption had been misguided. With a neutral expression, she replied, not really. Why do you ask? Ren Jifeng glanced towards Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan, observing her conversation with Yu Mashuan and noting that she seemed quite capable. Lin Wu replied nonchalantly that she was unsure but had heard the girl only possessed an undergraduate degree. An undergraduate degree? Indeed, that explained much. It was no wonder she felt insecure, her qualifications paled in comparison to Lin Wu's, and she lacked the alluring charm that Lin Wu exuded. It was only natural for her to be concerned about Yu Mashuan being swept away. However, her hostility towards Lin Wu, perceiving her as a rival simply because she was more accomplished, and her constant suspicion of other women attempting to entice her boyfriend, was rather petty. With this thought, Ren Jifeng's indifference towards Rong Ci transformed into a slight disdain. Yu Mashuan, having a moment of respite, also peered through the glass window into the meeting room at Ren Jifeng and Lin Wu. After observing them for a few moments, he leaned closer to Rong Ci and murmured, does Ren Jifeng have feelings for Lin Wu? Rong Ci, momentarily distracted by her data issues, paused for a second before recalling who Ren Jifeng was. She replied with a hint of disinterest, perhaps. Her lack of concern about the matter was evident, and she promptly urged Yu Mashuan to focus on work, emphasizing the importance of completing tasks early to leave the office sooner. Yu Mashuan smirked, what an eye for detail. After that, he ceased further inquiries. Ren Jifeng, noticing Yu Mashuan's gaze directed at them, mistakenly assumed he was fixated on Lin Wu. She also interpreted Rong Ci's frown as a sign of annoyance at Yu Mashuan's lingering gaze on Lin Wu. Lin Wu, encountering a minor issue, paused. She intended to consult Yu Mashuan but noticed that both he and the technical staff from Xindu were intently listening to Rong Ci. Their rapt attention might lead an observer to believe that Rong Ci possessed extraordinary expertise. Reflecting on this, she averted her gaze. Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan busied themselves until after 5 in the afternoon, at which point they had nearly completed their tasks, including the contract with Xindu. Mr. Jean invited Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan into the meeting room for a brief respite with refreshments. Noticing that Ren Jifeng had also finished her work, he suggested, Since it's getting late, why not join us for dinner? Ren Jifeng's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at Lin Wu. However, Lin Wu seemed oblivious to her gaze and replied, sorry, Tingshan will be here soon from the Feng family to pick me up. We have other plans. So I won't be joining you. Enjoy your meal. Upon hearing Lin Wu's refusal, Ren Jifeng instantly found the dinner invitation unappealing and said, I have matters to attend to as well, perhaps another time. Lin Wu was not surprised by Ren Jifeng's disinterest, her expression remaining neutral. Yu Mashuan grew increasingly convinced that Ren Jifeng harbored feelings for Lin Wu, recognizing that it was Lin Wu's absence that deterred Ren Jifeng from accepting the invitation. With both Ren Jifeng and Lin Wu declining the dinner, Mr. Jin found himself in an awkward position and turned to Yu Mashuan, inquiring, Yu, what about you? Yu Mashuan clinked his teacup against Rong Si's and smiled, we have time, right, Xiao Ci? Rong Si understood his smile was a subtle jab at Ren Jifeng and nodded affirmatively. Lin Wu noted the genuine care Yu Mashuan exhibited towards Rong Si, which caused her to furrow her brow. Despite Ren Jifeng and Lin Wu's refusal to dine, they accompanied Rong Si and Yu Mashuan downstairs, preparing to leave Xingdu. At that moment, Lin Wu received a phone call. After hanging up, she announced, Tingshan is almost here, I'll join you. As they descended, Feng Tingshan awaited them at the bottom. Upon seeing them, he exited his vehicle and exchanged greetings with Ren Jifeng and Yu Mashuan. Casting a glance at Rong Si but refraining from speaking to her, Lin Wu, however, positioned herself beside him as he alighted, creating the appearance of a couple. While Ren Jifeng engaged in small talk with Feng Tingshan, Yu Mashuan, observing the situation, remarked coolly, Mr. Feng, we have a dinner engagement, so we'll take our leave. Feng Tingshan responded with a casual, take care, Yu. With that, Yu Mashuan and Rong Si departed first. After dining with Mr. Jin and the others, Rong Si drove home. Upon her arrival, she received a call from Yi Changbai. Hello, General He, she answered. The contract has been signed, He Changbai informed her. You may call your uncle to confirm. Once verified, give me a call back. Without waiting for her response, he hung up. Rong Si was taken aback by He Changbai's promptness. Nevertheless, her trust in him was limited. After some contemplation, she decided to call her uncle, Uncle. Has the company collaborated with the He family on a project? Yes, the company has made progress, her uncle replied, evidently pleased, yet curious, how did you learn about this? I heard it from someone, she deflected, offering a few more words of concern before ending the call and promptly reaching out to He Changbai again. He answered immediately. I am available this weekend, she informed him. Great. Would you prefer to arrange the specifics or shall I? He inquired. You can handle it, she replied. All right. After hanging up, Rong Si entered the bathroom for a shower. Noticing the time was still early, she turned her attention to the latest developments in the global AI sector. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, just as she was about to leave, He Changbai called again. Last night, I discussed with Shandan. She expressed a desire to go skiing. Miss Rong, are you able to ski? Yes, she affirmed. Do you need me to prepare the skiing equipment for you? He offered. No need, I can purchase it myself, she replied. Very well, see you Saturday. After hanging up, Rong Si proceeded to her workplace. At 5 in the afternoon, Feng Jingxin called, expressing a longing for her cooking. That evening, she visited, finding Feng Tingshan away on a business trip. Rong Si decided to stay there overnight. The next day, before dropping Feng Jingxin off at school, she recalled her skiing plans with Shandan and took the skiing gear she had left behind, avoiding the need for another shopping trip later. Feng Jingxin noticed and asked, Mom, are you going skiing? Yes, in a few days, she replied. I want to go too. Feng Jingxin exclaimed, recalling her recent fun at the ski resort with Lin Wu and feeling she hadn't had enough of the experience yet. Chapter 81, Keeping Uncle's Secret. Rong Si paused for a moment and inquired, when would you like to go? This made Feng Jingxin hesitate slightly. Rong Si understood that she wanted to wait until Lin Wu and Feng Tingshan were both unavailable before asking her to accompany her. However, she was uncertain when that would be, resulting in her indecisiveness. Rong Si withdrew her gaze and said, It's all right. If you wish to go, just tell your mother. If she has time, she will take you. Feng Jingxin responded cheerfully, all right. After a busy week, Rong Ci finished work early on Friday evening. Upon returning home, just as she was about to prepare a meal, Feng Jingxin's call came through. Rong Ci hesitated before answering. Mom, I'm free on Saturday. Let us go skiing. Rong Ci had promised her that she would let her know whenever she wanted to go skiing. However, she did not intend to take her the following day, as her schedule included a social engagement that she did not wish to complicate by bringing her along. She replied, Mom, won't be free tomorrow. Let us choose another time. Feng Jingxin whined, no, I really want to go on Saturday. Please, Mom, just accompany me this Saturday. This Saturday doesn't work. Let us plan for next week. If you still want to go then, I'll take you. Feng Jingxin, undeterred, continued to plead, hoping to soften Rong Ci's resolve. Mom. Rong Ci remained steadfast, if you still want to go next week, let me know. Remember to eat well and don't be picky. With that, she ended the call. Feng Jingxin did not call back, and understanding her well, Rong Ci guessed she was upset. Unfazed, she entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. The next day, as she awoke, He Changbai called to ask if he should send a car to pick her up. Rong Ci declined. After breakfast, she drove to the ski resort. Upon her arrival, she found that He Changbai and Shan Shan had already arrived. Seeing her, He Changbai glanced over while Shan Shan pushed his hand aside and joyfully ran towards Rong Ci, exclaiming, Auntie. As Shan Shan leaped into her embrace, Rong Ci gently hugged her back, noticing the delight on her face as she stroked her cheek. Shan Shan seems to have grown a little taller, and your cheeks are chubbier. You look even more beautiful. Hearing the compliment, Shan Shan beamed and nodded, yes. I've been eating a lot of meat. Just as Rong Ci was about to respond, Shan Shan suddenly pulled a crystal keychain from her pocket, saying, Auntie. This is for you. The keychain was a miniature pink cat bag with a white kitten inside, quite exquisite. It resembled one that had recently been attached to Feng Jingxin's backpack but in a different color. He Changbai often took Shan Shan to play with Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu, so it was not surprising for them to have similar keychains. Rong Ci paused for a moment but did not inquire further, smiling, it's beautiful, Auntie loves it. Thank you, Shan Shan. Happily, Shan Shan took her hand and led her inside, saying, let us go skiing, Auntie. All right. As they walked inside, He Changbai asked Rong Ci, have you had breakfast? We brought some for you, if you haven't eaten yet, you should have a bite. No need, I've already eaten. Dressed appropriately and donning their goggles, they commenced their skiing adventure. Although Shan Shan was still inexperienced, Rong Ci had skied for many years and patiently guided her. The ski resort was quite crowded on the weekend. Concerned for their safety, He Changbai stayed close, ready to protect them should someone accidentally collide with them. However, the throngs of people were overwhelming. After a little over an hour of skiing, they were bumped into by two girls. While Shan Shan was fine, Rong Ci collided directly with He Changbai. Instinctively, he wrapped an arm around her waist, steadying her in his embrace. Momentarily stunned by the sudden closeness, Rong Ci felt a wave of discomfort and attempted to push away, only to realize her foot was slightly injured. He Changbai did not release her, asking, did you twist your foot? Perhaps, yes. He Changbai called over a staff member to assist, instructing them to look after Shan Shan while he bent down to lift Rong Ci into his arms. Rong Ci assumed he would have the staff help her. But as he suddenly swept her up, she was taken aback and protested, please put me down, The doctor is already waiting. We need to address your foot first. Rong Ci paused and then ceased her resistance. Once inside, He Changbai gently set her down. A waiting doctor examined her and determined it was merely a mild dislocation, quickly remedying the issue. He Changbai inquired, do you want to continue skiing? I'm fine. I can keep going. Since she had come this far, she did not want to dampen Shan Shan's excitement. Hearing from the doctor that her leg was indeed fine, she did not object. At that moment, someone from a distance noticed them. Yao Yao? What are you looking at? Sun Liao replied, I think I saw someone familiar. The profile of the person ahead indeed resembled He Changbai, but he was accompanied by a child and a woman, so it couldn't possibly be him, right? As she took a step forward to get a better view, the individual had already donned a hat and goggles, moving away. For the next hour, Rong Ci and Shan Shan were bumped into twice more, but fortunately, they were unharmed. With He Changbai holding her hand for support, Rong Ci gently pulled away, saying, "I'm fine now, thank you." Only then did He Changbai release her wrist. At noon, they departed the ski resort and headed to a nearby restaurant for lunch. He Changbai handed her the menu, encouraging her to order. At that moment, Shan Shan suddenly remembered something and asked Rong Ci, "Auntie, what is your name?" "Rong Ci." "Auntie's name is Rong Ci." Shan Shan nodded, "Rong Auntie." Rong Ci smiled and caressed her little face. Perhaps due to the fatigue from skiing, Shan Shan began to doze off before finishing her meal. He Changbai cradled her in his arms, wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth. Rong Ci had nearly finished eating as well. Setting down her chopsticks, she suggested, "Shall we call it a day?" "All right." However, He Changbai did not rise immediately. Instead, he gazed at her and asked, "May I invite you again next time?" Rong Ci replied, "Of course." He had been helpful to her, and since Shan Shan needed her, it was only right for her to assist him in return. "Thank you. It's my pleasure." As Shan Shan was asleep, Rong Ci felt there was little more to say, so she turned and left. Watching her drive away, He Changbai lingered for a moment before getting into his car. Upon reaching home, Shan Shan awoke. "Did Auntie Rong leave again?" "Yes." He Changbai held her and suddenly remarked, "By the way, Shan Shan, from now on, just call her Auntie. Do not call her Rong Auntie, alright? Also, keep Auntie's name a secret for Uncle, don't tell anyone else, okay?" Shan Shan obediently nodded. Okay. Chapter 82, Don't come back next time. After finishing their meal, Rong Ci and He Changbai drove for a while before receiving a call from Chu Xilan. "Xiao Ci. Where are you? I'm nearly exhausted, hurry and come pick me up for dinner." Rong Ci refrained from mentioning that she had already dined. "Where are you?" "At Yulianyuan." Chu Xilan replied, referring to the ancient-style residential complex developed a few years ago. "I came here early this morning with my aunt to look at houses. It's been exhausting." "Alright." After hanging up, Rong Ci adjusted her navigation and headed toward Yulianyuan. About 10 minutes later, Chu Xilan called again, exclaiming, "Darn. Do you know who I ran into here?" Rong Ci paused. Recently, the only individuals capable of prompting such a reaction from Chu Xilan seemed to be Feng Tingshan and the Lin family. He brought the Lin family to look at houses. Rong Ci fixed her gaze ahead, responding with a nonchalant meme. Typically, Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu would often be accompanied by Feng Jingxin when they went out. It appeared that Feng Tingshan had left Feng Jingxin at home today to take the Lin family on a property tour. After all, the Sun family had already moved in. It was only natural for the Lin family to consider purchasing a home in the capital if they intended to settle down. Upon arriving at Yulianyuan, Rong Ci parked her car and informed Chu Xilan of her arrival, sending her location as well. Chu Xilan replied that she would be out shortly. Rong Ci inquired where she was, stating that she wished to use the restroom in the sales office. Chu Xilan sent her a location. Just as Rong Ci was about to exit the car, she spotted Grandma Lin, Lin Lihai, and Sun Yuqing approaching the parking lot. Their faces were beaming with smiles, indicating their good spirits. Rong Ci stepped out of the car, but Lin Lihai and the others entered the parking lot from another side and did not see her. A few minutes later, as she arrived at the entrance of the sales office, she coincidentally encountered Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu. They were surrounded by 7 or 8 high-ranking staff members from the sales office, descending from inside. Upon noticing her, Feng Tingshan glanced her way, while Lin Wu, entwined with his arm, cast a cold look in her direction. Rong Ci averted her gaze with a faint expression. Entering the sales office, she made her way directly to Chu Xilan. Upon seeing her, Chu Xilan gritted her teeth and whispered, "The houses here start at 300 million. I just overheard the staff mention that the villa Feng Tingshan bought for the Lin family is the most expensive one here, priced over 600 million. Chu Xilan observed her expression and continued, "Moreover, I heard that the reason Feng Tingshan and his family came here to purchase a home is that Lin Wu's mother adores the architectural style." Upon hearing this, Rong Si subtly paused. No wonder Sun Yuqing appeared so elated when they met earlier. Suppressing her emotions, Rong Si replied coolly, I need to use the restroom. Oh, okay. After entering the restroom, her small hands clenched into fists. Hearing others praise Feng Tingshan's kindness toward Lin Wu had long ceased to affect her. However, hearing him cater to Sun Yuqing still struck a nerve. At that moment, voices from outside the restroom echoed from the sales office staff, Feng Tingshan has such good taste. His girlfriend is stunning. Indeed, and her mother is equally elegant and graceful. What's more, her husband and in-laws indulge her entirely, adhering to her preferences, she is utterly pampered. Just look at their family compared to mine, it's infuriating. Isn't it? Feng Tingshan is so generous to his girlfriend, and they aren't even married yet. He already bought a villa worth over 600 million for her family. As a woman, Feng Tingshan's girlfriend is undoubtedly a winner in life. When Rong Si emerged from the restroom, 10 minutes had passed. After dining with Chu Xilin, she suddenly felt the urge to visit the nursing home. Yet, recalling the director's words about not being allowed to see familiar faces due to Rong Yingxing's condition, she found herself at the nursing home's entrance but ultimately decided against going in, choosing instead to drive home. Upon returning home, she locked herself in her room and busied herself with her tasks. Time slipped away, and before long, her phone rang again. It was a call from Feng Tingshan. Rong Si glanced at the screen, noted the data beside her, and chose not to answer. The call eventually ended. A few minutes later, he called again. But she still did not pick up. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tingshan sent a text, Grandma wants us to come back to the old house for dinner. Rong Si did not respond. On the other end, Feng Tingshan, noticing her lack of reply, fell silent, holding his phone. Just then, Feng Jingxin's voice rang out from the staircase, Daddy, you're back. As she spoke, she dashed downstairs and leaped into his arms. Feng Tingshan steadied her. Responding with a soft noticing him with his phone, seemingly about to send a message, Feng Jingxin asked, What are you doing, Daddy? Feng Tingshan replied. Your mother isn't answering her calls. Hearing her father's mention of Rong Si, Feng Jingxin huffed in annoyance, turning her face away. Observing this, Feng Tingshan gently pinched her soft cheeks, curious, Oh? Is it that you're angry because of your mother? Feng Jingxin's eyes widened in indignation. It's Mommy who made me angry. Feng Tingshan elegantly propped his chin on his hand, feigning curiosity, Oh? Feng Jingxin pouted in protest, Mommy promised to take me skiing. But when I called her today, she said she had other plans and would take me another time. Since your mother has other commitments and cannot take you out, shouldn't you be more understanding rather than angry with her? You. Feng Tingshan chuckled, gently pressing his palm on her head as he stood up. Let us go. Feng Jingxin paused, asking, Where to? Grandma wants us to return for dinner. Oh, she murmured, trotting along behind him. Meanwhile, Rong Si ordered takeout. And shortly after 7 o'clock, just as she finished her meal, Grandma Feng's call came through. While she could ignore Feng Tingshan's calls, she felt obliged to answer Grandma Feng's call due to her family's kindness. Hello, Grandma. Grandma Feng said, Xiao Xi. I heard from Tingshan that you have some matters to attend to. When will you be done? Rong Si was reluctant to return to the old house. Since Feng Tingshan had already lied for her, she straightforwardly replied, I'm quite busy these days, I'm afraid I won't have time to visit you. Grandma Feng was unconcerned, saying, That's alright. I just worry that you might tire yourself out. I won't, Grandma, I know my limits. That's good to hear. Grandma Feng replied. Tingshan will be back tomorrow, and I'll have him bring you some delicious food. Make sure to eat plenty. Okay. After hanging up, Grandma Feng glanced at her grandson, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, and remarked, If Xiao Xi isn't back with you next time, you shouldn't return either. Feng Tingshan raised an eyebrow, Should I leave then? Grandma Feng. Chapter 83, Does Xiao Xi have a boyfriend? After hanging up the phone, Rong Si returned to her work. By 9 o'clock in the evening, after being immersed in knowledge, her mood had improved considerably. At that moment, Yu Mashuan called her. Would you like to go out for some fun? Half an hour later, Rong Si arrived at the bar, where Yu Mashuan greeted her at the entrance. Would you like something to drink? Rong Si hesitated for a moment before responding, let's have a drink. Yu Mashuan leaned in to observe her closely, asking, feeling down? It's much better now, she replied. Without probing further, Yu Mashuan ordered her a blue cocktail with a mild concentration. Holding the drink, Rong Si sipped slowly while listening to Yu Mashuan chat with his friends. Neither she nor Yu Mashuan noticed someone watching them from the bar upstairs. Ah. So it's her and Yu Mashuan, Yao Xinbo remarked. The man beside him followed his gaze and, upon seeing Rong Si, paused momentarily. Noticing this, Yao Xinbo chuckled. Is she your type? His friend did not respond but instead asked, do you know her? Indeed, Yao Xinbo replied, she's the girl I mentioned a couple of days ago. The one who initially caught Jifeng's eye but then lost interest. His friend observed Rong Si, noting that although the bar was lively, her cold and pure demeanor stood out amidst the chaotic lights and heavy music, giving her an air of tranquility and grace. As if she had unwittingly stumbled into this world. Yu Mashuan turned to Rong Si, asking, shall we dance? Although Rong Si had never danced before, she was eager to try. All right. As they entered the dance floor, guided by Yu Mashuan, she began to sway to the music. After a minute or so, she gradually adapted, relaxing and gently moving her body. Having consumed a bit of alcohol, she felt slightly tipsy. And the warmth of the drink brought a rosy hue to her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Her eyes sparkled alluringly, adding a touch of seduction to her demeanor. Yao Xinbo observed, Miss Rong may not exude the same conquerable allure as Miss Lin, but she is undeniably pure and enchanting, a true gem. His friend refrained from commenting. Just then, Rong Si felt her phone vibrate. Without stopping, she glanced at her phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, she abruptly halted. Noticing her change in demeanor, Yu Mashuan leaned in to take a look, his scalp prickling in alarm. It's the teacher. Rong Si and Yu Mashuan quickly exited the dance floor. As they left, Rong Si inadvertently looked up and spotted Yao Xinbo alongside a handsome young man. She was not well acquainted with Yao Xinbo, so she quickly averted her gaze and stepped outside the bar with Yu Mashuan to take the call. She spoke in a timid tone, teacher. Please pick me up tomorrow at noon. Rong Si was taken aback, huh? But the call had already ended. Yu Mashuan hurriedly inquired, what did the teacher say? He wants me to pick him up tomorrow at noon, she replied. Did he mention anything else? Did he ask for me to join? Rong Si shook her head. Yu Mashuan glanced at his phone, realizing Nan Jiji hadn't contacted him, and felt a pang of disappointment. The teacher is biased. In the lively atmosphere of the bar, one could indeed find relaxation. Rong Si's spirits had lifted considerably, and she reached out to pat Yu Mashuan's chest lightly, asking, feeling better? Not quite. You'll have to treat me tonight to truly feel better. Understood, he responded, knowing she was jesting. Yu Mashuan would never allow Rong Si to pay. And he also worried that Nan Jiji might find out he had brought her to the bar. After settling the bill at the bar, they departed together. The next day at noon, Rong Si drove to Nan Jiji's villa to pick him up. Once he got into the car, she asked, teacher, where are we going? Nan Jiji provided an address. Half an hour later, they arrived at a restaurant, where they were escorted to a private room. Upon entering, they found two distinguished middle-aged men already seated. As they entered, the men stood up, greeting them, welcome. Renyan, Ji Huanying. Nan Jiji introduced them with his usual cold demeanor, this is my student, Rong Si. Rong Si recognized them from the news, one held a significant position in the military, while the other was a prominent figure in politics. However, their demeanor towards her was unexpectedly warm as they extended their hands, saying, it's a pleasure to meet you. Although slightly taken aback, Rong Si maintained her composure, shaking their hands respectfully and saying, the honor is mine. After the pleasantries, they engaged in discussions about systems, chips, and energy. Meanwhile, Nan Jiji remained silent, simply eating and drinking tea, not participating in the conversation. Over an hour later, Renyan poured a cup of tea for Rong Si, who quickly accepted it. Renyan placed the teapot down, his gaze deep and seasoned, yet warm as he looked at Rong Si. If I recall correctly, you must be in your early 20s, right? Rong Si nodded, yes, I'm 25. Quite young indeed. Hearing this, Ji Huaniying interjected, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Rong Xi hesitated before responding, "I am married and on the verge of a divorce." However, she refrained from divulging further details in front of Ren Yan and Ji Huaniying. Their expressions revealed their surprise, but they were not ordinary individuals. When she mentioned her marriage, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, indicating that her marital situation was fraught with difficulties, suggesting a likely divorce. "Well, perhaps your son still has a chance," they mused. Many young ladies aspired to enter the Ren and Ji families, and typically, even ordinary affluent daughters struggled to gain entry, let alone a divorced woman. Yet, Rong Xi was different. Her exceptional talent and the technology she possessed promised a formidable future for her company, Changma. Furthermore, it was highly likely that she would eventually succeed Nan Jiji. This implied that her prospects were boundless. Moreover, Rong Xi's youth, remarkable achievements, and her composed demeanor devoid of arrogance were exceedingly rare qualities in someone so young. They found themselves increasingly drawn to her. At this point, Nan Jiji finally raised his head, casting a cold glance at them. Chapter 84, Awaiting someone following dinner. Just as Rong Xi arrived home, Yu Mashuan's call came through. Upon learning the nature of Nan Jiji's inquiry, he remarked, "Ren Yan and Ji Huaniying? I am already acquainted with them." He then added, "By the way, Ren Jifeng is, in fact, Ren Yan's son. It's quite astonishing how the son of such an accomplished father has suffered from blindness at such a tender age." Rong Xi was genuinely taken aback to learn that Ren Jifeng was Ren Yan's offspring. However, it was of no concern to her. On Tuesday, the inaugural test of Xuandu's autonomous vehicle took place, and Rong Xi and Yu Mashuan arrived at Xuandu early in the morning. Upon their arrival, they found Ren Jifeng and Yao Xinbo already present. They cast a mere glance in their direction before averting their gaze. Yu Mashuan, disinclined to engage with them, guided Rong Xi towards their testing duties. Observing that the preliminary preparations were complete, yet the staff had not initiated the test, Yu Mashuan inquired, "Why has the commencement been delayed?" The chief executive officer responded, "President Feng will personally oversee the testing. We await his arrival to officially commence." Yu Mashuan responded with a simple, "Oh." A thought then occurred to Yu Mashuan, and he asked, "By the way, where is Miss Lin today? Hadn't Lin Wu expressed her intention to come to Xuandu to hone her skills? How is it that she's absent after only a few days?" The chief executive officer chuckled and replied, "Oh, Miss Lin did express a desire to refine her abilities, didn't she? President Feng believes that the most expeditious and effective method of advancement is to lead a team on a project. Consequently, President Feng revived a previously shelved company project last week and assigned it to her. These past few days, Miss Lin, or rather, Director Lin, has been assembling a team and is currently in a meeting upstairs." Yu Mashuan, taken aback, glanced at Rong Xi, only to find her engrossed in recording previous test data in her notebook. Showing no reaction to the chief executive officer's announcement of Feng Tingchen establishing a team for Lin Wu, he sighed and gently stroked her head. Rong Xi brushed his hand away, retorting, "Don't mess with me." Yu Mashuan, relieved by her tone, surmised that she was no longer affected. He felt reassured. At that moment, Feng Tingchen arrived, accompanied by He Changbai and Qi Yuming. Both He Changbai and Qi Yuming were visibly surprised to see Rong Xi there. Upon spotting her, they exchanged glances of astonishment. Rong Xi, however, remained impassive, offering only a fleeting glance before turning away. Feng Tingchen, in a courteous manner, approached them to extend his greetings, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work." The chief executive officer eagerly inquired, "President Feng, may we commence now?" "Hold on, we'll wait for one more person," Feng Tingchen said, glancing at his watch. "I'll go upstairs to check. Please wait a moment." With that, he departed. Rong Xi did not intend to speculate, but she knew that the person Feng Tingchen was waiting for was none other than Lin Wu. In other words, they had to wait for Lin Wu to conclude her meeting before they could officially begin the field test. Yu Mashuan, realizing this as well, nearly erupted in exasperation. Feng Tingchen and Lin Wu descended shortly thereafter, accompanied by Sun Liyao. Sun Liyao was unsurprised to see Rong Xi, as Lin Wu had forewarned her. Observing that Rong Xi despite being Feng Tingchen's wife, was relegated to waiting alongside the subordinates until her sister came downstairs. She cast a look of derision and triumph at Rong Ci. Rong Ci paid no heed to Sun Liao's sudden appearance in professional attire at Xuandu. She indifferently averted her gaze. Lin Wu, in a courteous manner, apologized. I apologize for the delay. Lin Wu's apology appeared genuine, yet she directed it exclusively towards Ren Jifeng, Yu Mashuan, and others, omitting Rong Ci from her gaze. Clearly, her apology did not extend to her. Ren Jifeng, his attention elsewhere, was oblivious to these nuances and simply replied, "A few minutes is of no consequence." Mr. Ren is truly magnanimous, Yu Mashuan interjected, his tone icy. Now that you've arrived, let's not prolong our time any further and commence without delay. Feng Tingchen, in a conciliatory tone, responded, "Our apologies, President Yu. Please proceed." Yu Mashuan scoffed, seized Rong Ci's hand, and led the way out of the conference room. Witnessing Yu Mashuan's affectionate gesture towards Rong Ci, Feng Tingchen's gaze momentarily lingered before quickly shifting elsewhere, seemingly unconcerned. He Changbai, however, cast a pensive gaze upon the two of them. Among the group, Feng Tingchen and Lin Wu were the focal point. Upon arriving at the test track, the staff respectfully reported, "President Feng, Miss Lin, we are prepared." Their posture unmistakably conveyed that they regarded Lin Wu as the future proprietress. Feng Tingchen simply instructed, "Begin." They were able to monitor the driving conditions with perfect clarity. After the test driver successfully completed a round, the staff inquired if Feng Tingchen and Lin Wu would like to experience it themselves. Feng Tingchen acquiesced, and he and Lin Wu boarded the same vehicle. The monitor revealed the two of them conversing amiably, their eyes seemingly intertwined with affection. Rong Ci, observing the monitor, did not avert her gaze, her expression remaining impassive. Yu Mashuan, on the other hand, wore a look of utter disdain. Qi Yiming also expressed interest in trying it out and was about to speak to He Changbai when Sun Liao approached He Changbai and said, "President we." He Changbai cut her off, stating, "You may go ahead. I have little interest." Sun Liao was taken aback. Meanwhile, the chief executive officer turned to Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci, inquiring, "President Yu, Miss Rong, would you like to give it a try?" They possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the vehicle's capabilities than many of Xuandu's staff. Initially, they had intended to try it out, but now, consumed by resentment, they had lost all desire. Yu Mashuan scoffed, "No, thank you." Rong Ci smiled and whispered the engine specifications of the vehicle in his ear. "Are you certain you don't want to try it?" Yu Mashuan glared at her before retorting, "How did you know that?" Rong Ci touched her nose sheepishly and replied, "I inadvertently glanced at the data they brought over. A good memory has its advantages." Yu Mashuan's mood immediately improved as he instructed, "Replicate it for me when we return." "Certainly," she replied, pulling him towards the vehicle. After the test drive, half an hour had elapsed. Feng Tingchen suggested, "Thank you all for your efforts today. Shall we dine together later?" Ren Jifeng readily agreed, "Yes, let's." Yu Mashuan, however, scoffed and nonchalantly declined, "My apologies, we are unavailable. Enjoy your meal. We have other matters to attend to and must depart." Feng Tingchen, observing this, replied, "In that case, perhaps another time." Turning to the chief executive officer, he instructed, "Escort President Yu and Miss Rong out." The chief executive officer promptly responded, "Yes, sir." Miss Rong. Yu Mashuan scoffed inwardly and departed with Rong Ci. Yao Xingbo lowered his voice and remarked to Ren Jifeng, "Do I detect a certain animosity from Yu Mashuan towards President Feng and his entourage?" Ren Jifeng had noticed this during their previous encounter. Initially, he had dismissed it as his imagination, assuming that Yu Mashuan was simply of that disposition. However, it now appeared that his perception was accurate. Chapter 85, Winter Camp. Upon leaving Xuandu, Yu Mashuan was still fuming as he boarded the vehicle. Suddenly, a thought struck him. And he inquired of Rong Ci, "By the way, who is that girl in professional attire standing behind Lin Wu? I noticed her gaze towards you was less than amiable. Do you know her?" Rong Ci replied, "She is Lin Wu's cousin." Yu Mashuan was taken aback. It's one thing for Feng Tingchen to bring Lin Wu to Xuandu, but to also welcome her family? At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if Xuandu eventually adopts the Lin surname. Rong Ci shared his sentiments. Indeed. Given Feng Tingshan's affection for Lin Wu, even if he were to hand over Xuandu to her, she would hardly find it remarkable. What does it matter if the Sun family works in Xuandu? Yu Mashuan felt it prudent to cease the discussion, for it was only bound to exacerbate his frustration. That evening, in an attempt to replicate the engine's condition of Feng Tingshan's company vehicle, both Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan returned home quite late. As they journeyed back, snow began to fall. Upon arriving home, just as Rong Ci intended to take a bath, her phone rang. It was a call from Feng Tingshan. Choosing not to answer, she took her clothes and entered the bathroom. When she emerged, she opened her phone to find 2 missed calls from Feng Tingshan. Perhaps sensing her silence, he had sent her a message informing her that Feng Jingxin's parent-teacher conference was scheduled for the following day. Upon reading this, she replied curtly, "I am unavailable tomorrow." After that, she set her phone aside, disregarding it. Meanwhile, Feng Tingshan was occupied, and Feng Jingxin, playing with his father's phone, saw Rong Ci's response and gleefully exclaimed, "Daddy, Mommy said she can't make it tomorrow. Does that mean I can invite Aunt Wu to come to school for the conference?" Feng Tingshan, not looking up, simply replied, Yay. That's wonderful." Feng Jingxin exclaimed, jumping off the sofa in excitement. Feng Tingshan added, "Your father will also be attending tomorrow." Feng Jingxin replied, "I know. Aunt Wu is going, so how could you not come, Daddy?" The following day, as Rong Ci arrived at Changma for work and was engaged in conversation with Su Yuchuan, her phone chimed again. It was a message from Feng Jingxin's homeroom teacher, Ms. Rong, will you be attending Feng Jingxin's parent-teacher conference today? Rong Ci read it and replied, "I have other commitments, so I won't be attending." Shortly after, the homeroom teacher sent another message. Today, Feng Jingxin's father and another woman are attending the conference, and included a photograph. In the picture, Feng Tingshan was seated next to Lin Wu, while Feng Jingxin cozily embraced Lin Wu's arm. Rong Ci was not surprised that Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu attended the parent-teacher conference together. After all, Feng Jingxin was eager for her absence, wishing for Lin Wu to replace her. Given that Lin Wu was attending in her stead, how could Feng Tingshan possibly allow her to go alone? The homeroom teacher expressed concern, and Rong Ci reassured her, "I'm aware, thank you, Teacher Yang." Setting her phone down, Rong Ci resumed her work. Time seemed to fly by amid the busyness. Before she knew it, Friday had arrived. That morning, shortly after rising, she received a call from He Zhongbai, who expressed that Shandan wished to go camping. "An overnight trip?" she inquired. "Yes," He Zhongbai confirmed. "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. I will prepare sleeping bags, tents, and heaters. You only need to come." "Very well." On Saturday morning, Rong Ci visited the Rong family for a meal and inquired about the progress of Rong Chongqing's new project. Satisfied that everything was in order, she felt a sense of relief. Around 2 in the afternoon, she set out for the campsite. Upon her arrival, He Zhongbai and Shandan had just arrived as well. He Zhongbai's associates were busy setting up tents and a barbecue grill. Having seen her, Shandan approached and expressed her desire to build a snowman together. In the past, Rong Ci often built snowmen with Feng Jingxin, and it was a task she found quite simple. Before long, they had constructed a small snowman. Shandan even prepared a scarf for it and then ran off to have the servants fetch a scarf and a carrot. He Zhongbai approached Rong Ci, who remained focused on the snowman, and asked, "You've started working at Changma?" Rong Ci, still engaged in her task, replied, "Yes." Recalling their previous encounter at Xuandu, where she had displayed a seemingly indifferent attitude towards Feng Tingshan and Lin Wu, he inquired, "When did you start?" "It has been a while," she answered. He Zhongbai wished to delve deeper, but it was evident that Rong Ci preferred to keep the conversation light, so he changed the subject and said, "It's a total of 5 times. Rong Ci paused, realizing he meant that she was to accompany Shandan 5 times. "Understood," she replied. Shandan returned with 2 scarves, declaring her intent to build a larger snowman, one big and one small, side by side, just like her and Rong Ci. She then instructed He Zhongbai to assist. He Zhongbai dutifully complied with her directions. When the larger snowman was completed, Shandan insisted that He Zhongbai take a photo of her and Rong Ci together. He Zhongbai, holding his phone, captured several shots of Rong Ci's radiant smile. Time flew by during their playful antics, and as they finished taking photos, the sky began to darken. The aroma of food wafted from the barbecue, and lights flickered on inside the tents. "Do you like seafood?" He Zhongbai asked. "Yes," Rong Ci responded. He Zhongbai handed her several skewers. The campsite was bustling with people. The tents were not overly crowded, but the atmosphere was lively, with a bonfire party planned for later. "Will you join?" He Zhongbai inquired. "I'm open to it." Just as he was about to speak further, his phone rang. It was a call from Qi Yiming. He Zhongbai stepped away to answer. "Would you like to go out for drinks later?" Qi Yiming asked. "No, you all go ahead," He Zhongbai replied. "Why not?" At that moment, Shandan rushed over, clutching skewers of grilled chicken wings. He Zhongbai bent down to accept them. Qi Yiming overheard, "Are you eating barbecued food?" "Yes." "Where are you?" "Outside," he said nonchalantly, "camping out." "Wow. With the recent heavy snowfall, camping outdoors, having snowball fights, and enjoying a bonfire sounds perfect. How did I not think of that?" After a moment of realization, he added, "Wait, you went camping without inviting us?" He Zhongbai calmly replied, "Next time for sure." "Wait, Shandan's aunt is there, right?" "Where are you?" "I can bring Tingshen and the others along." He Zhongbai interjected, "I have to hang up now." Without waiting for Qi Yiming to respond, He Zhongbai promptly ended the call. Chapter 86, Mother went camping without her. The sky had completely darkened, and the temperature in the mountains was dropping steadily. After putting away his phone, He Zhongbai turned around and noticed Rong Ci and Dan Dan chatting and sharing snacks. He returned to the tent to fetch 2 thick jackets, one large and one small. He handed the larger one to Rong Ci, who, upon seeing it, said, "I'm not cold, just drape it over me." He shook out the jacket and casually placed it over her shoulders, then dressed Dan Dan in the smaller one. Although Rong Ci was indeed warm enough, the thick jacket shielded her from the biting mountain breeze, making her feel more comfortable, and she chose not to refuse it. After finishing their barbecue, the bonfire party was about to commence, so they made their way over. As they approached, someone remarked, "Oh, this family of 3 certainly stands out." Rong Ci paused and clarified, "We are not a family of 3. The group chuckled, thinking that even if they weren't a family now, they might very well become one in the future. Soon after, Dan Dan went off to play with friends of her own age. Most others had come camping with family or friends, sitting together to chat, play cards, build snowmen, and engage in snowball fights, creating a lively atmosphere. With Dan Dan gone, the conversation between Rong Ci and He Zhongbai dwindled. They were not particularly close, and there was little to discuss. Talking about family would inevitably touch on Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu, which was a sensitive topic for Rong Ci. Discussing work could also lead to unpleasant memories from their time at Xuandu. Eventually, He Zhongbai broke the silence, asking, "How are you adapting to Changma?" Though Rong Ci found the conversation tedious, she had no intention of delving deeper with He Zhongbai. The silence that settled between them was, in fact, to her liking. As He Zhongbai spoke, she idly wove butterflies from dried grass, responding coolly, "I'm adjusting." "Yu Mashuan takes good care of you." Was her only reply. "You majored in AI at university?" He Zhongbai continued. "Yes," she answered succinctly. "How did you meet Yu Mashuan?" At this question, Rong Ci fell silent. He Zhongbai sensed her reluctance to engage further, recognizing the distance she maintained throughout their interactions. Understanding the reason behind her reticence, he refrained from pressing on. During their conversation, he received several phone calls. By the time he returned, it was already late. Rong Ci had woven multiple butterflies, which Dan Dan cherished, carefully tucking them into her pocket. Observing Dan Dan's delight, a smile briefly flickered across Rong Ci's face, momentarily reminding her of how Feng Jingxin used to admire everything she did. Yet, those days were now nothing but memories. That night, Dan Dan insisted on sleeping with Rong Ci. He Zhongbai looked to her for her thoughts, to which she agreed. Dan Dan nestled happily into her embrace. Although they were in the same tent, they ultimately slept in their respective sleeping bags. making it impossible for Dan Dan to be held throughout the night. Dan Dan was indeed somewhat fragile, after a night of strong winds. She had likely caught a chill and woke the next morning with a cold. Rong Si had also struggled to sleep the previous night, and when she rose, she felt rather unwell. He Chongbai decided to take Dan Dan to the hospital. Rong Si intended to drive back alone, but Dan Dan, in a fit of affection, pleaded for her company. Seeing Dan Dan's feeble state, Rong Si acquiesced, and they climbed into He Chongbai's car. Not long after they set off, both Rong Si and Dan Dan drifted into sleep. He Chongbai glanced at Rong Si's delicate face, her hair partially veiling it, and instinctively reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. However, noticing the flutter of her eyelashes as she stirred awake, he withdrew his hand. In the car, Rong Si dozed for a few minutes, though her sleep was not restful. Upon waking and seeing He Chongbai retract his hand, she asked, "Are we there yet?" "Almost," he replied. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital entrance. He Chongbai lifted Dan Dan from the car and said to Rong Si, "Shall I have someone take you home?" Rong Si shook her head, "No need, I can drive back myself." He Chongbai did not insist. As they neared home, her phone buzzed with a message from Feng Tingshan, "Grandma is going to visit your grandmother soon, let us all return to the Rong family together." This message required a response. She picked up her phone and called Feng Tingshan. He answered promptly, "Hello. I'm heading back to pick up Xin," she replied, not truly expecting Feng Tingshan to want to accompany her to the Rong family home. After all, he had always been evasive when she previously suggested he join her. Meanwhile, her family likely did not wish to see him either. After a brief silence, Feng Tingshan responded, "Okay." Once she heard his reply, she hung up and turned the car towards Feng Tingshan's villa. Upon her arrival, Feng Jingxin was already ready with her backpack. Seeing Rong Si, she nestled next to Feng Tingshan, deliberately turning her face away and ignoring her. She was still upset about being left behind for skiing the previous week. Feng Tingshan glanced at her and paused, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Rong Si was taken aback by the question. Perhaps her lack of makeup and disheveled hair made her exhaustion apparent. She replied coolly, not intending to elaborate. At that moment, the housekeeper interjected with concern. "Did you experience insomnia? We have some excellent incense that can help with sleep, I can place it in your room later." Rong Si clarified, "I usually sleep fine. It was just that camping outside overnight was a bit much for me." The housekeeper frowned, "What fun is there in camping in the winter? I hope you didn't catch a chill." Rong Si smiled, "Winter camping can be wonderful with bonfires, snowball fights, and building snowmen, the atmosphere is quite enjoyable." She was genuinely envious of those who had reveled in their camping experience. Feng Tingshan set down his newspaper and regarded her thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Feng Jingxin felt a twinge of jealousy and anger at being excluded. Last time, when she was upset, their mother had not comforted her, and now, to think that their mother hadn't taken her camping either. Feng Jingxin, dragging her backpack, leapt off the sofa with a huff and sprinted upstairs. Rong Si watched, frowning. And before she could speak, Feng Tingshan set his newspaper aside and said calmly, "Xin, come back." His tone bore no hint of anger. Yet Feng Jingxin immediately halted in her tracks. Pouting, she turned around and stood still. Feng Tingshan looked at her, and she lowered her head, dragging her backpack back but not approaching Rong Si. Instead, she clung to Feng Tingshan's hand, pleading, "Can Daddy come along too? Please?" Chapter 87, An inability to even quarrel. Sealing Court Profound did not glance at Rong Si, but gently brushed the tip of Sealing Seen Heart's delicate nose. "Father has affairs to attend to. Be a good girl and listen to your mother, be obedient." "Understood," Sealing Seen Heart said reluctantly, casting a sidelong glance at Rong Si. As she approached Rong Si, she extended her hand, seeking to be held. This gesture signified an initiative to reconcile with her. Rong Si clasped her hand and, after exchanging a greeting with the butler, departed. Upon their arrival at the Rong residence, the eldest Madame Sealing had already been present for a while. Noticing the absence of Sealing Court Profound, her countenance immediately darkened. "Where is Court Profound? Is he occupied once more?" Rong Si simply replied, "Yes." The eldest Madame Sealing, incensed, reached for her mobile phone to contact Sealing Court Profound. However, the eldest Madame Rong, aware of the impending divorce between Rong Ci and Sealing Court Profound, deemed his presence unnecessary. She interjected, "His work is demanding, I comprehend. Do not compel him." Upon entering, Sealing Seen Hard ascended the stairs to engage in video games with Rong Cloud Crane. Rong Ci, meanwhile, remained to converse with the two elder madams. The eldest Madame Sealing was captivated by the two new paintings of the eldest Madame Rong. Upon learning that they were rendered using the literary treasures Rong Ci had gifted her on her birthday, she expressed keen interest in the set. Upon seeing them, she was utterly enamored, yet she inquired, "And Court Profound? Surely, he has not arrived empty-handed?" "He has prepared something," Rong Ci said, her tone betraying her displeasure at the mention of Sealing Court Profound. "He gifted a set of emerald jewelry of exceptional quality. And the embroidered tapestry he presented alongside you is also quite exquisite." The eldest Madame Sealing smiled, "That is more like it. It seems he has heeded my words." Rong Ci remained silent, refraining from interjecting. After a period of quietude in the study, the two elder madams relocated to the courtyard for tea. The eldest Madame Rong, gazing at the residence across the way, remarked idly, "It is curious, is it not? For some time, that house underwent relentless renovations, leading one to believe the owner was eager to move in. Yet, abruptly, the work ceased." The eldest Madame Sealing chuckled, "Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance arose, preventing their relocation." "Perhaps?" Rong Ci mused. She had contemplated disposing of the property, yet she harbored concerns that it might fall into the hands of the Lin or Sun families. Consequently, she had refrained from taking action, and she had not ventured inside, reluctant to tread where the Sun family had been involved. And so, it remained untouched. Lost in thought, she suddenly sneezed, a chill running down her spine. The two elder madams immediately inquired, "Are you unwell? Could it be that you have caught a cold?" Rong Ci retrieved a tissue, dabbing at her nose, and replied, "Perhaps. I may have been slightly chilled last night, though the symptoms were not as pronounced." The eldest Madame Rong and the eldest Madame Sealing had been friends for many years. Yet she had refrained from mentioning the events of her birthday banquet or the matter of Sealing Court Profound and Lin Wildflower to the eldest Madame Sealing. They simply engaged in amiable conversation. After a time, Zilan's phone call came through, informing her that she had once again encountered Sealing Court Profound with the Lin family. Noting that Sealing Court Profound was dining with them, Zilan exclaimed, "I swear, why must I always stumble upon such occurrences? I do not wish it." She then inquired as to Rong Ci's whereabouts. Rong Ci replied, "At my maternal grandmother's." "Did you return alone?" "No, Heart and eldest Madame Sealing are with me." Zilan comprehended immediately, "So, Sealing Court Profound does not accompany you to the Rong residence but instead ventures to the Lin side to be with the Lin family?" Rong Ci offered no response. Upon concluding the call, Rong Ci sneezed once more. Rong Ci's maternal aunt, He Bright Snow, concerned that she might be developing a cold, prepared a bowl of ginger soup for her. After consuming it, Rong Ci felt a heaviness in her head and soon succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, she discovered that she had a fever, a rather high one, which left her head swimming. Sealing Seen Heart drew near, appearing somewhat concerned. "Mother, are you ill?" Rong Ci replied, "Yes." The eldest Madame Sealing, also concerned, proposed taking her back to the Sealing residence to have the family's regular old doctor examine her, asserting that the old doctor could provide swift relief. The eldest Madame Rong, sensing the abruptness of her illness and the inadvisability of delay, concurred, urging her to return to the Sealing family's old residence for the old doctor's assessment. Upon returning to the old residence, the old doctor arrived and prescribed some medicine. Rong Ci consumed a bowl and then ascended the stairs to sleep once more. When she awoke again, she found that the heaviness in her body and head had diminished considerably. She opened her eyes and noticed the soft glow of a small lamp beside her. Turning her head, she saw Sealing Court Profound seated there, engrossed in a book. She paused for a moment before realizing that she was in the old residence. In Sealing Court Profound's room, the place where he had grown up. Perhaps hearing her movement, Sealing Court Profound turned to look at her. "Awake?" Rong Ci felt a discomfort in her throat and, in low spirits, did not wish to speak with him. She reached for a coat nearby. preparing to get out of bed when Sealing Court Profound brought her a glass of water, offering it to her. Rong Ci paused, accepting it after a moment. Without uttering a word of thanks, Sealing Court Profound said nothing but reached out to touch her forehead. Rong Ci's mind was heavy, but her reaction was swift, and she evaded his touch. Sealing Court Profound paused, then withdrew his hand, rising to his feet. Dr. Zhang is still downstairs. I will have him come up to examine you. Without waiting for her reply, he turned and descended the stairs. A few minutes later, Dr. Zhang, the eldest madam, Sealing Court Profound, and Sealing Seen Heart entered the room. Dr. Zhang examined Rong Ci, noting that she had improved considerably but that she should continue to take the medicine. He added that she was physically weak and emotionally distressed, making her susceptible to illness when chilled, and that she needed to nourish her body. Rong Ci listened, nodding in acknowledgement. The eldest Madam Sealing then inquired, Are you hungry, Ci? Rong Ci had felt unwell at midday and had eaten little before falling asleep. As it was now approaching evening, Rong Ci was indeed hungry, but she lacked appetite. However, the eldest madam urged her to eat at least a little and instructed Sealing Court Profound to go downstairs and bring up the food prepared for Rong Ci by the kitchen. Sealing Court Profound obeyed, turning and descending the stairs. Shortly thereafter, he returned, carrying the food upstairs. The eldest Madam Sealing and Dr. Zhang departed. Sealing Court Profound, however, did not leave. Rong Ci ate her meal while he sat nearby, reading a book. Rong Ci glanced over and recognized the book he was reading as the one she had been reading at the hot spring resort. She had not noticed it before, but she now realized that he had not returned the book to her. She frowned. You, Sealing Court Profound smiled. I read it for half an hour that day and found some of your ideas quite intriguing. They gave me some fresh perspectives, so I took it to peruse when I have time. Rong Ci pursed her lips, ignoring him. She already had little appetite, and now she had even less. Sealing Court Profound, resting his chin on his hand, watched her. After all these years, you still cannot even quarrel properly? Rong Ci looked away. Sealing Court Profound sighed. Very well, I will not provoke you. Eat quickly. Chapter 88, My disinterest in racing. In the divorce agreement, she explicitly stated that she desired nothing. There was no division of assets or issues regarding the custody of Feng Jingxin. She believed he would soon inform her to collect the divorce certificate. However, since she returned home with the divorce agreement, approximately 3 months had elapsed without any word from him. Contemplating this, Rong Ci raised her head, intending to inquire about the matter, when a series of knocks echoed from the door. Then, Feng Tingyi's voice resonated from outside. Sister-in-law, I heard you were unwell. Are you feeling better now? Before Rong Ci could respond, Feng Tingshan interjected, Come in. The door remained ajar due to the numerous comings and goings in the room. Upon hearing Feng Tingshan's voice, Feng Tingyi entered, greeting him first, Brother. Feng Tingshan replied with a brief mem. Feng Tingyi's gaze fell upon Rong Ci. Although their interactions had not been frequent, she was aware of his concern but was at a loss for words. She took the initiative and said, I'm feeling much better. Feng Tingyi scratched his head, saying, Oh, that's good. Rong Ci smiled, Have you been away for a long time? I missed the food here, so I came back, and just upon my return, Grandma mentioned you had a fever. At that moment, Grandma Feng entered, relieved to see Rong Ci's complexion improving. She remarked, The soup in the kitchen is ready. Old Zhang said you can have some. Would you like to come down and drink it, or should I have Tingshan bring it up to you? Rong Ci, having little appetite, felt stifled in the room. She decided to join Grandma Feng and Feng Tingshan downstairs. Upon reaching the lower floor, Feng Jingxin was nowhere to be seen, prompting Feng Tingyi to ask, Where's Xin? Grandma Feng replied, She had a little something to eat earlier but couldn't finish it. We'll let her drink a bit more later. After sitting down, Rong Ci accepted the soup from the butler, blowing on it before sipping slowly. Feng Tingshan took a seat beside her, but soon received a message on his phone. To avoid her seeing it, he shifted slightly away and began to reply. Rong Ci quietly drank her soup as Grandma Feng observed, Is it too difficult to wait until you finish your soup to discuss matters? Feng Tingshan replied, It'll only take a moment. The bowl of soup quickly emptied. Grandma Feng asked, Would you like to have a bit more? Rong Ci shook her head and stood up, saying, "No, I'm full." Even though Feng Tingshan had turned slightly away, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of him chatting with Lin Wu on WeChat, seemingly instructing her on some project details. Perhaps sensing her attention, Feng Tingshan moved further away. Rong Ci, however, had already averted her gaze and picked up a nearby newspaper to pass the time. After a while, Feng Tingyi approached with some freshly washed fruit, asking if she would like any. Rong Ci looked up and replied, "No, thank you. You can have it." Upon lifting her head, she noticed Feng Tingshan had also exited the dining area, phone still in hand, making his way upstairs. Rong Ci redirected her gaze. Feng Tingyi settled beside her, observing her for a moment. Noticing this, Rong Ci inquired, "What's the matter?" He hesitated, then said, "I'm not as bright as you and my brother. I'm struggling with a few physics problems." Rong Ci paused, and before she could respond, Feng Tingyi added, "I wanted to ask my brother for help, but he said he was busy and told me to ask you." Rong Ci took a moment but said nothing as she retrieved his test papers. Feng Tingyi had decent grades and a solid foundation. After reviewing the 2 sheets, she guided him through the thought process, and he quickly grasped the concepts. "Sister-in-law. You're amazing. Thank you." After understanding, Feng Tingyi didn't mind his appearance and squatted on the coffee table to write. Once he completed the physics problems, he put away his papers and exclaimed, "All right, now I can play on my phone." Rong Ci chuckled, setting aside the newspaper she had been reading. Feeling a bit more energized, she contemplated going upstairs to find a book to occupy her time. Feng Tingyi leaned in, lowering his voice, "Sister-in-law. My idol participated in a car race recently. She was even more stunning this time. I have the recording, do you want to watch it?" Rong Ci hesitated, her smile fading slightly as she replied, "No, thank you. I'm not particularly interested in racing." "Really?" Feng Tingyi was surprised, thinking she had shown interest when she observed with binoculars for a long time that day. "I thought you were into it." Rong Ci clarified. "I was just watching some acquaintances at the event." "I see." Noting her genuine disinterest, Feng Tingyi refrained from further persuasion and resumed watching the race replay of Lin Wu, expressing, "I heard my idol isn't participating in the next race. I miss her so much. I wonder when I'll see her again." Rong Ci said, "I'm heading upstairs to grab a book." Feng Tingyi, full of energy, responded, "All right. Sister-in-law, you seem much better, but remember to rest well." "Yes, I will," she assured him before ascending the stairs. Upon returning to her room, she found Feng Tingshan absent. She noticed the book he had taken earlier was left on the table. She retrieved it and placed it back in her bag. Occasionally, when she stayed here, she would bring a book or 2 along. Searching her room yielded no results, so she assumed her book might be in Feng Jingshin's room and turned to head there. The door to Feng Jingshin's room was ajar. As she approached, she heard Feng Jingshin's voice emanating from within, "Aunt Wu, I'm so bored. Can you chat with me a little while longer?" Rong Ci paused in her tracks. A few seconds later, Feng Jingshin's cheerful voice chimed again, "I'll come down to drink soup soon. I promise I won't skip it, Aunt Wu." Leaning against the wall, Rong Ci thought, "Good, Aunt Wu will see you later, moi." After finishing her call, Feng Jingshin didn't emerge immediately. Rong Ci, feeling unwell and with a sore throat, coughed a couple of times before stepping into Feng Jingshin's room, at which point Feng Jingshin finally noticed her presence. She was lying on the bed, happily swinging her feet. Upon seeing her rise, she exclaimed, "Mom, why are you out of your room?" Rong Ci replied softly, "I came to fetch a book." Feng Jingshin approached and took her hand, asking, "Grandma said the soup is ready. Are you coming down with me to drink some?" Rong Ci withdrew her hand, replying, "I've already had some, you should go down and drink yours." Having just finished her call with Lin Wu, Feng Jingshin was in high spirits and didn't notice Rong Ci's unusual demeanor. She said, "All right, I'm going downstairs now." Rong Ci nodded, following Miss Fang's departure. Rong Ci sought out a book and ensconced herself by the second-floor bay window. Half an hour later, Madame Feng brought her a tonic broth, little Ci. "So this is where you were." Rong Ci set down her book and took the bowl. Grandmother, why did you bring it up yourself? You could have had someone call me downstairs. You are frail, it is best to conserve your strength. The old woman settled onto a nearby sofa, displeasure evident. I had intended to have Tingshan bring it, but he is ensconced in his study, hammering away at the keyboard. Even on the weekend. I wonder what occupies him so. Earlier, in the dining hall, Feng Tingshan had been instructing Lin Wu on various project matters. Rong Ci surmised that he found typing more expedient, hence his retreat to the study. Rong Ci silently lifted the bowl and began to drink the medicinal concoction. The weather being chilly, the broth was no longer scalding. Rong Ci quickly drained the bowl, much to the old woman's consternation. Such bitter medicine, do take your time. Little Ci. Rong Ci set down the bowl. It's all right, it is not so bitter. After Rong Ci rinsed her mouth, Madame Feng offered her a sweet. Rong Ci declined. Dinner would soon be ready, and she had already eaten. Madame Feng descended to dine. Over half an hour later, Madame Feng and Feng Jingxian returned upstairs. Their countenances clouded. The old lady remarked acerbically, at this hour, Tingshan is still off to the company, he will work himself to death. Rong Ci, engrossed in her book, had not registered the sound of a car departing. Feng Tingshan's late-night departure suggested that Lin Wu was experiencing project-related difficulties, prompting him to assist. Feng Jingxian, pouting, nestled against Rong Ci's leg. Daddy did not take me. Feng Tingshan would naturally refrain from doing so. Were he to bring her along? The entirety of Sundu would be privy to his marital status and the existence of his daughter. Such a revelation would be mortifying for Lin Wu. How could Feng Tingshan bear to subject Lin Wu to censure? She nudged Feng Jingxian, urging her to rise. Mother is still unwell, find another place to sit. Feng Jingxian acquiesced with a subdued "oh." Still convalescing, Rong Ci succumbed to fatigue around 10 o'clock, taking an early bath and retiring for the night. Upon awakening the next day, she learned that Feng Tingshan had not returned the previous night. Dr. Zhang's medical prowess was commendable, she was nearly fully recovered. Madame Feng requested another consultation with Dr. Zhang, who prescribed 2 additional doses of medicine to replenish her qi and blood. Rong Ci intended to resume her work schedule. Madame Feng, unable to dissuade her, insisted that she return in the evenings to partake of the medicine, as she was unfamiliar with its preparation. Rong Ci, sensing the old woman's resolve, relented. Feng Jingxian requested a ride to school. Rong Ci demurred, mother did not drive back, perhaps another time. Feng Jingxian dismissed this. Then mother can drive father's car. I will call father, he will surely agree. Before Rong Ci could respond, Feng Jingxian placed a call to Feng Tingshan. The call was promptly answered. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Feng Jingxian nearly blurted out the individual's name. However, catching Rong Ci's eye, she swallowed the word and stated, never mind. She then terminated the call. Feng Jingxian believed she had concealed her intent effectively. But Rong Ci immediately discerned that the name she had subconsciously been about to utter was Lin Wu. Ergo, Lin Wu had answered the phone. Feng Jingxian, having prevaricated in Rong Ci's presence, appeared ill at ease. Mother, perhaps you can take me to school next time. Rong Ci assented, very well. Rong Ci and Feng Tingyi shared a common route. They departed together in the same vehicle. Feng Tingyi, having missed the morning reading session, began to recite his lessons in the car. Hearing his faltering recitation, Rong Ci offered a few prompts. Feng Tingyi gave Rong Ci a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, your memory is remarkable. The car arrived at Feng Tingyi's school first. Rong Ci had also graduated from this school. The familiar campus evoked past memories. However, before she could dwell on them, Feng Tingyi alighted from the car, bidding her farewell. Sister-in-law, goodbye. Yes, goodbye. The car rejoined the flow of traffic. Upon her return to Changyamo, Yuemo-san pinched her cheek. Why do you look so wan? Are you ill? Yes, I had a high fever yesterday. You had a fever and still came to work today? I am fine now, Rong Ci responded dismissively. We are scheduled to visit Sundu later, will you attend? Rong Ci, engrossed in analyzing the latest test data, replied, yes, I will. Very well, I will summon you later. All right. Rong Ci identified anomalies in 2 sets of data and approached Su Hua to request revisions. As she prepared to review the documents on her desk, Yuemosun arrived to inform her of their departure. Upon arriving at Sundu, they dispensed with formalities and immediately commenced working. After an hour, with the majority of their tasks completed and time no longer pressing, the company president offered them each a cup of coffee. Yuemosun took a sip. This coffee is quite exceptional, more refined than what we have previously sampled. Your company's benefits are improving. The company president, assuming a gossipy demeanor, remarked. That is thanks to Ms. Lin. Yuemosun rolled his eyes, dismayed that this, too, was attributed to Lin Wu. He immediately set down his coffee cup and glanced at Rong Ci. Rong Ci declared, I am thirsty. She continued to drink her coffee without hesitation. Yuemosun was speechless. The company president, still in the throes of gossip, continued, Did not President Feng entrust a project to Ms. Lin for her exclusive management? Yuemosun responded with a curt yes. The company president elaborated, Ms. Lin, presumably overseeing such a large project for the first time, was concerned about her performance. Therefore, her team members were working overtime throughout the weekend. I heard that they worked until after 10 o'clock last night. Yuemosun retorted icily, Oh. In truth, Ms. Lin is quite conscientious and responsible, not abusing her position as President Feng's girlfriend or treating the project lightly. Yuemosun chuckled derisively. Is it not more likely that her lack of competence necessitates the presence of so many colleagues working overtime? The company president understood his implication. Everyone needs to grow. Perhaps. He said dismissively, glancing at Rong Ci, our little Ci managed company's big project for the first time, and she was organized throughout the whole process. The company president had come to realize that Rong Ci's abilities surpassed even those of Yuemosun. Therefore, he believed Yuemosun's statement. He countered. At least her attitude is commendable. With such an attitude, coupled with President Feng's willingness to invest in her development, her future achievements are sure to be considerable. Chapter 90, I have something to discuss with you at this juncture. Mr. Quan could not help but sigh. To be honest, Miss Lin is indeed fortunate. Before either Rong Ci or Yuemosun could respond, he continued mysteriously, By the way, I heard that Miss Lin's team worked overtime over the weekend. Yet there seemed to be little progress on the project. Last night, Mr. Feng, feeling sympathetic towards Miss Lin, returned to the office around 7 to assist her with the project's core details, and finally, there was some advancement. Then, Mr. Quan added. And here's the highlight, I heard that last night, Mr. Feng and Miss Lin both spent the night in the office upstairs, and they reportedly have yet to rise. With this last remark, Mr. Quan raised his eyebrows suggestively at Yuemosun. Yuemosun immediately grasped Mr. Quan's insinuation. It was implied that after completing their work, Feng Tingshen and Lin Wu had. Yuemosun swiftly covered Rong Ci's ears, exclaiming, My ears are tainted. Rong Ci, however, had already heard everything. It was too late to cover up. Moreover, this morning, when Feng Jing Xian called Feng Tingshen, Lin Wu was the one who answered, which spoke volumes. Just as Yuemosun was about to say something, Lin Wu appeared. He released his hold on Rong Ci's ears and snorted, Looks like she's already up. Mr. Quan also noticed Lin Wu and cleared his throat. Well then. Lin Wu appeared to be in good spirits, though she looked somewhat fatigued. After days of continuous overtime, it was only natural that she seemed tired, especially after spending last night with Feng Tingshen. After nodding to Yuemosun in acknowledgement, Lin Wu quickly shifted her gaze and entered the conference room with the other members of her team for a meeting. After a brief respite, Rong Ci and Yuemosun resumed their work. As lunchtime approached, they were discussing where to dine when Feng Tingshen entered from outside. Upon seeing her, he promptly averted his gaze and proceeded to the conference room to find Lin Wu. As he entered, the others in the room stood up to greet him. Lin Wu remained seated, looking up at Feng Tingshen with a smile. You're here? Yes, Feng Tingshen replied, inquiring, How is it going? Things are starting to get clearer, she responded. Good, Feng Tingshen affirmed. Lin Wu continued, I must thank you for your assistance last night. Feng Tingshen smiled. It was my duty. He then addressed the others, Thank you all for your hard work these past couple of days, let us have a meal together shortly. It was clear that Feng Tingshan intended to treat everyone to a meal. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu's team members were elated, feeling fortunate to work alongside her. At that moment, Lin Wu suddenly suggested, "Should I inform Yu Zong and the others?" Implying that she wanted to invite Yuemo-sun, Rong Ci, and Mr. Quan's project team as well. Such a proposal could only arise from a deeply bonded relationship, whether as close friends or partners. Feng Tingshan showed no objection, sure. Lin Wu stood up and exited the conference room, making her way toward Yuemo-sun and Rong Ci. Mr. Quan, wearing a broad smile, promptly greeted her, "Director Lin." Lin Wu smiled back, nodding before addressing him and Yuemo-sun. "Tingshan is inviting my team to dinner, would you two like to join us?" In this, she seemingly overlooked Rong Ci. Naturally, Mr. Quan was eager to accept. He looked at Yuemo-sun and Rong Ci. Yuemo-sun quickly replied, "We appreciate Miss Lin's kind offer, but we have our own plans." Lin Wu frowned. Yu Zong. She hadn't anticipated that despite her repeated efforts, Yuemo-sun remained steadfastly unmoved. She glanced at Rong Ci, who was sipping water, and met her gaze coldly. Lin Wu withdrew her gaze. Aside from her beauty, Lin Wu genuinely could not comprehend what warranted such protection from Yuemo-sun towards Rong Ci. Did she possess exceptional talents or brilliance? Since Yuemo-sun had declined, she merely smiled and maintained her amiable demeanor, saying, "All right, perhaps next time." With that, she turned away without another glance at Rong Ci or Mr. Quan, departing the scene. Mr. Quan felt somewhat disregarded. This Miss Lin could be rather haughty at times, though Lin Wu had the right to be proud. It was worth noting that Feng Tingshan, as the true boss, consistently treated his employees with courtesy and respect. Yuemo-sun shrugged and remarked, "It's evident." Lin Wu's arrogance suggested she believed she was in charge, yet even without Feng Tingshan's backing, her self-assurance remained intact. Shortly after, Feng Tingshan must have heard from Lin Wu that they would not be joining them for dinner. He approached Yuemo-sun, politely shook his hand, and said, "We'll take our leave now, I hope next time you can join us." Yuemo-sun replied, "Of course." Feng Tingshan smiled and, glancing at Rong Ci, turned to leave with Lin Wu and the others who were waiting by the door. After lunch, Rong Ci and Yuemo-sun returned to Sun Due while later, Lin Wu and her team returned as well. By around 6 in the evening, after finishing their work, Rong Ci and Yuemo-sun decided to leave, planning to address the remaining tasks over the next few days at their leisure. However, Lin Wu and her team seemed to be quite busy, showing no signs of finishing up. Mr. Quan mentioned, "I heard they'll continue working overtime tonight." Yuemo-sun replied, "Oh." Rong Ci said, "Shall we go?" Yuemo-sun smiled, "Allow me to treat you to a meal." Rong Ci shook her head, "No, I have other commitments." Madame Feng had issued orders, and she needed to return to the old residence for dinner. Upon arriving home, Rong Ci was surprised to find Feng Tingshan and Feng Jingxian already there. She hadn't expected him to return, thinking he would stay at the office with Lin Wu. Upon noticing her return, Feng Tingshan glanced at her before continuing to type away on his computer, engrossed in his work. During dinner, Feng Tingshan sat beside Rong Ci and, noticing her occupied with her phone, she suddenly spoke up, "Do you have a moment later? I have something I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 91, If there are no objections, then let us sign. Feng Tingshan, upon hearing the words, did not divert his gaze from his phone and replied, "All right." Rong Ci, seeing his agreement, felt relieved. The elderly lady had been conversing with the housekeeper earlier and hadn't caught their discussion. Upon witnessing their interaction, she smiled with delight. After dinner, the elderly lady instructed someone to bring out the traditional Chinese medicine for Rong Ci. Feng Tingshan left the dining room to make a phone call. Just as Rong Ci finished her medicine and exited the dining room, she heard the sound of a car engine. Rong Ci paused. "Is he leaving?" The elderly lady, irritated, remarked, "Yes, in such a hurry. One wonders what he's off to do." Rong Ci furrowed her brow, suspecting he might be rushing to assist Lin Wu again. However, he had promised to speak with her later. She hoped he would return that evening. Yet, Feng Tingshan did not return. Recently, there had been a surge of matters concerning Xuandu. After having breakfast at the old residence, Rong Si and Yumashuan convened directly at the entrance of Xuandu. Upon their arrival, they found Lin Wu and her team already present. Yumashuan quipped, "So early? Did you not work overtime last night?" "I did," she replied. "The president insisted on maintaining our progress, so I had to come in early. It's quite demanding." Yumashuan chose not to comment further, while Rong Si remained focused on her own tasks. Over an hour later, just as Rong Si contemplated a trip to the restroom, Feng Tingshan appeared. This time, he seemed not to be there for Lin Wu. After acknowledging Lin Wu from a distance, he made his way toward them. Yumashuan inquired, "Is there something you need?" "President Feng?" Feng Tingshan replied, "I took some time to familiarize myself with the system you all have been developing. It's quite impressive. But I have some ideas I'd like to discuss with both of you." Yumashuan glanced at Rong Si before responding, "Please, go ahead, President Feng." Rong Si hesitated briefly before saying, "I apologize, but I must visit the restroom first." "Please continue." Yumashuan and Feng Tingshan nodded. Upon her return from the restroom, just a few steps away from where Feng Tingshan and Yumashuan stood, a sharp voice of Director Lin resonated from the meeting room, followed by a cacophony of noise. As Rong Si turned her head to look, she noticed Feng Tingshan's expression shift dramatically as he rushed toward the meeting room. He brushed past her shoulder with such force that pain shot through her, nearly causing her to stumble. Yumashuan quickly moved to steady her, asking, "Are you all right?" Rong Si, clutching her shoulder where Feng Tingshan had collided with her, shook her head, "I'm fine." Just then, she caught a glimpse of Feng Tingshan entering the meeting room, swiftly emerging with Lin Wu in his arms, and soon they vanished from sight. The president, noticing this, hurriedly asked, "What happened to Director Lin?" "She fainted," Zhang Zong replied. "It seems the frequent overtime has taken a toll on her." Remembering how Feng Tingshan had almost knocked her down in his haste to reach Lin Wu, Yumashuan's expression darkened, and he muttered, "She won't exhaust herself to death." The president stammered, "Well, don't be too harsh on President Feng. He's just concerned for Director Lin." Yumashuan, worriedly glancing at Rong Si, snapped, "Be quiet." The president fell silent. Rong Si, genuinely unconcerned, smiled at Yumashuan's protective demeanor, saying, "It's not serious, it doesn't hurt much anymore." Yumashuan bit his lip. "Should we go home and rest?" Rong Si shook her head, rising to pat his shoulder, "I'm not that fragile, let us continue working." "All right," Yumashuan replied, somewhat glumly, before inquiring, "It's been quite some time since you filed for divorce, why hasn't it been finalized?" Rong Si sighed, "I wish I knew." Last night, she had intended to discuss this very matter with Feng Tingshan, wanting to ascertain when they could officially part ways. Yet, he had left abruptly, forgetting their conversation. Yumashuan urged, "You should expedite the divorce." "I understand," she replied. During lunch, Zhang Zong approached, informing them that Lin Wu was fine and that Feng Tingshan had taken her home to rest. The traditional medicine prepared by Elder Zhang remained unfinished. That evening, after leaving Xuandu, Rong Si returned to the old residence, but Feng Tingshan was not there. In fact, for the next couple of days, he did not return. Feng Jingxin likely knew of Lin Wu's injury, as he stealthily left the old residence on the same night Lin Wu was hurt. With only one dose of medicine remaining, Rong Si returned to the old residence on Friday, planning to finish her medicine and then leave. Upon her arrival, she discovered that Feng Tingshan had returned. Surprised, she recalled their pending divorce and ascended the stairs. In the second-floor living room, she found Feng Tingshan and Qi Yuming present. Upon seeing her, they turned their attention, and Feng Tingshan remarked, "You're back." "Yes," she replied, unconcerned about Lin Wu. Rong Si felt no need to inquire about her well-being. Without hesitation, she addressed the topic of their divorce, stating, "The other day I mentioned." However, Feng Tingshan interrupted her, saying, "Let us take a look at this document. If there are no objections, then let us sign." Chapter 92, The Divorce Agreement. Rong Si brought forth a divorce agreement. The first clause stipulated that he would obtain custody of Feng Jingxin. The remainder detailed the assets he intended to allocate to her, extending over several pages. She approached him to inquire about the progress of their divorce. Upon glancing at the document, she casually flipped through it without scrutinizing the contents, then placed it back on the table, stating, "I have no objections." As she spoke, she retrieved a pen from her bag, preparing to sign. Rong Si's ascent to power had been less than honorable. Although she held a disdainful view of him, the depth of Rong Si's affection for Feng Tingshan had not gone unnoticed by either Feng Tingshan himself or Qi Yiming. Given Rong Si's profound love for Feng Tingshan, it was assumed that the prospect of divorce would deeply wound him, and he would be reluctant to part ways. To Qi Yiming's surprise, not only did Rong Si readily agree to the divorce, but he also did not contest Feng Tingshan's claim to their daughter's custody. This was entirely unexpected for Qi Yiming. He gazed incredulously at Feng Tingshan, who, in turn, regarded Rong Si with a look of astonishment at her swift acquiescence to the divorce. As Rong Si bent to sign, she hesitated, retracting the pen. Observing this, Qi Yiming smirked, knowing that she would not simply capitulate. Rong Si remarked, "I will consult a lawyer regarding this divorce agreement tomorrow. Once I confirm that there are no issues, I will sign it within 2 days and have my lawyer contact you." The document outlined numerous assets he intended to share with her. In her fleeting glance, she noticed shares of his company included. Previously, she had asked for nothing in her own divorce agreement, but now that he offered, she felt inclined to accept. Despite their years of marriage during which he had never loved her, he also had not ensnared her in any traps. Hence, upon seeing his willingness to divide his wealth, she had initially been eager to sign, but her uncertainty lingered. She worried that there might be hidden pitfalls within the terms, which could jeopardize her in the event of future complications with his company. While Feng Tingshan may not have intended harm when drafting the agreement, she could not dismiss the possibility that, should he marry Lin Wu in the future, Lin Wu might exploit any flaws to her detriment. Feng Tingshan seemed taken aback by her caution and replied, "Very well." Rong Si nodded, placed the divorce agreement back into her bag, zipped it closed, and uttered not another word as she stood to leave. Qi Yiming, watching her retreating figure, remained in disbelief and turned to Feng Tingshan, asking, "Is she all right?" Feng Tingshan, still observing Rong Si's departure, finally withdrew his gaze and replied nonchalantly, "I don't know." Furthermore, the fact that she exhibited no reaction to his claim for custody of Jingxin was perplexing. Qi Yiming pondered aloud, could it be that she does not want custody? This notion seemed implausible. Jingxin was her precious child. Suddenly, a thought struck Qi Yiming, and he queried Feng Tingshan, "Or perhaps you two have already discussed Jingxin's custody arrangements?" Feng Tingshan's expression darkened momentarily before he replied, "No, we have not spoken about it." "Why not?" Qi Yiming questioned, his skepticism evident. At that moment, the elder Mrs. Feng arrived via the elevator and announced, "Dinner is ready. Xiao Xi has already come down. Why are you two still sitting here? Hurry down to eat." Qi Yiming snapped back to reality, responding, "Ah, coming." Feng Tingshan rose as well. Downstairs, Feng Jingxin sat blissfully on the sofa, leaning against Rong Si as they chatted. Rong Si sat beside her, watching as Jingxin listened attentively. It was a heartwarming scene of mother-daughter interaction. However, the fact that Rong Si had silently relinquished her claim to Jingxin's custody cast a shadow over the moment for Qi Yiming, who furrowed his brow. Unbeknownst to the elder Mrs. Feng, who was unaware of the divorce, she called out to them with a smile, "Xiao Xi, Jingxin, come and eat." In unison, they replied, "Okay, coming." Jingxin joyfully grasped Rong Si's fingers as they made their way to the dining room. Qi Yiming followed suit, taking a seat beside Feng Tingshan, while Rong Si and Jingxin settled together. The elder Mrs. Feng smiled warmly, saying, "Yiming hasn't visited in a while. Seeing you come, I had the staff prepare a couple of extra dishes that you love. Be sure to eat well." With a grin, Qi Yiming responded, "Thank you, Grandma. I'll take care of all the meat." "Good, good," she replied. Rong Si meticulously served Jingxin, selecting fish bones with care. At first glance, everything appeared unchanged. Yet Qi Yiming could not help but observe closely. Noticing his gaze, Rong Si shot him a cold glance. Qi Yiming paused. In the past, due to his close ties with Feng Tingshan and He Changbai, he knew Rong Si longed to cultivate a good relationship with them. Despite their indifference toward her, she had persistently reached out, her demeanor warm and inviting. Now, however, her expression towards him was frigid, as if he were a mere stranger. It dawned on him that Rong Si's demeanor towards Jingxin mirrored this coldness, lacking the tenderness she once exhibited. This seemed implausible. He understood her change in attitude towards him. After all, no one wished to continually extend warmth to an indifferent counterpart. But Jingxin was her daughter. How could this be? Perhaps this was part of her strategy, to provoke Feng Tingxin's attention, employing a retreat to advance tactic? Contemplating this, Qi Yiming shifted his gaze to Feng Tingxin, who, to his surprise, was also watching Rong Si intently, showing no sign of diverting his attention. In the past, such a scenario would have been unthinkable for Feng Tingxin. Qi Yiming smirked, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Just then, the elder Mrs. Feng cleared her throat, asking, "Yiming, what are you staring at?" Noticing Qi Yiming's prolonged gaze on Rong Si, she furrowed her brow. Qi Yiming quickly realized she might have misunderstood his attention and replied, "I was simply observing that sister-in-law seems particularly quiet today and hasn't initiated any conversation with Tingxin. I found it rather unusual and couldn't help but look a bit longer." Chapter 93, She's going to meet the lawyer. Old Lady Feng naturally noticed that Rong Si had become less proactive towards Feng Tingxin. At this observation, she couldn't help but sigh, casting a glance at Feng Tingxin, and remarked, "Isn't it all his fault? The girl has been so proactive for so long. Yet he remains unresponsive. Is it any wonder that she might feel disheartened and retreat?" Feng Tingxin merely smiled faintly in response, choosing not to speak. Rong Si, now, opted for silence whenever possible. Hearing this conversation, she quietly focused on her meal, with no intention of interjecting. Before they had finished their meal, a phone call came in for Feng Tingxin. He glanced at the screen, stood up, and stepped out to take the call. However, he returned shortly thereafter. After finishing their meal, he informed Old Lady Feng, "I have matters to attend to, I must leave now." Feng Jingxian, perceptive and astute, likely surmised that the call had come from Linwu. She too wished to visit the hospital, stating, "Father, I want to go as well." Feng Tingxin replied, "All right." Old Lady Feng added, "You should take Rong Si along, tomorrow is Saturday, and it would be good for all of you to unwind together." Only then did Rong Si speak up, "Grandmother, I have a friend to meet later." Old Lady Feng responded with a resigned, "All right then." Feng Jingxian felt relieved upon hearing this, no longer worried about Rong Si's presence. As they prepared to leave the ancestral home, she turned to Rong Si, saying, "Goodbye, Mother." Rong Si replied, "Goodbye." As the car door closed, Feng Tingxin's vehicle swiftly departed. Rong Si followed suit, driving away. Once outside the confines of the ancestral estate, she dialed Umo Sun, stating her purpose directly upon his answer, "I intend to divorce Feng Tingxin. He just presented me with a divorce agreement, offering me a portion of his assets. I wish to consult a lawyer to check for any legal loopholes." Umo Sun, currently dining, was elated to hear this and replied, "I will help you contact a reliable lawyer immediately." Rong Si smiled, "Thank you." After hanging up, she drove back home. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Feng Jingxian and Feng Tingxin were still conversing with Lin Wu in the ward, while Qi Yiming stepped out into the corridor to make a call. He spoke to He Changbai, saying, "Tingxin intends to divorce Rong Si." He Changbai, currently out of town, halted in his tracks at this revelation. "What? Are you certain?" "Of course I'm certain, I was present at the scene. What could be uncertain about it?" Qi Yiming continued, "Moreover, he hasn't granted her custody of Xian. He Changbai clenched his phone tightly. Qi Yiming added. However, before he could finish, He Changbai interrupted, saying, "I have something urgent to attend to, I must make a call." Without waiting for Qi Yiming's response, he hung up. Qi Yiming muttered to himself, what could be so urgent? As he pondered, He Changbai had already located Rong Si's number, hesitating before dialing. But moments later, he pressed the call button. At that moment, Rong Si had just returned home. Seeing his call, she answered nonchalantly, "Mr. He, is there something you need?" Regarding her situation with Feng Tingxin, he found it delicate to inquire. The phrase "how are you?" felt inappropriate given his current position. Rong Si Assuming he was calling to arrange a meeting with Dan, interjected, if it's about meeting Dan, I have matters to handle tomorrow and may not be available. Could we possibly meet the day after or next week? Uemo-sun had informed her earlier that he had arranged for her to see a lawyer the following morning. She needed to finalize the divorce as soon as possible. He Changbai recognized her misunderstanding but refrained from clarifying, simply responding, all right. At this point, Rong Si assumed he was about to end the call. Noticing he lingered, she inquired, Mr. He, is there anything else? He Changbai sensed her voice was calm, seemingly devoid of the pain, sorrow, or breakdown he had anticipated. But was that truly the case? Perhaps she was merely suppressing her emotions. After a brief silence on his end, Rong Si prompted, Mr. He? Are you still there? He Changbai snapped back to the conversation, replying, yes. Rong Si asked again. Is there anything else? She stated directly, I have other matters to address, if there is nothing else, shall we conclude here? He Changbai acquiesced, all right. Rong Si ended the call without further discussion. Recently, she had been developing a concept that her teacher was quite optimistic about. A few days prior, Nan Jiji had messaged her, urging her to organize her content so he could review it and, upon approval, assist her in submitting it to a reputable journal. Having been preoccupied with Sun Du and Chang Mo's matters, her progress on this front had been minimal. Now that she found herself with some free time, she was determined to expedite its completion. With that thought, she set her phone aside and opened her computer. Meanwhile, after hanging up, He Changbai called Chi Yuming back, questioning, Tingshan wants a divorce and custody of Xian. She surely would not agree to that, would she? Are they preparing for a legal battle? Chi Yuming, who had initially called He Changbai for this very reason, responded, no. She agreed. She showed no objections to either the divorce or custody and calmly signed the papers. It was utterly astonishing. He Changbai was equally astonished, finding it hard to believe that Rong Si would act in such a manner. He shared Chi Yuming's sentiment that she could not possibly relinquish her custody of Fongjing Xian so easily. This situation simply defied logic. Chi Yuming pondered aloud. So, what do you think is behind this? Before He Changbai could respond, he continued, could it be that she seeks to invoke Feng Tingshan's sympathy, hoping to make him feel guilty? He Changbai had no answer for that. Undeniably, given Rong Si's feelings for Feng Tingshan, such a possibility existed. After a moment of silence, he inquired, what was Tingshan's reaction? Surprisingly, he seemed more attentive to Rong Si during dinner at the ancestral home today. If my suspicions are correct, then Rong Si indeed possesses some cunning, we cannot underestimate her. He Changbai replied coolly, perhaps she genuinely desires the divorce? Chi Yuming was momentarily taken aback, you mean Rong Si? That is impossible. She has cherished Feng Tingshan since her teenage years, after all this time. How could she bear to leave him? He Changbai cryptically remarked, people can change. Chi Yuming remained steadfast in his belief, I still think that is unlikely. At this juncture, he added, regardless, this development is a cause for celebration for Tingshan. When you return from your business trip and when Lin Wu has recovered, we should find an opportunity to celebrate. As he spoke, Chi Yuming belatedly noticed He Changbai's contemplative silence. Chapter 94, absolutely in your favor, he inquired, Changbai? Are you busy? He Changbai replied, no. By the way, are you returning on Tuesday? He Changbai paused, yes. Before Chi Yuming could respond, He Changbai took the initiative to say, let's leave it at that. Alright, just let me know when you return. And I will pick you up to see Lin Wu. He Changbai. Okay. The following day, Rong Si rose early, went for a run for over half an hour, returned to have breakfast, and then set out. Upon arriving at the law firm, Uemo-sun was already there. Seeing her, Uemo-sun waved. Rong Si took a seat, and Pei Su-chen, the assistant to lawyer Pei, poured her a cup of tea. Rong Si handed the divorce agreement to Pei Su-chen, who accepted it. Uemo-sun and Pei Su-chen, being longtime friends, gathered around. Upon reading the first clause regarding the custody of Fongjing Xian, he glanced at Rong Si. Several years prior, he had actually met Fongjing Xian a few times. Rong Si was utterly devoted to her, often speaking of her daughter with great affection. However, Since she decided to divorce Feng Tingshen and announced her intention to return to Changmo, she had not once mentioned her daughter Xian in his presence. Noticing this shift, he surmised that during the year and more that Feng Xian had lived abroad with Feng Tingshen, she likely developed feelings, even engaging in actions that might distress Rong Ci. Seeing her focus solely on potential loopholes in the property clauses of the agreement while neglecting the custody issue, Yu Emosan understood that she was prepared to relinquish her daughter. He refrained from questioning her further. In his view, Rong Ci was a tender-hearted individual with deep emotional ties. If she was willing to sever ties with her own daughter, it indicated profound disillusionment. Contemplating this, Yu Emosan shifted his attention to the remaining contents of the agreement. After a while, he raised an eyebrow. So many properties. I must say, Feng Tingshen is quite generous. Rong Ci sipped her tea without responding. Yu Emosan casually flipped through the pages and chose not to disturb Pei Suchen. Instead, moving over to converse with Rong Ci about their thesis. They only extracted a small portion of their discussion, employing terminology comprehensible solely to the two of them, leaving Pei's assistant in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, lawyer Pei diligently explained the agreement's details to Rong Ci. Over an hour later, Pei Suchen addressed Rong Ci. I have thoroughly confirmed that the agreement indeed poses no issues. In fact, it is decidedly favorable to you. Rong Ci paused. What do you mean? Without delving into the cash, the properties have been explicitly marked as free of any ownership disputes, Pei Suchen elaborated. As for the shares in this company that Mr. Feng Tingshen is offering you, it is clearly stated that you are entitled to dividends annually. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise with the company, all legal responsibilities and liabilities will fall solely on Mr. Feng Tingshen, having no bearing on you. Rong Ci halted. Yu Emosan widened his eyes. Are you certain you haven't misread? Can Feng Tingshen truly be so considerate? Pei Suchen chuckled. Son, are you doubting my professional competence? Yu Emosan replied. Not exactly. It's just rather shocking. Rong Ci felt somewhat surprised but not overwhelmingly so. Throughout their marriage, Feng Tingshen had maintained a cold demeanor towards her and offered little assistance. Yet, based on her understanding of him, if he was willing to provide her with something, it was entirely plausible that he would alleviate her concerns entirely. Thus, her review of the contract stemmed not from mistrust in his integrity but rather from a desire to identify any potential loopholes. Realizing this, she calmly stated, as long as there are no issues. With that, she picked up a pen and without hesitation signed her name. Turning to Pei Suchen, she said, for the upcoming divorce proceedings, I will leave it to you, lawyer Pei. Pei Suchen nodded. I have a meeting to attend shortly. This afternoon, I will contact Mr. Feng Tingshen to follow up on your divorce matters. Rong Ci acknowledged. All right. As lunchtime approached, after having a meal with Pei Suchen, Rong Ci and Yu Emosan continued to Rong Ci's home to work on their thesis. While they were engrossed in their tasks, Feng Tingshen, having returned to his office at the phone group and just beginning to review documents, received a phone call. He answered casually, hello, who is this? Good day, Mr. Feng. I am lawyer Pei, representing Ms. Rong Ci. I would like to inform you that Ms. Rong Ci has signed the divorce agreement, and she has entrusted me to assist with the subsequent proceedings. May I inquire if you are available now? Feng Tingshen paused for a moment before lowering his gaze. I have 2 video conferences this afternoon and may be quite occupied. You can come to the phone group tomorrow around 10 in the morning. Pei Suchen replied. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Feng. Until we meet again. After hanging up, Feng Tingshen resumed his review of the documents. As night fell, Yu Emosan had other matters to attend to and departed. Rong Ci intended to return to the Rong family for dinner, so she grabbed her bag and stepped outside. Just as she entered her car, a call from Feng Xian came through. It was clear she was calling for a reason. Rong Ci, not wishing to engage, chose not to answer. Feng Xian called 2 or 3 more times, and seeing that Rong Ci was not responding, ceased her attempts. Upon reaching the Rong family's villa community, it coincided with peak hours for vehicle entry and exit. Rong Ci halted her car, waiting in line behind other residents for vehicle recognition. At that moment, someone knocked on her window. Turning her head, she saw He Changbai. Rong Ci was taken aback. Not expecting to encounter him here. She slowly rolled down her window, Mr. He. His gaze fell upon her face, noting her calm demeanor. Devoid of the weariness he had anticipated. He hesitated before speaking. Rong Ci asked, "Is there something you need, Mr. He?" He Changbai responded. "I came here for something and saw your car, so I thought I would greet you." Given their level of familiarity, he could have easily bypassed the greeting. Yet he chose to approach. Although he thought this, he refrained from voicing it, as he had previously assisted her. Moreover, she would need to meet him again when accompanying Dan Dan. They were not friends, but creating an overly tense atmosphere between them did not seem prudent. With this in mind, Rong Ci nodded, "Then I won't keep you." He Changbai added, "I heard there's a renowned pastry shop nearby. But I've not been able to locate it. Do you know the exact location of the cake shop?" Rong Ci, trusting his inquiry, replied, "Indeed. There is a famous cake shop, but it's not in this vicinity, it's south on another street about a kilometer away." She directed him with a gesture. He Changbai said, "Thank you." As it was now her turn for vehicle recognition, she remarked, "Goodbye." He Changbai replied, "Goodbye." Chapter 95. Perhaps the phone is off. He Changbai was actually aware of the cake shop's location. After Rong Ci departed, he did not proceed to the cake shop. Instead, he entered his car and, after a moment of hesitation, made a phone call. "Yu Ming, I'm back. I have a flight to catch later. Please inquire if Tingshan is available. If he is not, would you accompany me to the hospital to visit Lin Wu?" Qin Yuming was taken aback. "You actually returned? When did you come back?" He Changbai did not respond to his question. "First, make a call to Lin Wu and see if she is free." Qin Yuming was about to question why He Changbai did not call Feng Tingshan or Lin Wu himself. However, he reconsidered and thought that He Changbai likely had other matters to attend to and was pressed for time. Since he had not yet visited Lin Wu today, he agreed without further thought. Feng Tingshan was unavailable. After hanging up, He Changbai bought a bouquet of flowers and a fruit basket before heading to the hospital to meet with Qin Yuming. In the hospital room, upon seeing him, Lin Wu smiled and asked, "What brings you back so suddenly?" He Changbai replied mildly, "I returned to handle some matters." Lin Wu, upon hearing this, lowered her head to caress the flowers he had just given her, murmuring, "I see." Was he truly back to deal with matters? Or had he made a special trip just to see her? Although he had not rushed back immediately after her injury, the fact that he had made time to visit her as soon as he could showed his thoughtfulness. That night, Rong Ci stayed at the Rong family home. The following morning, she awoke early. As she stretched, she admired the well-tended succulents on the windowsill, her spirits lifted. When she descended the stairs, her aunt was already awake, busy preparing breakfast for her and the two children. Seeing Rong Ci, she smiled, "Little Ci, you seem to be in a good mood today?" Rong Ci went over to help knead the dough, responding cheerfully, "Yes, quite nice." When a steaming bowl of noodle soup was ready, she sat down to eat. Only for her phone to ring. It was yet another call from Feng Jingxin. Rong Ci chose not to answer. The calls continued. She eventually turned off her phone and focused on her meal. Feng Jingxin, unable to reach her mother, pouted and ran to find Feng Tingshan. After finishing his run and preparing to change clothes for a shower, Feng Tingshan noticed her sulky expression and inquired, "What's wrong?" "I called Mom yesterday, hoping she would come home to cook for me, but she didn't answer. I called her twice just now, and still no response. When I was about to call a third time, it showed that the line was unavailable." Feng Tingshan replied, "Your mother might have turned off her phone." "Ah?" Feng Jingxin furrowed her brow. "Is it out of battery?" Feng Tingshan could not deny it, saying, "Perhaps." "What should I do?" "I want to go skiing today. Mom promised she would take me if she had time." Originally, Aunt Wu was injured and had no intention of going out, wanting to accompany her in the hospital. But now that Aunt Wu was feeling better, and since everyone advised against frequent hospital visits due to germs, she found herself with free time and no one to accompany her, thus seeking her mother's company for some fun. Little did she know, her calls were going unanswered. "Try again later." "Your mother should turn her phone back on," Feng Tingshan suggested. Feng Jingxin, a bit disheartened, replied, alright. Rong Si, however, certainly could not afford to keep her phone off, as she had numerous matters to discuss with Yumashuan. Furthermore, Pei Shuchen might also reach out to her later. After more than half an hour, she turned her phone back on. Almost immediately, Feng Jingxin's call came through again. Rong Si opened her laptop, ignoring the call as she continued her work on her thesis. Seeing that Rong Si still did not answer, and with Feng Tingshan preparing to leave, Feng Jingxin pleaded. Dad, can you call Mom for me? She still isn't answering. Feng Tingshan, without saying much, dialed Rong Si's number from his phone. Rong Si noticed and promptly hung up. Feng Tingshan observed for a moment before saying, your mother didn't answer my call either. She must be busy and didn't see it, Feng Jingxin reasoned. Otherwise, Mom wouldn't ignore Dad's call. Perhaps, Feng Tingshan replied, donning a suit jacket and taking a black coat as well. I'm heading out. If you want to play, you can ask the bodyguard to take you. But I want Mom to come with me. Although she didn't like her mother's overbearing nature, there were times she wished for her mother's company. With a small pout, she asked, Dad, are you going to the hospital to see Aunt Wu or back to the company? First to the hospital. Then back to the company, Feng Tingshan said, lightly tapping her forehead. Have fun on your own. Feng Jingxin sighed, oh. After attempting to call Rong Si 2 more times with no answer, she reluctantly asked the bodyguard and Aunt Lu to accompany her outside. Yet, without her preferred company, even skiing held no joy, and she soon returned home, feeling dismal. After leaving the hospital, Feng Tingshan returned to Fengshe Group. Shortly after his arrival, Qin Yuming appeared. Feng Tingshan glanced at him, and Qin Yuming smiled, came to see the excitement, did you? Before Feng Tingshan could reply, Qing Yuan approached, saying, Lawyer Pei has arrived. Please have him come up, Feng Tingshan instructed. Under Qing Yuan's guidance, Pei Shuchen entered the reception room of Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan shook hands with him, saying, please, take a seat. Pei Shuchen wasted no time. After sitting down, he produced the divorce agreement that Rong Si had signed yesterday and slid it across to Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan accepted the document. It was the weekend, and Qin Yuming had come specifically to ascertain whether Rong Si would indeed sign. Seeing that she had indeed done so, he was astonished. She actually signed? Feng Tingshan glanced at Rong Si's signature but showed no particular reaction as he began discussing matters with Pei Shuchen. After discussing for a while, he remarked, the properties and shares outlined in the agreement are quite extensive. I will need some time to process the necessary changes. Once I have completed the paperwork, I will contact you. Understood, Pei Shuchen replied. Feng Tingshan instructed Qing Yuan, please see Lawyer Pei out. Once outside Fengshe Group, Pei Shuchen contacted Rong Si to relay the outcome. Frowning, she inquired, how long will it take to finalize everything? That depends on Mr. Feng's pace, he replied. Got it. Rong Si said. Thank you, Lawyer Pei. The next day, she returned to work at Changmo as usual. In the afternoon, while discussing matters with Yumashuan, his phone suddenly rang. Yumashuan frowned as he looked at the caller ID. What's wrong? Rong Si asked. He handed the phone to her, indicating, it's a call from Ren Jifeng. Despite their limited interactions, they were both part of the same circle and had each other's numbers. Since their last meeting at Xuandu, Yumashuan believed there was no need for further communication. Why was Ren Jifeng calling him out of the blue? Perplexed, Yumashuan answered the call. After a brief conversation, he hung up and told Rong Si, he wants to collaborate on a new project with us. Recently, the 2 projects led by Rong Si had garnered significant attention from their superiors, who were keen on resuming close cooperation with the government. The prospects for their projects were promising, and once the news broke, it was likely that the threshold of Changyamo would be overwhelmed by potential collaborators. Before the news had even spread, Ren Jifeng had already reached out. Yumashuan smirked, Ren Yan truly is a cunning old fox. Chapter 96, Collaborative Calls. However, given Ren Yi's position, it is only natural for him to prioritize his own acquaintances, such is the nature of the upper echelons. Yu Imo-sun has grown accustomed to this. He clenched his teeth and remarked, our company indeed needs to collaborate with others to expand the project. But I find Ren Jifeng quite irksome lately. Rong Ci understood that his displeasure stemmed from Ren Jifeng's affection for Lin Wu. Rong Ci, however, remained indifferent. She calmly stated, what truly matters is the smooth progress of the project and securing the greatest benefit, everything else is secondary. Having met Rennie once, she recognized that while he might harbor selfish motives, the respect their mentor held for him indicated that Rennie was indeed trustworthy. Yu Emosun responded, I understand. He is merely voicing his frustrations. He raised his chin, scoffing lightly, after all, we still have some time before we officially seek investors. I shall keep him at bay for now. Rong Ci chuckled, very well. As long as he is content. Following Ren Jifeng's call, Rong Ci and Yu Emosun resumed their discussion on business matters. However, half an hour later, Yu Emosun's phone rang again. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he felt a mix of disdain and satisfaction. Rong Ci, aware that it was another familiar contact, inquired, who is it? Yu Emosun replied with a smile, He Changbai. Is he also seeking collaboration? The likelihood seemed high. Like Ren Jifeng, he and He Changbai, along with Qi Yuming, rarely interacted outside of professional contexts. It was unlikely that He Changbai would call without reason, especially considering the He family, akin to the Ren family, had connections in both politics and the military. Yu Emosun asked Rong Ci, shall I answer? As the wife of Feng Tingshan, Rong Ci was looked down upon by He Changbai and others, who had accepted Lin Wu, the mistress, into their circle instead. To Yu Emosun's mind, He Changbai was even more contemptible than Ren Jifeng. Rong Ci replied, go ahead. She did not wish for Yu Emosun to act impulsively. He answered the call. As anticipated, He Changbai was indeed reaching out for collaboration. After stating his purpose, He Changbai added, I'm currently on a business trip and will return to the capital tomorrow at noon. Shall we dine together tomorrow night? Yu Emosun responded nonchalantly. I appreciate your kind invitation, Mr. He, but as the project has just commenced, our company is inundated with tasks. Regrettably, I cannot spare the time tomorrow. Let us arrange for another occasion. What about Thursday? He Changbai pressed. Yu Emosun replied, I cannot guarantee my availability then either, but should the opportunity arise, I will contact you immediately. He Changbai understood that both of their projects would be in high demand, and Yu Emosun would certainly have no trouble finding investors. He said, very well, I shall await your call at any time, Mr. Yu. After hanging up, Yu Emosun gleefully slapped the table, laughing heartily, delightful. Rong Ci joined in his laughter. Yet, as Yu Emosun continued to chuckle, he suddenly fell silent and turned to Rong Ci, pondering aloud. Do you think Feng Tingshan might also be interested in collaborating with us? Considering that they and Xuandu were essentially in the same industry, a competitive relationship existed. Yet collaboration could also be sought amidst competition. Hadn't Feng Tingshan previously shown interest in their language system and approached them for partnership? Upon careful consideration, there were indeed several projects that could be pursued in collaboration with Xuandu. Rong Ci replied coolly, I am uncertain. However, we should focus on the project itself. Personal grievances can be set aside for now. I understand. He believed that while it was acceptable to express minor frustrations, when it came to serious matters, he would never act on impulse. At this point, Yu Emosun found himself rather eager for Feng Tingshan to call him. However, his anticipation was met with disappointment as he received several more calls, all seeking collaboration on new projects, yet none from Feng Tingshan. As the workday neared its end, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, he answered. The voice on the other end spoke first, is this Mr. Yu? I am Lin Lihai, Lin Wu's father. Yu Emosun immediately halted in his tracks, distancing the phone slightly, and remarked to Rong Ci, it's Lin Lihai. Rong Ci regarded him silently. Having known each other for many years, Yu Emosun understood her unspoken sentiments. While he could overlook grievances with others in favor of collaboration, there was no necessity to extend that courtesy to the Lin family. He returned the phone to his ear, his tone cheerful yet his gaze icy. Ah, Mr. Lin. I wonder what brings you to contact me. Lin Lihai was indeed seeking collaboration with Yu Emosun. After explaining his intentions, Yu Emosun replied, I comprehend your proposal. Mr. Lin. If it aligns with our needs, we will certainly prioritize your offer, please rest assured. Lin Lihai was not naive. He recognized that Yu Mo-sun's words were carefully chosen, leaving the actual situation rather ambiguous. He sought to invite Yu Mo-sun to dinner. But Yu Mo-sun excused himself, citing other commitments, and ended the call. He turned to Rong Ci and remarked, Ren Jifeng, He Chan Bai, as prominent figures in the country. I can understand how they might receive news promptly. But the Lin family, being newcomers to the capital and still finding their footing, also received the news so quickly. Which indicates. Rong Ci understood that he meant the Lin family's swift awareness of events could have originated from Feng Tingshan or He Chan by sharing information with them. Given Feng Tingshan's feelings for Lin Wu and the connections between He Chan Bai and Lin Wu, it was hardly surprising that they would inform the Lin family. Yu Mo-sun pursed his lips, his earlier good mood soured. Yet he was aware that Rong Ci felt even worse. He said, let us go. My senior has plenty of funds. I shall treat you to a lavish meal. In truth, Rong Ci's spirits were not as low as Yu Mo-sun presumed. She had come to terms with many matters and was no longer easily swayed by others. Moreover, the initiative in this situation rested firmly in her hands, leaving her with little to worry about. Nonetheless, since Yu Mo-sun offered to treat her, she naturally would not decline. She smiled and replied, thank you, senior. Afterward, she departed with Yu Mo-sun. Chapter 97, Ji Qingyue. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Rong Ci maintained a stoic expression as she observed the approaching members of the Lin and Sun families. Yu Mashuan muttered under his breath, what a narrow path for rivals. The members of the Lin and Sun families, however, were quite pleased to see Yu Mashuan. Lin Lihai smiled and remarked, Mr. Yu. It's a pleasure to see you again. Yu Mashuan returned with a faint smile, indeed, it is. Lin Lihai suggested, what a coincidence. Shall we dine together? He had intended to invite Yu Mashuan for a meal after calling him earlier, and now that they had crossed paths, he was eager to seize the opportunity. Yu Mashuan declined politely, no, this is my personal time. Perhaps next time. Understood, we shall save it for another occasion, Lin Lihai acquiesced, recognizing Yu Mashuan's firm stance. Nodding. Yu Mashuan turned to Rong Ci and said, shall we go? She nodded, not casting another glance at the Lin and Sun families, and ascended the stairs with him. Watching Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan depart, Lin Lilan furrowed her brow. I heard from Xiaowu that Yu Mashuan has been rather indifferent towards her due to his feelings for Rong Ci. With the Changma project at stake. Could it be that he is reconsidering collaboration with us because of her? Given Yu Mashuan's cold demeanor towards them, such a possibility seemed plausible. Sun Yuqing remarked lightly. There is still time before the bidding for the Changma projects concludes, circumstances can change, and anything is possible. Sun Manchan added with a smile, indeed. The situation regarding Xiaowu and Tingshan has been stagnant due to old lady Feng's interference, yet it has suddenly taken a turn for the better, hasn't it? So. Let us not lose heart, opportunities will still present themselves. The turn for the better that Sun Manchan mentioned referred to the divorce between Feng Tingshan and Rong Ci. Upon this topic, old lady Sun's spirits lifted considerably. Initially, they and Xiaowu were unaware of it, only discovering the news when Qi Yeming inadvertently mentioned it to Xiaowu. They later learned that the divorce certificate was not being processed swiftly. Feng Tingshan did not wish for Xiaowu to worry and intended to inform her only once it was finalized, to surprise her. Reflecting on this, old lady Sun chuckled. Tingshan has long desired a divorce. Now that Xiaowu has been injured while trying to save him, he disregards old lady Feng's opposition and is resolutely pursuing a divorce from Rong Ci. His feelings for Xiaowu are evidently sincere. Indeed, they all agreed. Sun Yuqing and Lin Lihai shared smiles as they absorbed this optimistic outlook. However, observing the direction in which Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan had just departed, old lady Sun's smile faded slightly. That girl, Rong Ci, surely does not wish for a divorce. Might it be that, in the end, the divorce does not materialize? Sun Yuqing's gaze turned icy as she stated, I heard from Xiaowu that Tingshan is quite capable of making his own decisions. His reluctance to divorce previously stemmed from wanting to find an opportune moment to avoid hurting old lady Feng's feelings. He is steadfast in his affection for Xiaowu. And now that she nearly lost her life to save him, His silent pursuit of a divorce from Rong Ci indicates he no longer wants Xiaowu to suffer because of old lady Feng. He has made up his mind. So the probability of this divorce being successful is quite high. I have no doubts regarding Tingshin. Old lady Sun said flatly. What concerns me is whether Rong Ci might stir up trouble, forcing Tingshin to compromise. At this juncture, she turned to Lin Laotai and Lin Lihai, saying, It seems this matter may require your intervention. Both Lin Lihai and Lin Laotai concurred with this notion. Unbeknownst to them, as the Lin and Sun families pondered their thoughts, Rong Ci and Yu Mashuan had exited the elevator and were about to head to their private room when three tall figures approached them. Upon recognizing these individuals, Yu Mashuan sighed inwardly. Did I neglect to consult the almanac before stepping out today? Why do I keep encountering such bothersome elements? Rong Ci glanced over and recognized Ren Jifeng, Yao Xinbua, and another individual who seemed familiar, though she couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. The trio greeted Yu Mashuan with enthusiasm. Mr. Yu, what a coincidence. Yu Mashuan forced a smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Ren Jifeng had attempted to reach Yu Mashuan earlier in the afternoon to discuss collaborative opportunities, but his invitation was declined. Now, disregarding Rong Ci, he suggested. Since we've met, shall we dine together? Yao Xinbua chimed in with a grin. Yes, it has been a while since we last shared a meal. No, thank you. Yu Mashuan replied, I have other matters to attend to, it's rather inconvenient. After speaking, he turned to the other individual. What brings you here, Ji Xiao? Ji Qingyue, with his handsome visage devoid of expression, replied, I took a few days off. Yu Mashuan nodded, wishing to end the conversation promptly. Let us defer the dining arrangement to another time, we have pressing matters and shall proceed inside. Ji Qingyue nodded in agreement. As Yu Mashuan and Rong Ci entered the private room, Ji Qingyue finally spoke. Did any of you offend him? Although Yu Mashuan did not overtly display his disdain, his demeanor clearly conveyed his desire to avoid further interaction. Yao Xinbua, perplexed, responded, I don't believe so. Ren Jifeng frowned but remained silent. Once inside the private room, Yao Xinbua sipped some tea and remarked, to be fair, Yu Mashuan is quite formidable. If those two projects come to fruition, his value will skyrocket. Ji Qingyue replied coolly. He has always been intelligent, mentored by Nan Jiji. His chosen field aligns perfectly with the current era, and given his exceptional abilities, his success is only to be expected. At this point, he cast a glance at Ren Jifeng. I heard from Xinbua that you once had a fondness for the girl beside Yu Mashuan. But that quickly shifted to someone else. Why the sudden aversion? Has she done something wrong? Ren Jifeng's disdain for Rong Ci was unmistakable. He had been visibly unwilling to even glance in her direction just moments prior. His initial awe at her beauty and charm had turned into annoyance. And he now found it intolerable to hear her name mentioned. Frowning, he replied, Can we refrain from discussing her? Let us focus on ordering. Ji Qingyue shrugged, shifting the subject as requested. Chapter 98. Do you think I prevent her from visiting the child? Changma has many matters to attend to. That evening, Rong Ci and Yu Mosun finished dinner and returned to Changma for work. On Wednesday morning, while Rong Ci and Yu Mosun were in a meeting, Yu Mosun's secretary entered and informed him that He Changbai had arrived. Yu Mosun thought to himself. It was evident that He Changbai had come without prior notice for a significant reason. Given He Changbai's esteemed position, it would be impolite not to acknowledge his presence. He turned to Rong Ci and said, You continue to chair the meeting, I will go and see him. Rong Ci replied, All right. When Yu Mosun arrived, He Changbai was already seated in the reception room. Upon noticing that Yu Mosun had come alone, He Changbai's deep-set eyes shifted slightly, and he stood to extend a hand in greeting, saying, I apologize for arriving unannounced, but I hope you can forgive me. General Yu. Yu Mosun had no choice but to respond, You are too polite, Mr. He. Once seated, He Changbai got straight to the point, handing over a document to Yu Mosun. This represents my sincere intention for collaboration, I hope you will take a look. Yu Mosun accepted the document and began to peruse it, gradually becoming more engrossed. Finally, he set it down and remarked, Mr. He indeed demonstrates considerable sincerity, however. I have other considerations on my end, and I anticipate it will take some time before I can provide you with a response. He Changbai maintained a commendable demeanor. stating, "That is perfectly understandable. It is wise to compare options. Should you have any objections to the conditions I propose in the future, please feel free to contact me. I am open to communication and negotiation." Not lingering long, He Changbei bid farewell to Umo Sun and took his leave. With He Changbai's evident sincerity and amiable attitude, Umo Sun found no fault to address and felt compelled to escort him downstairs personally. Upon returning, Rong Si had already concluded the meeting. Unable to contain himself, he remarked to her, "He Changbei exhibits remarkable execution. Just the other day I rejected his proposal over the phone, and today he arrives with a thoroughly sincere collaboration plan, uttering not a single superfluous word." He continued, "To be honest, the proposal he presented genuinely intrigues me." Rong Si suggested, "We can observe for now. If it truly proves suitable, collaborating with him would not be a bad idea." Umo Sun concurred with this thought. Yet, this development made it somewhat challenging for him to find fault with He Changbei, leaving him with a sense of frustration without an outlet. Later that afternoon, around 5 o'clock, while Rong Si was still occupied, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and saw it was Feng Jing Xian calling. For the past couple of days, Feng Jing Xian had not reached out to her. Choosing not to answer, she continued with her tasks. 2 days later, on Friday morning, shortly after getting out of bed, Feng Jing Xian called her again. Rong Si looked at the phone, placed it on the table, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Feeling neglected, Feng Jing Xian contemplated throwing her phone in frustration but ultimately restrained herself. With her eyes slightly reddened, she sulkily nibbled on her breakfast and spoke softly to Feng Tingshen, who was seated across from her. "This is the 4th time since last Saturday. I have called Mom 4 times, yet she hasn't answered even once." Feng Tingshen replied, "Perhaps you should wait a while before trying again." She lamented, "What if Mom still doesn't answer?" "Then wait a bit longer, she will eventually pick up," he reassured her. Feng Jing Xian's spirits lifted slightly, and she eagerly inquired, "How long is a bit longer?" Feng Tingshen paused his meal and replied, "Within 2 weeks." Feng Jing Xian's mood instantly soured. 2 weeks? That's such a long time. Feng Tingshen nodded, "It does seem a bit lengthy." Feng Jing Xian sighed, "But I want to go out this weekend. Aunt Wu-Wu's injury hasn't healed, so she can't accompany me." "Daddy, will you come with me?" Feng Tingshen earnestly negotiated, "I have many commitments on Saturday. But I am free on Sunday. If you wish to go out on Saturday, perhaps you could go with Uncle He and Dan Dan?" Feng Jing Xian nodded. "That sounds good. As long as I'm not going out alone." Feng Tingshen made a call to He Changbei, asking him to look after Feng Jing Xian for the day. He Changbei agreed, of course. On Saturday, He Changbei took Feng Jing Xian and Dan Dan to Happy Valley. Although there were numerous attractions to enjoy, Feng Jing Xian appeared disinterested, lacking the joy she usually exhibited. She seemed burdened by her thoughts. He Changbei handed out sweet cones he had purchased to both her and Dan Dan, observing her resemblance to Rong Si, and inquired, "Is something troubling you today, Xian?" Sitting on a swing, Feng Jing Xian licked her cone and replied softly, "I miss my mom a bit." While abroad, there were times when she would go months without seeing her mother, yet her mother would always call daily or video chat. Recently, her mother had been busy with work, but every few days when she called, her mother would answer and rush home to cook for her. Now, however, she had called her mother multiple times without receiving a single response. This had never happened before. Though He Changbei was aware of the signed divorce agreement between Rong Si and Feng Tingshen and the custody arrangement for Feng Jing Xian, he was uncertain of the current dynamics between them since the agreement was signed. Hearing Feng Jing Xian's concerns, He Changbei asked, "What has happened?" Feng Jing Xian recounted her mother's failure to answer her calls. He Changbei understood that she was unaware of her parents' impending divorce. Not knowing how to respond, he finally said, "Your mother surely isn't intentionally ignoring your calls, perhaps she is simply overwhelmed with work. Things will improve in due time." Feng Jing Xian nodded, "Yes. Dad said the same." He Changbei paused, unsure of what else to say. Noticing Feng Jing Xian's unhappiness, Dan Dan chimed in, "I also want to see my aunt. But my uncle said she is busy lately and can't spare time." Adults are always so busy, it will get better soon. Feng Jing Xian nodded, okay. He Chong by Han Ti contacted Rong Ci recently, not because she was too busy, but because he felt the divorce would significantly impact her. Additionally, since she did not possess custody of Feng Jing Xian, he worried that asking her to accompany Dan Dan during this sensitive time might exacerbate her emotional distress. Around 5 o'clock that afternoon, once Feng Tingshan had finished his work, he called He Chongbai, "Where are you now?" He Chongbai provided him with the address. And Feng Tingshan drove over to meet them. "Daddy." Though He Chongbai treated her well, Feng Jing Xian's face lit up at the sight of Feng Tingshan. Feng Tingshan had left his long coat in the car and approached in a sharp suit, bending down to scoop her up. Playfully pinching her cheeks, "Did you have fun today with Uncle He and Dan Dan?" Feng Jing Xian's spirits had noticeably improved. She nodded, "Yes, it was fun." She clung to Feng Tingshan, unwilling to let go. He carried her into the restaurant and only set her down once they reached the private room. Turning to He Chongbai to say, "Thank you for your efforts today." "It was no trouble," He Chongbai replied. "They entertained themselves quite well. It was rather easy for me." Noticing the two children engrossed in their own world, He Chongbai turned to Feng Tingshan and said, "I know that the custody of Xian belongs to you, but how have you established the visitation arrangements?" Upon hearing this, Feng Tingshan understood his implication and smiled. "Do you think I would prevent her from visiting the child?" Chapter 99, No Restrictions. He Chongbai indeed thought so. Feng Tingshan took a sip of tea, remarking that although he held custody, the agreement clearly stated that she could meet the child at any time without restrictions. He Chongbai had not anticipated this. At that moment, the two children looked over, and they ceased their discussion on the topic. Feng Tingshan suddenly inquired, "I heard you've recently been in contact with Chong Yamo." He Chongbai paused, replying with a simple yes, then asked, "What about you? Are you not interested?" Feng Tingshan responded, "It's not settled yet, it's still early, and I'm not in a hurry." Meanwhile, Rong Ci had yet to finalize her thesis. After spending a day and a half on her paper, on Sunday evening, she and Chu Xilan dined out and strolled for over 2 hours before returning home. Their weekend passed in a fulfilling and serene manner, undisturbed. On Monday, Rong Ci arrived at Changyamo as usual. From that day forward, those who had previously contacted Yu Mashuan regarding potential collaboration began visiting with their proposals. Ren Jifeng arrived on Thursday, coincidentally when Yu Mashuan was away on a business trip. Upon receiving the news, Rong Ci set aside her work and headed to the reception room. As she entered, she saw Ren Jifeng stand up. But his demeanor faltered upon realizing that only Rong Ci had entered. She extended her hand and politely said, "Hello, Mr. Ren. My surname is Rong. Mr. Mashuan is currently away on a business trip, and I am handling all matters at Changyamo. If you have anything to discuss, you may converse with me just as well." Handling everything? Ren Jifeng pondered her authority. Was she merely Yu Mashuan's girlfriend? He was uncertain whether her words were genuine or a mere attempt to assert her significance in Yu Mashuan's life. Even if her claim was true, the proposal they provided contained numerous technical terms and complex materials. Could she truly comprehend them? It was amusing to note that, despite knowing he had come to discuss collaboration, she had not brought along any technical personnel, arriving alone to meet him. Nevertheless, it appeared that Yu Mashuan held her in considerable regard. With this thought, Ren Jifeng chose not to turn away, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. He extended his hand for a gentle shake, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Miss Rong." He took a seat and handed her the documents, stating, "This is our company's proposal, Miss Rong. Please take a look." Rong Ci accepted the documents, replying, "Very well. I'll review it." As she began to peruse the proposal, Yu Mashuan's other secretary knocked and entered, whispering in her ear, "Miss Rong, there are visitors downstairs, claiming to be Lin Lihai and Lin Wu. Should I have them wait for you in your office?" "No need," Rong Ci interjected softly. "Please send them away." "Understood." After the secretary departed, Rong Ci apologized to Ren Jifeng and then formally began to examine the proposal he had provided. As she reviewed Ren Jifeng's collaboration proposal, she noted that despite his relatively later arrival compared to others, he clearly possessed the confidence that came with a well-prepared and nearly flawless proposal that aligned perfectly with her requirements. Rong Si appeared deeply engrossed in the documents. As if she genuinely understood them. She was merely putting on an act, and he deemed it unnecessary to expose her pretense, as he was in no rush. After about half an hour, Rong Si set down the documents, stating, "Mr. Ren's proposal indeed aligns very well with our company's needs.